Welcome to the Kaizorian experience. Over here, we're going to be talking about everything African. We're going to be having debates, discussions, entertainment, as well as learning about business, art, history, and everything in between. Cultural, tribalism, and everything. We're going to be out here debating really interesting stuff. So, like the video, share the video, and make sure you subscribe. Make sure you subscribe. Subscribe for the best experience ever. This is the biggest channel on the Afrosphere. So come and join the team, become a Kaizorian, and join the Kaizorian Empire. I universally exist within myself, within this premise, and I exist within this bluebird in the sky. I'ma fly like the blue in the sky. I'ma fly like bird in the sky. I'ma fly like bluebird in the sky. I'ma fly like bluebird in the sky. I'ma fly like bluebird in the sky. I'ma throw my bluebird in the sky. I'ma soar like bluebird in the sky. I'ma soar like bluebird in the sky. I'ma fly like bluebird in the sky. I'ma fight like bluebird in the sky. I'ma eat like bluebird in the sky. I'ma be like bluebird in the sky. I'ma be bluebird in the sky. I'ma be free, bluebird in the sky. I'ma be free like bluebird in the sky. I'ma be like bluebird in the sky. Back again like the second coming. Strumming my vocal cords like the hummingbird in the sky. Y'all can't deny this. Real rap lyrics, it's like I ain't got no rhyming through the sky limit. What is skin tone, shade of color, but a parallel form of frequency like a ringtone on your phone. Melanin expression, tied up in the universe, feeling like God's. Is this really us? Is it serious? Is it really wrong to be diverse? I'm a divergent, immerse myself like an ocean beneath this waves. Be a divergent, born to be different. Indigo child, wild like canary. Born to be a bluebird in the sky, flying high like a bluebird in the sky. I'ma fly high, bluebird in the sky. Yeah, bluebird in the sky. I'ma fly high, bluebird in the sky. I'ma be like bluebird in the sky. I'ma be like bluebird in the sky. Everybody scream bluebird in the sky. I'ma fly high, bluebird in the sky. I'ma be like bluebird in the sky. Yeah, bluebird in the sky. Everybody, bluebird in the sky. I'ma be like bluebird in the sky. I'ma be like born black, sweet like a berry. Flying high, high like a canary. Scary with my hoodie on. Hating on my vibe on the street that you'll be feeling my frequency of the song. But I know that I ain't never ever gonna be ever the same. But I know. What's good, my Dusties? Hopefully you guys are doing well. Make sure you hit the like button as you come in and share the video. Support Black and African media. Today's discussion is going to be on one of Africa's greatest kingdoms, the Kingdom of Benin, which is located in areas around southwest Nigeria. One of the most prolific kingdoms that was able to last for over 600 years in their dynasty. So let's go get it.
Son as his successor, it was met with resistance from the rest of the ruling council of elders. Instead, they reached out to the Yoruba king Oduduwa in the city of Ile-Ife to come lead them. Why exactly they did this isn't fully clear. According to some versions of the story, Oduduwa was actually the exiled son of Owodo, and he was approached to essentially restore the Ogiso dynasty. However, Yoruba accounts firmly disagree with the claim that Oduduwa
Yeah, of course, Yoruba is not going to allow there to be stories or myths claiming that the dynasty was created by an Edo man, right? So of course they will dismiss it. And we don't really know the extent of this particular story or narrative to be true. Everything is merged up with fantasy and some facts. It's origin stories can never truly be trusted. But it is just interesting to see the origins of sort of these cultures.
Considered a founding father of the Yoruba people, was of non-Yoruba origin. Instead, they claim that Oduduwa was simply approached as a respected, militarily powerful ally of Igodomigodo, who had defended them from invasion in the past. It might have been a situation a bit like the ascension of Ryorik in the Kievan Rus, where a confederation of Slavic princedoms invited a foreign warrior to rule over them, knowing that internal rivalries would cause issues if they chose one of their own. In any case, Oduduwa refused the offer himself. Instead, he sent his youngest son, Oromyan, in his place. Oromyan moved into a palace built for him in
Yep. So
No, it's not just a, a short stream. It's actually a real stream. Shout out to you. Yeah. So if you look at this whole concept here, right? So basically, they had lost the dynasty had stopped, right? Because the king was actually exiled for apparently killing a pregnant woman. Now they had to replace him so that the Benin, or rather Edo, um, cultures might still continue and they might have continuity.
Sama, and lived there for several years, marrying the daughter of a local noble and having a son. However, throughout this period, his foreign style of governance met with stiff opposition from local nobles. Orommion eventually became frustrated with the resistance. He declared Igodomigodo to be the land of vexation, or Ile Ibinu. This phrase would be adapted into Ubinu as a name for the land, and particularly its capital city. Orommion renounced his title, arguing that only a child born of local soil and raised in local customs could rule over the land. As such, he installed his native-born son as king in his place, and returned to Yoruba land himself, from which he would go on to found the Oyo Empire, another.
Yep. And Oyo. So as we're talking about this stuff, right? Pro blacks love to talk about Egypt. And I've always wondered why, right? Like I mentioned earlier, right? If you look at the Benin city, intricate designs of the bronzes, you look at the fact that the walls were extremely large, long lasting for at least 400 years, etc. Right? As cases state that the Benin walls were as large as the China walls, right? The Great Wall of China. So when you look at kingdoms like this, right? Oyo was also a powerful kingdom, very high IQ, very centralized, organized at that time, and was trading with international powers. I still find the obsession between pro-blats and ancient Egypt, which has nothing to do with them, right? But there are kingdoms like this which were actually marvels during that time, right? These guys were actually processing bronze. And it's kind of funny how Benin Empire was processing bronze to such beautiful ornaments, high artistic designs, and weaponry. Yet today, Nigeria doesn't actually have a steel industry that's functional. So it's just interesting how, in a way, we've gone backwards, at least in Nigeria's case, right? Like, how are you going to have come from a history and culture of people processing high grade bronze, and in modern day we can't even process steel? So it's kind of interesting. AZ Nation says, "Ah, yes, the land of Vax." Yeah, shout out to you. So let me just show the Benin wall and the bronzes again, so that everyone has at least a background of some of these structures and how they appeared over here. So let's go. So that's the Benin walls, right? So these are some artistic renditions of the Benin walls. We still don't have them like this because the British did burn down Benin City, right, in the late 1800s, right, just before the 1900s. So this is like a rendition. This is actual parts of like a picture, right, of the Benin walls, right? These guys even had street lights at that time. So very highly organized culture, society. These are some of the Benin bronzes here. As you can see, very highly decorated, intricate artistic designs, as well as metal work. So clearly, not all Africa was doing bad at this time. Some African countries were doing decently when it comes to development and at least handwork, artistic skills, and sort of stuff, right? That's the reality over there. Benin was doing well, to be honest, right? Um, this is the Great Wall of Benin. They claim, now this is a claim, I haven't seen it myself, right? But they claim that this was going all around 16,000 kilometers, right? They were claiming that that was a large city wall that was actually comparable to the Great Wall of China. Now, of course, that's hard to prove just because, we no longer have, so if I type in size, it is going to come up with like over there, right? So yeah, 16,000 kilometers, right? That's what they claim the moat was, right? The whole structure coming from internal all the way outside to the external. So yeah, so it says here, right? The Benin Moat, also known as the Walls of Benin, or locally as Iyanuwo, right? It's an ancient engineering feat circling Benin City. What I find interesting though is how come Africans still don't have a closed sewer system? In my estate, we do have it, but in general, they don't actually focus on this. So they've always had the technology. Did Africans go backwards, right? Because I've mentioned this before. After colonizations, our economies were doing good. The moment we were free, our economies collapsed. In a similar way, if you look at the level of development Benin City was doing, right? Nigeria's actually gone backwards, right? Given the context. Zuliet, shout out Zuliet. Julia says, "Where is this wall? Why is it Great Wall? China still standing?" They built the Great Wall of China using stone. These guys used more like earth materials. Igbos also had bronzes. I forgot the name though. If it wasn't for Habeshas and West Africans, Africa literally has no history. I agree with you, Abby. Like, the more I'm digging more into like the Benin city and everything, I'm looking at some of the stuff they were creating. It is interesting that if it's actually kind of strong. They had like a 600-year empire that reigned, right? They had horses as well. So they had actually, obviously, using horse mounting as well. Ivory. I think these guys probably hunted all the ivory because there are no elephants in West Africa anymore, man. That's kind of crazy. So you guys basically traded it all out, right? Of course, it's the British looting a lot of the stuff, right? Oh, look at these guys with a smile on their face after looting a lot of their stuff. So yeah, this is it. So like an 1897 urban street view captured with the royal quarter of Benin. Right, there were actually street lights there, right? So not electronic street lights, but street lights using fire lamps, etc. So yeah, very, very interesting. Obviously, they had clothes as well. Obviously, right? That would be insane if they didn't. And 1897 is when the British came through and decided to burn down the Benin city over there. So that is a little bit brief sort of depiction of a great African empire. So like I said before, I still don't get why people are so obsessed with Kemet. I don't even see, sure, right? They had great walls, great pyramids, but apart from that, what else makes them a great nation apart from wanting to be proximity to Wazungus, right? It's because the Muzungu likes ancient Egypt that they like it.
Nigeria. Oromion's son, who is now known as Eweka, would be their precursors. Additionally, this unique identity, Eweka ushered in the beginning of the Oba era, Benin's second monarchical system. In many ways, the Obas represented a return to the norms of the Ogiso era. They retained much of the same symbolism, and styled themselves as semi-divine figures, much like their precursors. Additionally, like with the Ogisos, power is not totally centralized. The Oba sat at the head of the kingdom and held near absolute authority, but everyday governance largely fell to local hereditary nobles. These nobles and the Oba fell into a sort of symbiotic relationship. The Oba's ultimate semi-divine authority meant that his approval granted legitimacy to the authority of the nobles, and the nobles managed the tasks of administering his realm and collecting tribute on his behalf. The nobles also held some collective authority through their council, the Uzama, which was able to check the Oba's power. Additionally, when the Oba died, the Uzama claimed the right to appoint a successor from amongst his sons. Through these privileges,
yeah, so as you can see, right, now this is a highly centralized monarchical system with a level of what we consider like ruling elites taking control. So these people are extremely high IQ, right? That's what I keep saying. When people say stuff like, okay, I've asked this question, right? If Africa wasn't colonized, would it be better off or worse? Well, it depends. For cultures like Benin, the Oyo Empire, the Habesha, I guess, right? And some of, the Wangas, right? All the high IQ tribes. If they weren't conquered, I think they possibly could have been better because they would have been able to have instead their own rulership methodologies, right? But the rest of Africa, no, right? They were definitely thankful that they got colonized.
the Uzama was able to wield significant power within the kingdom, sometimes putting them in an antagonistic relationship with the Obas. This situation changed in the 15th century with the ascension of the Oba Oware. Oware had been born as Prince Ogun, third-born son of the Oba Ohen. The decades before his rule saw a great deal of strife between the Uzama and the royal house. First, Oba Ohen was deposed and stoned to death by the Uzama.
Yeah, so you guys are saying came from Ife. Yeah, I talked about that briefly earlier, and well, the Yorubas deny that. So that's so that's that.
After ordering the execution of a high-ranking noble, with his oldest son, Ogbeka, replacing him. However, Oba Obeka also struggled against the Uzama, fighting multiple civil wars against them. Prince Ogun and his younger brother were both exiled, while another brother, Orobiru, succeeded Ogbeka as Oba. After Orobiru died, Ogun's younger brother left his exile to take the throne, and Ogun returned to Ubinu to replace him by force. There's a lot of legend surrounding this event which I won't get into, but one thing I will note is that
So of course, guys, and if you want to know more deeper about Nigerian mythological gods and systems, that name Ogun, right? Now you know some of the ways that it relates to that. Nigerian princess dynasty, he gave the people a better way to. Yeah, interesting.
Ogun was at one point aided by a slave named Edo, who he would later rename the capital after, giving both the Edo Empire and the Edo people that name. Anyway, in 1440, after a difficult struggle that saw much of the city burned down,
Nah, that's kind of crazy. The Edo were basically named after a slave. Okay, no, shut up. If it was a slave that rose to high ranks, freed himself, fair enough. But that's kind of crazy. It's like the term like Slavics, right? That's kind of crazy. There's a tribe called Oromia in West Africa. Maybe there's Oromo was originated from. Benin people are like violent to this day. Okay, let's go ahead.
Ogun claimed the throne, and took on the regnal name Oware, meaning the trouble has ceased, to commemorate his victory. He then took steps to prevent something similar from happening in the future. He stripped the Uzama of their power to appoint Obas, instead introducing a firm system of primogeniture, where the oldest son of the Oba would always replace him. As part of this, he also introduced a new title for eldest sons, Edaiken, as well as the policy of placing these sons in charge of a town to foster their governance skills. He also introduced two new administrative orders, the Erabo Nore and the Erabo Nogbe, made up of officials appointed by and answerable to the Oba alone, who could aid in some of the tasks otherwise assigned to hereditary nobles. With the power of the Oba consolidated, Eware would go on to do something that earned him the moniker Eware the Great.
Yep. Like I said, right? You had East African tribes like the Kikuyu or the Kamba. These are Bantu-speaking groups, right? And they didn't even have concept of time. Now, if you look at, let's say, the Benin language, they actually do have a past, present, and future extended time references in the language. So clearly, obviously, you can see the dynasty, the continuity, the towns, rulership, the leadership. All these things means that cultures, tribes, and societies like the Edo or the Benin Empire actually had something valuable there, right? So the rest of Africa, right? We'll talk about the rest, meaning most majority so-called Black Africa, didn't have these high-level concepts, right? They didn't actually have centralized governments. They mostly had one clan elder and that's it, right? Or two of them. They didn't even have chiefs, right? They didn't even have like a chiefdom. So it's kind of interesting when you analyze some African cultures and you look at the trajectory that they had and the kind of power projection that they could have today if not colonized.
It was under Eware that the Kingdom of Benin truly became an empire. Under previous monarchs, the kingdom had been a city-state, consisting of the capital city and a collection of surrounding villages. Similar to other city-states like those of the Greeks, it existed within a broader cultural cluster, in this case that of the Edo people, but included only one subsection of this broader group. Eware expanded Benin's authority to the surrounding regions, bringing in other Edo and non-Edo groups, and pushing the borders of the empire to the coast. The empire would roughly double in size once more under Eware's son, Ozoluwa the Conqueror, who ruled from about 1480 to 1504. The empire would peak in size under Oba Orhogbua, who captured what is now Lagos, though the core of the empire was Edo.
Yep. Shout out to Edo, man. Over here, right? The Yorubas claiming Lagos, right? But the reality was actually ancient Benin people's land. They conquered it. They were out there ruling it, right? And doing it justice. Shout out to the Edo, one of the highest IQ tribes or clans that I've seen so far coming from Black Africa.
Edo culture was not imposed upon acquired territories, making the empire culturally and linguistically diverse. This linguistic diversity also resulted in the name of the capital city, Ubinu, gradually morphing into Bini, as speakers of different languages coalesced in the city and blended their interpretations of the name. This is the name that would eventually become Benin, and the city is often called Benin City to distinguish it from the kingdom. Eware is also credited with building the inner wall of Benin City, part of a network of barriers called Iya in Edo, and collectively known as the Walls of Benin in English. Despite this name, the Walls of Benin aren't walls in the standard sense, but earthworks, deep moats paired with artificial hills made from the removed soil, running parallel to the ditches. Within the moats, vegetation was allowed to grow, creating an additional barrier to crossing. From the bottoms of the ditches to the tops of the moats, these earthworks could be as tall as 25 feet in the longer outer walls and 50 feet along the inner wall. At 15 meters long and up to 50.
I mean, look at that, right? So again, on it looks like Africa has moved backwards, guys, right? Benin City did not survive for over 600, or the Benin unrelated kingdom, right? Didn't survive for 600 plus years because of luck. They were highly organized, highly centralized. They even thought about security, and they decided to build these wall constructions known as these Ian moats. So that's what I'm trying to say, right? It looks like, think about it, right? They had a great kingdom. They mastered Bronze Age ivory trade with both Arabia, Europe, and other tribes like the Oyo Empire, etc. They were mastered as well building structures and engineering, right? Over there with vegetations around, etc. They mastered security as well, not allowing others to easily be able to take over their nation. So, what happened between this state of high IQ tribes, right, or rather cultures and civilizations like the Edo, right? What happened to them? And then modern day Nigeria, we can't even have steel functioning. It's kind of interesting when you look at the history of some of these great empires. As I stated before, not all Africa was created equal. You cannot compare an Edo man with a Khoisan.
50 feet tall from the bottom of the ditch to the top of the moat, the inner walls built under Awade would have needed an estimated 5,000 workers working 10 hours each day to finish their ditches within a single 97-day dry season. And that's not counting the time needed to clear land and transport and deposit the soil into heaps.
And of course, you would have needed a lot of food, right? Food security, planning, and everything. So this is why generally, if you do look at the IQ of Nigerians, right, the way that they do things, I think we'll talk about specific class of Nigerians, perhaps from the south, right? Places like Yoruba and Benin, and these sort of cultures and tribes, right? They tend to outperform a lot of people in other countries a lot of the times when culturally they remain homogeneous. It's when they start mixing cultures that they start applying other people's cultures and they start failing. But right, this would have needed, because we've talked about this before, right? We've mentioned, well, Europe IQ improved because they were in harsh environments. They had to think across time. They had to use temporal reasoning. But not all African cultures can't do temporal reasoning, because to be able to have this much building, you'd have had to had a lot of food in order to actually feed these people, and that would need you to be cultivating agricultural products, and then also thinking about the amount of people and logistics. Meaning, right, cultures like this has proven itself to have been able to do trans-temporal reasoning, as I mentioned earlier, right? When we compare to tribes like Kikuyus and Kambas, it's a different story. They don't even have a word for temporal aspects, right, in the future term. So this is quite interesting culture. AZ Nation says, Kaiser, what do you think would happen if Africa was the first to discover gunpowder? Would they speed run civilization like West Europe to create dying empires like the Ottomans? That's a really good question. I don't think they would have done either, because, okay, it depends on which culture. I think that's what we're going to have to do this, right? So if it was perhaps people from Mali, right, they would have probably speed run and done the Ottoman thing. Um, not as in speed run, as in great empires like the Ottoman. I don't mean like civilization. If it was at Benin or something, I think they would have done better. Because one of the things that Africa had issues with was reverse engineering. I don't know why this didn't happen, right? So let me give context here, right? So if you look at China right now, China is building so much of the electronics, right? Let's talk about simple technology. These games that have emulators from old consoles like Nintendo Switch, so not Nintendo, sorry, Nintendo, the original Nintendo consoles, maybe up to like Nintendo. China has reverse engineered the emulators, used original parts from these machines, and then built new toys to sell us, right? At a very cheap, affordable price. The issue with Africa, I don't see reverse engineering going on in enough sort of way. And I think, so to answer your question, AZ Nation, the fact that we didn't successfully reverse engineer gunpowder is a big issue, because one way, or rather one reason why we failed and we got colonizers, because even if we had guns, we didn't really have a reliable source of gunpowder. So that meant basically same thing as today, right? Our security is still controlled by the same factors. Because if you use the same example, we don't manufacture any real weapons that can actually do real damage, right, and protect us. Same thing that back then we didn't reverse engineer the gunpowder enough to actually allow us to be, let's say, stable. So that is one issue there, unfortunately, right?
These inner walls make up only a small portion of the Iya as a whole, however. The outer walls are shorter, up to about 25 feet from ditch to peak, but stretch across a much longer length at approximately 16,000 kilometers long. This makes the Great Walls of Benin one of the largest man-made structures on Earth, only about 5 kilometers shorter than the Great Wall of China, and made with dozens of times the material of the Great Pyramid of Khufu. The outer walls are traditionally considered defensive fortifications, as the inner wall was, and attributed to the 13th century Oba Ugula.
I mean, look, I'm not gonna lie, right? If you look at this this design here, right? So there's so much to be talking about here. It's like one of the cultures, one of the few cultures at that time that was able to do hyper realistic busts out of metal, specifically bronze and brass networks. Like I said, this culture was extremely high level for its time, and there's a lot to be left to be desired. That's the reality, man. One of the highest IQ African civilizations.
However, some evidence suggests an earlier or more decentralized origin for these Ia, possibly with a different intention in mind. For more information, I'd recommend checking out Hidden History's video.
Yeah, look, yeah, there might be more to them, but I still think they were there for protection, right? And also, probably also separating between the different caste or social class systems, right? Because obviously, the greater to this, the more central you live, the more protected you are, and that's where obviously the Oba and people were staying at.
Best known for are its Ia, its capital city, and its artwork. We've already discussed the Ia, but there's a lot more to say about those other two subjects. Europeans began establishing trade relationships with the kingdom in the late 15th century, starting with the Portuguese, who were followed by others such as the English and Dutch through the 16th and 17th centuries. Benin was a major early point of contact in West Africa for Europeans, and they even named the surrounding bight for the empire. Side note, the modern-day Republic of Benin takes its name from this bight, hence why there's a country completely distinct from the Kingdom of Benin which shares its name.
Yeah, it's kind of interesting how a lot of these countries love to, booty ride other cultures, right? You have the Kingdom of Ghana. That name was stolen by the current Ghana country. So I just find it kind of interesting. Yes, obviously parts of the so-called Benin country, some of the people might be related, of course, to the Edo, but the point is, right, a lot of these cultures love to take and booty ride names of successful empires.
Many of these visitors were awed by the splendor of Benin City, which they often called Great Benin. One Portuguese source from 1691 describes the city thusly: Great Benin, where the king resides, is larger than Lisbon. All the streets run straight and far as the eye can see. The houses are large, especially that of the king, which is richly decorated and has fine columns. The city is wealthy and industrious. It is so well governed that theft is unknown, and the people live in such security that they have no doors to their houses. A Dutch source from 1668 gives some further details about the organization and architecture of.
And guys, think about it, right? These are the same so-called racist Europeans who used to write Africans are living in mud houses. They are putting strange things on their noses and their earrings. So for them to give such great accounts of Benin, it is the fact that that is what they were seeing at that time, right? That no cap, basically. So as I mentioned earlier, right, all Africa isn't created equal. The main disadvantage we had is we were extremely decentralized, or rather diversified, right? That was the issue. And also, guys, click the link to join the discussion. The channel, the show. I've done my main part of my presentation over there, right? And yeah, you can join the discussion. Topic is Benin City, the largest true Black African empire, right? As well as its implications on modern day management of African resources, the potential for African countries, etc., and moving forward. So yeah, make sure you click the link and join the discussion.
The city. Houses are built alongside the streets in good order, the one close to the other. Adorned with gables and steps, they are usually broad with long galleries inside, especially so in the case of the houses of the nobility, and divided into many rooms, which are separated by walls made of red clay, very well erected. The source adds that these walls were kept as shiny and smooth by washing and rubbing as any wall in Holland can be made with chalk, and they are like mirrors. The upper stories are made of the same sort of clay. Moreover, every house is provided with a well for the supply of fresh water.
Bro, these guys even had more or less running water, right? That's what I'm trying to say. That's what we talk about an actual organized city state, right? But the main thing, right? So here's the thing. Benin didn't have, stereotypical form of writing, right? They didn't have until they had contact with other people. They didn't really write in a typical sense. Yes, writing was present in that area for specific pictographic aspects, right? As you can see with the in Sibidi, in some parts of Nigeria, so-called Nigeria. However, the common people were not writing. But what allowed this city to develop like this is continuity, right? At the end of the day, if you don't have writing as a common thing, what you have, or rather what you must do, is have continuity for your cultures to, preserve itself across time, so that everything kind of moves forward as opposed to lagging back, right? Because imagine this: if you wrote and your books were not destroyed, you can rebuild easily because you read the book. So imagine if today there was a massive flooding, we lost knowledge, right? A generation that lost knowledge. Once we find the books, we can rebuild within a really small power, right? Shout out to sponsors of the show. Shout out to One Man Went to Mo with the £2, Bantu hand clap, and also Nigerian Prince with the $2. Shout out to you, brother. Thank you very much for the support. Edo power, right? Yeah, like Edo was definitely an impressive city state over there, right? As you can read from these, descriptions from visitors. Again, not booty clappers. We're talking about um, racist white people, as shiny and as smooth by washing and rubbing as any wall in Holland can be made with chalk. And they are like mirrors, right? The upper stories are made of the same sort of clay. So these guys had double story buildings, right? Moreover, every house is provided with a well for the supply of fresh water. Olfert Darper, description of Africa.
This source further gives us a description of the royal palace. The king's court is square and located in the right-hand side of the city, as one enters it through the gate of Gotten. It is about the same size as the city of Haarlem, and entirely surrounded by a special wall, comparable to the one which encircles the town. It is divided into many magnificent palaces, houses and apartments of the courtiers, and comprises beautiful and long squares with galleries, about as large as the Exchange in Amsterdam. The buildings are of different sizes, however, resting on wooden pillars from top to bottom lined with copper casts, on which pictures of their war exploits and battles are engraved. All of them are being very well maintained. Most of the buildings within
Yep. Like I said, right? The only way you're gonna get a culture, civilization like this that cares about the future, understands about maintenance, builds multiple story buildings, has access to water, basically more or less running water, as each house has access to a well, right? In its vicinity. All of that requires intricate urban, well, just we call it urban planning, right? In this case, I guess Benin planning. All I'm saying is not all African cultures were the same. Some were definitely of much higher content and quality than others. Ben Smith says Edo did have a color coded writing system, but yeah, it wasn't really big, nor did they use it for documents or any history. Well, yeah, that's what I mean, right? Unless something reaches cultural exchange, I don't really tend to consider it, let's say, a proper writing system. It has to permeate through at least a class over there, right? Either used for religious writings or government or logistics, something like that, for me to account it as a true writing system. The bronzes document history; they were chronically in order before the British messed it up. Okay, storyteller, that's an interesting point there. Actually, very very interesting point. Yeah, because obviously, let's say if we talk about the Ur and Uruk, if you look at the ancient Mesopotamia, they also were documenting their history through their stone carvings. And in this case, these were bronze carvings. So they would actually last much longer than a stone carving could because, well, yeah, right? Stone versus metal, especially something as inert as brass and bronze, then I think that's a very interesting point. I'll definitely take that on.
this court are covered with palm leaves instead of square planks, and every roof is adorned with a small spiraled tower, on which cast copper birds are standing, being very artfully sculpted and lifelike with their wings spread. The ending of that quote brings us to the other thing Benin is best known for, its art. Brass casting was a skill first refined in Ile-Ife, where it was used to create light.
So the Yorubas are the ones who yeah, you can clearly see that's a Yoruba man over there. He has Asiatic eyes, looking like a Ghanaian, with that slightly, elongated face that almost looks like an East African over there, right? You can clearly see the Ghanaian Asiatic influence there. That is definitely a Yoruba man over there. But man, that
I told you
I
that
wanna
the
ask you something, Kaizo.
Oh, shout out to you, Lion Legal. It reminds me of that Chimamanda Ngozi or something. Is she Yoruba? This looks like her, like the features.
No, she's not. I don't. Well,
She's not
well,
Yoruba.
well. I don't
What is
believe
she?
she is. I mean, I don't want to
She's Igbo.
wrongly
She's
take her.
Oh, she's Igbo.
Okay.
Interesting.
Okay. Yeah, yeah,
Okay.
yeah. Kaizo, so what do you think about the stream yesterday with Dr. Thunder trying to get on me basically?
Oh, that stream. To be honest, I think I was half asleep. I was very, very
Okay.
tired.
Okay.
Yeah, so I
All right.
wasn't
I just thought it
awake.
was. I just thought it was kind of misplaced anger that I'm not supporting fresh and fit, fresh and fit of all people. How on earth would I support them or Coleman Hughes? It doesn't make any sense. But anyway, that's an aside.
Yeah, but yeah, so I don't remember too much on that specific point.
Okay. Did you read the article? Which stated that the UK police are holding a
sorry,
priceless.
sorry. Hold on. The audience are asking
Did
you
you
to
read the
stay.
article that the
Sorry,
UK police?
the audience are asking you to stay on topic. I think they're interested in this topic, so stay on topic.
Okay, okay. Yes, I'll have to come back to that a little bit later on, Lion Legal. But yeah, Kidola, are you there, brother? Can you hear us?
I'm good, man.
Yeah, so what's going on, man? As a Yoruba man,
No, I'm not,
knowing that these
I'm
great
not
bright
Yoruba.
statues, you're not Yoruba? Are you sure?
No, the city you measure, just measure from that city, that area.
You're from that city, okay?
Yeah.
Ife, right?
No, I'm
Which
from
one?
the great city of Benin.
Ah, interesting. So wait, so you're actually Benin? Okay, interesting.
I went to.
So
I'm an indigent of the people you mentioned. My heritage
so
is
you're
from that.
one of the Edo people. Okay,
Yeah.
that's interesting. Yeah. So, but looking at this, right? Because I have to admit, right? I've projected some rather inaccurate statements about African cultures, African people, and the IQ of African people. When I'm looking at, for example, this structure here, right, and I'm just thinking about the proportions, the three-dimensional portrayal of this man over there, the intricate designs and everything. You're just thinking this cannot be from a low IQ culture. Of course, it's not. We looked at the city, the way it was designed, the fact that they even had streetlights, right? That's something else which I guess I may have not mentioned over there. You're just thinking that this is an extremely high IQ society. What happened? Like, how did we go from the Benin and Oyo empires to modern day Nigeria, where we don't even have steel technology? What's going on?
I think what happened is a colonization. The colonization. You see, when they be defeated, you see, every group, society is being defeated. They want to know the god of the group that defeated them. You understand?
Mm-hmm.
So I think when they be defeated, they were trying to know much about the white man god and the weapons they came with. You have to
Mm-hmm.
understand. During this time, they themselves were not using guns. They were using arrows and spears. But they were having war formations. They know the system of war. They can run around you but they don't have. I shoot you from a distance. I take you out. I think that time. I think that's how they lost their way. But
I
but the
see.
system, but the system is still there. The 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 centralized power of is still there. Not just from the above Benin that is one side ruling the adult, we call the Benin tribe. So they also have other system also there also of people. So it's always a centralized system that rule over there, and most of this system are heredity system. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
So it's not like you die, they'll be looking for who will take over from the crown prince of farm. No, the elder son take over the throne, continue from there. So the power and what they followed is always an oral law, be written by by them themselves, by their forefathers. You know what I mean? So as you talk about the Ojusos, yes, the Ojusos actually formed the Ojusos actually formed this the Benin people. You know what I mean? The Edo people. So even the Ojuso themselves, they were like group of people who formed that society. They're all family. They're all like one family. They're all like brothers that formed the society. So it's a long it's a very long old history of about at least 1,000+ years old. You understand me? So the languages are still there, the people are still there, the system is still there. Only that now they have like the Britain have the government, but the traditional rulers are just there. But still, the people still respect, they still value, and they still revere the traditional rulers more even than what the colonization established as their rulers, as the governor or whatever is going on there in that system. That's just all. The bronze, they're still making the bronze there anyway. The people are still there. The descendants of these people that are doing the bronze or doing the 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 craft, the woody craft, the bronze craft. You have to. There are people who specialize in the bronze, people who specialize in the wood craft, and other craft and whatever they're doing. They're still there. If you still go to this territory, you see their doors even be carved, just like the way the Arabs have their door be carved in a way like that. So the Benin's still have their doors. Some of them want to customize their doors, so still carve their doors with the traditional way of things and everything to beautify whatever the architectural system is still there. It depends how you want to apply it into your house. There are some buildings in Benin you go to, they apply bronze as part of the pillars. You know what I mean? As part of the pillars and the beauty, just as their ancestors used to do those days. And we will understand this house is owned by a Benin man. Anywhere, you know.
Yeah, now shout out to you, Kidola, and thank you very much for that addition there. That's very interesting. Yeah, Abby, if we actually, was it Snake Man who came first? I think it was Snake Man. Right?
It was Abby.
Oh, it was Abby. So my memory was right at beginning.
Snake Man, you know what's crazy? This guy doesn't even know how his own StreamYard works. Look at the order.
Look, who cares? Go ahead, Abby.
No, I was just going to say, I don't know why you keep focusing on this. Oh, with the Benin people hierarchy at one point, bro. I've always told you the composition of any kingdom or any civilization is top down. If the people on top are hierarchical, then yeah, you're going to have certain levels of structure. This, and if the ruling class is at least the structure of the society, the power structure is based on competence. Yeah, you're going to have competent running for the most part. But if it's based on non-competent traits, then obviously you're going to be incompetent. So it's not like, oh, these people are relatively high IQ and then they became dumb or anything. It's just they had a functional ruling system, and that functional ruling system doesn't exist anymore. That's it.
All right, I see. So basically,
No, don't get it wrong. The system of the look, most West African society still have their functional system of their traditional way of system. It's still going on there. Only that what happened is the British came with what's called the governing system, like the system they use, So some of this governing system now come about these written constitutions. And some of these written constitutions, these kings have no power because they're not governors. You understand me? But the land and everything still belong. You see, the king actually owns land. When we talk about, let's assume, like, let's say the Oba of Benin. The Oba of Benin is a figurehead that rule, but actually he does not really own the land, but is the authority that whatever happen, he will be he have chiefs in these palaces that will judge according to the tradition of their own people. Most people go to him or to the palace for judgment when it comes to traditional boundaries of some of these tribal societies. than going to the government, because
You know that,
whatever
this is actually very interesting what you're saying, because having a structure like that, like, so imagine, let's say if Nigeria had that kind of system where the so-called governors, leaders, politicians, they don't really own things, they just rent it off the people. Do you know that would actually reduce the the level of corruption, because mostly the corruption goes and accountability, stolen resources that they go and sell abroad and everything. So very interesting.
Yeah, because the people, through the people you have power. Let's say somebody want to sell somebody else's land. They are going to the court case, and those will take a long time. So you can go to the palace of these kings or sub kings, depending where you are. You can judge your case there, and these people they will tell you, okay, they will actually rule in a honest way because of the gods. Because some of this is you take an oath, and this oath are not just another oath. So they will judge the case. It might take them a week, it might take them a day. And they go say, okay, it's not your land. Why do you sell the land? You most have to refund the money to whoever you sold the land to. Then that person will take back his land. And once they say, if you go against them, right, no matter how the court or how powerful the system is, they can banish you away from that area. You understand me? So they have the power in a way without actually following the government system, work on the constitution system being laid down by the British. They can just ask you, you're an evil man, you're not fit to live with us, and we don't want it to do with you. So they can just spread news. Nobody should go to that house because that guy's an evil man. See what he did, see what he did. In a way, they have what called another structural system called the youth system. The youth actually carry out some of these things. You understand? So because they organize this youth to defend their tribe, but it's not under the constitution. They're not soldiers, they're not police, but these youth are being, in a way, indirectly trained behind the scene to fight and defend the tribe. You know what I mean? So we all pass through all this system. I pass through this system. You understand? So you just assume somebody's coming to attack my region, my tribe. Forget it, man. Because if you kill my tribe, you kill my identity. So I will die for my tribe, no matter how it takes. So in our mind, we're ready to die for the tribe than even die for Nigeria. You know, I will obey my king voice that obey even the governor of my state. Because the governor of my state, he can be from my Edo state like me, but he's not an honest person because he's as corrupt as somebody else. You know what I mean? So these are the every state in Nigeria, they're all made out of tribe. You understand me? Like the Igbo tribe. If you go to Imo, if you go to Anambra, these are people that they are from the same territory, but sometimes by saying governor, you can't really trust them. So we trust our king more. So when they ask you to leave, you have to really leave, because if you don't leave, I think they will take care of you.
Yeah, shut up. That makes a lot of sense. Saint man, I got a question for you, man. So yeah, we've had these conversations here many times on this platform about the African cultures, the societies, the lack of reasoning. And yes, one thing I think I've just mentioned it many times, and I've begun to use it more recently, is this whole idea of African doesn't exist, right? This is a perfect example of why Africa doesn't exist, why there's no such thing as Africa. You have kingdoms like this. You have the Oyo, right? Even the Igbos were doing their thing with their, very highly, centralized
like I said, Igbo is like the Poland of West Africa.
Mm-hmm.
We are in the loop, but we don't build as great things as also West African cultures.
Interesting. So you Igbos, what was your
primary? That's the highest IQ, though.
Yeah, go ahead.
That's not matter if you don't control your own. It doesn't matter. I just wanted to say,
you guys were just traders, right? You didn't really build stuff, but you were like moving between selling stuff and capturing animals. And
because
one thing I've noticed also, there are no lions or ivory in West Africa. Did you guys just trade all your lions and your ivory? There's literally zero of lions and ivory, and we know that they used to be there. Like, what did you do? Every single last one is gone. That's crazy.
Hey, don't ask me. I personally cannot answer because I didn't go deep into the trade.
Mm-hmm.
To the trade, I know that we are very trade focused, but I don't know how the trade routes were in the past.
The Igbos are very good in their craft and everything, in their culture. Their culture is a very strong culture. You see, the Igbo tribes are. If you think about them, they're one of the most peaceful tribe in that country called Nigeria. You understand? They were good in making weapons and hoes they used for farming. You understand me? They were good in doing some of this, but they never use it to fight or to conquer anybody. You know what I'm saying? So they were more like peaceful. They were traders. They said their things, mostly things they do is to farm. Like I don't know, and I don't know if Kenya they have it. You know this kind of manual digging. They have sharp mouth. They used to break the concrete or the grounds. You understand? So that pipe can pass through this all these things. So they were more doing these things also. You can say most of their regions are always good in bronze making. So the Igbos are not too far from where I'm from. I can just with about 30 minutes, I'm already in the Igbo land. You understand me? From the Edo, I'm already in the Igbo land. When I'm in the Igbo land, talk about Onitsha territory. You understand me? Those Anambra territory. For all those from all those areas to Enugu to Igbo to down their land there, you can easily see their culture. And even when we live together, we don't really happen each other's culture. You are allowed to flaunt your culture to me to see because we respect more with your culture. You understand me? We respect to see your culture. So, like I think man who live in my territory, my state, he can flaunt his culture, wear his traditional clothes. You understand?
So that's why. So is that what you're saying? Basically, Igbos are not trying to build for them to live, right? These are almost they have that almost semi-nomadic lifestyle. So they will take the goods, let's say the bronzes, they would trade them. They would even make some of them into weapons. They would also take the ivory and trade. Because I do know the Igbos were trading with the Muslims as well over there. So it's kind of interesting. So Igbos are more facilitators. They're kind of basically there to make money, which is probably why
they're more like traders, but they can build. They were building everything they want to build. They are the Igbos, the Igbo period. The Igbo people, they never really invade or be invaded. You see their system are they are more federalism in their system. You understand? They are more like group of people who take decisions. They're not like one single man at the top. You understand? It's not centralized system. So they have group of system that they take decision like that. So even to the eye of an Igbo man, you're not better than me. Let me use it like that. To eye of an Igbo man, you're not better than me. You understand me? So they take decision as a group. So all these other things that came later is being brought by the colonization, by the British. All this we start hearing Igwe and all these things were never really in their system. The Igwe came later during the British time. You understand me? You have to understand this British men rule with middlemen. You understand me?
Right.
So the Igbo people, they're very good in their craft. They're very good. They are farmers. They build a lot of craft things for farming and a lot of weapons also. But they never really use it to invade anybody. But they were selling it. That's just the way they are.
Yeah, no, that's very interesting. Shout out to you. And also, let's move on to the next panelist. We got Safe Mode. What's good, my South Sudanese brother? What do you think of the conversation so far? Where do you want to add or take away from? Go ahead. You go ahead and mute first.
What's up, bro? Yeah, no, it's a good conversation. I was hoping you'd play more of the video and see and just keep diving in. But I was gonna just say basically like how you were mentioning that, you know,
who is this white man? Who is this white man?
Oh, that's not a white man. Don't worry. That's a Somali guy. Don't worry.
What's it called? I was saying basically how you were differentiating the cultures, talking about, you know, like some people were lucky that they got colonized because you know, other cultures were actually progressing and had a whole system, like the Benin Empire. I was gonna just say Yeah, you're definitely right on about that. But so far, I'm just still listening it in, so all good.
Yeah,
Wait, Kenzo, you said he's from South Sudan.
yeah.
What's your tribe?
He's actually. Yeah, but yeah. So Safe Mo, that's correct, right? I didn't mistype your tribe, right?
Yeah,
Kenzo,
yeah. I'm a Choli. Yeah.
Kenzo,
Okay.
Ike is from that Benin Kingdom. That Ike,
All right.
you can ask Ike to come in to tell you more about the about the history of where they're from. Is Ike family was one time a ruler of that kingdom. Ask Ike to
Oh yeah,
come. You understand
the
me?
Ogamian, yeah, the
Yeah,
Ogamians.
the Ogami are very powerful people. You understand?
Yeah, this is actually
Ask him to
interesting.
come and explain
The
to
Ogamians sold slaves in order to actually fight against the Oba so that they can get the power back. So yeah, this is a very interesting history. We actually have someone from the Ogamian dynasty, which is
yeah,
kind of interesting.
I from the Ogame set of family. They were very powerful in the Benin.
Ike, how is it to be a crownless king?
What the hell is going on with that profile? That African profile?
It's a gift.
No,
It's a gift.
that's just some
Yo,
Somali guy.
Bloody
yo,
hell!
Andre's showing me.
Bloody
I
hell!
thought it was a real old dude.
Kaizo,
Yes, go ahead, man.
can I add a clip to your conversation? It's only 2 minutes long, but it
Sure.
ties into the conversation. Do you mind?
Yeah, go ahead.
All right.
What the hell
This is how they crown their kings in Edo land. So this is not the main Edo king. This guy here, he is the Olu of Wari. So let me just give you the backdrop to what is going on. So this guy is being coronated as a king. This is the Olu of Wari. This was 2 years ago. This is his coronation. So he's gone all through the ritual rites. So he's now going to pick a title that is going to be known by, and this is the formula for picking that title. So watch this.
Interesting. So
What you're
all
looking
those,
at there, all of those words you're looking at there, those are royal titles that he can pick. So he's
Wow.
blindfolded now, and then he's going to, through however the spirit guides him, pick one of those, and whichever one he picks is going to be his title.
Interesting. So he eventually picks that, and then then to be known as the Atuashe the Third. So the Atuashe the Third. So just to give you a bit of backdrop to your conversation. Sorry, Kaizo, carry on.
No, one more, hold on. One more, you see, Kaizo, when you measure the Benin, so you have to understand the Benin is vast. will you mean the what do you call the Edo, whatever, the Oba, whatever that Benin kingdom at that time? It's a very vast empire. So with the section that he show you, they're normally called the Igodo people. You understand me? The Oba is in one side. I'm talking about this Oba, this so-called Benin kingdom you showing now. They have the Urobos, they have the Shakiri. Some of all these people have their own kings also. You understand me? So most of the people that form that Benin kingdom is a vast tribe. You understand me? That follow about two states. You have the Delta state, then you have the Edo state. You understand? So these are people you can call the people that form the Benin kingdom. And up to today, they're still there. And they're still very, very in a way related in the language speaking, in the setting of the traditional rules of everything. Only that each of these kingdom have their own sub-tribe, and this sub-tribe have their own kings. You can say the Oba of Benin, or let me put it, the Oba of Benin, it can be like the highest king among all the kings. But the kings are all very in their own level, very, very highest. That's why I said Ogiame have to come, because Ogiame is really from the really the Edo speaking tribe. You understand? I'm not from the Benin speaking tribe, but I'm from the kingdom and Edo state. You understand? So that's what I said.
One thing I want to say, and I mentioned that too, and many non-Nigerian are always surprised. I always told you there's a royal system, or you can call it tribal system or traditional system. There's a federal government, and one of the biggest reason Ola already mentioned that is that this royal tribal system still has a lot of power and can actually challenge sometimes the federal system, or very often. And that's actually the biggest problem when it comes to cohesion in Nigeria specifically, is that we cannot choose, okay, what do we want? Do we want the traditional system, or do you want the federal democratic systems that the British left? And till now we are in that weird limbo state.
Yeah, because Nigeria I understand Nigeria has been formed from a nation state for a nation state like the Yoruba. You have the Yoruba, you have the Igbo, already have all these states, all this society, this tribe have their own people, their own tribe, their own language, and their everything. So it's been formed from a nation state come together. You can go towards the northern part also. Those also have their own side also. So I think it's better like this, because I don't want to lose my language to nobody, my brother. I prefer to also hold my own language.
Mike, can I ask you a question?
It's Kidola, not Mike. No, it's Kidola. His name's Kidola.
Kidola, can I ask you, how many options does the king have when he was picking those titles? How many options did he have in there?
Option to do what? To pick those things?
Yeah.
Yeah, he can
How many
pick
of them are there?
the things there, like the names of the past rulers, that he can just pick some of these things there. Then he will start bearing the name of these past rulers that is already been stated there. So it's not like
you don't have an option of being the first.
No.
According to
you don't have no options. It's in a way why they put all those things there for you to pick a name there. It's almost like an oath. You understand me? It's almost like an oath, so that you will pick one of those names of your past ancestors. You're almost in a way swearing an oath that you will follow the tradition and the rules being laid down according to the gods and their ancestors. That's just all. That's just why.
Yeah, and one thing I want to say, when we always hear Kaz mention that loincloth running through the jungle, hunter-gatherer, sometimes I wonder, as a West Africans, and many West Africans always wonder, where do the Europeans pick that up? Maybe you can answer.
From Cable people.
Because you must understand, they met the North African first, and then they made the West African. And I don't know which people they met after the West African. But they got that loincloth. They got that loincloth. We are painted.
The safari niggas. The Southeast Africans. Who else?
Because I was wondering, because who puts things in their noses?
No. I'm gonna
the Southeast Africans, bro. Who else? Yo, this man is low-key roasting you, bro. He's asking questions he knows the answers to.
Yeah, he knows the
I
answers to it.
don't.
No, but okay, so let me add context here, right? And also shout out to Al. Al says the best and most powerful empire in West Africa. Okay, yeah, sure, but Mali doesn't count to me, right? Because Mali had a huge Islamic influence. The reason why I brought up the Benin is because there was no significant Islamic influence, right? Same with Oyo until much later. So the origins of these empires weren't Islamic. So Mali, yes, I agree with you, but yeah. So
What is with Ghana? Would you count Ghana?
What is what?
Ghana Kingdom. Would you count that?
Ghana, it had a lot of yeah, sure, yeah, I'll count Ghana because
they are camp people. They are camp people.
Wait, Kaiser, we carry East Africa when it comes to like culture and history, you know, when it comes to like civilization.
You mean Somalia? You guys didn't even
No, the Horn of Africa.
Who's we?
The Horn of Africa actually has a good history, if you do. When it comes to like
Andre, stop setting us up to get roasted, man. Please. Just keep quiet, bro. They're cooking those people, man. Just hold down. Stand down.
Andre. Look, okay, so tell us about Somalia, right? You're Somali. So let's compare Somalia to the Benin.
No, wait, Andre, where are you from? Are you from Somaliland or Somali? Because it depends.
I'm Southern.
But your mom is Ogaden, right?
My mom is Ogaden and my grandma is from Somaliland. I'm mixed.
Okay.
Most of the best Somali history comes from the northerners, doesn't it? From the area you call Somaliland today.
The south, you know, where Kismayo is located, it has a lot of similarities with Kenya. You know, I looked to it. It was part of the Swahili coast. You know, the culture there, and they were part of it. You know, like the Swahili language and all of that. But the other side, no similarities with that culture.
Kazu,
does Aksum or Abyssinia count as a properly African empire?
Yeah,
because technically, even if they did adopt Christianity, it's their own version of Christianity.
Let me answer that. Right, if you look at pre-Christian Habesha Empire, it was still actually existed. They only adopted Christianity to sort of later stratify the power system.
Yeah,
but they already had a system beforehand. Yeah, so it would count as an African empire. The issue is like
but
the Islamic
even then,
one.
Does it count against you if you just adopted, like, let's say Mali and Songhai, they adopted Islamic religion by themselves, just like the Aksumites. I mean, okay, you could say there was incentives to adopt it, but really...
Yeah, but Abby, if you look, let's use comment, why I still don't count Mali, right, is Mali not only adopted it, but also allowed an influx of Arabic influence that kept coming in, so it was frequented. If you look at the Habesha situation, they adopted.
Yeah, but Kaiser, that's the same for us as well, Kaiser.
No. You guys became more or less Arabs, man. You even started like claiming your great descendants come from ancient Arabia. It's not.
Yeah. You have to do for the northern Somalis, though. Okay, so if you think about it, look at how close northern Somalia is to Yemen.
Kaiser, you have to understand the Mali, the Osman Fodo came through Mali and Niger. The Osman Fodo came towards really deep inner land of Nigeria. The Osman people, the Osman Fodos even invaded our territory. You understand? Only that we fought them back to hold the culture. You have to say the Oyo Empire fought the so-called Muslim jihadists that came also. So you say the people that really fought them deep inside the inner land of Nigeria is the Oyo Empire, which is
Mali is the reason why a majority of West Africa is Muslim today. You know, like let's be all real, okay?
Yeah, you're right.
The culture, it was like a way they transported culture from the north to the south, basically, from Islamic culture, Islamic history, and everything, and knowledge, everything. It had a big influence in West Africa when it comes to Islam.
Right.
The biggest.
Because that's where they started it slowly, but man, they were ruthless. You understand? They were
Yeah,
very, very
this
ruthless.
is true.
You know,
Shout out, guys.
they
We've
don't
got
play.
panelists who was here earlier and didn't get a chance to speak yet. Midwest people, is your microphone working well? Are you able to contribute? So far from what you've heard, what is your thoughts on the discussion about great African empires and the role of Benin in Africa? Do you think that a culture like the Benin, if it was never colonized, they would be one of the most successful countries today? Go ahead, Midwest. You can unmute. Oh, I guess Midwest.
Yeah, but
Doesn't-
Council, but you have to also say the horrible part of this kingdom also. You have to understand slave trade also take place also with these kingdoms also. You understand? Slave trades also take place, you know. So
Yeah, slave
so
trade in the Benin.
Are you hearing me now?
Yeah.
Are you hearing me?
Go ahead.
Are you hearing me?
Yes,
Hello?
yes, we hear you. We hear you. You can speak. Yeah.
I don't know. I try to fix my network. Okay. The thing is this, if the European did not arrive, Africa was so advanced. With that of the Empire of Benin and that of Kingdom of Congo, actually you will see advanced society. And though the Benin was an empire, when you say a place is an empire, it means other kingdom exist autonomously, but one way or the other, they are still connected to maybe a central. Example is that of United Kingdom today. And even the United Kingdom idea came from Benin. It wasn't from United Kingdom themselves. If you United Kingdom history in 17th century, the all is about war, either between Irish, between Scotland or whatever land that is around that island. But when they came to Benin, they now discover how kings can arrange themselves. That's why the difference is, and everyone live with their own autonomy and connected to the central. And that those kings anyway, of all these most of ethnic nationality you see, they all were from the same palace. Majority of them, if you want to trace their history, because it was around that 14th century that they started having crisis. But later, there was an Oba who decided to put all together. And putting them together was not like fighting. It was an arrangement. And when he reached to these people, arrangement was made, and they know the root of their ancestors. And they were also having pain of missing their root of ancestor for years. So he rebuilt the confidence, and they all started coexisting. So which led to that empire. It was really civilized. Even 16th century, the Europeans were already writing about Benin Kingdom. Some of the German traders, they were reading it in their schools. And I even come across a book where a German trader said he made street lights, 16th century written in that kingdom. And how that street light were made, it was from palm oil. There's a local way they do it, and there is a place where they go and place that quantity of palm oil, and it will be circulating to light up the whole places. And they also talk about the war, how they were able to defend the places because people were also invading them, trying to take over the kingdom as well. And they have to build some, defense and what you call Benin moat. So it's very unfortunate that the European came, and the only purpose of coming was to come and destroy so that they can be able to steal. And in that process, they came with different lies and different propaganda, deceiving their people back home with propaganda. This is happening somewhere, we are going there. If you go to United Kingdom, even before the invading of the Benin or even the Berlin Conference, what was given to the British was not Nigeria, it was the Kingdom of Benin, the entire south of Nigeria. So that one is there. If you want to make research, you can find it. And not only that, like that, my brother said, let me just use my time to point. He said there were also negative part of the king. They were selling slaves. The question I would like to ask you, selling slaves to who? To themselves? Because you have to know what is between the word servant. Wait, you have to know the difference. Wait, let me correct you. Wait, I will allow you to say, I'm sorry, so don't interrupt me now. Wait a moment, I will give you the floor. There's a difference between a servant and a slave. A servant is the one that serves someone with a reward. You have civil servant today, and you are being paid what? Wages. Now, king and queens have people that serve them. They also have a reward.
Okay.
You finish, my brother. If we want to look, not every empire is colorful. The Benin Empire also have slave business. Also, they were also conquering. They were also fighting. So even inside the Benin side of the
Wait,
kingdom,
wait.
so
The one you call, wait. See
hold
where the
on,
problem
hold
lies.
on,
Wait, my dear brother. Let me.
hold on. So my brother, don't beautify something that we all know happened. Yeah, there was slave trade that happened in Benin Kingdom. Just like the way slave trade also
Are
happened
trying to do today.
in the
What they
hold
are
on,
trying
just
to
like
do.
hold
Wait,
on,
now
just
my
like the
brother.
slave
We look
trade
at what
also
they are still
happened.
trying to do.
We just have to be honest. There was slave trade that happened in the
You
Benin
can
Kingdom.
continue.
Sorry, Midwest. Let him land.
Hello.
He let you land.
But this is where the foolishness lies of people who call themselves educated
Midwest,
people. I ask you a simple
can you
question.
even hear?
Who were the Benin selling slave
What are you
to?
doing, my
What?
guy?
Whoa.
To you?
Wait. Let him finish. Let him finish.
This guy, you want to beautify something, but you don't want to talk about the horrible part of it also. You understand me? If you ask a typical Benin man, even when you people live in the same state, or even when they want to attack you, they'll say, "Oh, you people were our slaves." You get what I'm saying? That's why actually the unity in Edo State is a little bit shaky, even to Delta State. Those two states are one people. Even to Soparo Port Harcourt, you can call them also there. So don't just come out and say, "Oh yes, we appreciate each other. Yes, we love each other. Yes, we know what is going on." But we have to talk also that in a way there was also slave trade going on, even inside that kingdom. They were also doing human sacrifice also. Am I lying? Yes or no? So you have to understand. Yes, the empire was great, but there was also that other aspect of it also that was not good. That what happened, the same thing just also happened in the Igbo society also. How do you think all these people in Caribbeans in America, where do you think they came from? That came from the Nigeria zone. How do you think if you go to Trinidad and Tobago, they have Akara in some of this Ibibio language and Igbo languages also? You understand me? So there were a big slave trade going on also in that aspect of the world also. What actually what happened? Yes, we all came from the same root, but we also have differences of ourselves when we were fighting ourselves.
They are trying to
So
shift blames. They are trying to shift blames to the surviving Africa kings. They will never told you the ones that resisted them, that were deported from their land, the ones that were kingdom that were totally almost wiped out for resisting them. So this is what you people are coming. That's why when people come out as Africans, I want to ask you, where you call Benin Empire today? Do you see a dungeon dig where they keep slaves as a memorial? Where you see the king was really in control? Do you see anyone? So people continue to sow this propaganda. The kings were selling. Go to Benin Empire, where the kings, all those kingdoms that make up there, and point to one king and say, this place they were skipping slave here before he leave their place. So today people are trying to make claims and they are trying to switch it around. Africans were the king were selling slave. My brother, Africans don't know how to take their fellow African to go and farm in Caribbean. They were not making ships. People came to make civilization. You invaded them. They resisted your evil trade. You started killing them. You started destroying their structures. And with force, you established this trade upon them. And now their children are growing up. You are trying to twist the history and place it upon innocent kings that doesn't know anything about it. Kings that were powerful, kings that were able to keep their kingdom intact, go to their place, whether you will see any place dig, prepared, and say this place was where they were keeping these people. You will never see. Apart from of Nigeria, East and no other places. But when you go to in the middle of the desert, Mali, everywhere, you will see where they built, and they will tell you these people were kept here. But I will tell you, in our own history, even if kings and chiefs were selling slaves, you can't tie to the Oba. If he has done that, the Benin will resist him. We have history of Oba who have ruled us and the Benin rise up. We don't need you again in our histories. You should have that one in your mind. And you have to undergo so many things. They were not just rulers that were never checked, because the people also checked them. Though they had the custodian of the people, but at a moment, they check on them. So for you to come out and say these people were a king, all the time they are trying to say, they want to shift it to your kings. I'm proud I have a king. Some people don't even know their history anymore because they came here, they destroyed the entire history of West Africa the way they want. Even when they came, there's nothing like Igbo or even the Yoruba of today. You don't have it. The eastern part of Nigeria was Calabar land. If you want to know the history of that place, you go and read Calabari history. It is the colonization that brought Igbo. It is the colonization that brought Yoruba. If you want to read the history of the people that make up the western part of Nigeria, go and read the history of Ife. You will see greatness. Go and read the history of your empire. Why was it called an empire? Because it was also like that of the Benin. Many kingdoms were involved. And all these kingdoms that were weak, they came, they made peace. They never.
Yeah, so let me ask you, one of the people in the chat say that
for this war.
Yeah, one of the people in the chat say that the Ogiamian, which is part of Benin, they sold slaves. What do you say about that?
This when I was growing up, Ogiame was a chief. He's never a king. Just add that one. When you are a king, you control a territory. And in Benin language, that means it is forbidden to have two Oba in Benin. Do you get what that one means? So, but what is happening today is that people are trying to use politics to destroy everything, cultural heritage of the people. We as a Benin, whether that person is a king.
My brother, look, it's good to sweet.
It's also our king.
It's good.
We respect them. We respect.
You talking your own history. You talking your own history. You cannot judge somebody. Don't force your own type of story part. Everybody have his own story part of also into that history. So you have to also respect all we and who we are. You understand me? We that are originally from what they call the Benin Empire. I don't know what they call the Benin Empire. Everybody have a side of history. You cannot tell me that slave trade didn't happen in Benin Kingdom. That when I mean Benin Kingdom, the Benin Empire at that time. You know what I'm saying?
By the way,
so you forcing your own history. You want to tell me your own side of the history that suits you. Maybe you from indigenous of Benin people, but you have to understand the Urobo also was also there. Have you ever listened to where sometimes if you talk to somebody who said is from Benin, I'm not talking about, let's say what we call their dose, that they will say, oh, you are our slave. Even when they want to look, you don't say anything that, look, my brother, you say your story that's so sweet. You know deep in your mind, slave trade happened in that territory. And the white people just come just like that. You understand me? They were already keeping slaves.
My brother.
Who were those,
okay.
Who were those
I will give you a brief history about slave trade. Let me tell you how slave trade. Wait, let me tell you how Trans-Saharan slave trade started. Because they want slaves. So when they were trading, they met wealth and they met civilization, not animals. So a time came as their king in Europe, because these were traders, not the king themselves, not the people that were close to the king themselves. These were ordinary people who go out for their own exploration, or what they call exploration. So they went out and they discovered us. So as they were relating with us for years, the fame of the continent continued to spread. So a time came, the superior people among them started coming with different intention. So when they now discovered large portion in South America, the land was so fertile, they said, why don't we take these people to farm for us? And when you look at the Bibles and all these books and all, then you will see how human beings reason sometimes when they have opportunity. So this is how they galvanize this trade. But however, we cannot say slavery did not happen in West Africa. But the way we want to present it is that, look, kings were there who were selling their people. My king and your king, I don't know where you are from, they were never a communist people. Everybody and their subject were having right to trade, to farm, to raise family, and they don't need permission for their king. And it's still like that today. So every trade you are talking about, there were even gangsters and criminals who organize themselves and work with these white people. You can't take that away and say because they have a king, it was the king that they were working for. You shouldn't make that mistake, my brother. Even up to today, there are human trafficking going place in Nigeria. You want to tell me it's the king that is selling the people? No, these are individuals. You see all kind of things taking place because of money and wealth in our country. It's just individuals. None of the kings is associated with this. So when you say because we have king and we have Nigeria government and somebody is doing a human trafficking, you will not say Nigeria government, we are selling slave. It doesn't make sense. This is what I'm trying to present before you. It actually happened. But if you want to go back and you want to nail it against kingdoms and king who use their last blood to fight, to defend what they have been enjoying for century upon centuries, to come and tell them they were slave slayer, it doesn't make sense. The Urobo, I don't know, you use this Urobo. I don't know whether you are from Urobo. Have a lot of chiefs. We respect them. And that one you say that Benin person will tell you you are a slave. I don't know that Benin person that will tell you that. In my land, I can testify to today. We have Yoruba. Can a Yoruba come and Benin man call him a slave? We have Urobo. Let that person that stay in Benin come and tell Benin people we're calling him a slave. Where we farm is where your brother will farm. Whether it's from Yoruba, whether it's from any tribe, we don't care. They will give him free land. They will support him to grow, and that is how we grow up together. All this propaganda trying to destroy individuals' name started with IPOB of a thing. They did it to Buhari. It's still happening today to the current president. And that propaganda is what they have been selling. Oh, when they nail it against one king. And I'm here to tell you one thing. The people who they were doing all this rubbish, individuals were involved. I'm just telling you, they were never communist. They were free people to fetch for themselves. So don't just bring it because people did atrocity. But for you to know that those kings were not interested in what they were doing, go to their land, whether you will see a place where they keep slaves. If you don't see, take that your history to Europe, because your children are here questioning them and they want to shift the blame to your kings so that they can erode you that people who were living they were animals who live on a tree. This is what they wrote. This is what they were studying here. But it gets to a point today they can no longer hide it. They are not talking of civilization. And when they talk of civilization, they're talking about kings.
I'm not arguing with you. I love the Benin Kingdom. I have the blood of the Benin Kingdom. You know, I can, if you I might not be typical Benin speaking. When I mean the Benin, what I mean the Ogbe people or Oredo people or those other part of the Benin, but I can, if you attack those people, you attack me. You understand me? So my heritage is very broad. So when I mean we're all in a Edo state, we know we can have argument, but I will die and defend the identity of where I'm coming from. I wish that identity cover the whole part of, when I mean the Edos, the Urubos, the Shakiri. These are my people. So some of us we all come from the Ogiso set of family. These are set of families. You understand me? So to the Potako people that are also there. So what I mean,
you see wait, my brother, let me just stop you there first. Wait. If you want to go to history, Ogiso family you are talking about, what language do they greet?
What language are they greeting?
What language do they greet in the morning?
They greet with Ugodomigodo type of language.
You see, you people Onyamiri, I have discovered you now. You are in our midst pretending you are Ogiso family. You are worse than Satan because you people are about to cause ethnic crisis in the south with your propaganda. I ask you a simple question. A family you belong, you don't know how they greet. In Benin, we have many tribes. Only Edo people. And that tribe spread to Delta. What language does Ogiame, your family, greet now? Then you come here to come and rubbish my king with propaganda. You did it to Buhari, you are doing it to this president now. And if that's not taking this country, we engulf.
In Edo
I ask you a simple question. So you don't know how to greet in the morning in our culture. Wait,
how many kings in Edo State? How many kings in Edo State?
Listen to me. Listen to me. I want to give you an history today. I know. Wait. I thank God.
How many kings are inside Edo State? How many kings are inside Edo State?
Waiting, listen to me. I know that with conversation, I know where you are from. You are not related to anybody in the Bende.
How many things?
If you are related, listen. Wait, you are not even from there at all. A child born and brought up in Urobo land, we know that question. A child born and brought up in a Lukumi land, we know answer the question. A child born and brought up in Asaba, we answer it.
You want to show your superiority here? How many kings are inside Edo State? Is it your that is?
See, let us not go to argument now. Let us educate the audience.
No, don't show your superiority.
Wait, you are from every family. Wait, every family in Benin. Every family, Ogiame is a chief and he has his family. There is a greeting, they greet the money. Tell me now.
How many kings are inside those states?
Do you see IPOB propaganda? One man, you can see how to discover these people.
How many kings?
So they come here. Their aims and objective is to create a bloodshed. Is to provoke people to start going after them. And everybody will avoid it, and you will only go after yourself, not innocent people. You come here to come and say rubbish about my king. These are civilized people that the British were using to kill innocent Africans. What is it? Listen, we don't. Before I answer your question, wait, you listen to me, my brother. Let us not argue on ourselves. I will answer your question, but you answer mine. You are from Ogiame family. What do you greet in the morning? If you see your father, how do you greet him?
I'm not from Ogiame family. I say
you changed your mouth now. You said Urobo is from Ogiame. The other one is from Ogiame. All this propaganda you have been doing with IPOB for years, you come here to come and tell people. I ask you a simple question now.
I'm from the Igodomigodo family.
You see how stupid they are. Ogodomigodo have reigned for years before we even transited to the Oba. And you want to bring civilization of about maybe 7th century to the modern day 14th century. If you are here to educate people, you listen. I know where you are from. That's why you are trying to tell me my king was selling slaves. You that listen, oh, wait, I want to go straight to you. You listen now.
How many kids inside those states?
You don't know your father greeting. You don't know where you are from. You say you are from Ogiame family. Urobo is from Ogiame. Can you go and stand before any chief? Listen. Can you go? Listen. I want to tell you. Will you go to any Enogi or any chief in Urobo land and tell them they are from Ogiame family? You think they are stupid? They came from the palace directly. From the Oba of Benin Palace. Go to Yekiri land and tell them they are from Ogiame family. They will tell you they are from the Oba Palace. So you people from that southeast, who the British have been using to create problem, even the southeast is still a problem to the progress of the country. You go to people's land, you try to adjust their history and be insulting them on the head. Ogiame is a chief. It's not a kingdom. Which kingdom was he governing? Esan land is a kingdom. They have their chief. Afema is a kingdom where Oshomola is from. They have their king. So what are you trying to talk here? Igbake people have more than 5 chiefs and king. You don't know anything about people. You come here to come and attack them. And they live, not just a king, autonomous 100%. It is only when issue happens that it requires deep reasoning. They can approach the Oba Benin for settlement, for peace. Not for him to tell them what to do. It has been there. For the past 14th century, a decree from Oba settled that. You don't know how civilized these people were and why they were able to manage themselves, no matter the amount languages they speak, and they have peace. You leave your place and come and be teaching people rubbish. You are from Ogiame is a chief. You hide behind a crisis. You hide behind a crisis and be you don't even know your tribe now.
Why are you attacking people that have nothing to do with you? Why are you attacking them?
I did not. Who am I attacking?
Why are you attacking people that have nothing to do with you?
I only attack you. You told me you are from.
Your superiority is just too much. Your superiority is just too much. And this is what I found out directly from the so-called the Benin-speaking tribe. They want to be arrogant and feel superiority.
Don't worry. Very soon, you Onyamiri people will soon locate that your southeast. You see what is happening in your place? It's going to cross a red line when you involve another tribe. Now you are Igbo killing yourselves. and very soon you try to drag others to it. I know you here, and I will never hide to rebuke you. You people, all imagination is always to destabilize the country from the one to today, and you are still destabilizing. You go to other people's land. Wait, you go to people's land, they allow you to settle, they allow you to live with them. One generation, the second generation will start problem. That is how you eliminated the first prime minister for our country. That is how you eliminated a premier of a northern country, of this country.
The Igbo people brought development to your doorstep. The Igbo people brought development to your doorstep.
You are very stupid. Igbo that came there to come and find with development. And though economy lies on diaspora, Igbos, we will chase them away. Who is Igbo bringing? You see your foolishness now. You now admit you are Igbo. This is what you said in Lagos, and the Yoruba rebuke you. Small time you will come here. You see you now. He say Igbo brought with development. Where is Igbo developing? Who is Igbo developing? You are very stupid. Edo people economy is in diaspora, not Igbo. Onyamiri nonsense. People without history. People that was created by the British, 1914 here, idiot. The whole Southeast were started from the Calabaran. Don't you know?
Stop insulting them.
I will distort you. You belong to them. I know you.
Stop insulting them. They did nothing wrong with. They brought development to you. They are good traders.
You are very stupid. You see that this is what they said, that they brought development to Yoruba land. They brought development to Edo. They brought development to Hausa. And when people go there, only your tribe is having problem with the rest people. Is that human being? Idiot. You brought development. Cameroon has decided to go and stay with English-speaking people, part of Nigeria, a whole large portion of Albazona, decided to go and stay with Cameroon because of your atrocity.
Are you industrious like them? You are jealous of them.
You are very stupid. What do you mean by industrious? Have you seen a dope person begging in Nigeria? Do you see? Tell me one a dope person in any land in Nigeria that will stand in somebody's corridor and be saying, "Give me food." Have you seen it? If by the way, which industrious business that doesn't create job for the community that hosted them? Is that development? Eh? My brother, you people, I know you. I thank God they gave us the floor. I smell the kind of person you are when you were talking. You say you came from a family. I ask you, they have father. How do they greet their father in the morning? You don't know. And you are here to come and teach me my history? Who are you to teach me? Talk about your Onyamiri history. I just live in here. It's becoming too much.
Your history is one-sided. Your history is one-sided. You came
my
here,
history is not one. Wait, my history is not one-sided. My history is not one-sided. Those who want to learn will learn. You want me to accept your propaganda that my king was the one who established slave trade, and it is you people from Southeast who is trying to do it. We recognize you people, and we are counting it. One day, this action will translate into violence, and it will start from there. That day, you people will see different Benin. When you came to our land, our father gave you chance to farm. We gave you chance to trade. We don't disturb you. But you are trying to use your IPOB propaganda to be disturbing us and be insulting our king and insulting us almost on daily basis. And one day, I believe you will cross a red line.
You can't do nothing. You can't do nothing.
Okay, I know you. I know you. You see, my brother. Okay, let us leave the history. Let us leave the history of the past. You see people in Nigeria who describe themselves to be good. Listeners, my brothers and sisters. When the British came, listen. When the British, fuck you, fuck Igbo the best. I'm better than Igbo. Which best? If they are better, they are on their own. I don't bet for them. The Germans are better than Austria in terms of society things. The Japanese are better than French in terms of society things. That does not mean the French are not great people. You understand me? The Swedish may be better than the Danish in society things. That does not mean they are not industrious. You see nonsense set of people who hide behind other tribes to be causing problems, and they don't have history to talk about.
I've never said Igbo man who hate other people. They do their own thing. They're very nice people. They trade. They develop your territory that you people refuse to develop. They create jobs there. They do their thing. They live with you peacefully. Why you hate them?
We job. Look, I don't hate Igbo as well, but I want to tell you, we have get to a critical situation where Igbo either allow IPOB to destroy their children with propaganda, and you are one of them. And that propaganda that you have been promoting for years is about to engulf Nigeria. And that's what I'm here to say. So I don't hate Igbo as well, but you people love to hide to other people's identity. and be, demonizing those people. An example is this: how can someone say it's from a tribe, he doesn't know how to greet in the morning? The Yoruba, the Benin, Ife, and all share the same culture. It's culture of respect. You must respect your father. How do you respect your father in the morning? Where you are coming from, you don't know how to greet your father. You kick him in the morning and say, "Father, get up." And that foolishness is what is taking people everywhere, causing confusion.
You see your arrogance and your superiority.
You see your foolishness. You see your wickedness of propaganda, and you try to tear everybody aside.
You see the way you
let
talk.
me tell you. You said Benin cannot do anything. Make I tell you, our own peace we they do. Now peaceful way, we go allow you to do your thing.
Your big mouth is
now
too
so
loud.
Fulani be.
Midwest.
Was there.
Midwest. Kidola. It's like Kidola is from Edo State. I believe he's from Ishan or
It's not from. Please wait. Look at what is happening. Let me educate you, my brother. Please, one moment. You see what is happening? Some of them were born. It's not from Edo. Some of them were born in that place, just the way some of them were born in Yoruba. Our father were very good.
I know more about Benin more than you. Stop. Most people are not like you. Your arrogance is just too much.
My arrogance is not too much. You are not from Bende. Uroboma will not address somebody the way you talk.
More prominent Benin people than you. The Aroko family that owns Ring Road. They're not like you.
Midwest. Midwest.
My brother, see, make we they talk. See, my brother, you they speak Benin for me. Make I tell you, if you go to Edo,
my brother,
there is no tribe in Nigeria. Wait, I want to put this one. Obiedo pataki.
My brother, talk with sense. Talk with respect. Talk with respect. Respect other people also. Respect other people also.
Wait. I try to educate you about
don't try to educate me. Don't try to educate me. Don't try to educate me.
Okay.
Your arrogance is just bullshit.
I want to educate you and I want to learn from you. But when you talk, I sense something. That this is one of the elements of the people who have been consuming propaganda against Bini, against Hausa, against Fulani, against Yoruba, and now their children grow up to hate everybody in the country. Community that holds them, they are looking for trouble.
They
don't even know how their father start life in that place.
If you're the only Benin person I've ever come across with, I'll say this is how Benin people are. But thank God I've come across a very powerful Benin people. No person like you that is so people.
The way the Benin people are is that we don't take nonsense. A typical Benin person don't take nonsense for people.
Inside the Benin,
take that one.
You understand me? So don't just stop your mouth, don't run anyhow. You understand me? You are just a pinch inside the people.
Tell us where you are from.
What did I tell you? Where you are from? I'm just waiting for you to disgrace yourself.
I'm not disgracing myself. In Edo land, or what they call Edo State, created by Babangida forcefully.
How many tribes
we have various kings and ethnic nationalities. Every one of us is proud of who we are. Go meet Esama. Esama will be proud to be Esa. Are you hearing me? If you go to Afema, Afema is proud to be Afema. Orua is proud to be Orua. What is it called? Igbakema is proud to be Igbake. They have their kings. No one is suppressing anyone. You hear me now? Ora is proud to be Ora. Uroboma is proud to be Urobo. It's only on Yamiri who is say they are Biafra. They are not Igbo. And you are one of them. They brought you up in my place. You don't know how to respect people.
My brother, the people that form that Benin Kingdom, they all come from the Ogiso family. These people are brothers.
You see this kind of people. You see what they are doing. You see what they are trying to do. Let me tell you, my brother. I will reply you today.
They come kings inside kings. The Oba of Benin is the head of these kings. You understand me?
How come the Oba of Benin? Okay, tell us how the Oba of Benin came.
Shut up. You talk too much. Shut up. You talk too much, my brother. Then inside these kings, their whole meeting always, when they want to discuss anything, that will keep the identity of who they are. And they came together, they fought together. against any tribes that want to take over their land and who they are. As I told you, part of this Benin Kingdom,
you need to come in to
part
settle
of
this
this Benin Kingdom, part of this Benin Kingdom are in Port Harcourt territory. They're part of this Benin Kingdom. They just spread around, but still they're still one. But you want to force a system. I don't understand what you try to force. You understand me?
Listen, my brother. Wherever you find some weight, we might correct you. That is why
you want to give me, you want to talk to me, Biafra, and this, and that, and this.
Go do your
this.
thing across River Niger. We know you people when you talk. We know you. Listen.
Okay, let
me go to Ishekiri. Ishekiri, that this man just show here. I watch it. Ishekiri is a kingdom, and they were part of the Benin Empire. The king of Ishekiri and most of the Oba of Benin work in hand to hand. They reason together. Urobo have their kings. They reason with the palace, and all of this autonomous. As I told you, when issue is complex, they know they have a central they have to consult. And that central is only interested about peace, not war. Except in occasion when they have to support them to defend the place. We have been together for centuries upon centuries before the British came. And when the British came, the entire southern part of Nigeria was described as Kingdom of Benin. Go and read their books. And when they even forcefully dethroned this king, this innocent king, the one they killed the key, and form this country, they did not even form the country from your land, from that Onyamiri place. They formed it from Calabar for 14 years. If they were not great people, do you think they will go there? Do you think they will go? My brother, you keep on laughing. You come here, you always try to destroy. See, let me educate you. The Benin.
I think I will not take you. I will not take you. Maybe Father meet you somewhere in Akpakpava.
Tell me the tribe you are from Benin Empire. Tell me, even some part of today. Wait, if you go to some part of Ondo, the chiefs there will tell you we are from Benin.
Midwest.
Maybe for the
Midwest. So Midwest, with the way you speak, I can already decode where he's from. He's from Ishan. Either Esan, I promise you 99% is from Esan land.
If I have met you somewhere in Akpakpava, or if I have met you somewhere in
Uromi, or from
wait, my brother, see, you see, my brother, you that tell me to wait, eh?
I would have sit you down, I would have whipped your ass.
He's not from Esan land, though. He's never from Esan land.
Hold on. Why we whip your ass? I will whip your ass that you try to disrespect other people that they look, my brother. There you can argue. I believe we're all from one family. You understand me? We're all from one family.
I'm not from Onyamiri family. I'm not from Onyamiri. Go and do your thing.
I'm not from Onyamiri.
The British brought you people. It is the British who brought you from Congo. And better Biafra is there. Go and do your thing there.
Stop
nonsense.
British. No, my brother, British.
We are not the one. I'm from Benin. I'm proud to be a Benin person. Tell me where you are from.
They are indigenous of the Eastern people.
Is proud to Esan. There is no inferior in our place. Afema, we tell you, I'm an Afema, we're proud.
Stop insulting people.
And don't be stupid.
Don't put them down, my brother. Don't put them down. The Igbos have been existing in their land for a very long time, and they have been the indigenous of that place. They are not from Congo. Please.
Your hand. This is what I want you to say.
Please.
You know, people like your hand.
They are not from Congo.
People will reason your mothers.
They are not from Congo.
Tell us our place where Ogbemudia was born is your fatherland. You see them? All these
are not from Congo. They are not from Congo.
I told you this guy is not. I'm not from Congo. You are from Congo.
You are very arrogant.
Punished forever.
You are very arrogant.
People who destroy the peaceful country and they are pretending to be beaten. You kill the first prime minister of this country. May God punish you. Very soon, they are called the fool. They've destroyed their place and they are trying to drag Benin into their mess. If it starts, I will assure you, the federal government of Nigeria will give you people that right way. Because I said,
then
you think you are better than me. You don't see how stupid you are. I know you. That's why you said it. You are better than anybody. Will Yoruba man come and tell me he's better than me?
Why you behaving like this? Why you insulting people who have
What
nothing
make
to do
people
with you?
behave? You hide your identity. You hide your
Why?
identity to come and insult my king.
Why?
You hide your identity, Onyamiri identity from Congo to keep on from
You are a very
bush.
big fool.
You are idiot.
You are a very
Idiot.
big fool,
As
my
we
brother.
talk,
You are a very big fool.
2023, this is, you see the tribe that want to attack other king. 2033, this civilization, they still have people, they remove their finger. They call indigenous people away.
You are a disgrace.
Idiot.
You are a disgrace to that. You are a disgrace to the.
You are a disgrace. You people are a disgrace.
You are a disgrace
You people
to
are
the
a disgrace.
You start
You are a
insulting people who have
disgrace.
nothing to do.
You are very stupid. Tell us where you are from. Onyamiri idiot.
I will never associate myself. I will never associate myself with you.
Igbake man will tell you I'm Igbake. He's proud to tell you.
I will never associate myself with you. I will never associate myself.
Shekiri man will tell you I'm from Shekiri. He will be proud.
I will never disrespect.
We are proud people. We are Benin people. We are very proud.
I will never disrespect. I will never disrespect people who have a very strong culture.
Hold on,
like
Kidola.
Why you try to pin my king with your satanic propaganda? With your satanic propaganda, you used to print the former president that is dead, destroy his administration, and you are doing it today. You want to pin my king with slave trade, and you want me to be quiet? You are very stupid. Go tell me where you are from, Ibende. Tell me where you are from. Tell me your tribe. Tell me your tribe from Bende. Tell me, Ekwanima is proud to be Ekwani. Tell me where you are from. Idiot. Ozama is proud to be Oza. Urobo is proud to be Urobo. Tell me where you are from. Idiot.
I'm very proud to be who am I.
May God punish you.
I'm very proud of you. You are an illiterate. That's just what I would just say to you.
What kind of illiterate? You don't know how to. A Benin man is respectful. Every Benin Empire people are respectful. They greet their father in the morning. They don't kick their father. We are similar to that of Yoruba who wake up and respect their elder. We are not the one who kick their father in the sleep. Bo, Papa, get up, idiot.
There are no Benin man that will associate with you. You are a big
There's no Benin man. Come, you people are confused. Let me tell you one thing. When are they make confusion? Make I tell you today. You see Peter Obi the campaign. He's a Nigerian man. Benin people support him. Not because of IPOB or because of Igbo. We want to see a country that will work for all of us. If you are mistaking that for Brifer, you people will soon cross red line.
Is he only adopted and support him? Other states also support him. But do you
don't worry. When the one I owner they look for when he go reach na throw, may God come to punish you forever. Now your king now said idiot very wicked set of people. See, today they are still cutting people finger. The Onyamiri that were selling people, doing all sorts of evil. May God punish.
You are a fool, eh? Your mouth is just too big, bro. You are a big man, but you have no power.
No inferior. Uroboma will tell you I'm Urobo. Esama will tell you I'm Esan. We practice.
But one thing when you from Edo people not the fear. So if we set like this with the fight, so I understand.
With the set also. I know they fear nothing, my brother. With the fight also. How's that? Nothing they happen. What did they happen? Nothing they happen. Not with the Benin blow we get. What did you get? What did I do?
Kidola, I mean not say you not Benin because from your accent.
Nonsense. What did they talk? They talk anyhow. Who you be? Who you be?
Midwest, you don't do. Kidola not.
I guess I don't. That's how Benin they grow. They talk anyhow.
The accent.
He said only come for that Edo State. That's not Edo State for come out to my brother. I don't meet a lot of Benin people. They don't even talk like you. They respect people. They respect other tribes. You think that Benin people be like you, they go allow other foreigners to stay there?
If Afema get up, he get the way go greet Papa for money. If you Roboma get up, get the way to the greet Papa for money. How do you greet your father? You say you are from Ogiame. You are from Ogiame. How do you not greet?
Keep peace. I'm not from Ogiame.
If Oba family get up, there is a way they greet. Do you know now?
I said Abba is the head of all the kings. The other kings also. Abba is the head of kings. We all come from the same place.
You are confusing people.
Hold on. You are the kind of person that somebody will sit with. You want to force your own way into that person. If
we
it's
don't
been
force
wrong
we.
like that,
you trying to destroy, you trying to cause confusion where there is peace.
Edo would not have so peaceful. You think what Edo today is. So just shut up your mouth, my brother.
My brother, listen.
Where you come from, Edo? Where they come from? I want to know where they come from. I want to know where they come from. Benin. Which area they come from, Benin?
Wait, my brother, wait.
All kind of people wait for Benin. There's how bad there for grow, my brother. Let's shut up your mouth.
Okay, wait.
They talk anyhow.
Wait.
There's how bad there for if you go for grow. Every Sunday they go play football inside above Benin Palace. Una go come, una go rubbish a whole great palace for this internet. And the season una they talk anyhow.
Wait.
Una go come, una go they talk nonsense out of your mouth. Since when the social media came out, una the rubbish, the bring palace case, they come out a whole great palace. Hold on. Where great already got dead there. Where great already was around. When they go play football for that place. Heavily respect territory.
My brother.
My mother not Benin woman. My mother not Benin woman.
That one is different. That one is a different something.
Not just evil Benin woman. Ogbe woman. They come because they talk nonsense.
Wait. Oh, listen, my brother, make I tell you.
Shut your mouth. I don't want to make you fool yourself here. I don't want to make you fool yourself here. Now I like to talk anyhow.
I not fool myself. Me, I don't even know your name. You know make a clear. We started this argument. I allow you to talk.
Nonsense.
You said Ogiame family.
Una go come here to talk nonsense. You know, come here with a whole great palace. A whole great palace. A whole great palace. Everybody they receive. No, social media. They talk nonsense out of your mouth.
No chief and no king that spring from the
Take the palace word out of your mouth.
Ogiame is just a family.
Leave that palace alone.
We give them the honor that they deserve as a people.
It's
very unfortunate that currently
they call me Biafra, they call me all kind of name, and they look up. I don't respect every side.
You are from Congo. We are agree for money. Tell me that you say you come from Benin. You be idiot. You be Biafra. No, they try to cause confusion.
My father be Benin man, but my man a Benin woman for Ogbe. But from a dog state.
If your mama na Benin, if your mama na Benin woman,
every language I don't know what make you talk to nonsense out of your mouth. Come talk anyhow here.
You know what
una go blow big trumpet. Since when the social media come, una don't they talk nonsense ever since for that una mouth when they're very dirty.
You came here. You said the chief Chekiri, they are from Ogiame. What do you mean by Ogiame? Can you go?
Do I tell you?
Oluwafori and be telling him he's from Ogiame family?
Hold.
Can you go to the chief in Uroboland and be telling them they are from Ogiame?
Do I tell you every chief that from Ogiame?
Can you go to the land? I'm telling the alone from Ogiame.
I never mentioned Ogiame. I never even mentioned Ogiame. I said Ogiame people. Now one of these prominent people for Benin Kingdom there.
Because now when you come explain about the Benin Kingdom, passion come out, you insult Oba. Midwest, Kidola insult Oba. I see whether
see my brother. See where there's something like.
Because
see where what he was trying to say. Okay, make I tell you why we have problems.
But this guy now, wow.
See when we start having, my brother, thank God say you be Benin. Make it listen to me. Make it listen more.
Oh, but see, hold on. I said inside those states they have sub kings. Inside the sub kings, Oba Benin is the head of the kings. I said the Ogiame are prominent people inside that Benin kingdom. I said the Shekiri is part of the Benin kingdom. The Urobo is part of the Benin kingdom. These are part of the family of the so-called Ogiso people that came down. You understand me? So Benin kingdom was not be from somewhere. It came from Ogisos. You understand me? And I said, inside these people, we all came together. I said, I will fight for the region I'm coming from. I die for the region I'm coming from because these are the people that I will take order even before taking order for the governor or even the present. I'm on the Benin man. When you call Benin Empire, I have the
Okay,
blood flowing in
my
me.
brother,
You know,
I want to
so,
apologize to you.
so
Wait,
this guy just
no,
came.
let
This
me.
guy just came. This guy
Okay,
just came. And he just started insulting me. Anyhow, why I told you I'm growing
I
okay. You
misunderstand
tell
you.
me,
Look, my
I used to play football. I used to play football every Sunday. I used to play
dollar,
football every Sunday in the
dollar,
Oba Palace there when
okay,
Orejawa was
dollar,
around.
dollar, please. I want to apologize to you. Sorry for the whole thing, but I want to tell you this. The genesis of where we have differences is how you describe the slave trade. I am here in Europe and I have children in the school. I discover how Europeans are trying to rewrite the history of slave trade as a business of Africans that they met in Africa, and the kings were the one doing it. So when I heard you the way you were trying to explain it, I make it clear to you that look, my brother, these kings were victims. Many of them resisted this rubbish. And the Benin were one way they managed to secure their areas. And when you go to every single king that associate with the Benin or in colonization, you will never see a place where slaves were kept in their land. But today, people are trying to say, oh, because the Oba of Benin is famous, he was selling a slave. And the people who have been describing this in, they are my fellow Nigerians. And I know where they come from. Sometimes when you try to talk to them, that look, we as a people have never lived as a communist. We have a civilization. History never told us Oba must provide our food. Our fathers provide for themselves. They fetch for themselves. So many individuals were involved in this rubbish. I try to present this before you, and then you come to Ogiame or Ogiso. But where I ate is this. Ogiso reigned as a dynasty, and we stabbed the Oba. It was when the Oba was already reigning that all these chiefs you mentioned started spreading. Not Ogiso direct.
My brother,
this is what I want to present before you.
You can say the.
So don't bring my king. Don't say my king was selling. My king was not alone. Every tribe were autonomous.
The house of the Oba Palace, the house of the Oba Kingdom is the head of the whole. Is the head of the whole family. You understand? That's what I try to understand. The house of the Oba Palace is the head of the whole family that form this Benin Empire. You understand? My tribe moved away from Benin. You understand? So that.
And you have your king, isn't it?
Even my mother is a Benin woman, but still my blood is full of Benin. There's nobody from Edo State or Delta State that will tell you does not have Benin blood. We all have Benin blood. We all know ourselves. That's why we eat similar food. We greet similar way. We have similar type of culture, which is the Ojore culture. You understand me? We operate in different forms. We hold our traditional meeting. We hold our traditional meeting in Benin.
Let me correct someone. Caesar, in Edo State, most of the EDG, they respect the Oba more than the governor or any political leader in the state. So the
Thank
Oba,
you. That was what I was trying to say. That we respect the Oba of Benin is very revered. I'm not lying to you. The Oba of Benin is a very revered king. Is the head of the whole king. Is the head of the whole king.
Okay, my brother, dollar. I want to apologize for you with all my heart. I'm sorry. The way I approach you.
Where are they go play? Even look, my brother. I grew up in Benin. I went to primary school, secondary school in Benin. I'm because you take father side. That's what I let you understand. Say, see where I grow, see where I stay. You understand me? And
okay,
look,
dollar. Wait, dollar. I am apologizing to you because of time. I'm just apologizing to you.
We see in Edo State there, we be Benin people. When I mean Benin, I talk about generalize of it. Because Benin people big where we argue like this, but one will know if it cross. Now I understand why you did peace, like now our culture you they try to defend. You understand me? My brother, I feel that even when you argue like this, we'll be one. We'll be one family, my brother. First, don't fit say come they attack even Urobola.
Mona said to
dollar. I want to go. I want to go. Dollar.
My brother.
Dollar. From the way you are talking, I will tell you. I sense something different. I'm sorry. The thing is my brother.
I'm not saying nothing. But my brother, I don't get any. Look, Oba Benin is the head of the king. Oba Otekme is Yosabi.
My brother, see what it is.
He's the king of the king.
No, see what I tell you, I beg, I apologize to you. You see why I'm so annoyed.
Yeah, it was just a
No,
misunderstanding. So
if person go attack about Benin, you don't attack my identity now. You understand me? You don't attack my identity.
Where people have peace,
Now,
where they discover people are living peacefully.
you say, wait till me they try to talk. My brother, we not they say our land give this people again. Especially these northerners when just flow income now. You get that so USA.
yeah,
UFC.
yeah. Yes,
Oh,
I
but
understand.
because
My brother, it's not only see my network not the crack.
I don't want make northern people can't carry their Osmada to come inside Benin. We fought them before they feel leave that place. We fought them before we feel drive them away from Auchi. We fought them before we feel drive them away from Irua. We fought them before we feel drive them away from Ewu. We fought them before we even drive them away from Okmila. Before this Benin traditional culture see able to hold ground in those Auchi, Okmila, so part of Esa land. We fought them. So if these new people they come now, we can't say our land they give them. My brother, the battle of nowadays, they go tough for make and not gonna say our land give them again.
We don't need to sell our land to
see
Ovieron.
see my brother, see what it day. As you day now, my brother will be one. Make I tell you what they go on. You go pray, make you get better leader. You see these so-called governors where they impose on us. There's a reason why they create this state, and it's already manifesting. Majority of them, because they want to steal, they will be lost totally. They don't care about their people anymore because just of their own interest. And that is the profound challenges that we are having as a people. But nevertheless, my brother, one thing I see, there's still peace in my land. There's still peace in Delta. But when somebody is trying to say, hey, see what you do to Shekiro, see what you just do to this one, you want to cause confusion among us. If tomorrow we are united, it can't be like saying, with the unity, we can defend ourselves. But when somebody is saying, man, hey, Benin man, I be market problem. How? Benin man, I be a problem. I be problem of Afema. My brother, these people came here, they scatter everywhere. Our forefathers who were not too educated were able to put themselves together and give us a recognition in a referendum. You think it was easy? It's because they were united. Today, what are we doing? Somebody will come from all the way from Chad. Somebody will come from the Chad and come and be buying our people, rape the one they want to rape, and our governors will be there. They don't do anything.
When one man show Shakiri tradition, the king of Shakiri, the I forget the name they call them. They're from Benin. They're from the palace. These are the sons of the Oba. All the kings in Edo State, they're the head sons. They're the children of the Oba of Benin. You understand me? Every tribe moved from Benin. You understand me? So we don't really get. So when they talk about Benin, my brother, Urobo Day, Shakiri Day. We get like that. We get like that.
Yeah, my brother, we are proud of whom we are. Like people will be trying to attack us that a Benin man said the Urobo is inferior. Which kind of Benin man will tell you? Or we tell you saying we don't grow up like that. That is when me and you started having misunderstanding.
If you go Port Harcourt, if you go Port Harcourt, they're there. They're there Port Harcourt.
Yes.
They're there Benue.
They're there. People are there.
So they're there Benue.
They scatter everywhere.
So all these things be say what they say. So I'll not pretend say yes, we fought together to keep most empire go scatter. Tago said the Benin Empire did just scatter. This scatter will still remain like that and still very, very strong. If after the fight, all the kings when they that Benin Empire, all the kings will they come about Benin Palace, which is the head of the whole king. They come see the whole meeting, see come they talk, how to see settle things, how to see handle the tradition well. As many they talk now, meeting the whole place. Things they happen there for the palace. You understand me? Things they happen there for the palace, my brother. A lot of things they happen for the palace. Our kings not be kings. Nobody said they feel they depose. Our king now God now they give them, which is start from the above Benin, which is the head of the
if to say chance the governor what we get for Edo State for don't answer. If to say get that power, if for don't answer. This one way they talk say then so they can't they do us for here. If to say Okowa and Obaseki know what to do, we they not been able to defend. Now that place the people come from anywhere say they want to hold our woman for bush they rape her. Say we not people stop. These people after their post, we should pray for good leader. If Nigeria become anything, we not get better head for that governor seat. Now problem with it. I'm just telling you.
My
All
brother,
these things we are everybody where they here, they see the light, it they clear. Say this thing, the way they go. While I go come.
Let me tell you, say, Benin, look, that university where come there. Now about Benin fight, I won't make that university come there. You understand?
That was the first university in that region.
Midwest.
Yeah.
What did they go on between Obaseki and Oba? While Obaseki they follow Oba, they drag artifact when not beyond.
My brother, that is a different history, a story of its own. It's very deep. You know, things don't just happen because it want to happen. Sometimes when you forget some history, that history where you bury, you go see they come out again. Now make Obaseki they do it. It is not going to succeed. Whatever the Benin suffer today, we trace it to Obaseki father. We trace to this my father. You understand me? Everything what you see we suffer for that British invasion. Now this is Papa now we trace out to. His father was a chief. And that same Oba way bless his father with that chief title, never die at home. Betrayer. And that is when my quick land. That same his father, the British crowned him as the Oba of Benin. People don't know. With their guns and everything, the Benin resisted them because the Benin was chosen as a capital city for the whole of Southern Nigeria. The resistance for 6 months forced them to move to Calabar land. So till today, you see the way the whole thing is repeating itself.
Midwest, what I'll try to talk about, if you see the Igbos are very close to us, not too far from us, you know, now we bother the Igbos, you understand me? You see, the Igbos don't they come, we don't do things together for years. For us to de-associate ourselves for the Igbo, forget say Biafra, all these ones, you know, to associate ourselves for them, we don't do integrate. If today, if you know, say Igbo man, say that they marry our women and our men too. Look, if you tell Igbo woman now for Nigeria, say who you choose, apart say you don't want to marry Igbo man, who you choose to marry, you go say Bendelite. One, because now they close to each other. But Igbo man will not fit disassociate ourselves for them at all. They be our neighbor.
We did like we don't know how to deceive person. See what it is. We all are one. We are all one Nigeria.
The one where they fear me, the one where they fear me now, where we go they very careful of. Now the one black say they go come from Sokoto side. This Osman Zavoto people, my brother. Before you know, they have the emir of one candle. Thank God say that it won't bring a come up for Sabini. You understand me? Where they say no, one judge represent one stupid side of their own thing. My brother, not only one king that they see for Benin, which is the above Benin.
See, my brother, may I put this one there?
Why they talk man? If the headquarter where every Benin people they can't gather, we not fit tolerate and say we can't get emir of anything there because we don't know nothing about emir.
Yes, my brother. See where I thank you for that statement you made. The thing is this governor way they thank God say 10 or go hand next year. If Edo people have ever made mistake, is to allow this guy to be their governor in the history of that land. Culturally, he was not oriented. Anything about the land is ignorant. He doesn't know about that region. What he assumed in his head is what he's using. When people try to tell him, look, this one will not help here, he continued to pursue them. Thank God, maybe 1 year. But after that 1 year, let him show his results, not be inside television. Because when campaign go start, people will go there with so I go end that thing. See where I tell you the Igbo way you bring. We not hate them. But I will assure you, for the past years, allowing IPOB to sow propaganda to these children that is coming out, Igbo will definitely have a problem with their neighbors. And that is why I attack you here. And that is why I attack you. Sorry, my brother. Because if you see the way they are insulting us as Benin, go to social media. All those people you just mentioned, where they pretend say they be Benin, they insult the palace and they all receive money from them. We don't know what they want to get from it. They tell you Igbake is Igbo land. Delta State is Igbo land. Everywhere Igbo land. Okay. The thing be say, we get our history when we do that Midwest referendum. we get a Nwani, we get a Kwani, we not get Igbo. If those people say they be Igbo, we go respect them. We get Sheki, we get Urubu, we get Esan. All of them is well documented. We have a car. So if they say they are Igbo, they should tell us, and they will not tell you, oh, it is Oba Obinu come from Yoruba. They will be facing insult, my brother. That's why it's becoming so annoying. The thing is this: we are not Brafa. If they want to share Nigeria, they go do their own thing. So for people to be thinking maybe now they get everywhere. No. If you talk of this Midwest region, not be Yoruba we live with. Now so war we take do our own. No. Not be crisis. Southeast where British use their land they put together. It's not together. They can't even relate with the people of the riverine area because of attitude. So we are not their problem. They know they ship that thing called the meet us. So that we go fit focus for waiting day for grant. If God want to do an next year now we get different governor where love the fatherland, people will fit talk to and say, my brother, see this one, see this one. We must put stop to this, we must put stop to that. You have the power. But if we miss it, now we know. That's what we have to pray for. All this one where you mention, all of the day, the threat day. They created do and data instead of to allow us to create autonomy for tribes that make up that area with their land and govern them the way it is in Europe here, where everybody manage whatever they have and contribute to the center. And the center will support the area that is so weak to grow. This is what they are doing here. Everybody now live equal. They impose this Nigeria idea that is not working upon us and be eroding our culture and tradition. And look at children growing up. Go back home and see the way they behave. You want you for them tomorrow. Some of them can't even speak their mother tongue and they are proud of it. You come from abroad, you go there, what you see give you sadness. What is their future? And when they behave, you see that what is complete moral bankruptcy. So my brother, challenges are there. We are just here saying it is what Nigeria is going to come to give us, except we have to put our heads together. If we are united people, whether there's a do, whether there's a data, it get where things go rich, and they say this is enough. Only the gas where they do, where they need to discover, can take care for that region. Not to talk of when they never bomb me. I go to see fire, they bomb for up. I go ask my power, they go say now fire where they really. They are be pumping gas. What they are be pumping, they can make the old people rich. Only in Ugeli. I don't want to come to Shekiri side. They left us so marginalized. Nobody want to help us. And we are expecting this so-called majority. Yeah.
UFC, but you could see in this election, let's just be honest, in this election, that the integration of the Igbos and the Benin, the Benin people, all the way, I'm talking about all the way from Asaba, to the Great Delta and Ben, what they call the, let's say Bendelite, because I still like to use that Midwestern state and Bende as who would be. The integration is deep, very, very deep. Even if you go Benin,
my brother, it's not integration. Make I just clarify you. The people that make up that area have a way. No, they have a way they reason. The way they reason is that they hate oppression. When they carefully wash, when they now look at the seat, it's like Yoruba don't do, Igbo don't do, somebody don't do from Sasa, Hausa don't do. Make we see give chance to someone from Southeast. That is why our people queue in. But the word Biafra, don't just bring it close to us as a people.
I want to talk about Biafra. You put Biafra aside. The Biafra not there. Okay. The honest thing be say, at least one of us grow with every household will get Igbo person as neighbor, or you get this person. Yeah. And we don't really integrate in greeting, in eating together, in playing together. No, we don't go marriages for some of these places also. And now my Igbo friend, hold on. Oh, I understand. Now my Igbo friend, my friend never talking anything about Biafra since I moved and grow. Now my Igbo friend carry me go Anambra. Now my Igbo friend carry me go Enugu. Now my Igbo friend carry me go Imo State. You understand me? So when you get there, the soup when they make, now they eat for when you day home. The same type of food they almost eat together. You understand me? So what do you mean they try to say, at least we and these people will be neighbors, we share the same type of food, we share the same kind of something. Yes, if they'll be oppressed, yes, we not like I said they oppress them. Say that their time to rule. You understand? Even we self, even we will like say we be bended. We're supposed to rule, but they use Jonathan take over us. You understand me? So
Yeah.
even we supposed to rule, but they will say we not get vice president somewhere before, or not get this one before. We self supposed to rule, so I made your balance. But they use Jonathan as, if you have to understand, they use Jonathan take over us, because we with the Jonathan look the same. You understand me? But we say, okay, now time of Igbo people, may they give Igbo people time also to also rule. You understand me? May they bring them in as part of the whole thing. You get that? I tell you so. You know, we all are one. We share. Yoruba will be our neighbor. We share the setup of way Awolowo War and us did together to
See, my brother, make I be honest, make I be honest to you. If there is issue, you get people you go meet for Yoruba land. Where the children, the young ones, no matter how you friends and they will give those elder children chance to reason. Benin have, and I mean Bende. That is the big challenge. The small children where they don't turn their brain, not they let their leader talk. So they're not going to blame us for what is going on in their place. I talked to you just now because of why. When I look at profiles where these people insult my king and insult my race, I pissed off. I don't know what they want. Their brother, they campaign, we support them. Convincing our people, and yet only thing we are receiving is insult. What kind of human being are these people?
You know, if you use some few people, you understand, say, this is they go on, we not just mind those ones. We could mind, not mind this internet of a thing, it be like street. Not just mind those people at all. You understand me?
Okay, my brother, if you want, wait, as I did now, I don't know, maybe you are from Bende, you get your, definitely you will have your tribe within Bende, or you must have your king. Either that village one, because
may I don't tell the truth, my brother. I'll be Auchi.
Okay, within that place there is a king, whether good or bad, that is autonomous. He decides for his people. Oba Benin will not tell him what to do, but he know he has a father. He was from somewhere. It's traditionally for him to respect that place, and he plays his own role to respect. That's all. And so that we also transfer the entire respect from that palace to every one of them. A king from Auchi is my king. From Eastern land is my own king as well. I must respect him.
When would they grow up?
That is my king.
When would they grow up? Even a person, my man, a Benin woman. Even when would they grow up? My papa tell me say na Isa Benin there for come out there. You know, na Benin there for come na Benin there be. Say the Oba of Benin is the head of the whole kings. You understand me? And even when they grow up, I revere the no me just tell the truth. I revere the Oba of Benin a lot. Even when before I can't stay Benin, can't stay with my mama, my mama side of the family. You understand me? We want you don't say now Papa side would claim. Now because I don't fit say, oh, this is this. So I can't stay there. If I swear to God that I've come across the Oba Tekpe say when you go sit that far, we go they watch us, we go they play football, my brother. We go they play football. You go sit, you go just look us, how would they play football. Even sort of
my brother, you they play ball there. See, you go play, you they play ball, You know, other people they talk. They go talk. Say if you don't enter there, they go use the pesticide staff juju. You know, people that want to destroy people cultural heritage. That is why when they bring this slave trade, I ask them, are we communist people? Your papa they carry cutlass, they go farm take fresh for you. Everybody have right.
Now because of those people, where they just get their mind like that because they never. You see, the king upper powers they very open and big for that ring road there for that area there. So what you they see so they just they believe say sometimes of what they see. But if you not be Benin person your mind go already tell you like that. Don't be say they go play football every Sunday. Even the great king go sit down there, go to watch, far away, go to watch. Sometimes when fight won't come, he go say somebody come. Maybe they say, we'll keep peace. There's no fight. You understand me? When fight won't bust out there, you say there, go tell me. We even go away by say even call us. Let's say we not both come close to them, but we're very far. We come close to them, but you just sit down, follow us talk. Say, hey, I hope say with the respect to our family. He talk the way they talk to us, say, what would they respect our father and mother? Say yes. He said, we don't. Everybody bow down now. You know, we don't but look for yourself. You understand? So we don't but look for it. We say yes. You understand me? we'll do our thing finish. We'll come out there without no, we'll not the fight. Now when they come fence and now, then outside you feel they see inside there. So when they play football, people when they outside they can't see us. You understand me? Now when they
Yeah,
come,
get some part when they leave open. Yeah.
That
time get parts where they live open with the see inside.
I even go school. I go to school, university, with some of the great king, about children. You understand me? Within the same faculty. You understand me? Within the same faculty. You understand me? Me, them and any children, about children. Within the same.
See, my brother. See, make I tell you one thing. May I tell you what it be my worries today? Why I refer to the government. That place, few years ago, when Baseki Kona Unity commit, we know they see our fair mama the insultation. We know they see us now only your administration, now this nonsense. The reason is that they want to rubbish the king with lies and propaganda. And that thing is causing pains in the heart of the Benin people. And now when you look at some of them that these people where they do this, some of them are on that payroll. They receive money to be spreading this propaganda. How can you do that?
Wait till me want make people. I don't understand it for this Facebook of a team. Make people not just they come out, come they measure. The palace them is too great to come they measure for Facebook most of the time. That I hate that thing where sometimes I just they look. Even me and you when they talk so.
Why they come they measure now? Why that's what it be before? Now the governor where we get.
Now they try to talk so.
So now your attitude. Now the things where they do. Now they want what if he say go give her joy. You understand me? Now we they see all those things. That's why we have to put our ears together. Look for someone. Yeah, that is why we will look for. Like today, if Grigri Day, now let that palace go unite us as a Dogo rich data. No,
wait.
The kings and chiefs and everybody will come and say this is what we want. But those kings wait they quiet. They are still looking at things.
If you attack that palace, if you attack the above Benin Palace, you attack the identity of the whole Edo people. You understand me? Because at the end of the day, my brother,
Benin,
the whole Benin, I try to tell you, so the whole Edos, what I mean the whole Benin people. Because that is the headquarter of where all of us will come. And I talk about this tool now. The Obas tool is one of the most powerful tools that we revere, and that's the tool that we weave from. So that's what I try to tell you, say that is who we are. So we should not just kind of talk, say, because once they take identity away from you, you are finished. You understand me? You're gone. You just finished. Once
my brother, the Nigeria we are into today, we pray for it to work. But I feel for Nigeria to work is going to be so challenging because the way they structure the country currently is not for development, it's for power. They took with constitution written on the behalf of our chiefs and king and imposed it on us and said the king constitution and they did not recognize them. 3-1. And that's why you see these governors, they don't respect anybody any longer. They will lose the state dry and the government cannot ask them. Who is paying? It's you, your cultural heritage, your identity, and your people is the one paying the price. It doesn't concern them. After all, one day maybe the country will separate, they go their own way. We are the one that will not like to elect. Yeah.
That's what I try to beg you. Don't forget anything you hear from faceless social people who call themselves Biafra or whatever. Forget all those other parts. If you really come to Benin, you know the Igbos are paid. The Igbos who do business, who live in Benin, they pay homage to the Oba of Benin Palace. You understand me?
My brother, Igbos, I hate. We ate together. We do things together.
That's what I'm trying to tell you.
What we are be offering from day one is love. But I will not hide one thing from my people. There are so many of these people. After you, my brother, may I learn. After you cross that river, you go that. The way they raise them up and the lies that be feeding them about Benin is what they are using to come and approach us now. And that's why I told you it can't continue long before crisis will start. Somebody cannot live there. He cannot live Anambra. You come and do business in Benin. You'll be insulting my king.
See, these people, you see, these are faceless people. You know, Why they talk about these things, even even if you go to Anambra, if you go to Enugu, you go to Imo, you will not even come across these people you're talking about now. You know, you see people say, wait, Bende, they'll call you Bende. You know, they'll call you Bende, hey, Bende. You know,
Hey, my brother, I don't tell where you go that side though. If you go that side now, you see private people operating checking points. They can do anything to their people. Things don't change. That propaganda for years don't turn people head upside. It's real. I'm telling you. And then as our people are pay blind eyes to the one that is happening in our place, is a very big risk. It is real. Those children grow up, they believe you are their enemy. They just believe Edoma is their problem. They've sold it to them. They believe Fulani is their problem. They believe Yoruba is their problem. I'm just telling you, you will see it the way they will behave.
See. I grow with them. I do business with them. When I make business day-to-day running sometime with them. You understand me? I'm not lying to you. Igbo man don't help me well, heavily than any other tribe for inside that Nigeria. Forget say we are for the conflict. I talk about other ethnic people. We say they don't do. Even the Yorubas, I not get problem with them also. So even Yoruba self, we don't see where we don't sit, eat together, talk together, try their food and everything. When they try to talk about it, we will come from south. We need to hold ourselves tight where we're. That's what I just try to talk about. Say we need to hold ourselves tight where we're. For Yoruba, Igbo, and everything. So why do they try to talk so much about the Igbo people? Don't forget that anything tell you to see Biafra or not Biafra. Just think about this. Yeah, every tribe gets bad people or good people. You understand me? You know that's so. So you say you eat today, you do this with them. Forget all this faceless of social media something. We just have to say these people, yes, they have every tribe bad. Oh yes, but maybe I just tell my brother, inside that percentage with the talk so that we don't go even reach 1.1 something, blah 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 percent where you even talk about. So majority of them, they are still very good. You know, still very good. I don't know what you mean if I tell you. They still very good. More just appreciate, say they're there with us, now our neighbors. You cannot go nowhere. Me, I just tell you one thing, if not a person want to attack us, no different between you and Igbo man. You understand me? All of us are the same. Not just the truth, I'll just tell you the truth. All of us are the same.
My brother, see where may I tell you where the problem lies? Even those people where you come from north, they also know their boundary. The profound challenge we have in the south is division, and people who are championing division are the southeastern people. I just put that before you now. I will not hide to say it. Someone cannot leave his place. You come to Urobo land, you call them Igbo. I will tell you, no, I'm Urobo. These are ancient Benin people. That identity, they are proud with it. No one is inferior. So when you do that, you are insulting them. You go to a Shekiri man, you tell him you are not a Shekiri, you don't know your history, you are Igbo. The man will look at you as a stupid person. I, as a dope person, cannot tell Shekiri man is not a Shekiri, but I can call him. They are part of Benin Empire. And they will tell you, yes, that is an empire. Their kings were part of it. Their kings run the show. You understand me? So that is it. But this is where the problem lies. Someone will sit there in his father parlor, be drawing map. And the people will take, okay, someone will go to Igbanke, where Ogbemudia is from. We don't have quarter. If I want to farm today, I think go Igbanke. At the speed Bini. I come from so place for so place. I want farm. They go give me land. I don't get problem. Igbanke man can cross any place in Edo and farm. If there is job opportunity, he can get it. But however, nobody is satisfied with what is going on. Even Roboman from Delta can come to Benin and do. Benin man can go to Delta. Not talk of someone that fall within Edo State, not to go far. But a situation whereby you will not go to Igbanke, you will be interviewing an Igbanke youth leader, presenting Oba of Benin said is the ruler of everybody. Igbanke don't have chief again. Did the Oba of Benin say that? The answer is no. So you leave your Enugu or Anambra where they are already, you people are buying yourselves. You come to Benin and say you want to unite Igbo. How come Igbanke man is an Igbo man? Do you know how come those languages change? Do you know what these people, everybody suffer for creating Nigeria? For 14 years, our people were hopeless. For the land of where you call Edo, to Eastern to everywhere, we were ravaged by different kind of people. Our kings were deported. Villages were almost eroded, and city, the whole Benin, 80% of the people died for nothing because people want to form Nigeria strangers. So, my dear brother, we pay terrible price, and we are still the one paying the price today for Nigeria that has failed. Our land, we're not supposed to cross the river with what we have. With the foundation of Bermuda and Ali lay for us, we will be one of the best countries in the whole of Africa. With the cultural heritage of respect and fear for wrongdoing, we will be one of the best people. They brought Nigeria and continue to do things. They went to Wazobia meeting. You were not there. If we want to fix the South, Igbo must agree that they play a role that was not good. Not for you to go there. You want 5 states, okay, they give you. And we divide them like this. We put the capital here. They all discuss all of them together. Who is now benefiting? Tell me what we are benefiting as people. We've lost the sense of unity. And we are now after individual interest and identity. A Roboma will be insulting Edo will be insulting Shenshan will be insulting this. Why our people did die for Isaiah River? Oil and gas, they are laying pipe from here to European Union. Our politicians cannot talk. They cannot unite. We have a long way to go. It is we. If we're in diaspora here, we have to put our heads together and say, what do we want to do? We have to start talking to our king. Look, this constitution must stop. You have the power now. You have the influence. Gather the rest people. This constitution that doesn't recognize you, that a governor should come and be appointing you for us, we reject it as people. This is what I'm trying to campaign now. We must do it before it's too late. Because if we start from there, that is how we're going to bring this governor pride down. We must bring their pride down or else we go nowhere. They want to be governor, they want to be deputy president, and they are ready to lose the state dry. Look at the money, but Buhari, you want to tell us the Fulani is very bad. The money pumped to these people. If you know the record, you will fear. Nothing to show for it. All the oil allocation for many years, nobody paid. Even we have a SASA president, he did not pay. He paid all of them with the benefit, with the area, and everything with the follow-on, Edo and data. Go there, whether look, if they want to show, they can't show you building where they built. Look at the life of the people. You will see that majority is suffering, struggling. So, my brother, it's a long story. I think we have been talking we need to form something. We need to start from somewhere. We have to let our traditional leader to understand the threat that is before them. They not get house for Switzerland. They not get for Canada. Now there might be their place. And all this governor will loot everything dry and be trying to change your history, pointing finger upon innocent king and chiefs, trying to detour them from their seat. And why they are destroying everything, road they cannot build school, and they do it with impunity. So we need to change the constitution. We can't live under a constitution that doesn't hold wrongdoers accountable and that doesn't recognize our kings. We cannot and expect to progress.
My brother,
So
let me tell you something. Let me tell you something. Ever since the Europeans colonized Africa and they are gone and we took over their democracy, tradition is becoming obsolete, and that's a problem. You know, you cannot be coming online and fighting against your own people. The people you should be fighting with is the government. They created a system of government where it is the people that dominate. So even the chiefs are of no use in the society anymore. So if somebody is now your Oba or whosoever you call him, I mean, because these guys have become useless, they are now benefiting. They are being paid salaries by the government. So, I mean, in those days, chief or obas or whatever you call or kings were not allowed to join politics. Now, these ones are the ones that are dining with the politician. You know, they eat on the same bowl. So, I mean, if they are being taken out or they are being appointed by the governor you claim, then that's their problem. They are the ones that stood so low for the politicians to stand on top of them. Know what I mean? Come on, man. Even in my own place, a chief that joined politics and supporting the regime in power, most of the time the police get burned or they chase them out because the chiefs has to take a message from the people, not from the government. So it's a disgrace to have a chief that is a politician that aligns with the politics. Let me just finish. It is against the culture. to align with politicians. It's against the culture to take on. I mean, in your village, man, you guys are already, you have a colonial religion, you have a colonial language, you have everything is being colonial. There is no, I mean, come on, man. Everything is running out of no way. So you will bash, 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 bash. It seems like nothing is changing unless a decolonization mindset comes in. You have to forgo the language, the European culture, the European system of government, and maybe create a kingdom, or maybe astonish or ban the governorship in your country and let the kings, become the autonomous or the superior leader. And that's just what you have to do.
Yeah, thank you, my brother, for your submission. We're almost saying the same thing. The thing is this: like me as a Benin, we hold our king so esteemed. He doesn't play politics. However, if anybody want to contest, they will pay him homage. I want to rule. They will still do it today. And anyone
But
that
he's
comes
getting
receive
paid.
his
He's
blessing.
getting paid. The government
It
pays
did not
him,
tell
right?
us.
The government pays
Wait,
the king.
wait. I'm going somewhere. And most of the chiefs that fall within the region where we come from has been dead before the white people, and that is why the people still respect them. You see it now. And just because of the role that they have played, the governors in that region find it difficult to appoint a chief for us. It can never. Where do you want to place that chief? Which tribe? Which race? You understand me? So that is where the problem lies. But however, we now see that some governors, because of the way Nigeria government have equipped them in a manner that lack accountability, they do whatever they like with the money that comes in. They are not crossing their boundary. They don't protect the language. They don't protect the culture. Even this religion you say that they are talking, go there, people still practice the traditional religion most very deeply. Even now, many people are returning to it in massive. They are becoming fed up with this white man church of a thing. Many people are returning, I'm telling you. Because the way the pastors run the show, they are not confused and say no. Some people don't even want to go to church or even go back to that tradition anymore.
Hold on.
This is the reality now.
Hold on.
What is going on?
Midwest, you've been talking all day. Just hold on 1 second. Let's hear from Triumph, who's not. I don't think I said anything. Triumph, come into the conversation. Triumph, unmute, and then let's hear from you. Triumph.
Hello, good evening. Hello, good evening, everyone. I've been watching, but I'm from Delta State. My forefathers are from Edo State also. So it has been so educative for what I've been hearing since. But the problem we have today in Africa in general, we don't have that unity. No unity at all. And again, that for me, I would not like any of these traditional leaders to be involved with the politics. That's how they lose their respect from the people. So politicians and they know themselves. As for me, they all know themselves. So I have nothing to say. I'll just continue listening to everyone. Thank you very much, woman. Hello.
All right, thank you. So sorry, where are you based? You say you're from Benin, but there's an undertone of a westernized tonality to your voice. Where are you based?
I'm based in France. I'm in France.
In France. Oh,
Yeah.
so you're a Frenchman.
I'm a French. I'm a Nigerian. The same time I have this dual nationality. Understand?
All right. What's France like? The last time I came to Paris, they picked my wallet. You know what's going on there?
It just depends. France is not what France is not what you think it is. France is a very good country for me, and I haven't served in their what's it called? Their French Foreign Legion, their military. So I can testify about the good things that what they contribute for Africa. But one thing is that I don't understand when I hear so many negative that comes from Africans talking about evil about France. I feel so disappointed. You understand? So disappointed because of I remember 10 years ago I was invited to go to the northern part of Nigeria to speak on the behalf of France. because I'm a Nigerian. You understand? They took me, they helped me, and again they taught me things. When I was back home in Nigeria, I never knew that it existed. So one thing that I know that Nigeria, they are not honest. Understand? Nigeria is not. I love Nigeria so much. I fight for one Nigeria, but I will only support whosoever is in that presidential seat. You understand? Because everything, the problem in Nigeria, I will tell you people that it's up to your governors, not the presidential. Your governors are the one involved in everything. Because I know that they give them allocation every month. But
So sorry, Triumph. Let's stay in France for a moment.
okay.
What's your take the way the francophone countries are trying to wrestle themselves out of the hands of the colonial interlopers, and how the overlords in France are trying to hold them down? So what's your take on the Niger, Burkina Faso, etc. going on?
One thing that I'll say it's all about greed. That's about greed, because I know that many of these francophones that are based here in France, they're well equipped. Honestly speaking, they're well equipped. I'm not in the part of France or Africa, but if I want to say the truth, I'll tell you people, because I live here, I watch everything here, I eat here. Understand? So since I came to France, I know what I've seen. Understand? Because they have one of the best systems in Europe today. One of the best in Europe today. And for me, just for me, it's my own opinion. Just for you people back down in the panel, please, it's my own opinion. I know that for me, France is a better nation to Africa. It's a better nation to Africa compared to the British. Because of, I know that even every year they give them scholarship to come down to France to school for free. In the UK, you pay higher money to go and school there, because I have younger ones that are based in the UK. You understand? Because I know even the medical here is free. It's free. It's free. Even though I said I want to work in the French embassy tomorrow, I'm entitled to it because I worked for the government here before I retired. So that's just it. So for me, France is a very good country, and let me say a blessing to the francophone, because of there are so many things there that I cannot see online. You understand, woman? I cannot see many things online because of I worked for them, so I was entitled, privileged to see things that I'm not supposed to see. You understand? So I have to be careful the way I talk. Also, over to you.
It's rather unfortunate that we have Africans that live in Europe and the same time defend the European ideology or their policies on what they have on Africa. This is rather unfortunate. These are the kind of Africans that need to be estimated and sent to the background. We don't need people that align with the white man to kill their own African countries. He does not talk of the killings that is happening on the continent. He does not talk of how African resources is being taken out by these European countries to develop the country that he lived in. He's not talking about how Africa go on starvation because the food that Africans cultivate is being sent to Europe to feed the Europeans and the white man. He does not talk about. Let me finish, young man. Stay quiet. I'm talking. Okay, when I finish my point, you can go ahead and interact or say what you want to say. This guy does not talk about how Africans have to go days, walk miles away, just to go and build a factory where these crops will be taken to export in Europe. He does not talk about how Africans have to send military back in these days to help France or other European countries to fight in the Second World War, to make France a better country where it is today. He does not talk about all those sufferings, all what he's enjoying now.
This is
Let me
not the
finish. Let
question
me
they're
finish, young
asking. Why
man.
are you
Let
saying
me
this
finish.
rubbish
Let
now?
me. Oh, you shut
They're
up.
not asking
Oh,
this
he's
question. They're only asking,
you
how
stay
is France?
quiet. See,
What kind of
see,
people are we
see.
as
When I
Africa?
speak to
I don't understand. They're
when I
asking
speak
what
to
how
me
is France. They didn't asking what France is doing in Africa. When
when I speak
people don't
when I
understand
speak
English, I don't
when
understand
I
what is
speak.
wrong with Africa.
Let me finish now. When I speak to me,
This is
you,
pissing me off
hey,
because
bro.
you see the question they
No,
ask
you're
this
not
guy.
gonna cut
They
me out
ask him,
till I
how
finish.
is
Who's
France? They
this
didn't
guy? You
ask him,
shut up.
how is.
Let me make my statement. You shut up. When I'm done, then you can go
Shut
ahead and
up!
talk.
You look at
This,
this idiot.
no, you
You are a
shut up. Who
fool
are you, young man? Who the fuck are you,
idiot.
man? You shut up. I'm talking.
Fuck
This
you,
guy does not talk
idiot.
about.
What kind of
This guy does
useless
not talk
people is
about the
this?
sufferings that
What
Africans
is
are
wrong with
facing
you?
right now.
Look at this
All
fool.
he is talking
You
about
are
is
not
the
enlightened.
enjoyment that
How do
he's
you get to this
enjoying in the French
program,
legion.
by the way?
It
Look at what
is
you
the
are saying,
enjoyment that
idiot.
he's enjoying in the French
Very
embassy. Is the
useless guy.
enjoyment that he's enjoying in
Fool.
the French
They ask
restaurant.
someone
How come,
simple
young
English,
man,
you
you
can't
shut
even
up, stay
identify
quiet,
the
I'm
thing.
talking.
They ask
How
him,
come
how
this guy
is
is
France?
saying
They
that
didn't ask
French,
him what is
how
going on,
come is
what
this guy
France is
saying
doing
that
in Africa.
France is
English is
giving
very
free
simple, but people don't understand English.
free
And tomorrow
so,
you will
so,
say
so,
you
so
have
this guy
master.
is
Look at
happy
people
that
who has
this
master.
guy is
Common
happy
simple
that
English, you
France
don't
is
even
giving
understand. You
scholarship
can't differentiate
for
what is
Africans.
left for your
France
right.
is giving
Idiot.
scholarship
And
for
tomorrow you are
Africans to
talking and
come
you
and
want
study
people to listen.
in France. So this guy is happy that France is giving scholarship for Africans to come and study, brain drain, taking out the intellectual Africans to come and study in France. The same time, him staying there in France, he's developing the France economy. Why Africans are in their own country, not able to have the same, enjoyment that he's enjoying. So it tells me that Africans are our own problem. We align with the Europeans more than our own self. This guy will be one of the guys that France will be sent to come and kill Africans, his own brothers on the continent. He'll be one of the one that will be on French radio or France television and say Africans are suffering. Come on, man! It's a disgrace to have an African like this brother, and I'm appalled to have Africans on this panel that support the Europeans and talk down on their own fellow Africans. It's really frustrating, and I'm done.
Hello, woman. Hello, woman. Can I say something? Can I speak, please? Hello, woman. The only problem in Africa is we African. We don't have laws. We don't have laws. So here in France, I have to work my way up to the top. I have my own businesses. I employ blacks and I employ whites. They all worked for me here in France. I can give you the name of my company if you want to verify it. Even here, I went to a program last week in Lyon to ask them to come and invest back home. What they told me, there is no security in Africa. Who will come and invest their money where there is no security? If you are the one, Mr. J, there is problem in your neighbor's house, and they ask you, come and invest, come and keep your money in that house there is problem. Will you put your money? No. Let us be honest with ourselves. And I hope, Mr. J, not only to complain about African problem, what are you doing to bring back home to Africa? Like today, I know what I'm doing for them here in Europe. I'm fighting for them here, but in a positive way. In a positive way. Whether you believe me or not, that's your own cup of tea. That's your own opinion. I know what I've done here in Europe. Even the Nigerian embassy have invited me 2 times. I refused because of some certain things that I asked them to do that they have not yet done. That is it. So don't worry. I believe Africa will be great, but it will take time. It will take time because of our mentality, and our mindset is different. So I believe that it's only the weed in the diaspora that we are going to go back home and make the changes for them. We are going to make the changes for them. Like now, I'm going back home anytime from now, but I keep it to myself. You understand? I keep it to myself. So I believe Nigeria, I'm from Nigeria, will be great. Africa will be great. but not now. It will only take time. We need security. Without security, there's no investment that's going to come down to the country. Because of that's what I learned here, and that's what I've seen. So Mr. J, I'm sorry, it's your mindset, it's your own opinion. Don't put the blame on Europeans. It is when they say slave trade, it is the Africans that are selling the blacks, to the Europeans. It is written down. It is in their files. So before somebody can come and steal in your home, there must be an insider, a spy, an insider that will tell them the secret, how to get you. So I believe that with time, Africa will be great. But as for now, we are working.
Please, can I ask this my brother? Can I ask this my brother a question? Wama, let me ask him a question.
Okay.
Hello,
I'm listening.
You said Africans were the ones selling slaves. When the European came to Africa, which market were they buying this slave? And where were Africans? Who were they selling it to? And which place were they using it?
You want to just let us be honest with ourselves, my brother. You understand? Let us be honest with ourselves.
No, I want to be honest. I want to learn from you. I want to learn from you. You make a statement that it is written because a lot of Africans are growing in Europe and they want to study history, and the European love history. And some of these histories are involving Africa already. And here comes a very ugly trade. And everyone is trying to shift the blame to left, to right, to south. And the Europeans want to tell the children growing up in Europe that, look, we did not go there for slave trade. It was Africans who were selling slaves. Then I ask you a question. To whom were the Africans selling it to? And where were Africans using it? So you try to elaborate on that. Since
My brother, the guy is not far from the truth. Africans were selling slaves. That's a fact what he said. The only point that I have a problem with was when he said France is helping African countries, and that was my point. But based on the slave trade, Africans started slave trade before the Europeans took control of slave trade in Africa. Africans were already doing slavery between themselves. Till when the transatlantic slave trade came in,
I asked a question. Thank you for your submission.
Africans saw how fruitful it was, and they took advantage and they started selling their own brothers and sisters.
Wait a moment now. Wait a moment. Wait, please. I want to be educated from you. Let us not rush. And I asked that question because I want to learn.
Okay.
So, within that Africa, who were those that were buying slaves to farm for their people? Who were buying slaves to establish agricultural farm industry? Just name a civilization that did that.
Young man, what the heck are you talking about? King Jaja of Opobo used to be a slave dealer. A lot of kings on the coastal coast of African countries where that were the biggest market of slavery. So if you don't know, go and do your research. Don't come and be asking dumb questions.
I'm sorry. This is another problem. I'm coming. Bros James, I beg. No. I beg, Bros James, I beg, just give me 1 minute. Now your brother they talk. I beg, just give me 1 minute. Even this thing that he said, King Jaja Opobo, he didn't say slave. He's doing business with European, with Pankanye. This is Pam. He normally said, but
when Pamkene was a failure, when Pamkene became a failure,
my brother,
what year are you talking about Pamkene? What is this guy talking about? What year was Pamkene a success? When Pamkene failed, the major trade was slave trade. What the hell is this guy talking about?
People. Let's talk
how long was Pamkene trade? Tell me how long was Pamkene?
Wait. You want me to explain? You ask me question, you don't want me to explain. Let me explain something, please. Wait a moment. I asked that question. Please let us learn. And I asked him, he mentioned Jaja of Opobo. The reign of Jaja of Opobo and I think 1896 or 1897. Now, 1897, so that is when Jaja of Opobo established slave trade.
Because Jaja Popobo reigned within 18 something. He was born within this range. So you want to tell the world that in 18 something, it was 18 something that they established
Jaja Opobo became the king of that area. He was one of the major seller of slaves from his kingdom.
But I ask you a question. You see, okay, can you give me a moment? Can you give me a moment? Can you give me, okay, wait.
I'm not giving you a moment. He was one of the kings. He was not only the kings in Nigeria, there were other kings in Ghana, in Cameroon, in all coastal countries. What the heck is this guy talking about?
Listen to me. I am not, listen to me, my brother. I am not from Opobo people. And I know if Opobo people is here, they're not going to agree with you.
Even your Oba was a slave seller.
Then who is your own king? Who is your king? Who is you that is talking? From where are you from? Excuse me. This guy that is calling me, who is your king?
I'm from Edo State.
My brother, you see, you are from Edo State.
Yes. No. I'm not the guy. I'm just. This is Dan talking. This is Dan talking. It's not me. It's not me. So I'm from Edo State. I'm from Awuti.
You see why? You see, my brother. You see why we enter this? Why I asked that question? Trans-Saharan slavery started, I think, 17th century. I stand to be corrected. Please, there's a noise in the background. There's a little noise. I think Trans-Saharan
I think it's from the
17th century. And I asked him, okay, I asked him a simple question. And when the white people came, Africa were selling themselves to a fellow Africans. What were they using it for? To farm? Tell me any civilization that were farming in that manner in Africa.
Let me finish.
Wait, you see people, you see this. Wait, my brother, I asked you a simple question. And Trans-Saharan slave trade started 17th century. And Jaja Popobo reigned in 18th century. And you are referring to him as the one who started slave trade. So I don't know what you are teaching here. You try to educate people. Let us learn from you. Jaja Popobo was deported for resisting colonization. And the white people bring a pen to write propaganda against innocent king that was taken from his land, killed for nothing. And you are an African, you are coming here to speak this nonsense. And this is what you are teaching your children here in Europe. A king that died 18th century, who reigned 18th century, was the one who started slave trade, Trans-Saharan slave trade. And when you mention Trans-Sahara, you include the Europeans. So which time was Africa doing their own that they met? You cannot say it. I don't know where you're talking from.
That's why I told him. That's why I told him that I'm not for Opobo, but King Jaja of Opobo never set any slave, and he's debunking the history that European is teaching, and is carrying the history here and is putting it into our face right now. Because really, King Jaja of Opobo in history, I learned that he was selling Pantania, and the Pantania is because of the white people see that he's doing very well. And they just want to take advantage of that, which is
how long was the palm kernel business? I want to know how long was the palm kernel business? You guys keep talking palm kernel. How long was the palm kernel business?
Can I say something?
This history of mankind.
We are not quarreling. We don't want to quarrel. We don't want to quarrel here. I ask you a question.
Okay, let me answer
the whole of the continent, which empire, which kingdom that we are buying people to farm, to do things that we are rich? Tell me.
No, let me
within the black race.
Let me break it down.
Since it was their business, and the European met it and perfected it with them. You mentioned where they were using them.
Africans were selling each other for a lot of things. They sold them to be carriers. Most kings in those days needed people that would be carrying their luggages from one places to another, and they never wanted to use their tribe men.
Okay.
So they will capture other guys from other smaller tribes, or other tribes will sell them guys to use as traders to transport goods from one places to another. Now let me finish. Young man, stay quiet. Let me give you a clue about history. Slaves
Okay.
were also born for farming. Most plantations, like the palm kernel that you were talking about in King Jaja or Pobo farm, most guys that were doing those plantations were slaves. They were used to plant agricultural crops so that they can export this good to Europeans. Now let me give you another clue. Most slaves were also used to guide to protect most kingdoms in most powerful kingdoms. It was mainly used by slaves as securities to protect this kingdom from invaders. Those were what slaves were used for. Now when the Europeans came and they introduced the transatlantic slave trade, these kings, they realized that the transatlantic slave trade was more fruitful. It was giving them more income than what they thought, so they engaged in it and became the major power, especially the kingdoms, because the kings were the strongest people in the society. So they were the ones that were doing more in slaves than the people themselves. So they were the ones that even sponsored most of this slave trade in Africa. Go ahead.
Okay, my brother, thank you for your submission. At least I come in here to feel that I want to learn, but at the same time, I will also be given a chance to echo my own view. The thing is this: within the West Africa, I will likely to talk about, like as you said, that the king were having people who carry things from them. Those who carry things from my own king, or maybe Yaja of Pobo, were servants, not slaves. And I will tell you what servant means. Servants are the one who serve their master. You can find it in the Bible. And there are reward for them, and they have a position. Joseph became a servant, but along the line, because he was a servant, there was a reward. And when the king also favored him from that imprisonment and make him a servant, he became a servant to the state. And until today, you have people who serve in your own state, they call them civil servants. Now, these servants, they eat in the king's house. They are well fed. There is a period in their life they will mature and marry and raise their family. That is not slavery. Slavery is when somebody lost his freedom to make choice. And at a point, you will not lost it, and people will take possession of that person's life. He will no longer decide of his own self. That person becomes a slave. So we need to separate civilization from a servant from that slavery. One, the kings who need someone that will carry somebody from him. Today, I'm proud of my kingdom. It still reflects the ancient civilization. You hardly see the Oba of Benin moving anyhow. It has been like that. You can't see Nana of Ishekiri or somebody Olu of Wari today that is there will be moving anyhow. Urobo chiefs don't move anyhow. Most people will be carrying load for them. It has been like that. Do you hear me? So I don't know. Africa is big. Like Jaja Popo, you just mentioned, he reigned 18th century and he defended his land. He was only in trade in commodities. And when they want to form our country, they know they have to kill these people because these people stand for their people. It stands for their land. And they did everything to betray them, to divide them. They rejected it. They now decide to engage in propaganda and deport them from their land. That means you arrest them. You don't put them in prison in their place because their people will not be there guiding their king and feel comfortable. So they have to take them far away. They did it to Nana for that Jaja Popo you said. They did not do it to him because he was selling slaves. They did that because he resists these people. The Nana of Ishekiri was taken from his land because he resisted them, not because he was killing his people. The Oba of Benin was taken, not because of his people of Africa, but because they resisted these evil people who came in all different manners. So for me, I have never seen a place where the sub-Sahara people were using their fellow black man for slavery to farm, to fetch for their family, because there was enough food for these people. Even a single tree can feed these people in the whole season. There's enough animal for them to kill and share. They were not too rich. They were not driving limousine. All they want is peaceful place. And they were living like that. So, my dear brother, if you are educating your people, Africa King were the one who established slave trade, you are making a mistake. Trans-Sahara slave trade is a European trade with the black people. And there is no two ways you can twist that. Nobody, no Africans were selling themselves, except you want to miss a servant for a slave. Someone have to serve in the kingdom. And till today, they serve in the British Parliament. What is it called? I don't know that name. Where the king and queen in UK say people work there. They serve purposely because of the king or queen, whosoever is reigning. You come to Sweden, they have their king. In their king's quarter, and yet people serve up to today. White people. You go to Belgium, you are going to see the same thing. You go to Spain, you're going to see it. They are not slaves, but they are servants and serving the state and their king. So if this is what you are trying to bring in, I agree with you. There were those who were serving, and they do it with choice, and they do it with reward and payment. Even to today, you can go to university and come and serve your state as a civil servant. That doesn't make you a slave. So please, let's find a balance in this so-called king we're selling slave. This is my submission. We should find a balance, because if this is what we are going to teach our children, you make the European not to be guilty for the atrocity they committed, which they are aware of, and they want to teach our children here. They are not looking for a way that, look, your ancestors, that they once taught their own children that they were living on a tree, we are really living in a house. They were having police. They were having kingdom. Their children are not confused. That's why they cannot relate with Africans, because from the beginning they were telling them we're no humans. Now Chinese came here and took their space, like this man is talking, that France is too good. Were the France telling their people you Africans were great? No. So that's why the Russian and Chinese took their space. Don't blame Africa for it. So today now, the slave trade, people are coming from America to Africa to locate their roots. It's painful for them. They know they are guilty. It's so deep.
Hello?
Oh, what can we do? Let's teach these children growing up in our midst. Let's teach these people that grow up in our midst, African children, that no, we did not enslave them. It is their king that we're trading on slave trade. We only went there to go and buy. My dear brother, by the way, let me also ask you. We are African a communist people? If you want to answer that, the answer is no. Every African we are having right to fetch for themselves. They live as a, how will I call it, as a clan. That's why they were the same.
My brother, let it be. Let this guy go ahead and make his statement. Let this guy also talk, my brother.
And they fetch for themselves. Some of them did it on their own.
Can I stop?
So you can say your own, I give you the floor.
Africa is a curse. Go ahead. Let this other brother say something. Go ahead, mister.
Okay. For me, what I learned is because of I read a lot. You understand? Because when you say slavery, in the history of slavery in Africa, understand, we have so many slavery. We have the debt slavery, where we have also the slavery due to the war captivities. Also, we have military slavery. We have also slavery for prostitution. We have also enslavement of criminals as slavery, because it is wide known in Africa, my brother. So when we say for me to start going to details, I would like now if I don't know where you are now, maybe somewhere in Europe or in America, in the Western world, when you are in debt, you also is slavery, my brother. So you have to know. For me, slavery started from the northern part of Africa. It started from there before the European came down. Then I can remember when my grandfather was telling me something. I was very little. I don't forget this because I'm from a royal family too. Because he said that when somebody is so stubborn in the village, that's what he said. That is against the king, they take him and sell him away. I was shocked to hear that.
Exactly.
I was shocked. So it, like 10 people say that you have a rebellious. Those days are slavery. They catch them, they sell them off.
Exactly. If a stubborn servant, if a servant was stubborn, a servant will be sold.
And again, the second aspect, they can think that they want to use somebody for sacrifice. In Africa, we had it so many well. They say that they want to use somebody for sacrifice. It's a lie. They just cut a goat head somewhere, then they sold that person off to the white men, to Africa, to the Europeans. So that's it. My brother, I know what you're talking. You're trying to defend Africa. But let us, when there is truth, we say where there is truth, and when there is lie. Even that
my brother, were you born in France or were you born in
maybe you
I was born in Nigeria. I was born in Nigeria. I was born in Nigeria.
My brother, maybe you don't understand me. I did not say slave. I did not say slave trade did not happen. Slave trade happens. But when you try to tell your children Africa king were the one who started slave trading, you made a very big
Let's
mistake.
just be honest
These
for
people were not
ourselves.
My
into
brother,
slavery when the
Africans
when the
sold their
European
own
came.
compatriots. Africans sold them. That's a
From your
fact.
royal family.
You
I
sold your
became
own
slave.
people because
I had
you
it from
wanted
my
money.
grandfather.
Because
I had it from my
because you were
grandfather.
broke. Come on, man.
I
You
had it
sold
from
your
my
own
grandfather.
people, man. That's why there's a curse on Africa as we speak. That's why Africans have to uplift the curse that they have. They sold their own people as slaves. That's why they have a curse. That's why most Africans are fleeing out of their continent. That's why their continent is becoming a place for disaster. No, when you mention Africa in America, anywhere, many people start shaking. Nobody want to go there. Even you that is speaking, you have gone out of your own country. You only go there probably periodically for a visit and go back to Europe. That's just what it is. You want to protect Africa the way it is, but you cannot go there and spend up to 1 year. Why? Because it's a cursed home. There's nothing fruitful over there. Your own people have been cursed. You can change government often and often, nothing changes. Because there is a cursed land. It has not been blessed. And that's a fact. We did a lot of bad things, we killed a lot of people, and we only have to beg for forgiveness. If not, if you want to wipe things that it happened and you say it did not happen, then your land is still gonna be cursed forever. And that's just a mistake, man. That's just it.
Okay. My brother, I heard what you said, but I also have my own point of view. When you want to talk about event, present it in a way that it will touch how that event started, at least talk about the middle of it and how it comes to an end. The Europeans who came, like that my brother said about North Africa or those things, where the North Africa slavery, or you want to talk about slavery, if you open Quran, you're going to see it there. If you open your Bible, you're going to see it there. So it's not something that has not been in existence for a very long time. But sometimes the one that really affects us as a black people is of two faces indeed. One was that of the religion that really happened in the northern part of Nigeria, Africa. And again, this trans-Sahara that the Europeans, particularly when we say Europeans, we mean the French, the Portuguese, the Spanish, and the British, and with few others. These were the three countries that were really, really involved in this atrocity. But however, when they came, and the first Europeans who arrived who trembled their feet in the continent, and if you come across the description of the continent, they never talk about slave trade. They will tell you how peaceful these people were living, although they found themselves in a very troublesome place where civilization were not good, but they also met a place where blacks were so civilized. They were running their state,
blacks were not
running their land,
civilized,
and
bro.
everything was working well.
Blacks have never been civilized, bro. African blacks have never been civilized. There was, a matter of fact, there was a lot of wars that was happening on the continent, tribal wars, inter-tribal wars, and a lot of different things. I mean, civilization. Blacks, if not of white people, blacks will still be in a dumb area, man. White were the ones that brought civilization to Africa. I mean, maybe to the black world as well. When you talk of civilized, how come you were civilized yet you are
Excuse
still
me.
you are not able to do things for yourself?
Okay. Wait. I don't know. I think you are the guy who said you live in France. Are you the one?
Yes, I live in France. Yes.
Hello.
Yes,
who was talking? The guy that is talking to me. The guy that is talking to me. Is it the one that said he live in France?
I'm the one now. I'm the one that live in France. Aye, Mr. Triumph.
Okay, you are
in France. Yes.
Okay, if you are the one, I know where the problem is coming from. First of all, you have to go back and try to read the history of the black people. The Europeans never met uncivilized people in Africa. If they met, they would have been able to try it without Pakane. So that is number one fact that these people they were running their government. So, and there are proof to it. It's very saddening to see an African person coming to her to say African were not civilized when the European came. How come they have kings? How come some were even an empire So sometimes when we talk, let's talk from the point to learn. Because this question, it triggers something in my mind. People that were not satisfied, civilized, were having kings. Some of them even
Let me
from
ask
one
you a
kingdom,
question,
they
brother.
merged
So,
and they became
so
an
having
empire.
kingdoms, does
It
having
was
kingdoms means
recognized.
you are civilized?
Will you call this a civilization?
Do you
Then
actually
what
know
is
what is
civilization we're talking about?
civilization? Right. I mean, when you say civilized, do you know actually just because you have a group of people that have a chief or something, does it mean it was civilization? I mean,
Judy, calm down. Judy, calm
I
down.
mean,
Yes,
you
when
you
they
were captured by the
okay,
same. You were
let's clarify.
captured by the same
When
white man.
when
You were. How were you civilized? Yet the white man still capture you and colonize you and gave
Judy,
you a
off
language
mic.
and gave you a religion.
Off mic, Judy.
I want another person to contribute in that aspect because of
I
my
mean, how can you? I'm
if what
asking
you
you
are
a
saying
question.
is
How
that
can you say you were civilized? Yet the white man captured you and your civilization and gave you a colonial language and religion and changed your whole system of government to something that to their own kind of
do you
system.
want me to answer? Can I answer that? Can I answer that for you?
Go
Can I
ahead and
answer it?
answer. Go ahead and answer.
Okay, let me throw you to China. At a point in life, the Chinese of today, they lost ability to control their land. The British were fully in charge. So you will say that the Chinese were not civilized.
Okay. Now let me answer. When the Chinese people took over their land, what happened? They took away that religion that the white man gave them and instilled their own religion. They took away that language that the white man and instilled their own language. That is a product of civilization. They have a mentality that they had these things before the white man came. So they took it back to their original root. Your own people that were civilized, yet they have not been able to change that same system of government. They are still using the French mental
Judy,
problem.
Judy.
They still have the French language going on. They still have the French system of government.
Just
They tell me you are civilized.
Judy,
Come on, man. And the religion.
Hold on, Judy. Just because we speak English doesn't mean we don't speak our local
Oh,
dialect.
come on.
We all
Come on.
speak
A
that.
civilized
So
mind that
relax.
have a civilized mindset wouldn't take on someone else's language.
Language
You
just
take on your colonial, you take on a colonial language. Are you kidding me?
Yeah,
my brother.
Hold on. If you were speaking Bamileke and I'm speaking Edo language here, both of us won't understand anything.
So when the Chinese is speaking Mandarin, how do you understand Chinese? Must you understand Chinese? Must you understand me? When Germans speak German, do British people understand German?
I don't
I'm asking you, when Germany speak Germans, do British people understand them? When the Norwegians speak their own language, do other countries understand them? Why do you want to make that attention only on the African continent?
Wait. You have your right to also point your own view. We have to respect one another. We respect you. I think the way you try to explain civilization is like more or less like once people are not able to defend themselves military and they lost in a war and other people take possessions of them, that means they were not once civilized. But the truth of the matter, even the European you are talking about, if they want to, first of all, in history, at least the well-known civilization that were documented to their children in the schools when it comes to root of civilization still lie in Africa, and that was Egypt. And they still teach them to today, the greatness of Egypt. And one way or the other, those Egyptians who did those things are no longer in existence. It's a place of Arab today. We cannot say because Arab is now in possession of Egypt, and we cannot trace back that ancient civilization. I think I've used this as an example. Maybe you also understand my point from there. That indeed, African were really civilized people. Now there come another thing again. In the Bible, I don't know whether you even study Bible. I want to talk about history now, whether you believe in Jesus or not. A time was there when Philip was preaching. So people who came from Ethiopia to come and trade in Jerusalem met him and he preached Christ to them, some of them, which is Philip, is in the Bible. So you look at distance. So people were already moving, they were already trading. Well, maybe the civilization to you is like when you come to France, light is in everywhere. I will assure you, when these people were coming 17th century, they don't even have light.
Brother, how do you talk of religion? Yeah, yeah.
And all
How do you talk of religion? Yeah, you tell me you are
wait,
from Benin.
I'm not going
So
to
the
religion.
colonial man still gave you a
I will
religion,
never go to.
and you
I
are
will not go to
protecting that religion, and you claim
I
you
will
were
not go to.
civilized.
I'm not. I
When
will
it
not go.
comes to hold on,
I'm
Julian,
not.
when it
No,
comes to
I'm not going to
religion,
religion.
we
I
all
don't go
have
to.
our
I
own
took
traditional
history.
religion.
I don't talk to religion.
Everybody,
I only took
even you,
history. I only took
we
history.
have our traditional religion. So don't come
I
here with this thing.
Yeah, I only took history from it.
I know you. I mean, you
did
were
not
telling me. I
say
mean, you
that
just asked the
religion
question that
or
if I
something. I just
believe
referred to
in
history.
religion. You were just asking that if I believe. I don't believe in no colonial. Look, when you mention civilization, maybe you
I
don't know
didn't
what
say so.
civilization is.
I didn't say so.
Civilization
Nobody.
comes.
Please. I didn't talk about religion. Don't switch it to religion. I only use
Okay. But civilization
civilization,
comes
which
with a lot of money.
that was completely lost to the Arab.
Civilization comes
So
with a
you
lot
want to
of
tell me the
manufacturing.
Egyptians of those ancient times were not civilized?
Oh, come on, man. Come on, bro.
You are the one that stay in France. Like people of your type, we don't even need them in African continent. We don't need your
No.
type.
Where do you
You blame
stay?
Africa just now that they don't know why they are with French. If the French,
Where do you stay?
Wait. If the
Where do you stay now?
I live in Sweden. I stay in Sweden.
There you go.
I stay in
You live
Sweden.
in a European country.
If the
You are fleeing your own Nigerian country and you live in Sweden, in another European country, and you cannot even go to Nigeria and stay up to 1 year because you want to run back to Sweden to live with a white
there
man.
was a
And
time.
you are telling me how
I agree with
Nigeria
you.
is better, Africa is better.
Listen.
And when do you tell your kid that you flee Nigeria to Sweden to the
agree with you. I agree with you. As we speak. Wait, my brother. We live here in Europe. At a time in their own life, they were scrambled for Africa. They abandoned their country and they were not taking visa. They were running to us to survive. That is why they came to our country. Go ask them. They were so poor, they were in need, and they were scrambling to survive in Africa.
So now you are doing the scramble of Europe.
To survive in South America. There was a time in
So
their life.
you are doing the scramble of Europe.
You cannot. You are here. You are here blaming the Africans for what is happening to France. And in the two naked eyes of the French, they were teaching their people Africa is not a land of opportunity. It's a black land. Is useless. And the Chinese came in. The Russia came in. Now they are having a big challenge, and you are blaming us. Who are you going to blame? Blame them. Because they refuse to say the truth about the continent. If they are
blaming Africans the same time, I'm blaming the Europeans. I'm not blaming just Africans, but we Africans are dumb. We are the reason why Africa is where it is today. Africa is a cursed land. And if that curse is not taken, all of us will be fleeing from Africa. I'm telling you for a fact.
You may be dumb. Africa is waking up. It's a matter of time. They were once suffering like us. The Swedish were running to the United States. Come and read their history. Hunger finished them. They were running. They will teach you in their school. The Finnish children, almost 90% were adopted by the Swedish. Go and study the history of Denmark. You see poverty. A time in a life, people do suffer. Even in America, you're talking about there was a years of depression. They will teach you. So it's always like that to mankind. A period of time will come where things will also change and it will be difficult. No country that doesn't have that one in their history. So my dear brother, Africa is going through a process. We went through a lot in their hand. And I think with time, we will overcome it. It's going to take time. So if Africa is chasing France away, don't let it be surprised to you because they told their children that we live on a tree. And those their children are now adults. They don't know how to navigate in the business of Africa. You blaming Africa for that? You can't blame us. Blame them for refusing to teach their children the truth. You understand me? Africa is blessed, is filled with opportunity, but they never taught their people because they want to blackmail Africa. Now today, look at Macron is surprised. His ancestors did it. They know what they were doing. But Macron was taught no, but they think what they established will remain just like that. But it has changed. Don't blame Africa when they cannot compete with Chinese and Russians in the continent. Don't blame us. If they have shown us love, if they have taught their people that we are great, we would have been there to working in hand.
Let me tell
Midwest.
you, I have a friend in China. In Chinese school, do you know what they tell Chinese people about Africans? That Africans are dumb. Let me tell you, in the year 1960, African countries gained independence the same time with South Asian countries, Southeast Asian countries, Malaysia. Singapore, I'm even talking about Singapore. Singapore gained independence in 1970 something. I'm talking about Malaysia, Indonesia, most of these countries, maybe 1948, 1958, 1960, most of these countries, Africans were feeding them after independence. But Africa has been on the same level. Now that tells me about the IQ of Africans. Africans have not been able to change a system from 1960 till now. But Southeast Asian countries were able to change a system in a short period of time. South Korea was even poorer than most African countries. But they moved from a more poorer country to a fast developed country, not to talk of all these United Arab Emirates and Qatar and all these other things. Dubai, for instance, was built in 10 years, 20 years. And Africa is still like a jungle. And you are telling me that you have a mindset of development, a mindset of civilization, yet you have not been able to cure COVID-19. You depend on European or medications for it to be imported to your own countries. You depend on the Europeans to come and take over your oil industry to be able to. Oh, come on, man. Come on. And you tell me you are not being cursed? You tell me you know what you are doing? Yet the white man is rolling over you, taking all over your resources. And you still blame you still blame your own people for being dumb, and the white man is taking the advantage. Not the Europeans. You are the dumb person.
Judy,
Come on, man.
what are you doing to create the change you are asking for? What are you
I'm
doing?
not doing anything. I don't have to do anything. I'm not part of it. I've decided to not be an African anymore. That curse is already on me. That's why I live in America. I need to wipe out that curse. It is a curse to be an African in this century. I'm telling you for a fact, bro. It's a curse to be an African in this century. We are beggars all over the place. That's why the white man is taking us out. The white man just is spitting us out. The white man does not want us in their territory. Come on, man.
That's why I asked, what are you doing to solve the problem?
I'm not doing anything. I'm not African, bro. I'm proud to live in America. That's why I came to this country. But they already,
a country built by the white man, right?
A country built by the white man, because Africans have not been able to build their own countries. They are myopic.
Who do you think should build the Africa?
Who do I think? I don't think nobody should do it, but we should just live for it to quench, because Africa is a coastline. It should be used for agricultural zones, not for people to live in. That's what I'm thinking.
You guys want hold on. The thing is that many people want Africa to look like America or Europe, but most people are not willing or ready to make the sacrifice to do it, to get it done. You hear me? It's not going to be easy. It's not something you stay in America and gaslight everyone. That's not going to work. It requires hard work. Hard work, and perseverance. A lot of sacrifice need to be made.
See, I understand you. You see, like this, your brother in France, he's in Nigeria, talking about how French is good for Africa, how France's government is sending him to go and preach about how France is good in Nigeria, how France is helping Nigeria.
We should know when people are giving personal opinion. That is his personal opinion. It doesn't mean it's right or it's wrong.
I mean, exactly.
But we can allow him to express
exactly. But UFC, let me tell you, man, Africa, it's rather unfortunate that I still find out that people are living on that continent called Africa, because we have not been able to solve any problem on that continent. Every day is the same problem. 60 years ago, the same problem that these guys were talking about bad road is the same problem that is happening now. Go to India, go to China, go to Malaysia. Problems that they had in the 1960s are not the same problems that they talk about today. They are talking about how fast they're going to develop. How fast they're going to.
Hold on, Judy. Let's see. If we sit down and look inward, the reason why we are not developing is that, for instance, if you notice, I have never come on this platform to defend or protect any of our leader in my state. I have never done it before. If they are thief, they are thief. But what you observe in most African country is that you see people defending their leaders that came from their own tribe. They don't see him as corrupt, the criminal. And these people, they are criminals. You understand me? Let's call the spade a spade. Instead of trying to defend people who are crook, let's just call what they are. So we need to first of all learn to drag our we have this problem of not holding ourselves accountable for anything. It is always another person that's causing the problem, not we. So that's the thing. We need to change that mindset. Then you see things change.
Exactly, man. I always said that. I mean, the Europeans. I mean, instead of blame the people, not the Europeans. But at the same time, when an African guy is coming over and supporting the Europeans
Jude,
for what they do as being a
Jude,
good person, then
Jude,
that's also. I
I
will
did
never
this
say
year.
America is a good
All of
person.
you,
You
all
know.
of you, who are from Demos, you guys call me weak and coon when I
Of
said
course, man. I
that
mean,
I
yeah,
don't
of
see
course, yeah.
because
You know.
I said it that I didn't see anything wrong with what France is doing because you know why? France is fighting for their interests. Africa should do the same.
Exactly.
Africa need to do the same. This I'm not see.
Can I say
I
something?
sleep well. I don't care what's going on in Niger. I sleep well. You know why? Those leaders, they make their bed, let them sleep on it. They make those decisions. They sign those deals. The France, they place gun in their head before they sign all those lopsided deals. So let's be serious here. We sometimes pamper our leader when they make bad decisions. We can't blame the white man for that.
Yeah, let that brother go ahead and talk. Let that brother go ahead and talk.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you very
Go,
much,
go
Mr.
ahead, Midwest.
Okay.
I'll be Mr. Triumph.
Thank you very much. It's just
Yeah.
that, like I do speak with the other Africans here in Europe, because sometimes when they come to, because I work with a group of companies together, we work together. Understand? When they come down to my office, they see me. They ask me that, did they give birth to me here? I tell them no. You understand? I told them no. I went to their school here to learn how to speak their French language, just to integrate, to know their secrets, to know how they develop things here. Even I remember even my former boss was calling me a spy. I said no. I'm just interested in things here that I want to take back home. That's why I like the Chinese. When they go out of their country, they learn, they copy, they bring them back to their country. But the problem we African, when we are here in the Western world, everybody wants to stay. Nobody wants to go back to go and develop back home. I'm sorry. That's just it. Like now, we know that the problem we have is in Africa is lack of management and accountability. You understand?
Yeah.
Nobody is that wants to. Sorry, I'm speaking French. Nobody wants to take the responsibility. That I did this, I did that. Everybody wants to go and eat and clean mouth. They say everybody, and again, there was one thing that I had that they do back home. Now they used to say this in pidgin English. Now we're home, now we're home, now we're home, now we're home. Live on, chop I chop. You understand? So,
Yeah.
so when I speak with the investors here in France, in Europe, because I have friends, you understand? Because we all go to the same meetings. So I tell them that, why can't you come? I myself, I'm inviting them to come. I told them, come. I will be as a guarantee for you guys. Nothing will happen to you. But somehow our country is corrupt. Even before they want to invest back home in Nigeria, they still ask for what they call bribery. If it is you, will you be happy? If it is you, will you be happy? Sometimes I just keep quiet. I hear many people speak on different panels. I just laugh. I say that the problem we have is the people back home, not here. It's the people back
But
home. A white
Mr.
man can come
Triumph,
to your country to take anything that belongs to you. Is
Mr.
because
Triumph,
somebody, yes.
what you want to come back to set up in Nigeria, if it is very important, you overlook the settlement, or should I call the lobby or the bribing you are talking about. You go ahead and do it
For
because
me, For me, it's
Yeah.
not a problem to pay it. But the white men say no. Let me tell you, they're like when I want to do
See,
something.
it's because see, let me tell you something. When you use the word bribe, they will find it kind of what they call it. They find it scary. But at least use the word lobby. Say we will have to lobby these people, because what we call bribing is what the European, the Americans call lobby. You scratch my back, I scratch your back. It doesn't just happen only in Africa. It happens in America. That's why you see they have lobbies all over what they call it, Washington DC. What are they doing? What's that for? You scratch my back, I scratch your back. That's how it works. But we are in Africa, we call it bribing and corruption. But they themselves in that way they call it a lobby. You must. That's why you see companies spending millions of dollars in lobby to get whatever they want.
UFC. I'm in the business world here in Europe. You understand? I'm in the business here. I cannot put my real name up for you guys. You actually, you people should just Google it. I know who I am. Understand? I know the kind of people I talk with, and I'm mingle with. The problem, if I can have an access to many weed in the diaspora, to start doing one thing, start going to forums. That's where the secret lies in. Because let me tell you, Europe is already saturated. They want to move out of Europe to start investing back in Africa. Africa is a land of virgin. Everybody wants to go. That I can tell you something you people don't understand. There's another new types of slave trade coming. A new style of slave trade, but you guys don't even understand. I don't trust the Chinas. I'm sorry. I don't trust the Chinese. I don't trust the the Russians, because I work with them too. I work with them. I work with them. Let me tell you, last Friday I got a meeting with them in Lyon. I spoke with 240 Chinese businessmen there. So we all spoke. We did an agreement. So the next appointment I have with them is the month of November. Everybody is just for their own interest. Every country their own interest. The problem we have back in Africa, our leaders, they don't want to fight for themselves, for the benefit of the country, of the continent.
But Mr. Triumph, let me tell you something. When you look at history of America, the way they built their country, I always say this: if we want to set Nigeria free and make our people prosper, government alone cannot solve our problem. It will the private sector must involve in developing Nigeria.
Like now, for Nigeria to be great, we need only one thing: power supply. UFC. If the power supply can be great, if they can just do that power supply, it will eradicate 30% of impoverished life in Nigeria. Because I went to a country called Madagascar. The country is very poor, but I saw they have steady electricity. Why isn't that kind of thing back home in Nigeria? That I don't understand till date. Even my family back home, they told me that they use they say the power generators. I just laugh. I laugh. But one thing is just that the problem we have back home, it is the government. It's not in the executive, because of your state governors are your problem.
But it's not even the state. Look, African mindset, IQ, is not at the same level with the white man's IQ. You live in France, right? France does not have all this water system where they can tap in electricity from. They are building all these all this stuff, all this uranium plant that they took from Niger. Now they even export electricity to neighboring countries in Europe. I mean France. Now when it comes to Africa, do you think we have a mindset to build uranium plant? No, we don't have it. Our IQ is too low. We think that we are able to do things, but we are not. We believe that just because we are human beings, the same like the Europeans, we believe that we have the same mindset. No, an African person wants to satisfy only him and his own family. That's it. There's no mindset of productivity. There's no mindset of transformation. There's no mindset of leaving things done to the next generation. An African can have the whole money on earth and consume it and does not care about his neighbor. and that a European person does not do that. An African person now, for Europeans to be where they are today, they enslaved their own people. I'm telling you for a fact, most Europeans were enslaved to build and develop European countries. Even in America, it wasn't just the blacks that built America. White people were also forced to build America. Can an African person be forced to build Africa? You go to everywhere, every beach is dirty. No African want to do the work. Come on, man. Look, the only time when Africans were on a good level was when the Europeans were still colonized, had African colonized. That Africans were able to build railways and all these things because the Europeans were using the cane to beat them in the eyes to develop their countries. Now, when the Europeans left, all the railways that the Europeans built during the time of Africa, now African cannot even maintain it. You go to Liberia, Sierra Leone, all these railway tracks. You go to Cameroon, all these German buildings that were left by the Germans has been has led to dilapidate because we cannot. Come on, man. We have not been able to do things for ourselves, bro. Are you kidding me?
No, let me explain something to you. You understand? One thing is that the Europeans are very intelligent. What they did in Africa, they made us that.
You are right, Judy.
Yeah. What they did, the Europeans, they did, the Westerners did in Africa. They did it in purpose. They gave us education, not practicals. You understand? Because I can see people that say that they went to the university with their big certificate, they cannot even use it to produce something. Africa we are made for consumption, not production. But I believe with time, with the mindset today, everything is being changing. Gradually. Many diasporas here that they were not making it here in Europe, I know. They went back home and they're making it. I was even shocked. One called me and told me stuff. I was happy. But we need them. We need their machines. We need their tractors. We need their assistance to make African great. Just copy them. That's what I do in my business. I copy their system, I innovate it, and I bring it out for them to resell. So that's what I do. Nothing else, my brother, Mr. Jude, Almighty Jude. Nothing else. But for me, Africa will be great. I believe that Africa will be great. It will only take a little time. It's just for us to have people that they can have an account that will take the responsibility. As for now, nobody wants to do it in Africa.
But when we copy them, right? Copying them is good, but going there and taking their machines, bringing it to Africa, that's a problem because the machines that the Europeans are manufacturing was meant for Europeans alone. It wasn't meant on Africa. We steal the mindset and develop that kind of manufacturing machines on the continent and use it on your people. And that would be what would be more productive. You cannot depend on European machineries. Go get their machines, go get their buses, go get their trains that they have already built and bring. No, come on, man. That's the mindset of we keep going to take what they have done. Let's start stealing that ideology of how they produce those things. How did they manufacture? We have steel in Africa. We have all these resources. We have all these uranium. Steal and produce it on the ground.
Let me put something before you. These are human. We are all human. We are always being influenced by the achievement of one people or the other. That is just life. So
no, but a white man shouldn't influence Africa, man.
Let me tell you, that's what makes human. Let me give you an example. That's what makes people human, even the white people you're referring to. As we speak today, the greatest challenge, I live in Sweden. If you talk of automobile engineering, they have the technology to the highest level. But Chinese came here and bought the Volvo. Now, every year they crack their brain to see how they can meet up with the market. They are still involved. I don't know how the agreement is. Now, the Germans are already complaining. Do you know what they are complaining? It is Chinese automobile that the Europeans are not buying, particularly electric cars. So if you buckle up to take that thing that is good to yourself and start thinking of how to do it great, you will influence their people. As but that's what I'm saying. The European Union is already crying. that look, we're in trouble. Automobile, our people already buy Chinese car. They never believe their people will go to market and go and buy Chinese made electrical car, and they are buying it already.
But when we Europeans start buying African cars, Africans are doing the same thing, copying like the Kataka, like the guy in Nigeria that is producing cars. You know, how come?
Africa,
when are we gonna start doing the same thing?
You say you live in France. There are
Yes.
fundamental
No, I don't live in
problems.
France,
Okay, there are fundamental problems. Okay, fundamental problem that affected we Africans. The problem is this: when we got independent, the same people who came to colonize us, who create countries for us, reason together. And when they reason, not for our own interest, it's how to continue to protect their own interest. So one way or the other, few people who stand for their people, go and read their history. They all died. They overthrow them. They eliminate them. And today, what is going on in Niger, if it was the past, this military general will never last 1 week. They are dead today because of the social media. All these things are happening in the past. In Congo, you are seeing today, where there is no road, no airport, people just go there and take natural resources. People were willing to rule it for good for their people, but they eliminated all of them. And they will not choose who will not rule. So they made sure they brought in puppets to rule the continent. Now Africans are waking up, and most of our leaders are realizing this business cannot continue. Even the French themselves need to go and formulate a policy. Africa still want to trade with them. They need to rethink again and say, look, if these people develop along with us, we still continue to benefit from them. I think that would be good for every one of us. So as it is today, social media is already here.
Everything is coming back to us.
And they can no longer play that. Let me tell you, it's not for social media. Burkina Faso, that general or military that is coming out, it's gone. It's an history. This guy in Niger will be an history. The guy in Mali will be an history by now. So when you have good intention for your people, they will come in to truncate it. So we were under sabotage, and it has affected us. Not that we are not intelligent. When the power that is more than you grab you, and they decide for you that they don't want you to be good, it will take time before you can set yourself free.
So the European power is powerful. So the European power is powerful than African.
No.
No, that's what he just said. That's what he just said. That's what he said, right? I'm just trying to understand.
Yeah, that is what I said.
Right.
Yes, that's what I said. That's what I said.
It's what unfortunate that we have another supreme being. It means the white man is supreme over Africans. It's what unfortunate that we have Africans that believe that the white man or the Europeans, are powerful or supreme over them. It makes no sense to me.
Don't put words in my mouth. I never use the word supreme. But the thing is this:
when you say powerful, it means they are stronger than you.
In civilization, wait, my brother. In civilization, everybody is not equal. People can be advanced. There are those economically who are not strong, but they are advanced.
So the Europeans were more advanced than. So the Europeans were more advanced than Africa.
Wait, in military level, they were advanced to than the entire world civilization. Arabs were warriors. Arabs were so powerful. China was so powerful. They have warriors. They have equipment. But the Europeans, through gunpowder, were advanced than every one of us. And they
so it means the Europeans were more civilized than Africans, right?
They were advanced. They were advanced than us militarily.
Right. More advanced. It means they were more civilized than Africans. In another word.
I don't agree with that, because you can't generalize civilization on advancement. The thing is this: today, I can wait. America is advanced, is civilized. I can say the South Korea is civilized. The whole European is civilized. But when they reason the global military challenge, they have to align with America. So America is advanced than them in terms of militarily, and that's why they are doing it. It doesn't mean they are not civilized. I think I can summarize that way.
So when was African advancing more than Europeans?
With population, with
when Africa was advancing more than European. Example is this. In 17, wait, I will tell you why we were far advanced than European. In 17th centuries, when you read the history of the British, today United Kingdom, Irish Kingdom was fighting the England. England was at war with the Wales. They were at war with Scotland. Everything is fight. Go and read their history. Until they came to Africa, they started seeing empires who come together and they are living peacefully. They copy it and go and settle their problem. We learn from one another. They will not tell you this.
Come on, man. Who is and what year was that? What year was that?
In 17th century, please just go to history books. Try to read the United Kingdom history, 17th century.
1700, all Africans were living.
Wait.
So 1700, all Africans were living peacefully in Africa.
Yeah, they were living, and they have normal crisis that human beings always have.
Oh, okay, normal crisis. So the
Europeans were living peacefully, but at the same time, they were also having normal crisis that every human being have. Just the way you see Ukraine and Russia fighting. In the past, it was Russia that was protecting Ukraine. Today, they are killing themselves. These are humans.
Confused. Why are you talking about
time, the German was killing the French.
Russia and Ukraine was one country in the.
You are
how many years ago? This guy.
No, wait. You are the one that asked me the question. I try to elaborate on it so that we can learn. There was a time the German were killing the French. So I don't know what you're talking about. There was a time the German invaded the British. There was a time the British were killing the Irish. So I don't know what you're talking about. Does that mean they were not civilized?
So civilization doesn't mean you cannot go to war. These people were going to war with each other with weapons that were already with manufactured weapons, not with sticks and bow and arrows.
With bow and arrow, with sword, with bow and arrow, with sword, Jerusalem. That's what they were using to defend Jerusalem. That is what they used to defend Mecca and Medina. Great empire, Chinese kingdom. So I don't know what you're talking about. With sword, with sword, the Japanese were able to defend their territory called Japan today. So man evolve, man advance. If Africa today get it right, they will start advancing. It's a matter of time. We understand that the world is looking at us. We have a huge opportunity. We know we have problems. We know we have failed. We know we have also failed. Our leader has failed us, but we must look at the genesis of the problem. I thank God today for social media. Most of the things that is easy for them to do in the past is becoming challenging. When Macron was talking, he was talking from the sense of the past. So when these people make it to understand that we are now in a different era, that thing you did, the Central African Republic, choosing who will rule them for the interest of France, cannot work again. So it is time you have to negotiate the business with these people. And it's very unfortunate that things are changing. Africa today is waking up, and I hope we advance. Thank you, my brother.
For me,
go ahead, Mr. Trump. Midwest. Go ahead, Mr. Trump.
Okay, not Trump, please, Mr. Trump. Mr. Trump. So for me, my own opinion, as I used to tell people, in my city, these Africans in my city, I tell them that I would like them to go back home. They tell me to go and do what? You understand? It's because of their mindset. Like now, they say that Nigeria has so many mineral resources, but they cannot use it to have a finished product. You understand? You can have raw material, without a finished product, you cannot use it to make more money. Like now, our crude oil, we sell them crude oil, then they sell us petroleum, kerosene, many things, and they even make more money than us. We are even more debt. For me, for the first 10 to 20 years from now, we Africans should copy them. In different areas. In the area of medical, in the area of infrastructure, just copy them for the meantime. For me, my own opinion, if I was given a privilege to serve my country back home, I would rather pick the security aspect of Nigeria. Without the security aspect of this great nation called Nigeria, there is nothing going to happen. Like now, you people are just. I used to listen to the news. I just laugh because of why do you think Americans and the Europeans are afraid of attacking Russia today? Because of they have very good security. They have something that made others afraid of them. If we Africa have something solid, after that you see the Europeans will come back to us on their knees, start begging us to trade with us. For now, I don't see it happening. That's why I said that like now we have to do what we call negotiation, dialogue. Take what belongs to them, bring it home, bring them home. Then later we start fabricating the same material. That's the way the Chinese does. I was even shocked. Like now, last 3 years, a friend of mine
See,
brought some.
my brother, thank you, Okay, but I would have put this one before if you are permitted. Listen, my brother. You see, you talk about the military.
We got
The greatest problem we have as an African.
Let him finish now, Mr. Let him finish.
Because I don't want to forget my train of thoughts, please. We brought 3 people from Africa. 3 people. To come and learn, then go back home to Nigeria. They all ran away. So what we decided now, we are taking foreigners, to come and help us back home in Nigeria, to teach them, to avoid, after teaching them, then they can go back. So one thing that even though we want to create something back in Nigeria, in Africa in general, we don't have maintenance. Who's going to maintain those stuff? Like now, I see Lagos, they said they created trains for intercities. I just laugh. Give it 5 years from now. But I remember they have Lagos buses those days. I remember when I was young. Lagos buses. Yeah, everything is going to get spoiled. Nobody's going to repair it. So that's just it. I just believe with time, we Africans, we like what we call bling blings. We want to show the world that we have arrived where we are not ever arrived. I looked at the way white people they behave here. They are stinkly rich, but you cannot see them in the best new cars today. And sometimes I cry. I don't regret to be an African, Mr. Judy. I don't regret. But once things I know today, if I knew it earlier, I would not be here in Europe. That's what I even told my wife the same thing too. So she laughed. I even told the same thing to my family too. Once it is that the mindset. Are we African ready to pay the price? I don't think so for the meantime. No, everybody wants to come out rich. Not everything is money. I even watch their characters. Why today my strongest asset when I do business is integrity. We blacks, we don't have it. Honestly speaking, we don't have it. I used to talk to them. They say, if I have the opportunity you have, I will take this and run away. I say, that's the problem we all have. That's the problem. I believe with time, 15 to 20 years from now, African will be great. As for the next 5 years, I don't think so. The next but from 15 to 20 years from now, we start seeing changes. But who is going to pay the price? That's what I used to tell everybody. Who is going to pay the price? Are we back home? Are they ready to pay the price? Even if I don't, sometimes when I speak with my friends back home, when they start complaining, I see that you people have everything what it takes to make money. But with the problem with you guys, you people don't want to invest. Every money I made I started my business with 20 euro. Today, I know what I am today. I know how many workers I have. I started with just 20 euro. Because if I
Tu vas me mettre dans le business.
What?
You speak French, right? Je serai content d'entrer dans ton business. Tu vas me mettre dans ton business. Je suis en Amérique.
Il y a une chose, je vais te bien vous expliquer que je suis dans l'automobile. Je vends de la pièce de rechange automobile neuf.
Oh, ok.
Vous voyez? Et
on peut parler ça parce que je suis en Amérique. Mets ton numéro sur le derrière chat, on va parler. Je vais t'appeler. Of course, man. Of course. On ne sait jamais. On ne sait jamais.
You
Je
see
suis en
somebody
Amérique.
who said we speak foreign language. He switches to French now.
Je suis en Amérique. On peut
See?
parler dans le business. Si c'est aussi parce que tu parles trop de business, je peux entrer là-bas aussi.
That's Africa, man. That's Africa for you guys. But in America, there are many opportunities, but you don't see it. I can tell you what moves in America. Because I used to go to American classes. I spent like 5,000 euro just for 3 hours classes. And I just learned the ideas. Nothing is free these days. Nothing is free. Nothing is free. We pay to learn. You pay when you, they say knowledge is power. That's true.
Exactly.
You cannot do it. That's what the problem we have back home in Nigeria. That's why I believe with the contacts I'm creating now back home in Nigeria, I believe with very soon I'll be in contact with some strong people back home. I won't mention their name just for security reasons. You understand? So trying to bring everything back home. That's what I tell people, that if we here in the diaspora, we start thinking of developing back home, we are going to make everything great. Nigeria will be great. It doesn't matter who is on that seat. On that seat. Even when I took a friend of mine just to open his eyes in Equipoto in Lyon 3 days ago, the guy was shouting. He never knew that something like this exists. Don't worry, Nigeria will be great. I still believe it. I still believe, but we have to work together back home. You know, so that's
my
it.
brother.
We have to work as yes.
Yeah, but my brother, let me tell you one thing. It is good for we to have that. Yeah, it is good for we to have that mindset that Africa will be great, not only Nigeria, but we cannot achieve that if we don't look at where we are coming from, because why we are coming from is what is going to shape our future. It's very unfortunate, and because where people don't really know where they are coming from, so they can learn from it, they are bound to repeat the same mistake that put them in the same place, the same problem. So this is what I strongly believe. These institutions that is currently ruling us as an African, they were only established for one purpose, and that purpose was for colonization. We Africa don't want to cross, no matter the institutions that we have, they design for us. If you call it institution, like university, polytechnic, or whatever in French, they call it everything. They were designed within the rank and space of colonization. Until we get out of that bus, we go nowhere. It is not opportunity that is holding Africa backward. It is not opportunity. I keep telling people, it's not because we have not had great people, but the structure on ground is what is holding us. That's just the truth. And people will not speak towards this. They will not like to talk about this anyway, but this is the reality. I tell you, the Nigeria brain outside, if there is anything to even attract those brain to Nigeria, we will be great. Not talk of other African countries.
Yeah.
We have people that like they have totally given up.
Yeah, of course. Let me substantiate on that point. When the Europeans colonized Africa and left, they left a lot of system behind on the continent that will not be for the benefit of Africans, but for the benefit of Europeans. They left a system of government called democracy. Africans today are the one fighting to become democracy, because if a country is in democracy, they make businesses that suit the Europeans. But if a dictator comes in power, he takes all that resources and controls it. He makes sure the Europeans does not benefit from it. But when you have a democratic regime in power, like in Nigeria, where you have this guy that is talking about, I want to implement democracy, like other African countries that they say they are democracy, majority of their resources is run by the Europeans, and that's what the Europeans love. Now, when the Europeans also left in Africa, they left a system called a religion. A religion, they left a 10 commandment that, do not kill, you should forgive your enemy, what your enemy have done, do not talk bad on them, forgive the Europeans on what they did on the African continent, and Africans have taken over that religion. in such a way where they don't even bash the Europeans no more. They have developed the Stockholm syndrome. Your enemy that used to kill you, you now see your enemy as your friend. Oh, he's my friend. Oh, he's now doing good business with me. Oh, we have forgotten about slavery. Oh, we have forgotten about slave trade. Oh, we have forgotten about colonization. Now he's a business guy, and I want to do business with him. That is what their religion, has made you to become. It has made you to forget about the stuff that you went through, the depression that they depress you, they kill your whole family, maimed you. They made you to forget about that system. Now they give you that religion. Now you are happy with it. When the Europeans also left, they left a system of education. They believe that if they did not leave an education behind, Africans will start telling a history of how the Europeans were doing, they suppressing them, killing them. No, they left a history where they will say, no, write about this history, how the Europeans came and saved you guys, how the Europeans came and do this to you guys, how the Europeans came and take you guys from bondage. That is the kind of education they left behind. And ever since they left, Africans have not been able to change this educational system. They have not been able to change a system of government that will suit them. They have not been able to change a religion. They have not been able to change a lot of things. Now, if this system is not changed, if all these things are not changed, you can change a government from January to December. A person from north, east, west, south, a person from Fulani or from West Africa, East Central or wherever, things will always remain the same. The same problem that you have from that president that left is the same problem that you will experience from this other person. It's the same problem that the next person in power you are still gonna experience. Liberians are experiencing it with George Weah. When George Weah came in power, they think he was gonna help. It's the same issue. Other African countries that have elect young presidents, they are facing the same problems. When Mugabe left, the guy that came in power, Zimbabwe is still facing the same issues. If the system has not changed, if your language has not, if all these things has not changed, Omo, you are still in a complete chaos. And that's just it. You can do whatever you can, you are still gonna be facing the same goddamn problem. And that's a fact. You can argue from now up to whatever you want to, but Africa will never change if these things are not changed. That's just it.
Thank you, my brother. I agree with you on this point. If I'm allowed to put something here, you see, democracy is good. I don't condemn democracy, but I believe democracy is of two faces. It's like a weapon you can use to defend. That same weapon you can use to kill. That is why I saw Russians complaining. American, you say you are bringing in air defense. It's something that will defend missile. Do you know we also have knowledge that this same missile that you use for defense can also be used to launch an attack against us? Because they know what is there. It's very unfortunate indeed. We Africans, we must figure out how two things work. Despite our level of education, we refuse to figure it out. One is the word capitalism. African leader doesn't know how it functions. That's just the truth. That's why we are still struggling. Democracy, we don't know how democracy is being programmed to work for the good of the people. We don't know it. So if we take time on our own, people really want to help, no matter the good things you have in your mind. But if we take time on our own to study the ethics of these two things I've just mentioned, we go nowhere, my brother. I will use the democracy for example. You want to come and do all your business in Nigeria, in Ghana, Cameroon, all you just need is the president. Go to America and go and do all your business and see whether Biden will be the person that will sign it for you. You're going to see that there was called indigenous rights, human rights. There are authority they place because of these people. You must break through them. Come to Sweden here and say you want to take their natural resources. The local commune, you must fulfill their document, their procedure. That is, when I mean commune, the people who settle in that very geographical location where the resources is. If you're not able to settle with them, you go nowhere. So African leaders just feel the power belongs to the president. Come to Western country where it's like that. The president have his own limitation. Look at America the other day. If you don't stop this money going to Ukraine, then we shut down the entire American government. The president was forced. Africa, no check, no balance. Few people were trying to strive for checks and balance were eliminated. So the many people, either you serve the British, you cannot rule. And when you are ruling, you are just in charge of everything. You're in charge of the police. Go and arrest, go and kill my opponent. You're in charge of the judiciary. Tell him who to jail, who to set free. So in Europe here, can any president in Europe? I don't know. I don't know, but I don't know everything about European country. But the few places I've lived, there is no president that can tell the judge, command him and say, judge it like this. It will never happen. And even if they want to compromise, I know they are also human. They don't, not because of bribe. There are issues that happen, they have to reason with the authority. This is just reasoning on the basis of the interest of their country and their heritage. I saw it in Spain. And that is the only place I found it. Even here in Sweden, somehow, because it was a critical issue that have to affect their own cultural heritage, something that have to do with the king. So they have to reach a point where they have to, try to do some certain things. But this is not like one is trying to enrich himself. They reach this compromise because of the interest of their country, of their heritage as a people. But in our place, we need to know. Now let's come to the capitalism. All business in Europe, France, where we live, everything is based on formality. Like this, my brother said, is doing business. When you look at the principle behind everything is formal. At the end of the month, you must tell government what you are earning, how you arrive in that conclusion. There are paperwork that have to speak to the government, how you arrive in that profit, how you arrive in that loss. You understand me? Go to our place in the South Africa country. Will you see this? You wake up, you open your business, you open your company. So far, the company is there. They come there and be asking you money. They don't even know whether you are closing, whether you are crossing. Nobody. Who are you going to talk to? And you go to market, all the volume of transaction is black market. No, government don't even know what's going on. So we call this, we're a capitalist country. How is it going to work? So these are the things I feel I can contribute because this is what is really holding us as a people. This system will not work the way it is. One president cannot fix Nigeria. There's no way. We are all different people. So but you cannot take that right from the people in the name of one country. The people land is being destroyed. Their cultural heritage be taken away. They are hungry being part of the country. And you want to develop them. You don't develop country by force. You develop a country with the contribution of everybody. Because you must have a system to take everybody along. And this is the principles of the democracy they practice here. Look, state government have powers. The ones that practice local government have its own power. But they have a line to communicate to the central. And the central also have a line to communicate to them. Through reporting.
Would you like to go back on Mr. Midwest?
To Nigeria?
Yes, that's just a question.
Yeah.
Yes,
I want to go. Yes, I want to go back. But what is holding me here with what I've learned about this place, I cannot lie to you, is insecurity. When I look at the way things are degenerated, I'm talking about life. Life doesn't have duplicate. You go there, you want to help people, and what you are doing, the government is far away from what you are doing. The business you are doing, the way you register, go there and register something. The whole paper they pack and give to you, they have no meaning if you really want to digest on them. They are not linked to any institution. They register paper, you register business. The Ministry of Finance is not part of it. Taxation is not part of it. It's only that the government can just come with some set of people and tell you, come and pay this. That is not the way it is in France. That is not the way it is in Sweden. Even the first, when I started business like 5 years ago, the first 6 months, I paid nothing. I didn't pay anything to the government because I was not making enough profit to pay anything. They were trying to, many offices, I don't even know, they send me a letter. Come here, they try to know what I'm doing, what's my challenge. They want what I'm doing to grow. I was so surprised. So this is how these people do their things here.
But so Africa does not have that money.
I was so surprised. That's what these people did. I did not even register anything. They found it in the system that this guy is doing something.
We call it.
This is the reason why I want. If I understand your question, you know why the Africans are not, because of the school they designed for us. When we have that degree, we thought we are better than everybody in our community that doesn't have it. And here in Sweden, do you know the way the Scandinavia designed their school? Now there's nothing like first. There's nothing like seconds. There's nothing like best student in their university. They don't accept that. What they are preaching is teamwork. They told their people, if you don't operate in team, you cannot compete in this generation. They make it clear. So they build teamwork spirit in all of them. They take the best, they take the one that is strongly, and sometimes when you are a slow learner, they discover they give you another teacher separate in that area where you are strongly. They just assign a single teacher to you. That's what they do.
But why does Africa, how has Africa not been able to? But how has Africa not been able to dilute or come up with this? Why? What is wrong with? Is there something wrong with Africans?
They see. Look at, for me, the fundamental thing that is wrong with Africa is Africa educational system. That educational system that we so much cherish and be saying university is producing one of the best students should be revisited. You cannot load people with theory from primary school, theory in the secondary school, and theory
no practical
in the university, and you want them to compete and produce no practical. Okay, like Scandinavia here is different. Their school is different from the British and American school. Somebody that want to do nursing, for example, in Sweden, you just choose it in your secondary school. Once you are coming out from secondary school, you pass, you can go and work in the hospital. Nobody will stop you. You go and work there as a junior nurse, and you will have good pay. If you want to go to university, you spend only 3 years. You have your university degree for that area. They believe in specialization. They believe in practical. If you want to do engineering here, maybe I want to do automobile, I want to know how to build motor. You choose it in the secondary school, and you manage to finish that secondary school with the practical and the theory, you have your result. You can go and work for Volvo as a mechanic at that very stage, and you will be able to function. They are going to put practicals in you. If you work in a read as a civil engineer, how to build house after your second, you can go and work as a junior engineer with professional engineer in the civil engineering sectors. So from there, if you want to go to, they already cuckoo you. They believe in that area, you must be good in it. And if you as you are working, you manage to gather 1 year experience, you want to go to university with that certificate, you just apply to university of your choice because it's their certificate. You don't need any exam as such. You are passed all. If you don't even pass, there's another school you go. If you want to even change course, you want to spend some time with some schools in that area you did not do in your secondary school, and you go straight to university. If you look at the way they teach people here, they encourage you, they bring that thing.
In Nigeria, you have to
Nigeria
write
will be
all
giving you
these
14th century books to be reading. What are you going to bend? See, the handout our professors are still using is the handout they used to, the same handout they used to teach, they found the school is what they are still using it today. And that with professors they use when they found that school is what they are still using to teach our children. No practical for anybody. So when you not train civil engineer, they can't build our road. We need Chinese secondary school to come and build road for the whole of. Where is the school? And they say Africans who cannot build in their place, take them to America, take them to European. When they study literature and work literature, they become supervisor to tell you how intelligent they are. So it is that school that they need to revisit. It can't help us. We can't continue like this. If you go to even in secondary school.
I live in America. I know people that were mechanic in Africa. They are now medical doctors in America. The system gives you room to open and grow. In Africa, just because you are mechanic, you are always a mechanic. You cannot change. You cannot divert. That is a problem in Africa. Most people are forced to do things that we're not supposed to be doing. That's why people are not growing. That's why they are not doing things good. Because take for instance, a guy that was probably meant to be a medical doctor in Africa, because of not having a means to become a medical doctor, is now sent to go and become a teacher. Do you think he is going to be perfect in that field of a teacher? No. Now, because that wasn't his dream. But in America, they give you the room to become what you want to be, like you said in Sweden. It's the same thing. So, and that is a big, I don't know why Africans have not been able to learn from that, because these guys that we have in power, the ministers, most of them studied overseas. The presidents, most of them studied overseas. Nigerian president studied in Chicago. Most of the ministers went to Europe and studied. Cameroon president, they studied overseas. Most African presidents. Yeah. So I'm like, how can they not implement some kind of copy what they saw in Europe, or even their visit that they visit all the time? How come they are not copying and implementing on the continent?
It's very painful, my brother. Are we not talking because we have been here? So it's because when we came here, we saw practice openly. What they are doing will look so big. You just enter the small thing, you start seeing, now so this what they do. Huh? When you register business here, you start reporting to the government. You're surprised that we don't practice capitalism in our place. No wonder why they are shitting us. We don't even know how to negotiate what we want. If you go and negotiate a business with somebody who doesn't know profit, you will manage the person. And that's what they are doing to us. We're negotiating what we don't know. Just because we can speak French and English, we thought we have the knowledge. And to them, they are so surprised that this man just agree with this little something. And the more they shit, the more they want more. You understand? So we are like Mogu before them, and we thought we are wise. All these guys that study in America, when they come back, the reason why they cannot develop their people, they are not even governing their land. They are governing the land the British conquer others, put together, and call it a country. So everybody's after power. And that's why sometimes we rise up against ourselves and be killing ourselves. The power is not checked. The one that have to be president, just president. As far as it's giving French the oil, the British the gold and oil, and maybe France, what is it called, the German, the other. My brother, the European, we tell you, yeah, they are very good people. The man is doing it.
Mr. Midwest, I would like you to,
tried 40-something years
because you have so many
protecting
ideas.
the person.
Yeah? You have so many ideas. I would like you to go and settle back in Nigeria. To settle back home, my brother. I would like you to go back home to settle. No,
my brother.
About
we go back home. For me, if Nigeria want to attract the diaspora back, what they have to do, they should dissolve this state that the military use barrel of gun to create for people. Let's go back to regional government, where the region will manage the resources by law and account to the federal government. The federal government put that system for it to be transparent. Really, when they are counting, this is how they run their capitalism here. So the federal government will now look at the entire country. Let's say with every region give them 50%. They have the highest. So region South may be very productive than the North. So they will now increase the allocation for investment to that region. That is what they are doing. The whole of Jama is not rich. It is the South that own the whole of their money. All these Munich and the rest. They were the one who got the vision to, make Mercedes, smart diesel, automobile, and become a very powerful country. So this is what Sweden here, everywhere is not rich, but everybody enjoy equal.
Mr. Midwest, look, for a regional government in Nigeria will even be more problematic than the state that you have right now. I'm telling you, look, regional government, when you talk of regional government, it means you're gonna have five to 6 different states under one region. And now there's another new problem that is gonna come up that you don't know. Let me finish.
It will not be problem.
Let me finish. You don't understand when all 5 to 6 states are combined into one region, there is problem because some of the places in that region will be neglected, and that's where a new problem is gonna become. Most of the bigger tribes in that region will dominate the minority tribe. That is gonna be a new problem. But now you have different states. Where other states, you have smaller states, you have states that are the population is fit in that state. Now, when you have a region with a lot of population, governing a lot of population under one region is going to be more problematic. I'm telling you because from the country that I come from, Cameroon, we have a region government. And the region government is a problem because in a region, there are so many people. Now, other places are being neglected because they say the region is big. Oh, the government cannot do this for all the people in the region. So other places are neglected. Instead, we are also fighting to also have federal state because this region are going to be split into smaller chunks, and development is going to be easier than when you have a big region and development is hard to come by.
Yeah.
As for my own opinion, Mr. Judier, For me, I just prefer. One thing is just that it doesn't matter who is in position for me. That's what I used to tell people. I support whosoever in the government, as long as you make the infrastructure, the upliftment of my people back home. Sometimes I cry when I watch at the telly, watch internet. I cry. So I don't tell people. When I tell some people, they tell me, "Where are you from? Which region are you from?" I just bullshit them off. I say that that's not the problem today. We don't have one Nigeria or one Africa. We need people that have problem solving mindset back home. If we have like 10,000 people in Nigeria, just 10,000 people in Nigeria, I bet it with you within 5 years, Nigeria will count the whole Africa. But the problem now, we don't have people that are ready to sacrifice. There's no sacrifice anywhere. I'm sorry to say. There's no sacrifice. The Americans did theirs. We Africans, we have to do our own too. Because now,
So, so are you gonna move back to Nigeria anytime soon, or you just gonna remain in France for 10 more years?
No, I'll be going and coming back. Even
why not move completely?
Because I'm taking their ideas back home. There are so many ideas here. But one thing is this, that I have to bring people from here, not African back home. I'm still bringing them from here, the foreigners, to come and teach people for me back home. To teach the male and the female back home for me. After they have been taught, everything will be okay. Like now, when I went to
So the white man will be teaching Africans back home.
They will teach them like up to a year. After a year, they'll be.
So you believe that the white man will be giving the Africans on the continent the right ideology to grow?
Africans are not ready for now. We are not ready, Mr. Jude. I will tell you with facts. With facts, I gave somebody that came to my place of work, I can remember, an IQ test. He told me as unfortunately back plus 5. Understand? Back plus 5. He can even do IQ test. He got 2/20 from Nigeria. I was shocked.
And that was some guy that went to the university in Africa, in Nigeria.
I cried. I was ashamed. Why little children here, they can do just solve the problems for me easily.
That's why I was telling you the IQ of Africa, man. A professor left Nigeria and came to America and was disgraced by a child in I think a middle school. A university professor. The child disgraced, telling him the way I cannot understand the way everything was on TV. This professor went back to Nigeria and said he cannot take it anymore. The child had a high IQ than the professor.
I developed my IQ in Europe. Honestly speaking, I developed my IQ. The opportunity I got here in Europe wasn't given to me back home in Africa, in Nigeria. Honestly speaking, the opportunity I got here, they opened my eyes. I start seeing things. I start thinking logically. You understand? Logically. I remember those days they tell you that when elders speaks, you keep quiet and listen. It's a lie. Many of them speak lies. Lies upon lies. That's why Africa is not going forward. Sorry to say. In our school today, we only teach theory, nothing like practicals. Nothing like, if I bring a civil engineer today to come and touch these German machines, they can't do anything with it. They can't do anything with it. Like now today, if I just ordinarily listen to a car, I will tell you what is the problem because I learned it.
Oh wow!
So you see, it takes time. Rome is not built in a day. You understand? But with time, I believe Africa will be great. Nigeria will be great. You understand? But it will take sacrifice. He's going to pay the price. Nobody for now. Nobody for now. I had somebody in the chat section called African Powers telling me that I sacrifice my time and my life. One thing is just that for you to have a steady life, those things that are needed, sometimes you have to sacrifice. That's what I learned. And I learned how to speak to people because of when I speak with Africans here, their communication is zero. I'm sorry to say, zero. Everybody wants to work, thinking about sending money back home, thinking about. I said that we call it for. Let me say you deposit yourself as a slavery. I'm sorry to say that. I'm sorry to say that. I know that many people will be angry with me hearing this, but I believe with time, Africa will be great, Nigeria will be great. I don't care who is in position back home, but with time, we the diasporas are the one going to make the continent great. Thank you.
That's good, man. I might be leaving the show, man. I gotta go to work or something. So it was nice talking to you, man. I'll shoot you an email. You take care. Stay blessed.
You're welcome. You're welcome. No problem. You're welcome. And you continue doing your work.
Thank you, my
Oh
brother.
yeah.
Okay.
Goodbye.
Yeah, you too, bro.
Mr. Midwest, are you here?
Yeah, I'm here, but I'm a little
Okay.
bit busy. You can continue now. Other guys are not
No,
there.
I wanted to
Who is
answer
Mr.
just few
there? Mr.
questions.
can also talk.
I'm Mr. I'm the one, Mr. I'm the one
Okay, what is
talking.
that?
Because if I had you, which part of
Okay.
Edo State are you from? Sorry to say. Which area of because you
Which part of it?
because of Edo State? Which region in Edo State?
In Nigeria, you're talking about?
Yes.
I'm from Edo State. I'm from Benin. I'm from Orion.
Yes. Orion. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. You're welcome. You're welcome. We are all Nigerians. You understand? We are all Nigerians. That's it.
Thank you.
We are all Nigerians.
Yeah.
So I believe that Mr. One Man is going to come and change the subject. He's going to come and change the subject because I know that he asked me
Yeah,
why
he
that.
will come back with he will come and change it for the evening. This thing, maybe if I'm chance, I will join them. But if I'm not chance, I will not be there.
Okay, but I keep on. I love listening.
We talk about so many things.
I see it.
Yeah, we talk about so many things, my brother. You see the breakdown. You saw what?
But I just believe that Africa will be great. That's what I tell people. I believe it. It will only take time. It will only take time. Africa will be great. That's what I like.
Okay.
That's it.
Yeah, my brother, you see what is holding us bound? For Africa to be great, naturally, the black man is very, very greedy. He wants to be the dominant force. So until we get rid of this mentality, we are not going anywhere. See, the Europeans we are running to. As somebody was saying, if we go back to regional government, there will be more problem. For me, I just smile, my brother. Take, for example, where I'm from, Benin or Adeta. In the past, these people were able to recognize every kingdoms or ethnic nationality that make up that area. And everyone have their own settlement and autonomous right. This is exactly the foundation that developed Europe today. Region in Europe is not equal size. Local government is not equal in size. That is, do you know the reason? Exactly the way we are. Nationality, that is how they are. They were in the past. France, they're like that, the Spanish, the Swedish. Even as we speak today, a Swedish person from the north, deep northern part of Sweden, if he come to south, it will take that person nothing less than a year to understand when their people are communicating. Even when he can read, he can write that simple and correct. But when he enter the street and they start talking with the slangs and everything, the person will be lost. but they recognize this, cultural heritage and civilization. They lay foundation on it that people must have right to their quarter. Okay, as time progress, as they miss, they now overcome that, and from here and from there and from that, the people going to see themselves one. The Benin or the empire of that trend where Roboma can go here. That is how it is really going on. Is on the one of the major tribe. You are constituting, the power is in your hand. We rally against you. We rally around you, I mean to say. So yes, who have run this and expect their people to join to ask in question. No. Nigeria is not having its own president. He has never had, and he will never have. The former president before Nigeria.
Okay,
how can that kind of place progress?
One thing is that
it's because we don't.
My brother, I'm only for anybody that I'm only for whosoever is in power.
By practicing tribalism.
That is not the problem.
Do anything. I love that. That's how it's supposed to be. Whosoever that is in power should see Nigeria first before his tribe. But it's very unfortunate when people pick that power. They see their ethnic nationality first above the country.
That's why I support whosoever is in the government. Is in the power today.
We see their ethnic nationality
in the power.
Before they have no choice. We must support the person. We hope that one day maybe the person will now decide to tell them, look, we are all one Nigeria. We are not going anywhere. We cannot just continue to rule Nigeria like that. After all, the whole problem is caused by leaders. So let's do it good. That's what we are praying for. Like Tinubu today is already my president. Anything I can do to support him, I will do.
But
currently, yeah, we have to do that.
Because he's the president by law.
I must accept him. He's my president. He's my president. I love him. Well, yeah, I love him. He's still there today. The whole system told me he's the president, and I accepted it, though I did not vote for him. So he's already my president. Anything good that we can use to support him and support the country, let's do. But it's very unfortunate that when the power comes, the grassroots problem, they don't want to solve that thing. That is the genesis of our problem. We can't hold our leaders accountable. There is no formality. There is no system to do that. So it's just the truth. Your governor will mismanage your country. You take him to court, hoping you are dealing with your governor. People in the federal level are already his friend because he belongs to one political party. He goes there, they throw away the case. If you are not careful, they buy the person away. What can you do? Your brother is destroying his own place. And these people will shade him. Look at the whole country today. The northern people, Hausa and Fulani, are bleeding. And the people were the one ruling in the past. The southwest is a little bit okay because, but when you look at the north today, my brother, banditry they have taken over everywhere. So when you look at the whole thing, if we are serious to see this country as our own, they were at a point, to me, they were treating the whole case like with soft glove, and it went out of hand. Okay, look at the Southeast as a whole. What is going on there today? So everyone is crying for marginalization. Yeah, continue.
Sorry to cut you, my brother. I'll call you my brother in this segment. You understand? Please, with due respect. You understand? People were complaining about things are expensive. Things are expensive. Do you know that Nigeria is the cheapest place to live? It's very cheap to live there. compared to Europe.
Okay, wait.
Because
I agree with you to some extent, not completely. Not completely.
Let
I
me
agree with you to some extent.
let me explain this. Let me explain this to you. Let me explain it because I knew it through few of my friends that went and based there. Understand? Foreigners, they're not Nigerian, they're not Africans. They went there. They don't want to come back. For the past 8 years, they're there. They don't want to come back. They said something that I did not even expect from them. Understand? That even we Africans, I was even shocked to hear this from an outsider. They only said it's from an outsider, you know what is going on. From insider, you understand? But for me, I think Nigeria will be great. But there's a lot of work to be done. Understand? But Nigeria, the guy in power is not up to a year, so I cannot judge him. He just came the month of May, June, July, August, September, 4 months, going to 5 months is in power. So we cannot judge anybody about results. You understand? Even though I tell people that they should be thanking their God that Peter Obi did not enter the power. They tell why. I see that it will be disaster because of the laws there, the system there will not allow him to produce. You understand? To produce. They say why? I say that so when a group of persons are bad, even though you are good, you go there, you too will be bad. They say that environment take 50%. Anybody that goes there, my so-called, I remember it was you calling about Jonathan. He went there, he did the same thing. Everybody that went there did the same thing. I don't know what is matter with that seat in Nigeria presidency. Who went there, forget about everything. You understand? Because of the law doesn't permit them to do things. Maybe they know something they don't want to tell us. They don't want to say it out. They're afraid. You understand?
There is because what's called top national secret. It's in the file there. You will see it once you come to office. It's there.
Because they cannot change anything. True. Even though we went there, he cannot change anything. That's what they were saying. That's why I listen to many people talking. The problem there is that in Africa we talk too much, but we don't do the work. We talk too much and do less work. I'll tell you some things. I got so many experience while working with different nationalities. You understand? That's how I learned so many things about them. Understand? Nigerians. I remember when I visited Nigeria 2017. Because someone told me I have not been home. I said that even though I go, I only spend 3 or 4 days and I come back. I will just go there and do some things, sign some documents, and I come back. That's what I'm used to. So I was surprised. Something that took them a whole year, 12 months. I did it there within 30 minutes. My brother, 30 minutes. They were all looking at me because of they don't know the right people to talk to and the right office to knock. You understand? And I found out that the problem is not the presidential. It is we back home, Africa. We're the one doing bad to ourselves. You understand? Just like all this, they call it a crab rat race. A fellow crab doesn't want somebody next to him to crumble, so everybody wants to eat from it. Because I watch some YouTube, I just cry a lot. I cry sometimes. I'm even fed up watching things, even listening to channels too. You understand? Some of them are biased. You understand? So nobody wants to say the truth. Everybody are afraid because if you say anything bad, the following day they will pick you up. You understand? We know the African systems. We believe that if one person one day decided to make a change, everybody will follow. We only just want one person. If the president today decided to help Nigeria, everybody will follow. I hope he's going to do the job. Because I heard that he has done it before in Lagos State. That maybe we'll do it more. But some people were saying that but I know that he's a very intelligent man, and he's surrounded with people. I read it in a book. With people that are intelligent. That's how we know a real businessman. You cannot be brave. You have to work with intelligent people to be successful in any businesses you do. So that's my take. And I believe that we'll be waiting for one man to come and change the subject, or to Mr. Tunanja. and because I do follow them up.
Yeah, my
During the
brother.
programs,
See, let me just quickly add something to your this. Let me add a little thing to it. You see, yeah, for me, I'm not against the new president. Though I did not vote, I keep on telling people. But when I go to social media, all this propaganda and everything even make me to start liking the president more, because I discovered what they are doing. They are I don't know. I will use the word tribal bigotry. Is really blame. You understand me? And they even try to discredit the president. He went beyond my own. And for me, Tinubu is a problem. It's not a problem in Nigeria ruling. It's just 6 months. But however, he has been the circle of the politics. He only rule as a state governor, and as a politician, you must belong to political party. So he came in now. I'm not expecting magic from him. Even if tomorrow they put Peter Obi, nothing like magic. No magic. Even though so I'm not that type who believe when they put Peter Obi magic. How is it going to happen? Even me, I come to be worried about people who are really in tribe related to Peter Obi, because I don't know how he's going to control these young guys that insult everybody. Insult can only lead to crisis. You can't leave your space and come and be insulting my king, insulting my people, insulting my father, my mother in my own land, and you don't expect people to react. It doesn't work anywhere. So for me, I think for him to even manage the space of his people, particularly that region, and come and manage the problem of Nigeria, and my brother, I don't think it's going to be easy for him. He's not coming there as a military general. He's coming there as a elected person. So what will he do? Can he dissolve our Senate? He doesn't have power. Can he dissolve the House of Rep? He doesn't have power. And yes, you put your people in the military. Good. The military cannot just be, and everybody is already hungry. So everybody is angry. The military cannot just come there and be doing anyhow. Totally impossible. So we have already, Nigeria is a country that has found itself in an unfortunate situation. We just hope that when we get a leader, the leader will just tell his people, really, we have destroyed this country with the politicians since 1999. So let's do it different. If I give you this position, you don't do it, I'm going to jail you. We have to sign it now. So that when you go to jail, don't say I'm the one that jail you. Sign it that you will go. If you don't want to do it good. We just hope. And I pray for them to give him a chance. I pray for people to support him, because if we truncate it now, we may likely engulf the country. He has his own support. Yeah.
I remember when I was
you say?
I remember
you say what?
Earlier when I was a worker in a certain group of people, you understand?
Yeah.
My boss gave me, he told me if I can do the job. And I looked at him, I said, I don't know, just give me 3 months to study it first. After 3 months, he gave me another appointment. I told him, yes, it is possible. But the problem is that I remember when I started doing the job, there was many obstacles on the way. Even my fellow friends were disturbing me not to do the job well. Even my fellow friends were even disturbing me not to do the job for them. I was even shocked. I said, why? You told that I was, oh my God, that everybody go chop by chop, leave them for them. Leave them maybe something they spoil. I was shocked. You understand? I was shocked. That's why I said that that Tinubu, maybe he might do the job, but those people beside him will be disturbing him. But I believe with time, just a little time, maybe with time, we'll start seeing results after a year. But as for now, I don't think so, because there's inflation everywhere in the world. People are losing their jobs. Things are getting more and more expensive. Even the price of fuel is even cheaper in Nigeria.
What I believe, my brother. Yeah, what I believe now. See what I believe. I will quickly put this one before you. You see, our government cannot continue to be doing things the way they used to do it. Those ways that created the problem in the first case. If they want to continue and they are not serious, they want to continue. Everything will take its shape by natural force. I just believe that. Now this inflation have increased poverty all over everywhere. It has increased
everywhere
the
in the
hunger.
world.
So, and these are hungry people. So when when this hunger continue to mix with this anger in a high proportion, it's going to produce something. So any government that want to avoid that, they will definitely have to change. I'm just telling the truth. Because of the abundant resources, money flowing, people struggle to survive, and it was working like that. Now, people open their shop, nobody's going inside. Everything is sinking. I know the business I have in Nigeria. As I talk, I have to work here to go and pay my workers. If I'm not here, everything will collapse. As I talk to you. So, my dear brother, the thing is this: the country is under a strong process, and I thank God for a reasonable person. You can't put the blame on Tinubu. There is no way a reasonable person can do that. You must give him time, but we must come to tell him, Baba, you can't do it the way these people used to do it by saying, this is my man. Everything will explode for your frontal. And at the way the whole thing they go. The Yoruba, there's one unique thing anyway about Yoruba anyway. That brother I just said, is my brother. If their brother is not doing well, they are going to go to street. Then nothing will stop them. I'm just telling you, have that one in your mind. If it's not meeting up the way to a point where they say, no, with the kind of hunger way they, you will see them in the streets in Yoruba land. So they are not going to be like other people, because that side to Benin, to some area, there is a point where they can say, no, even when you are a brother, what you are doing is rubbish. And they will do it with full force. So, and I pray, a tree doesn't make a forest. This is not the time, give money to them to go and build the road. I see them, they're talking about concrete road. Is concrete road our problem? Like, what happened to the money we have been spending for years?
Like one thing does for me,
and we did not see road. Have you been able to? Can't you tackle that? The manner at which we award this contract,
everything will be great.
And for me, this concrete road,
they should privatize everything. Because
my brother, what is privatization without regulation? No, there is a big problem. There is a fundamental problem. If you are privatizing and the institutions are not there to regulate it, it will end up in crisis. Because the capitalist people are after profit. Come here in Europe and handle something for them. You will see procedure they have already laid down that you have to follow. It's a guideline. If you deviate from it, some of them can land somebody in jail. It's just the truth. They just put it there. So they regulate everything. Both you that is coming, you will still profit, but they will make sure they regulate. They kick out exploitation. You can't employ people and be exploiting them because you privatize something, you pay for something. No, they will never allow that in their country. And your profit, they must follow it up, because that service they put in your hand is very important to the survival of the economy. So when you are not meeting up, they are going to come with government money. And no government in Europe that release their money, I don't think of how to get it back. So they won't know what you are doing. So these regulations and institutions are very weak. So and you get what I'm saying? I don't know whether you get this point I'm trying to present. They are very weak. So if we want to privatize, nothing is wrong, but we must go and strengthen those institutions that are dead already, so that they can be able to handle the regulation. When we entered this democracy in 1999, they were talking like this. NEPA is the problem. When we change the NEPA, we privatize electricity everywhere. They change the name from NEPA to power holding. Today, no power. And all of them queue in, they privatize the same. They did whatever they want to do. Everything remained the same. They will use English word to describe it: distribution, production, generation, this one, that one. Electricity, yeah, me, I know they hear generation. Now, distribution, I don't hear yet. So where they said if you change from one company where they sell the electric to another here in Sweden. So apart from that, I don't know. The rest, the government have put it in place. You understand me? So in our places,
in Europe,
the institutions,
with time, because they have systems.
Yeah.
They have system. We call this system. Even in the business world, we call them systems. If one thing is that if they want to do it, they will do it well. But there is no law. Africa don't have laws. Generally, they don't have law. If you know somebody in the position, you just a phone call, you won't go to the prison. That's what I had. Yeah, prison is meant for poor people back home. Sorry to say, the rich people don't go to prison.
Okay, it's true, my brother. Then tell me how we're going to progress.
That's
How
why
are
I
we
say
going
that
to progress in that
it's good
scenario?
to take, that's why I say that
You as
first
a
of all,
government,
for me, I like talking about it. I talk even that when I do because what I do, the way I do my work, I go to companies that are having problems. I give them a book, telling them
yeah,
that what will I bring to the table. So I don't tell them that I want to work. I say that this is what I'm bringing on the table. If you are set with me, I will work with you. If you don't, no need. You understand? So that's it. Then later, I give you 3 months free
yeah.
services. After that 3 months free services, then you start paying me just to win you because everywhere is saturated already. You understand? That's why I do things. But that's why I say that for me, if they give, I feel that if they can, because of the cost of government in Nigeria is so high. Sorry to say, it's so high. If they can just remove that money, nobody want to go to politics anymore in Nigeria. Nobody want to go because I was even surprised. Nigerian politicians are well paid more than here. Are well paid. Are well paid now. Politician is just as a business now back home.
See,
as a business back home. So one thing does that according to one of my friends in Africa,
is the only business back in Nigeria. Is the only business. It's the only business back home now that is survive. All our millionaires, you can't trace their investment. They are just millionaires. We are either directly connected to politics or indirectly connected to it. I'm just telling you. 99% of our millionaires in Nigeria today, just that politics. And they want this thing to remain the way it is going. And the way it is going is about to produce different things. That is very strange. You don't play with hunger, my brother, in the midst of people that is already hungry. I pray for Tinubu to see these things that really, even those that are clapping for him are already, they are hungry, but they have hope. And that hope is that they have to be serious. This is not the time to be rewarding, giving money to people you don't ask what they are spending it for. This is not the time to be coming here, they come and do concrete road. And you blame engineer. How do they even register this company in the first case? You call contractors. What are the criteria to be a contractor in Nigeria? The criteria is the governor. But here in Europe, you go to school, you got the license, you go to this office, and they give you permit. Maybe they can tell you must be citizen. Go good. Or they can tell you this company must have this social amount of money in their account so that they can know in case of tomorrow before government start reducing contract to them. Once you meet up, they will give you that permit to run your business. After all, you're going to pay tax here. Go and ask Nigeria, how do they register contractor? There is no procedure. It's just Mr. Governor and Mr. President. We can't build on that. The concrete road they are talking about is the most delicate and the most dangerous technology they will ever introduce to us as a people. Because if you put this rod, what is called concrete rod, you place it on the floor of the road, and you tie this road with concrete and hoping that it will long very last. Okay, go and travel Nigeria road. Imagine this, the way the nature of road that we have today, that there were some kind of metal rod, concrete rod beneath their surface. Do you think any motor can walk on that road? That's why the road is bad. That's why we are still following. With the rod, every tire will be punched. I go to Jama Road, where I've actually found this concrete road, which is indeed one of the best. If you see the level of maintenance, you will not even tell our people to introduce because we don't have maintenance culture. The Kota road they do and we can clap. Maybe it lasts 4 years, 5 years. If it's spoiled, now see the road, we will see the manage. Imagine when the road spoiled, there's barbed wire. That is not friendly with any tire. I just wonder, I don't know what is wrong with this our people.
No, I had a lady talking that he repaired a road in Nigeria. Then some government workers, local government workers, took her to court. I was shocked. I had it so she was complaining that she did it for free. Understand, for free. Then they asked her, why are you repairing the roads? That when they spoil, because they said that when they have bad roads, they can collect money from the federal government. You understand, for the repairing. So every year they collect money for the same road, but the road is. So I don't know. They said that somebody pocketed. So you see that
she was even lucky. She was even lucky. Yeah, she was lucky. Some place they will kill her for doing that good. They will just eliminate her. I'm telling you.
What is that? Just
in some place, go and repair the governor road, or when they are open to collect money for vendor. They will buy the person for nothing. for you coming there to do good. Many of my Benin people went back to go and set up school, set up agricultural mechanization. You know, when this Oibo, some of them have worked with Oibo, manage this corn farm very well in Belgium. One guy took a lot of money from Belgian government, from farm, mechanization, tractor, everything. Before you know what is happening, this Fulani came in and used their cattle to finish the farm, gone to chase workers away. The guy went bankruptcy. He came back here to Belgium, could not be able to service the debt. He raised up his hand. Do you know what the Belgian government did? They wanted to jail him and everything because he was so serious. They now contacted their embassy in Nigeria, and their embassy went and sent people to that farm where he described it was real. They canceled the debt and set him free. Get what I'm saying now?
No,
my state governor did not help him. My state governor is the farmer. All the money appointed, all the money appointed for farm, all the money appointed for farming belong to my governor. My governor is the farmer, but you cannot see their product in the market. Which kind of system is that? If you go to court, is your tribal person? The same people in Abuja will protect him.
Fulani herdsmen that they're using is a political tools. You understand? Is a political tools. We know about it.
It's a political tools. Who even know whether they pay those tribes? You don't know whether they pay these ones. They pay them. They just call them. They pay them to come and do it. Because if you continue like that, maybe we train people that will start saying, government, they release this money to the state for agriculture. We are doing it good. Bring it for us. They don't want to see that because the governor himself is the farmer with a product for the whole of 8 years. You can't see their product in the market. They will be farming. They will be showing to television. Nothing, my brother. They don't invest in the people. So the system is already a problem. The system is not designed for progress. And I don't see any possible. Do you know how many people that are left here? Benin people 5-6 years ago went back to invest. Now they are stranded, calling us here. The business disappeared because of these bad governors. And when you have problem, you don't have a place to go. You don't have somebody to cry to. I told you when I started fighting, I was so surprised. The place I used to, I don't know what they are doing. I received a letter. And they saw everything when my accountant was reporting things to the government. But they knew I feel optimistic. They contact me, you know, trying to encourage me, putting me through, and all those kind of stuff. This, you must do it like this. Who is going to tell you in Nigeria? Once you finish, they come and stand and tell you, come and pay tax. Some people will come, we are the name, so revenue you pay. The other one will come, except you have people in politics. And if you have people in politics, you don't even pay. They just, that one will help you to be sending the paper. They pay nothing. And they will not come again. Maybe one police officer, top ranking, DPO even call them not to go there again. They will not come again. It depends on who you have. So we don't have space to contribute to our country. The diaspora have to think what next to do. The next thing to do is to support the government and tell our people, look, Mr. President, there are things that always take its shape naturally, and we are heading towards that. These people are becoming very hungry, and they are hungry. People park their car, they are using their leg, they're trying to manage, they're trying to do everything. And while they are doing this, the increment of foodstuff is increasing. And when they look at it, you are just 4 months. So you are not our problem for every reasonable person. You met a broken plate, country that is almost gone. We are in debt, no reserve. Central bank have used our foreign reserve to shorty for loan. It means when these people just demand for their loan, we have nothing. Then we'll be carrying maybe 1 million naira to buy bread. Like what was happening in Zimbabwe. We have to print money everywhere. Huh? You now use wheelbarrow to carry money to go and buy bread. Have you seen that? You not see that for Zimbabwe. So
I believe it will not happen.
We should wait. Let them just continue to share. Huh?
No, one thing is just that I believe it will not happen. I believe it will not. I'm always optimistic.
I pray not to happen. I pray for it not to happen.
Yes, I'm always positive and optimistic. You understand? One thing is just that I believe somebody will come. Somebody will come to come and help us. You understand? To come and help us. And there's people from diaspora that are still going to come back.
Yeah.
Not people back home already, because I listened to not this election. The last election they did, there was a guy from Osun State.
Yeah,
he wanted to do something good. I was surprised they wanted to impeach him out from it. From the Yoruba land. I won't say this is specifically from the local government. So when I had it, they tell that they have not eaten them. They want to take their own. So you can see that it is just as a national cake. Everybody want to steal. Want to steal. What I learned here in Europe that you didn't even have the time to steal. Your money, some people, some local government chairmen here, they collect not even 2,000 euro. I was even shocked. Why back home in Nigeria they'll be collecting? Oh my God! And you must give an account. You must give an account every 6 months. You must give an account. If not, you'll be fired. People here will fire you. But one thing is that I don't still lose hope. I don't like people talking down of our country, understand? Of our continent. But I believe with time, just with time, everything will be great. Understand? Everything will be great. France today went the same way. England too
I
went
agree
the
with you,
same
my
way.
brother.
America did
I
the
pray.
same thing. Even where you are still Sweden too.
The
But we
Swedish
just
went the same
believe.
way.
Yes, just that.
Hunger almost finished them. They teach us in school, my brother. They all ran to United States.
So I believe
Hunger
that
almost finished them here. They ran away.
I believe that in the state of when they say that Nigeria is in the labor room now. It's in the labor room. You understand? So I believe that the pain is getting higher and higher now. So people back home are now complaining. Maybe when they stop taking money for votes, and then maybe they will start waking up. But as for now, just that everybody can sell their vote for 4 years. You understand?
But at least we need to be okay. My brother, look at democracy. The Europeans, they don't share money. So if people are sharing money to do vote, can't they even say, this is not democracy? They will never do that for us. But they understand that this is not going to help any of us. As it is today, the politics of Nigeria is the highest money you have. It's not how brilliant and intelligent you have. Just have it. That's just the truth. As we speak now, it's only when it was 99, it was open for everybody. But as it is today, it is the levels of money. If they want to nominate you in party, it's no longer primary election in the presidential level. They call it, delegate. They want to call themselves American style, but American proper regulation when it comes to delegate or whatever they call it. But in our home, like this past election, you see political party candidate carrying money openly, sharing it in dollar for them to be the one that will be a candidate president for a party. It was so open. The government cannot pass law to stop this. When you pump this kind of money to get through, are you not going to get it back? We do.
That's true.
So
politics is
you will do. You have to get the money because you got it from somewhere. It's business now, not how intelligent you are. So the problem we really have as a people, Tinubu was elected in so many platforms, like, okay, you have to revisit how all these states were created or even how they run it. You have to. And not this institution, like, how can you be pumping our money, building road? We don't have the road. Contractors will just come here from nowhere. Some of them are not even related to engineering. They're just in the street doing it, pangolo, this construction, and the money is disappearing. The money we even spend on our road, the Jama doesn't spend it. It's because of the road that we're in debt today. The Jamas are not in debt because of road infrastructure. Because the money they were loaning was purposely for road and railway in the past administration. Majority of that loan went there. I don't understand the railway they are building. You understand? That railway is a gradually process. If we train our people, we have our own engineers, we have our own company, it will take them years. So far, the plan is already there. Government can come and go, they keep building. And that's how they will spread the whole communication, the whole railway net communication around your country.
That's why I told them,
But we built it like Sogia Hunt.
I told them, Mr. Judea. I told them, Mr. Judea.
Amechi.
Judea. I told Mr. Judea that we need just to import all this all the development back home. Then we teach people back home how to maintain it. You understand? Maintenance culture. You understand? How to maintain it. So how to keep it running and maintenance. Because I with time, you understand? Formally, I don't know how to maintain a car. Formally, That was 4 years back. I don't know how to maintain a car. Today I know how to maintain a car. You can see, because I learned it after breaking my engines how many times, broken this, broken that. Nobody tells me. Then I learned everything by hearing the sound of my car. I know if there's problem or not quickly. If it's not smooth, that means there's problem.
Yeah.
So one thing that I used to tell people that that everything, there's a process. Nigeria, they have starting, process, and finishing. But Nigeria doesn't want to do
Midwest. Midwest.
Yes, sir.
Midwest.
Yes, sir.
What do you
Yes,
think
sir.
about what the civil servant in Ministry of Works did to the minister? Do you think the way they behave, that's the right way for civil servant to behave? Like you guys came to work late,
See.
and yeah, go ahead.
Okay. The whole thing is it boiled down to the institution themselves where we put the civil servant, because these institutions that we put the civil servant, they are dead already. The military guys killed all of them, but because of we still run a peaceful country, we are not at war. We still have these institutions in name, so it's a place where people go and do whatever that favors them, not for the interest of the country anymore. Even if you go there, the way they handle the files and documents, you know that you will know that we are not going anywhere. The real bedrock of a country is civil servant, but the military guys came in, they interfere because they have the gun. Tell them do it like this. And when we enter democracy, it becomes those people's culture. So every governor or president that come in goes there and tell them what to do. We're supposed not to be so. Civil servants are autonomous people. Regime come, regime go. If they are really autonomous, the government will create a system, a platform that put them on check. That is what you have to do. For example, somebody that is working here now in the office of the government, like similar to the what we call civil servants in our place. Every one of them have special ID card. That same ID card, you see them, they put it, in most cases, either they hand it on the front, like their purse in the front, or they just use a rope to put it like a necklace in their neck. Go to most of European countries. With that ID card, that's what you will use to open the gate to go in. When you open, that little thing you do will report you in the Ministry of Local Government or local government office. It will not, because that office is in a locality. Although whether it's your task, that local government is federal government going to keep it. It is when you move, they move it to another place inside the country for you. So they must keep it there for you. All those pension and everything. So you have to report that you are at work. They've linked it. You see how digital is so good. Okay, it will also report you now to that local ministry and down to the federal that this man is present. How can that person go and sit down in his house? It's not possible. Then if you have office, your own office, before you enter, that say ID card is what is going to open it for you to show that you have entered your office. Then you now have computer. Every file you want to appoint to, you must put your card somewhere in the machine to read you that you are there. So how another man cannot come and represent you in that position? So in our case, my brother, you see the whole system. We neglected them. We don't want to invest in all these things because nobody cares. That's why somebody can be selling. It can be doing a teacher. You are just in the farm with students and you are reporting that you are working. Some teachers they don't even go to work. Some people in civil servant are ghosts. They are not even in existence.
Midwest.
So this is a very serious issue that the government need to address. It need a strong one, and we should take the hands of a governor. Like what happened? You know what happened in my state? I heard that the governor was not. I saw
Midwest. God Almighty.
The minister.
Midwest.
Yeah.
Midwest. I've muted you for a moment. What UFC is trying to do is actually to have a conversation with you. But I don't actually think you're pausing it even enough to hear anybody say anything. So have that conversation. Don't just run off. Have a conversation.
Okay, Midwest. Listen, the problem is that
sir. Thank you.
when you try to implement any policy that will reform the civil servant, most time if you observe, the civil servant themselves, they will fight against it. They don't want any reform. They want things to stay the way they are. They are just as corrupt and wicked as the politician. They are even worse because if you look at Nigeria recurrent expenditure, it normally goes to the. If you look at the what they call it percentage of the recurrent, it goes to the civil servant. So they are part of the problem. The way they treat the minister, it was a shocker
I
to me.
think
If they
if
can
I
even, they would like
yeah,
they were protesting
if
and
I
say
want
the
to
minister must go. Come on, you guys came to work late.
yeah, my brother, if you look into it, let me put this one for you. The genesis of our problem is in their hand. They are actually the problem. There 80% of the money they are looting. Without them, you can't take it.
Yep,
Without
I
their
agree.
collaboration, even when you are still governor. But there is a bigger problem to it anyway from the government itself. I will use my state as an example. A few months ago, I saw my governor appointing permanent secretaries to office. I worked for my state. How can you appoint permanent secretary? To be a permanent secretary, it means you have served in that place for many years. It is the body that will now select their head, maybe 3 or 4. One way, there is a way they will now appoint out of the place that has been serving. So if the governor can come and sack people away and choose his people into the permanent secretary, it means that the governor just completed the owner of the state. So you select those that favors you. To be permanent means, or to be head, you have served. Okay, let me use school for example. Before somebody become a principal, those days, I don't know of now, in the government school, you will serve under a Ministry of Education for many years. You will teach in this school, you go and teach here, you might have teach here, you might have teach there. All these years of work and your level will not promote you at a time to maybe deputy principal to become full principal. These are head to institutions and they handle big position. Likewise, when somebody says a permanent secretary, by the time you have the power to come and be chasing permanent secretary, when you cannot even provide them the facility to work, then you start saying you are appointing new people. My brother, the state is not, because it doesn't concern governor. It's the institutions themselves that supposed to. But the government will still be aware, because when people are serving the government, you have record that this man have worked very long time. He has handled this, he has handled that. So when you have done that, with people that fall within this category of service for years, should be the permanent. But it's very unfortunate, things are changing. And the genesis of our problem, I don't think any leaders can come in and do magic. Even Tinubu, if he cannot take himself, he will give up. All these people surrounding him, I don't know. With time, we will know what exactly is going to happen, because the ministries are problem. They want it to continue the way it used to be because they believe this is my turn. So if I don't eat and grab it now, I will miss it and I will not have it again. Except they have to just so many people, it will never change. I think you can also put your own.
I agree with you.
Hello.
I said I agree with you. I can hear you.
Yeah.
I agree. They have to be
Thank you.
reform across federal and state government, because if not, because I always say, if you look the number of politicians we have in the country, if you put them together, they are in there, at least, let me say, in total, they should be like 1,500. See, I always say they are not just you see, we can easily solve their problem, like deal with them. But the major problem lie within the civil servant. Because it takes two to tango. These politicians, they cannot steal money by themselves. Can you hear me?
See, for example, now Tinubu
Yeah,
favor you and make you a minister. Yeah, I'm hearing you. For example, Tinubu favor you and make you minister of earth. If you want to steal, you don't. They will be the one that will teach you how to handle it, and you take the whole thing. Because without them, it doesn't work. They are the one that will see the commissioner or minister. They will sit you down and lecture you how to do it, how to run the show. Because sometimes the commissioner don't know how deep the finance function in that place. Until he comes in and those guys will surround him. Yes, sir, yes, sir, yes, mommy, yes, mommy. Before you know it, they start teaching him how to do this stuff. So the government must be serious. If they are not serious, I don't think we are going anywhere. Okay, look at the Minister of Civil, I think, of Works now. Look at the way he's complaining. You just leave people to do whatever they like. There's no check, there's no balance. He's so confused. For me, I think the man is already confused. Look at, they already tried to destroy his name, trying to attack him. Because why? The direction he's taking things to is like, yeah.
To me, to solve this problem,
I'm hearing you.
I said to solve the problem, we just need to automate a lot of this public sector. Automate everything. If you are coming to work, make sure you have your card to swipe in whatever computer. You swipe in, they show the time which you swipe in. Because government can't just be paying you for free while you are not doing anything. Something needs to happen. I think the Nigeria tech industry, they need to come in and help the country sort that problem out.
That's sorry to. That's why I said that. As I said earlier,
I think there must be a law.
No, my own opinion, because of I see the way they behave. Even where I went for my forums, you have to register before going in. Without it, you can't go in. You understand the formations? You understand? For me, I prefer that they privatize everything the government has. Let me say the government has 40%, the private has 60% of it. Then you see everybody will start working. Because even here in France, I'm talking with what I've seen. They have the private and the public sector. And I found out that even the government involved in everything. Even in this Renault vehicle belongs, the government has 40%, private has investors have 60%. So with that, everybody started advancing. If you don't come, you will within 3 days, there's a procedure that they do, then you'll be sacked. You understand? Because if I remember the mistake I did earlier too. I thought that whites are like Nigerians. You understand? I just find somebody. The person took me to court. I don't have the right to fire him that way. So I have to make peace and pay him off. You understand? I paid. So one thing just that then I learned many things. Even coming, you have to they call it according to you say there's an ID. They call it identification number. Without it, you cannot go in any company here. We're secure, even to pass. There's even security everywhere. Even in schools today, they have this personal identification numbers too. That's what they use in many private schools. Thank God for that's why they say that for me, I'm not against some things that they are doing. Even I remember back home, I told some guys that can we do something like this in Nigeria? They say no. They called me Antichrist. Then I just left them in their own sector because of Nigeria is not ready. I still say Nigeria, we are not ready, but I believe with time, when they started seeing people moving backwards and seeing the other ones going forward, then they will call you and ask you what is the solution. But now in Nigeria, we need people that are ready to take the risk. If now they can just cut their salary when you don't work for it, they say you cut half of their money. You see people start waking up. And I heard that back home in Nigeria that there are many ghost workers. I say ghost worker for what? Paying people free. It's impossible to tell me that yes, it exists. You can see there are many works to do. There are many things to do. But I believe with time, we are moving forward.
Yeah. Okay, I want to tell you something. Do you even believe that institution like police in Nigeria, some people don't even go to work for the past 2 years? They are receiving money. Their salary is still flowing. I use police as an example to tell you the level of rottenness in our country. Not other officials. I know someone who is already in France for 2 years plus. His salary is still paying. They are still paying it. It depends. Once you know people there, they will just arrange the whole thing because it is so easy. Everything is inside the office. The office is not connected to anywhere. The problem is, so when we blame president, the only aspect I blame our president about is this. My brother, Every animal, their eyes is inside their head. Go for that head and find his eyes. Our problem is not money. It's not because the government have not been spending. So there's no amount of Tinubu is coming to spend that's going to change us. He have to face these ministries and revive them and put a proper check on them, or else we are not going any place. All these people he appointed, all those permanent secretary waiting for them are already telling them how to move the money. I'm just telling you. They are teaching them already. And they will do it. They will maneuver everything and they will manipulate everything. Except the government is serious to J people. If you do it now, my paddy, now the way we go cry tears go still complete. But wait me, what I'm really worried about is that because of the global inflation.
Midwest.
Yeah.
You see, the one thing I was observing.
Hello. Yeah.
The current political climate in Nigeria, people have allowed people who are looking for what they call it, who have monetized their channel to deceive them. Let me tell you something. This current government, Nigerians need to pay attention.
It's a very big problem.
Yeah, people need to pay attention to what is going on instead
it's
of all these
problem, social media may put us in war. I'm seeing it. Social media.
I agree with you. People need to pay attention to the real thing. That's why I don't fall. Yeah, I don't fall in those traps. I just focus on what the president is doing and the policy and the things that will benefit me, not a certificate or whatever. Because that will not change a thing.
As it is now. I think you know this platform. Even when they were campaigning, I never campaigned for Tinubu. I did not support him. But now the institution says he's our president. Let's accept him and see how we can work with him, because there's no magic. It's a serious issue that has gone very deep to our bones and marrow.
Let me tell you what the obedience successfully did. I was a supporter of Osinbajo. I didn't support Tinubu, but you know what? The too much unnecessary prancing on Tinubu, because I'm not gonna lie, I'm an underdog guy. When you beat an underdog too much, I will start liking that person. That's me. So I said it now. I said, fuck it, let's support the guy. But for me, I will give him 6 months. After 6 months, before I will start criticizing. For now, I will just allow him do whatever he wants. After 6 months, then I will start my online bashing.
Yeah.
But for now, I will give him.
My brother, I told people. I told people that look, if Tinubu doesn't even perform, the Yoruba love him as a tribe. But when he start failing, the rise up will start from Yoruba. Like, go and believe me.
Yes, I promise you. Yeah,
they are not going to be stupid because it's a tribal issue. We want our brother to be there. Everybody wants his brother, but not going to be so tribalistic to a point we take to a road we don't want. I assure people of that, because we through very terrible situation. But for everything globally, you should know that country, this man made nonsense. Now he arrested the central bank government. We don't like the way they were doing the case anyway, because I was not even in support of the way they, trying to rubbish our judiciary system openly. I don't like that. But the findings and investigation prove that even our reserve has been used to pay for loan.
Midwest.
And they have power to bypass us. They have power to bypass us and take that money by law.
Midwest.
Yes.
Midwest. Let me tell you why
the
federal government sometimes go against the court ruling. For instance, in America, anything that concerns national security, the judges in America, they always make sure the rule in favor the country. They don't go against the country. Mostly when the thing concerns national security, they rule in favor of the country. But you see, in Nigeria, some of these judge or lawyer or whatever, they will try to disgrace themselves. That's why you see sometimes federal government they go against the ruling. Because sometimes as a patriotic citizen, sometimes you rule in favor of the government. You understand me? So that's the problem. Sometimes all these judges they don't use their head. They sometimes cause all this problem. Because if you look at the issue of the central bank governor, it's a national security issue. Even the Nnamdi Kanu issue also is a issue of national security. You understand me? This is not a political prosecution or whatever. No, these are serious issues. So that's the thing. Some of these judges they don't
You
they are
see,
not
my
loyal
brother,
to the country.
yeah, if why I point to the judiciary, to me, I don't know, Nigeria, I'm not a lawyer. The way our things function, somehow they are very questionable. Even those ministries, Ministry of Judiciary, the whole thing boy to all of them. Because this institution, the way they now function, they function for people, not for the state. Because the state somehow, they can no longer see the meaning of the state. That is the meaning of the country. So they just believe what can enter their purse. Take, for example, Kanu at a point, he was arrested and they detained him. This guy decided after pressure, robbing of mind or whatever, because free this man, people should come as shorty and let him go. They free him and he ran away from the country, from wherever he is. He started talking blah, blah, blah. Does that stop the judiciary not to persecute him? This is what I'm still asking. Because I know people in this Europe, like in Spain, sometimes you will be in your house, they will judge your case and send you a letter when your prison will be starting.
Yep.
Go and ask people. They will send you letter. Not to talk of somebody that run away. What concern them? When you run away, there is a procedure. Let him be there and be ranting. The judge is supposed to, the judge is supposed to sit down and persecute this man on his behalf. As they pick him, they put him straight. A matter closed.
That's what
this come and be arguing in the court. This is why I reflect on. That's why I reflect on the system, because I don't like the way they prolong it. Innocent people are dying today for nothing, and all boiled down to this the way they handle the whole thing. I don't see any reason.
Another thing is that many people don't see this is another problem. People don't see themselves as Nigeria first before their so-called ethnic group and other BS they want to hold on to themselves. Because if you really see yourself as Nigeria first, anything you do it will be of the benefit of Nigeria. You understand me? That's why I say most of these judges, it's not that they don't know what to do. Yes, now they can't run away. They have proceed with the case and sentence him on his behalf, so that whenever he's caught, he will go straight to prison instead of keeping him like that. Because if they have move ahead with the court case on his behalf, they would have sentence him and be waiting, because they normally do that. You can sentence someone on his behalf if he's not there to attend to his case. You let the case run its course, so that whenever he is caught, you take him straight to to jail. Now he's in the whatever detention. I don't know what's going on there. I think they said the next year is I think hold on. I think this week, yeah, this week on the 5th, yeah. So let's see what will happen. Midwest, are you there? Or Mr. Chayon? Are you guys there?
I'm here, my brother. If another person can talk.
Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, I'm here. You see, if they want to, if they want to save our country, they should look into all these ministries, how they function. I will give you an example. I was with one guy in Sweden. He came from Italy. I also came from Spain, before I start life here. And I met him. I think he introduced me to one job like that when I was, trying to fix myself at the beginning. So we became friends. I worked there just short period, and from there I was calling him. We talk on telephone. You know, Europe busy. One day I keep calling. I didn't hear from him. It took me a long time, like 6 months, 1 year. So I met somebody that I knew that was also close. We greeted, and I asked him. Oh, he said no. The guy went to the immigration office here. He has gotten the Swedish document. Before he got that document, he was having a case. He ran away from Italy, and the case was in process. Since they have never judged this case, he got the Swedish. There's nothing in the system that reflects him as someone that ran away from Italy. I don't know whether you understand. So he was here, and he got the Swedish document. When he want to renew, everything pumped out. They have judged his case. They have sentenced him so period of time imprisonment. And is this human trafficking something?
Wow.
From that very office, they caught him to come and fingerprint to take his picture. The police surrounded him. They put him on a flight from here to Italy. From that flight in Italy, straight to prison. That is how it works in Europe. If you run away for a case, they will judge it on your behalf. So Nigeria government should look for a way to handle issues that affect the national security, issues that put innocent people alive at risk. Treat it good. Let people see that you are handling things in advanced way. You understand me? Not like this one person will just go giddy because he has gone fighting the correctional center men, dragging their shirt. My brother, this is what I'm pointing to. We should go abroad this. Yeah.
I agree with you. Did you see what the Indian government? Did you see what the Indian government do to one separatist? I think he was living in Canada. They sent their agent there to take him out.
Yeah.
Did you hear the news? Did you hear the news?
I heard it. Yeah.
Yes, because currently now
they are still having problem now with Canada.
Yes, they're having problem. What I'm trying to say is that those are serious people. When they see threat, they don't allow it to escalate. They deal with it. You see, but in Nigeria, there are a lot of people who need to be pulled down, but they are walking free in Nigeria. That's the problem. The NIA or whatever, they're not doing their job. If I were their boss there, I will, or with my power that has been invested in me, I will create a special squad. I don't care where you are all over the world. If you are in America, we spend the fund, we spend the money, we send someone there to take anyone out. You understand me?
Yeah, the thing is this, my brother. You see, yeah, most of the people, no country you don't have people sometimes that go freely. They are against the state. You have them here all over Europe. But there are categories of things you know about the state. If they know you are exposed to some certain deep secret and you are trying to turn against this state, everyone who sign into those people know they are at risk. They'll find that those are the kind of people. But those who are in opposition here in Europe, even the opposition go to parliament in my country here, they go and saw the prime minister face to face. So I don't think they can. I don't know. You get what I'm saying now. So that one cannot be something to say anybody. But at the same time, this social media that we are doing now, my worry, as I keep on saying it, yeah, look at the past government. Tinubu, some people can say it's good, some people can say it's bad. For me, Tinubu, in terms of economy, the policy the man was trying to adopt in terms of the economy, I'm talking about security. Security, I don't have credit for him. It's just that they don't have communication. They were not willing to tell Nigeria what they were doing. And that's why everybody see that man. Look, I am from Edo State. My state received money that Jonathan did not pay, Obasanjo did not pay.
Thank you very much.
They did not pay these people. But this man pump it to my governor. Where is the money? He pump it to Delta State government. Where is the money?
Midwest.
It was this man, what is it called, Wiki, in an opposition or in an opposition party. Let me quickly put this one. That now announced it to the entire Nigeria. So I think the greatest sin of him is information. And Tinubu should go and learn from him. He should not see that man as a complete failure when it comes to economy. He's going to deal with the same Nigerians who have lined up themselves and who is going to ministers that is going to meet permanent secretary. The only thing they know is how to steal. So he should know that one. He should have that one in the back of his mind. He have a lot to study economically from that man. That man may not be good in. Thank God they are from the same party. So that is what I will put in there. Yeah.
Sorry
Needless,
to
you
cut
are
you,
right.
Mr. William.
Lack of
Sorry to cut you.
communication was Buhari's greatest nightmare. He didn't have a good communication team. So most of the thing they were not able to communicate it to the people. So you are right.
At all.
As I
And
said
you know,
earlier, I
second
think that
thing,
the problem.
most of,
As I said earlier,
come in, sir. Sorry.
yeah, sorry, okay. As I said earlier, that the problem we have today is not
Mister, come in.
It's not the president. That the problem we have today is the governors that doesn't want to delegate these jobs to the government to do their job. He wants to be in charge of all the money, because there was a time a governor said that they gave them security money. Where is the money going to every month? They cannot tell us that
that one is just free. That one is free money for them.
So we know that all the governors, they are there for their own selfish interest. That's why I believe that if they remove money from Nigerian politics, you can see everybody will stop being a politician. Everybody will resign from being a politician. I can bet it with you. But as for
If
now,
they hold them accountable, my brother, if Tinubu should just tell them, these people, and say, look, my brother, this country, we don't spoil as a leader, both governor, everybody. This time around, if you don't want to do it different, sign this paper. You go jail, even though we are friends. Or one word, they have to go to secret meeting. They know where they meet. That one is
that
very
is why you remove the Ambode.
So if he fails,
that's why you removed Ambode from Lagos State, because Ambode was doing
I don't
something
know.
else.
I don't trust any. My brother, I don't trust any. I don't trust any of them. It's just a matter for them to agree. Like, let's do it differently. That's what I'm praying for. But the thing is this: if you look at the problem that this president is inheriting today, is lack of communication. Nigeria's debt is so robust. Do you know what happened? The central government or federal government allowed state to borrow money, and one way or the other, it was the federal who have to, somehow shorty for them to allow them to have access to this money. And at the end, if they default, those things will come direct to the Nigeria government. But the state will be owing the government, and the whole thing will also fall down to our reserve. So it
let me say something about
money for infrastructure. Where is the infrastructure? Because without infrastructure,
I was going to say something about what you guys are saying about Buhari not communicating. About Buhari not communicating. Yeah, can you hear me? Can you guys hear me?
We can hear you.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, well, yeah, Mike.
Yeah, I was going to say something about you guys talking about Buhari not communicating. And I think so. Buhari did a terrible job not communicating his performance, to be honest. Like, the way people, like, his guy so underrated, and the way people painted him, portrayed like his administration is like so unfair, dude. Like, literally, this guy, the level of infrastructure the guy built, like, is God Lord, is massive, man. Like, for example, the Lagos Ibadan Express Road, right? That shit, since I was born, that road was dust. Like, literally, if you're going, living Lagos, saying you're heading now, it's headache. Do you know that today, that road, like, it's like a 6-lane highway now, and they have not only is it built, it's built like almost like international standard, and then they have street light. Now they have the street lights, they have the lines, and this road goes all the way from Lagos all the way past Ibadan. This is all going to Imoshu. Like, they were building this road year by year, because I've been going to Nigeria almost every year for the past like 6 years now. And every year I go, I see the work going on. Not only that, even in the rural side, in those the federal roads in the rural side, a lot of them were being worked on. And this has never been done my entire life. So I was the only one that would come on one man show and be like, guys, it's not fair. It's not fair when you got to talk about Buhari. Like, I know it's not fair, but he's doing something there that I know, but people are not aware of it. Even the second Niger bridge now, look at it. The guy was doing a lot of federal projects around the country, but people don't know about it. And even some people that know about it don't talk about it. So he should have communicated those things. If the guy would have done this, like maybe take a picture before he did all those things, right? The way everything was, like those roads and the
And then after he finished, if you like, what he could have done after leaving office was put the picture and the videos of what everything was before he started and now. And then people will be more fair to him. Like, okay, we know you screw economy up, you screw a lot of things up, but that thing right there, you did something. But unfortunately, like people judge him as a guy that didn't do anything. So that's I think that's one dumb thing Buhari did. Not letting people know exactly what he did, not communicating. That's his problem. Even in the southeast, I have some people telling me that one of my guy was telling me like, oh, Buhari did a lot of federal road in the southeast. I'm like, really? And you guys are talking about this guy like this? Like, I thought he only did the second Niger bridge for them, but they were telling me that he did a lot of federal road even in the southeast. So I don't know, man.
East West Road. I think Port Harcourt Enugu Road. So he did a lot of projects. Cameroon, I think Calabar Cameroon.
My
bridge.
brother, even beside the road, beside the road, some of the things that the state governor is using to call achievement, it was direct from the federal government. Many in some states you don't even know. You will not even know some projects. I'm telling you the truth.
Yeah.
No
Because what I
communication
was
in
saying,
terms of economy, but in the security level, I know I can never give him credit because the way things were taking place, my brother, it was so horrific. On that level, it's a different thing. When people bring that, I will never support it. I don't see he did nothing. To my own opinion, and people can praise him. But when it comes to the economy, this man was trying to lay a foundation for infrastructure. When the next government come in to attract investors, you need infrastructure.
Yeah,
and today the government is going to the current government is going to start from square one.
Midway, let me be fair with you guys. See, what I talked to some people. What people told me that happened to Nigeria economy was that in the past, all those we were doing a lot of money, just stolen money, all those things, right? Those money now they go into the society because the guy that stole money from the ministry, stole money, they just go and spend it lavishly, right? So when you're spending money like that, it makes the economy boom in a sense because the money now is spreading around, it's being shared around. So when Buhari came in, what he did was he blocked a lot of those leakages, right? Because he needed money to build those infrastructure. So now the money that's supposed to be spreading around for people to be enjoying, where economy is booming, there's money in hands. Now that money is now blocked. That's when people started feeling pain, like we don't see money again, But then he used that money to now build those things I just talked about. But for me, living in the diaspora or any other investors, to me, that's what we want to see. I'd rather see Nigeria building roads and building infrastructure than people just sharing money around and money they don't work for, just being spread around, Yeah, of course, people who have money, they will enjoy their partying and all those things, the Owambe and all that. But I don't give a shit about that. Me, I just want to visit Nigeria and see good infrastructure. So that's why I never cry about when people are saying, they no money, no money. First of all, you guys were not, most of you guys that used to have money, you were not working. You were just someone guy that steal money from ministry, you share that money, give guy, come on, take this money. So the money being spread and shared around. But
Mike,
I understand the pain, but guys, go and work for your money, man. Be productive.
Mike, do you notice that there's a cargo rail now moving a container from Tinka Apapa to Ibadan?
Yeah, those are the things they are working on, but people don't understand. That's why like the money people are used to, that corruption money that we spread around, people throw party with, go to the club, spend on girlfriends. Most Nigerian ladies now, it's just one guy. They don't, most of them know their only work is for one guy to just dash their money, dash them. It's only in Nigeria people dash money anyhow. Why do people dash money? It's because they didn't work for that money. So that was always been our main economic activity where people dash money. The exchange of money in Nigeria is usually not through productivity. Like in the West where you live in, right? For someone to give you money, you must produce something, do some kind of activity. But in Nigeria, it was more like we just share. Everybody just share. And we are sharing this money, but that money could have been used for development, but they were not being used for development. We share, everybody's fed, then we use that money to consume things with imports. So the country lose money. But what happened is with this administration was like, okay, no more sharing. We're going to block this leakages, a lot of it, because we need money to build infrastructure. Similar to what Tinubu just did. I'm like, okay. No more subsidy, man. You guys are gonna feel pain. But that 10 billion a year, I can use to build a lot of things for you. You understand? Build a lot of things. For people in Nigeria, I understand it's the pain for them. But someone like me in the diaspora, I don't care. It doesn't bother me. That leakages, if they block it and they build those infrastructure, it's good because in the long run, those of us that live here want to go back and we see those infrastructure, we will have reason to invest there. And in the long run, when everybody come into Nigeria, even the foreign investors, they see nice infrastructure, they see easy way to move around, they see nice things, and there's no hindering their movement, and they are, if they can fit the power part too, almost that's it. I don't care what people cry about. See electricity, see nice road, we can all come there and start investing. And in the long run, we have actual economy going on. But if they don't fix those infrastructure, we in the West, we come there, we see bad road, like, oh, I'm going back to America because I can't just stand this stupid road where pothole everywhere. Guess what? There will never be investment. They will continue to be sharing that stupid money and no investment, economy will not grow. So that's people don't understand that part of it.
Michael, sorry. Oh yeah, Mike, you see, the problem is this with the federal government. I think there should be need for at least for them to go to the Senate to pass law. Under normal circumstance, if you pump money to a state, they should also tell the government what they are spending that money for.
That's
if you are
true.
not satisfied, there must be a power that we allow. There should be space for there should be space for external auditor. Let's have it in law.
The autonomy, the way they give those governors freedom, they are immune from prosecution while they are in office, so they can just be looting and be still. That's why this guy, the day he left office, he was heading to the airport. Remember that Anambra State governor? The day he left office, they arrested him in the airport because he was running to America. Because he knew he was stealing while he was in government, and they can't audit. While you're a governor, you are immune to prosecution or anything. They can't come and question you what you spend your money for and everything. And at the end, when most of them, when they are leaving office, they'll go and party with the president to not go after them. So yeah, I agree with you, man. The governors are the biggest problem. Those guys, some of them are performing. Like I see a few of them, like in Lagos, you see Owolu is really buying a lot of doing work. But then you have some governors that just, oh my God, man.
Even though they are performing, let them be subject to external auditor. Anyone they are performing, whether they perform.
Yeah, all of them, of course.
External auditor. Let there be law. All of them, because the Tinubu is not connected to Edo State. It's connected to Governor Baseki by law. I don't know the state you come from. Tinubu is only connected to your governor. And at the end of it, he cannot reach the people. The governor is just like a pot, or he's just like a well that has no end. Anything you throw there, take it, that's all. And he will come out and give false promises. Sometimes he will start criticizing the federal while the money is disappearing. Go to state, my brother. You work for my state, Edo State.
The Midway, you gotta say something earlier.
I will record. I will also bring some school picture in Edo. You can't believe that.
You see
pictures of schools in Edo State. You will cry.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I'm hearing you. I'm hearing you.
You see, you were saying something earlier about empowering the traditional, the constitution recognize the traditional rulers. Do you think if the traditional rulers are in a system, they will be the one actually auditing the governors? Because if they are part of the governance of the states and the governor is looting like that, they will have access to the state's treasury. Understand? No, if they're part of the governance, there's no way a governor can just be doing whatever he likes, because the king will be saying, like, okay, what's going on? What happens to this money? Or they can checkmate each other. Well, the kings should have some kind of power to be able to at least know what governor is doing, how he's spending the money, or have a say. But in this case, if Obaseki is still money now, Oba Bini cannot ask him now, like, God, what did you do with the money? You know what I'm saying? And Oba is the king, is the owner of the kingdom, So this guy, so the money the money going to Benin.
Mike, sorry. Please let me. Obaseki is even trying to dethrone the king. If not because of the strong traditional and cultural heritage, you would have had something. It would be so shocking to you. If not because of strong traditional cultural heritage, you will have something that will shock you. These guys are just like an elephant in the room, untrained one. that does whatever they like.
They are the
I'm
problem.
telling you,
They
the
just replace the
greatest problem
British.
we have
They are the
is just
replacement of
the
the British. All
governor.
these useless politicians.
Is the governor. We need to hold our governor accountable. The day it will start, they will now help us to hold the ministers. Because if a minister of work and housing said, I have done federal government in Edo State, the state government, because it's being held accountable, will not tell you, I beg, I want to know the million of kilometers you spent so billion for. Where? Is it this one? You see, they will now become checks and balance. But a situation where the governor don't know
Midwest.
everything dry, he can see it from
Midwest.
federal level. What is going on?
If you notice
Yeah.
that they told traditional rulers not to intervene in politics. You know why they did that? And to me, I think people should begin to tell the traditional rulers to begin to intervene in politics, even if you don't put any constitution. The traditional rulers, this is what they need to start doing. They need to start picking who they want to be their governors, right? Or who they want to be at least within their state. At least the president part, we cannot complicate that. Find who among themselves, rally with the people and tell the people like, this is what I want to be the governor. You understand? Election day, everybody will go and vote for that person. And the traditional ruler will tell them, listen, you don't listen to me, I'll tell the people to vote you out. That's because the real powerful person now in the society are the traditional rulers. Because those are the people that the population really respect and follow. We nobody, you said it now, no one respect the governors. I don't regard them as anything. The constitution only give them power. But however,
if they
constitution or no constitution, the kings are still the most powerful.
Mike, let me put this on before you. Let me put this on. Yeah, Frank, Mike, from Edo, all those data to go reach Yoruba and the north. If not for the traditional leaders, there will be chaos everywhere. I'm just telling you, the way the people are losing hope on this government, they don't lose hope on their leaders like that. Even when we see the traditional leaders are not doing well, some are becoming somehow, it's the governor that is causing the problem. Some of them are not the one creating the throne self. You see big problem ahead. Now these people are destroying everything.
Those small kings.
Our traditional leader with the height that we are seeing our governor, then there will be serious problem. Because respect and iota of regard matters a lot in society building. Because that regard is keeping people brain down. And sometimes we know that this leader, because it's so open that they are a victim, they don't have a say. It's not their company that they are awarding this contract to. They don't even know who they are awarding it to, only to come there and give promises. Secretly, they call them the whole meeting, they tell them the truth, they deceive them, they promise them. Nothing is happening. We are aware. But I think let Tinubu try to say, my brother, our problem is not only spending money. It is a time if I give you money, you must account. These governors now, look at palliative. Like in my state now, I think people are entering free bus. It's not free bus from government. It's not free bus from governor money. It is free bus from the state money. And like in my state, the bus they are using is the one the Oshomole bought for us. He did not buy any single one. Go and look at television. These are the one Oshomole bought. It's only giving them fuel. And at the end, those money given to state will disappear because of free bus. How can we move forward?
You mentioned, so you guys are talking earlier about the judicial system. That stuff is so weak. Our judicial system, they are so weak that it's almost like this is the problem. It's so weak. It's so weak to prosecute powerful people like that can get lawyers. It's very weak because lawyers have a way where they can keep kicking cases down the line. They can keep pushing. Like usually, you find out it take 10 years to finish up a case against the governor. You guys just mentioned one earlier about Kanu one. Look at. Do you know why they can't go to trial with this Nnamdi Kanu case? They said because the way it was brought to Nigeria, so we can't do trial. I'm like, are you fuck? It's like America capture Osama bin Laden, and they say we can't go to trial because the way it was captured was against the Afghani law. Because they're talking about what they are saying is that the way it was captured in Kenya was against the Kenyan process. So because of that, they have to take him back to Kenya and then do the proper process of bringing him to Nigeria before we can do trial. I'm like, what kind of system? What kind of judicial? What kind of system? Judicial system do you have here in this country? Are you kidding me? So if this guy would have committed,
Yeah.
let's
See,
say he
the
bombed,
problem is, see,
let's say he was someone that bombed everywhere now. So people that have died now. So you capture someone responsible for atrocity, and you're telling me you can't go to trial because the process was.
see,
Oh, this is
see
stupid,
where
man.
the
It's stupid.
yeah, to my own point, I feel the federal government of Nigeria were not serious about the case. They were not actually serious. If they were to be serious, there's nothing like trial anymore. When you are unable to arrest someone, if that person is running for something and you are still investigating, it's a different case. They arrested him already, they grant him a bail, and he ran away. So
you're right.
They brought him back, and then his lawyer is saying they can't try because the way they brought him back.
Yes. The lawyer have right to challenge those things because the government run things the way anyhow. By the time he judge bail, why not proceed? This man has been arrested, it has been investigated. By right, since we are in democracy, we must set him free within this period of time. If it is Spain or Europe where I live here, they will set you free, they judge your case, they write you a letter, come and start prison so date. Ask people in Spain. They will send the letter to you. In Germany, the same thing. You will pack your load and go to prison because you can't run. Except you manage to cross out of this European Union.
Sorry to cut you.
Yeah.
Off, huh? Do you know that Nnamdi Kanu is even lucky that he is not yet killed? Because he violated the law of the land of Nigeria. By law, according to military, then when somebody is a threat to the society of Nigeria, somebody that called himself a Nigerian is a threat to Nigeria, what are we going to do to that person? Tell me. That means firing squad.
During the military era, the guy would have been dead now. He was doing a blackout time.
No, you know.
No. One thing
Yeah,
that
but in a democratic setting,
not the
my brother, in a democratic setting, if a government wants to dance when they want to dance
to him, Nigeria is good to him. I used to explain some things that when you speak bad about calling your own, so sometimes when I hear some people speak about my country called Nigeria, I cry. I say that you are even fortunate to come to his country, to come from Nigeria, because you have been harbored by another country. They're speaking bad about where you came from. They don't do things like that. They will judge you the way you speak of other countries. You understand? Now he's back home in Nigeria now. I can see some activities, negative activities going on back home in Nigeria. Sometimes I cry. I say that people are just misleading people, misinformation. That's the problem we have in Nigeria. That's the problem we have. And I believe, as I do say, if really Nigeria want to make everything plain to everyone, somebody should come out and tell us the truth. Just somebody should come out. Just like as you people were saying earlier, according to Buhari did a very good job for me. But when I heard the way people are criticizing him, I say, oh no. Because of some people organized some group of people, and they start criticizing the government. I don't criticize any government. The moment the job is done, that's it. When the job is well done, then we all can follow. Like now here in France, I can give France as an example because I live here now more than 15 years. They always tell us, they always brief us, so we know what is going on. Like now, for today, if we can have a very good government in Africa that enforces the law, nobody's above the law, I bet you everybody will sit tight. I remember the first 6 months of Buhari, nobody wanted to steal money. After the 6 months, everybody started stealing money. They say that is also corrupt. So that's it. Even his vice president too was corrupt. That's why he cannot open his mouth. He did something fishy. That's why during the 8 years he kept quiet. He kept quiet. We know, but let me leave.
Oh, vice president are going to keep quiet now. He's going to challenge the president. I mean, the thing is, Osibanjo was a weak like he was appointed by Tinubu to
He
be
stole
there.
my
It wasn't
brother.
like he put him.
Stole
Is it?
money.
It didn't work to get there. So that's why he's more like, okay, I have to humble myself, you know.
He stole money too. He stole money. Formerly, he was
Yeah. I mean, there's no question. Yeah, I mean, there's no pastors are the
So
biggest
they set
crooks
him
now.
up. They set him up. They set him up. I know. They set him up. So when they set him, they even told him, okay, resign. Did he want to resign? He was there collecting his money till the 8 years finished, then he went out. He knew what he did. Because one thing does that, I like the way the Northerners play the game. I like the way they play the game. If you say that you are so clean, they will give you a little trap. They learned it from the foreigners here, from the foreigners. Even when I was working, I remember back those days when I was working. Anytime I come down to my office, I just open my drawer of my office drawer. I see money, cash. I have to call the police military to come and check it. It's not my money. Then they laughed. They tried me after 2 years before they gave him the function I used, and I stayed there for 9 years before I resigned. I said that I'm no more doing anymore. That's it. Because of if we can only just have people in power that has integrity, I believe everything will be going great. I believe they are going to cut very soon because they're going to start restarting the stream. So I leave the floor for you guys. Thank you.
Hey, Midwest. It's
Go
Midwest.
ahead.
Yes, Mike, I'm doing something.
Where
Mike,
do you hear me, sir?
hello? Sorry.
Yeah. Can you hear me?
Mike, I'm a little bit busy.
But can you hear
I'm
me? That's
hearing you,
what I'm
but I'm
saying.
busy. I will call you
Okay, that's
later.
fine. As long as you're here. So
Yeah, I'm hearing you.
see,
I'm hearing you.
I was listening to you
I'm hearing
earlier.
you.
Like, yeah, okay, cool. I was listening to you earlier. See, the way the generation, like people are just being so miseducated, you know, it's something that needs to be addressed, man. Like most people don't understand, like the Europeans, when they started documenting our history or stories of the past, I mean, and then they will feed it into our people. It's just some of it is so ridiculous, man. Like so ridiculous. Because example, when they wanted to come to Africa to start colonization, they realized that we were engaging in centuries of slave trading, right? So how can we now come here now to play moral game for these people to accept us? So they decided to start twisting the events of that slave trade era, right? So when somebody was telling you that Oba of Benin was trading slaves, that's some bullshit. You understand? Like nobody said people within the kingdom or people there were not trading slaves. But when you say the Oba himself was trading slaves, that's stupid. I had that same for like 1 hour trying to explain to this stupid guy into Nigeria. He came to was telling me that the Alabia for you was selling slaves. I'm like, dude, yes, there were people in the kingdom selling slaves, people within the area. It's kind of like today where we have human trafficking, that human being trafficking human being, right? Today we have human trafficking going on. So it's like 100 years from now, you had a story saying it was the president of Nigeria that was trafficking human being. You know what I'm saying? No, it was there were Nigerian trafficking human being. Human traffickers are there, but it was not the president. So the people, I'm not saying in Africa there were not some kings somewhere, even within our kingdom, whether the smaller kings, like in Badagry, for example. Yeah, we know that in Badagry they were doing that. But for the British king, now what they did was build these missionary schools, and then they were writing the curriculum. And then the curriculum, they were not telling the children that the thing that happened in the past, it was your king that was selling people. Rather than saying it was us that came into that society and orchestrated the whole trading, in a sense. Like you find people among that society, group them, pay them, and have them doing the snatching and the trading. That's what happened. But they will say, oh, it was this emperor that was. Why would it? First of all, this emperor is so rich. The Abbas is so rich. The Alaafin of Oyo is so rich. Why would he now want to be selling his own people for money when the man is rich, wealthy already? And secondly, what kind of people will be under a king that's selling them? What kind of people will sit around waiting for the king to say, okay, you are getting sold? You destroy the kingdom now. You destroy the order of the society. These are organized empires. They have rules. They have rules. They have structure.
I keep
They have
on
way
I
of
keep on
life.
telling I keep on
So
telling people,
why would they
Mike,
organize?
let me tell you
It's
this.
like saying the U.S. Wait, hold on. It's like saying the U.S. government will be selling American citizens into slavery. It doesn't make sense. Yeah, go ahead, man.
Yeah, Mike, what I want to say is this. The event actually happened, but I keep on telling people, when you mention these powerful empires or kingdoms that were, you know, running their things peacefully, you don't see trace of such things in their domain, where they kept these people, place that was built for such a market. You don't see it.
The thing is, the kingdom, I know very well because the thing is, if the king, those kingdom, we know how structured and organized and civilized society they were. So when you describe them as this one barbaric people that just have a slave market and selling their human beings, these are very organized, respectable people that are worship the gods. You understand? They have fear of the gods. They do things according to the oracle. So are you saying they'll be selling and then the oracle, the Ifa oracle, will not tell them that, hey, you can't do that? You know what I'm saying? Like, away from these empires, man, very structured, organized, just morally organized society. And you're saying like the way European would describe people, man, the way they would describe other societies, they would describe them as this. They would describe Europe as one angelic people, like angels. They do things more angelic. And then they would describe other people, like the way they describe Native Americans too, as these people that are hitting each other and just barbaric, senseless people that have no brain. They're just animals. You know, that's where European propaganda. But the whole world will consume that thing and just see Europeans as the angels and everybody else as demonic. Whereas in reality, the real people that were carrying demonic behavior were the Europeans. They did the most atrocities. They were carrying out atrocities. You understand? You know, and people speaking of slave trade, you know, the Slavic people in Europe. Why do they call them the Slavic people? Were they not the people that were being enslaved by other Europeans? You know, I mean, I thought Julie was saying earlier, like Africa were fighting war, killing each other. The most of the wars that were fought were go and look at the documentary. Majority of the wars being fought in the planet during that time were in Europe, and they were the minority people on the planet. They were at war. Even till today, the people doing most of the war, promoting wars in the world, it's still Europeans. It's their mentality. Their life is war. So, but they will design curriculum in a way where they paint themselves as this the good guys, and everybody with different race are just barbarians with no brain, no sense. I mean,
but
anyway.
The major problem is propaganda. It's propaganda. People don't know the fact, and they don't know the truth, and that is the real problem. You understand me? So, and the genesis of everything is that if the people know exactly what is going on, they're going to resist it. But when propaganda is what is selling, who cares?
You know what always made me cry? Whenever I'm having this conversation, like the conversation with blacks, Africans, right? And then I'll be like, okay, what's your source? They'll be like, I've read books after books. And then when I tell them to start naming the author of the books they read, and they begin to give me name of small Europeans. They'll be naming one Frenchman, one Englishman. So all the books you read, where your source of your information, your entire subconscious mind, obviously what you consume is what you think, you know, your knowledge. That's why there's a book, there's a saying that is your knowledge controlling you or you're controlling your knowledge? You know, because in this life, once you have consumed information, sometimes you have to question that information in your head. Like, hey, okay, I've consumed this information, but hey, how valid and how, you know, level are they, you know? But most of our people, most of the books we read and most of our accounts of the past that we consume come from the other society and the people that actually are known to be our enemy. The same way people consume the news today. We turn on the news, they tell us Africans are dying, they are at war, they are diseased, every one of them. So it's up to you to question yourself. This knowledge I'm consuming in the media, how true is it? You know. So if you decide to ignore the question in knowledge, well, that's the way you're going to see yourself. That's why in America, most of the blacks, they see Africans as this you know, people that come from trees and all this. So it's the same thing with their books. When they write their books, they write the story of what happened in the past. They're going to write it the way they want you to accept it. And if you choose to accept it that way, you're just going to. Anyway, Sha. Yeah. I think your network is bad, Midwest. Your network is. Oh, okay. It's me. Oh,
My
UFC,
own.
everyone trying to talk.
I think
Okay,
it's my
everyone
own.
trying to talk.
Go ahead. I mute my own so that it will not be skipping. Mike.
No, I can hear you. I can hear you. Yeah, you're good. Your network is good.
Okay. I think they have released the Tinubu certificate, and I think this will put it to bed. I believe now they will move
Why
to
were you
another.
guys even responding to obedience in the first place? I don't know why people were responding to them.
I think they will move to another thing to to
They will
pursue
find something
again.
else now. Now, what they're asking for is the transcript. They want to see his grades. So they can find where he didn't score high score, so they can jump on it and say, see, he scored these things. Those guys are your propaganda. As why Midwest was frustrated earlier, man. I mean, I'm sorry, but the Southeast, man, their leaders got to do something about allowing some elements in their society with brainwashing their youth, man. Like the brainwashing was just too much. The propaganda is just too much, man. I mean, others are joining them. I mean, I can no longer see it as just the Southeasterners doing it, but some morons from even Southwest and some, they are joining them. And this one idiot come and that guy's so annoying, man. I'm like, he's like, I don't even understand, man. Like, Nigerians got to chill out because they are destroying the image of their own country. They don't even realize. Because you see, one day, that idiot, this guy went on George Galloway. George Galloway, this guy has known all over the world. To go and tell George Galloway that the president of Nigeria is a drug lord. And I'm saying to myself,
See, Mike,
okay.
I was attending to someone. Yeah, Mike, you see, the problem is this, my brother. The past government, why I refer to that administration, the problem is that everybody at the beginning just turned blind eyes to some of this propaganda at the beginning, thinking we don't know how hot it is. And now, even though if I don't support Tinubu to become president, and now he's our president, if you want to talk Tinubu is not good, talk fact. For me, for you just to wake up on the mentality of IPOB to be insulting everybody, nobody will support that. That will lead to big crisis in the South, and they are not going to succeed because we have thank God we are not like the Northerners in the South, and the Northerners are also waking up. A lot of people are in the Western part that will tackle them. They will tackle them as well, and it's going to be difficult. It's going to be difficult.
Midwest, I agree with you. You see, Nnamdi Kanu started that propaganda around 2014, 2015, something like around that time, right? He was spreading propaganda every day, like lies. I mean, just making up. And if you look at it, 2015 to now, and then his followers jump on that propaganda, keep promoting it. From 2015 to 2023, that's 8 years. So that means a Igbo child that was 8 years old, or that was 10 years old back then, he's been consuming that propaganda consistently for 8 years. He's 18. He's 18 today. And those propaganda.
It's not an adult. It's not an adult.
He's not an adult, exactly.
Mike, let me tell you why I was so angry. I made mistake today to challenge one of my brother here anyway, but I didn't get clearly what he was trying to point before I start. Because most of these slave trade, they were trying to say, I'm listening to them. When they want to mention that, what they are trying to not to use to describe the Oba of Benin, I told them, look, the Benin Empire and kingdoms that make up that Benin Empire, go to their domain and see whether you will see a trace of where European built for them, where they store these people they were selling. There is no. Now, how come are you not trying to use it to rob them? Do you know how many of them that died? Do you know what the Benin that make them to create moat to start building war against the kingdom? So, my dear brother, a trade that was forcefully brought on the shore of these people, you see it on the coastal line. the coastal line were the first victim because they were coming with their ship and they can be able to load enough armament in this ship and target the coastal line. It was completely defenseless. So some of the chiefs have no choice than to accept this business. So they constructed where they have to store them, and the business continued to triumph. And again, I also tell people, we are not communists. Even if we were having kings, individual first for themselves. Most of the king activity is something that has to do with spirituality. That's why we are still very spiritual people today. There is something that has to do with spirituality, and most especially that is just the number one why they have king. And those king, in terms of rich, was not a rich of having limousine, but they were able to design their palace, marry wives the numbers they want, have numbers of children they want to have. The society attributes so many respect to them, and they work together. And when you look at that area, you see stubborn people. How come they were respecting their king? It's because the king were serving them well. And when you trace our history, we also see a place where they rejected king in Benin. Oba was totally rejected by his people. We have it in our history. So we have to pass through. Our ancestors pass through a lot of things. So can I ask them again? Yeah, Mike, just as they do, maybe in an area that have to do with Ife today, no matter the state where they call them, or your empire of those this who are not state and everywhere. Does that mean the state governor that is sponsoring it because we are from Edo State or the Oba? We are being a kind of free people that go together in theory in order to fetch for themselves and their family. So individuals were also doing these things. Private people were doing it. So you can't bring gift to the king because you just want to talk and you have no evidence. And this is what the Europeans are trying to do because they discovered that South American people are returning. The whole thing is so barbaric. Let us twist it in history. And children here are already questioning the history they study, like those ones in upper secondary schools and all, and tell them, no, who were these people that were taking our people? They are not trying to teach them it's your king that was trading. It doesn't make sense. We're not trading. We're not using human for farming. Even in the South, they don't even farm.
Like when they came and started building their missionary schools and started writing the curriculum, a lot of those things we used to consume. I begin to question those things. They would just say the way they design the whole curriculum was that, okay, before we came, you guys were doing bad things. We came to stop you. In Calabar, they were killing they would say in Africa they were killing twins. And then I begin to ask questions like, first of all,
we discover River Niger, the river that our people have been drinking.
They put the story
they discover like River Niger for us.
As if we were just everything was just bad, and they came and teach us something good, new things that are good. And then when I begin to unpackage these things, they would tell. Even the Calabar one, they say they were killing twins in Calabar. When I went around that environment to dig, because in Africa, everything we do have to have meaning. You understand? Even our tradition, everything we do have meaning. There's an explanation to everything.
Yeah.
Like when you slaughter animals and this, we're explaining it. When we slaughter dog, we know that they can give explanation. Like, okay, this dog, it's only the deity Ogun that is not a dog for, and there's a reason behind it. There's a reason because Ogun was a warrior and things like that. And that they can explain it. So when I go around Calabar, like, okay, the British were teaching us that you guys killed twins. Can you give me an explanation? And no Calabar person can tell me that we're doing it. They say we don't even know selves. They would even every Calabar person will tell you that we only learn in school that we're killing twins. Our tradition. They will tell you that it's something they learn in school. Even they don't know anything like that in their tradition. Like they can't explain, they just say something. So basically the British just put something in people's consciousness like, okay, this is what was happening. And then we just learn in school and we accept it. It could be that maybe one crazy, we have sick people that do sick things, right? Maybe one crazy woman or one crazy gang like that were doing something, kill twins. And then the English woman heard about it and maybe went there and then started to do propaganda like, oh, something happened there. And then they start to make it a story and twist it and say in Calabar, they killed twins. So we don't know. We need to start questioning all these things they tell us, like we have to question this because it's crazy. Like Africans just consume.
Mike, the thing is this, Mike, my brother, if you the problem we have now is social media. a social media that is based on propaganda.
No, it's
to
before
bring
social
other
media, man.
ethnic
No.
people
The
down.
propaganda started from the
My brother,
missionary schools,
no,
and it continued.
before African people, Mike, get where I'm going. African people always reject this narration. A lot of people, but today you see
the
educated
people that,
person is trying to
well,
pin
I
things
agree
to
with you that
all
the
most
social
of the
media
wrongdoing.
exacerbated it.
In the
The
Roman
social media
Empire, my brother,
exacerbated it.
wait, I met somebody here in Sweden. You see, the civilization of the Swedish or Norway and Denmark is something that has to do with Viking. All the gods that the Viking were worshiping are still in the museum. If you want to see them, you go to some place, they show you. In the Swedish perspective, the Denmark also have their own. Even they discovered the English Channel, all these places, if the English people want to be honest, if you go to their history, they were so mind. Go to Italian own. The Roman Empire were pounding pregnant women with baby in their womb because of their juju. They are out there in their history. So, but when they come to our home, even the Swedish, it is the Roman that brought Christianity for them that start, we gradually, they now modify their Christianity. And why they benefited from Christianity, that Christianity, the state you have to be under the state, not just individual jumping up, God called me. That is why we are in a serious problem in our country today. So Anglican was under the king and queen. The Roman Catholic were under the Rome. There are politics and things, even inside religion. They have to control it, or else everything will go disarray. Nigeria, we allow it. People can wake up. That's why we now have a pastor that poison your husband and he goes away with it. I don't know the kind of country we live. Until everything is out of hand, then you now see the government. Why should he talk like that? And he's still working. People are going to emulate him. Somebody that's supposed to go to jail straight in the name of preaching Jesus. Where can you get Bible to support that? No way. If you do that when the Christianity were really in charge in any of European countries, they cut him off. Go and read their history. I met a pastor in Spain. He told me a few years ago, if they see you with Bible, this Bible, they are all Christian though. You don't have right to hold Bible. They will tie the person and pull rope in his neck and remove whatever he put his leg. That's how they were executing people. Just if you by mistake to go and buy Bible on your own, it was meant for only those that have qualified to read it. It was later they open it. When they briefed me about this history, they went through a lot of things on their own. But coming to our own place, because of hatred, okay, you just describe one particular thing against people. Okay, Tinubu, you don't love Tinubu, then you turn it to the entire Yoruba people. You call them all Yoruba people stupid. What kind of statement is that? You make people to be hungry. Even the Tinubu and that thing you call them stupid for, when they allow you to talk it, everything is lie. Okay, I watched a program today. One of my Benin brother, this wounded civilian, he was showing something. How these people are trying to arise him, threaten his life. I just laugh. One guy came out and said, an Igbo person said the whole Benin, that the whole population of Benin is not up to one local government in their place with pride. And so therefore, there's nothing like Benin. Benin is Igbo land. With pride, everything is talking. I said, okay, this crisis in Southeast is about to cross the border. But I pray for you not to cross because Nigeria government don't know how to arrest issue or thing is become a full-scale crisis. If someone in his own place, your own place, nobody go there, and even those who go there still respect you, no matter the small they have, but you that come to other people's place, they respect you to start life with them, you live with them, you start disrespecting them. When they call you, say you come and develop their land. Did you come to a barren land? It doesn't make sense. They correct you, say they are jealous. Are they begging from you? Are you the one feeding them? That shop, what they do, if they don't come and buy from you, will you survive? I don't know. So nothing is getting out of hand, my brother. This social media may help us, but if it continue like this, one person cannot just be attacking everybody. You leave your place, you come and be insulting my king. I can't take it from you. If you don't have, the one you have, and it's not my business. If you like, insult him, do whatever you like. That is your own. Don't come to my own. Don't bring that attitude to my own. If you bring it, it will lead to problem. That's what we are just saying. That's why I was totally pissed off. They go to propaganda, they insult everybody, insult this one, insult this one. The thing is getting out of hand, man. This president that we have now is whether it's good, it's not good. Okay, say your own, my brother.
Yeah,
You
you're
say what?
saying who's assaulting you guys?
Everything is. I was watching the social medias. I saw some Igbo young children who have consumed these IPOB doctrines for so many years. They try to treat Benin as if we are nobody. People doesn't know what they are doing. My brother, the thing is this. We have been enduring it for the past 13 years. We used to see videos that are so shocking to us. And most of these videos are from Southeast and Igbo extraction. But we still have quality Igbos, responsible ones. But what is baffling us that those people we count upon as leaders are becoming powerless. They can't even talk to their children anymore. It's very clear the way they behave now. And not only that, the Southeast is now a bloodbath place. What is happening there is so deep. Then you that is in my Benin, you will, as an Igbo, you will make a video and insult the whole Benin that they are useless people. Are you not looking for trouble? You will not stop there. You say the whole Benin and their Oba is useless. With pure mouth, open it wide. Because you are Igbo. So my brother, it doesn't take much people to cause crisis. That's why every serious government must be serious. Not the way they treat Kano issue or Tinibwe down. That's not the way they are going to treat it. Because if what is happening in Southeast, among all the Igbo extraction, were to be something that have to
you can't blame the Igbo. You know why?
It would have been so serious and be so severe. You said? I can't blame who?
Nigeria pushed
Hello,
the Igbos to
are you
the
hearing
wall.
me?
I'm saying Nigeria pushed the Igbos to the wall. The reason I'm saying Nigeria cause all this blocking.
No, Nigeria did not push Igbo to the wall. The problem of Igbo is, listen, my brother, the leaders refuse to tell their children the truth. They refuse to tell them the truth.
No,
I am a Benin person. In the Berlin conference, I mean wall, to push somebody close to the wall. Is that not what you mean? And then you start reacting. WALL or something like that.
No, I mean when you push somebody into something, keep pushing them into. That's what I meant. WALL.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. Let me give you time to also say.
Can you explain how they push you to the wall?
Just explain what you mean by that. Yeah, so that I can understand it.
No, I'm saying like the way you treated in Nigeria, the way they treated in Nigeria, similar to what happened to Pierre, similar.
One Africa. Please speak louder. Your voice is too low.
One Africa, try to speak louder. Speak louder a little bit. Thank you.
Yeah, I'm saying like it's similar what happens to Pierre. Similar what happens to Pierre. When one tribe feels they don't belong, they feel like they belonging. When you push the tribe to the wall, that's what happens. But Nigeria hasn't learned. Nigeria, when you push the tribe to the wall, that's when they get angry. I can't blame them. I can't blame the Igbo for getting angry.
Okay, Charles, explain how who's treating Igbo bad and who's in Nigeria that's treating. You are the majority in the country, so who's treating? Is it the minority that's treating you bad? I mean, explain who's treating you bad and explain how they treat you bad. Because he's one of those, like you said, Midwest. They just brainwash these young ones. He's one of those kids that have been brainwashed. Because I know this child, this guy.
It's going to be a serious problem. I'm saying it.
They just tell them that someone is treating them bad. So you are the majority. It's like white Americans saying they're treating them bad. You are the majority in the country, and you're saying someone who's treating you bad. Are you not the one in charge?
Mike, I want to appeal to you. This guy is also our friend here. We come here to, at least sometimes we can burst into argument. Maybe we sort ourselves. Let's put that aside. Let's try to educate ourselves. You put a question.
We can't educate this guy, man. Trust me, we've been trying to educate this guy for about 4 years. He won't get it. Trust me. He will come and say the same thing over and over. He's been so brainwashed, it's beyond redemption. We're trying to educate him, but for the past 3 years, he's come on one-man show now. We're trying to educate him. Okay, explain who, what, and what. But the guy's beyond redemption. You can't forget the guy, man. Some of their youth has been so badly brainwashed. It's that the day they were born, they start brainwashing them. To the point where you show them the obvious.
Okay, Mike.
And
Mike, you give him time. he want to say something. Let him say his own, because he said Igbo were pushed to the wall. Let him also say it. Maybe we can see something from it. Let him say, please. Let's do it that way. You understand me? Just try. My brother, you are still there. The floor is yours, and you just tell us how the whole Nigeria pushed Igbo to the wall. Hello?
One Africa, please speak.
I don't know.
Please speak One Africa.
I mean,
One Africa.
Yes. I mean, how Igbo.
Try to talk loud a little bit. Try to talk loud a little bit so we can hear you, please. We have to respect you as well.
Yeah, I'm saying like how the Igbo treat Nigeria is not fair. Actually, why Ethiopia is having crisis is Ethiopia. The reason why Ethiopia is having crisis, similar to happening Ethiopia, similar happening in Nigeria, because the Igbos are treated not fairly in Nigeria, even though they don't get the credit they do. They don't get the credit they do in Nigeria. That's what I meant.
Like you guys are not being treated fairly.
I don't know. I don't know.
The only hold on, the only position you guys have not occupied since 1999 just the presidency. You understand me? It's just the presidency. I don't understand these Igbo are being marginalized. If you say you are being marginalized, what about Edo people? We are the minority of minority.
Well, Igbo are Nigeria. Igbo are Nigeria. See, that's the problem. Nigeria. Let's just want to say the truth. That's the problem with Nigeria. I have a Nigeria. They don't say the truth. Even the outside, even the outside knows the truth, but Nigeria don't want to say the truth to themselves. That's the problem with this country. We must say the truth.
What? Yes,
even
we must say the truth. Hold on. We must say the truth, but where can you list out how the Igbo people are being marginalized? Can you give us an example? So let's see, so that we can prove you right this evening. Can you please give us an example?
The federal, yes. There's more federal presence in the west and the north than the east.
You said?
There's more federal presence in the west and the north than the east.
Federal presence outside, like what? Like, there's no federal presence in my state. I'm from Edo State. There's no federal presence there. It's the state governor that is running things there. I don't think there's
no federal presence in Delta State.
In Ibadan.
These were part of old Benin Empire, and that place. Wait, my brother, let me also help you. In the whole of Bende, we should now have Edo Delta today. We were once a great empire. We were majority when they came. They have it, and history prove it. Okay, now they reduce us to nothing. They divide us. We have never ruled as president, neither the vice, neither the Senate. I think we only managed to have deputy speaker. This Amo Agege. Okay, my brother. Are we burning ourselves? Can I, because of that, start killing Roboma?
No.
Or because of that, I will be buying my Benin person?
No, I'm talking about the East and the Niger Delta region. Those are two regions I'm talking about.
Okay, look, my dear brother, you see, I agree with you. I agree with you that there is a problem. Where we have difference is that it's approach. For example, Nigeria is not working for anybody. That's just the fact.
Yep.
At a time, someone was ruling Nigeria from Niger Delta. He was ruling from Niger Delta, and he was a professor. He's a professor, and he was ruling. He ruled this country, and at the end, go to his village and his people. You're going to see what is going on.
That was good, like John, who did nothing.
At a time, a military general, Babangida was ruling this country. He was from Niger State. Go to Niger State. People don't go to farm today. Problem everywhere. So, my dear brother, you see, the problem with the differences we have is this. There are some certain situations in life, whether good or bad, before you start taking action, be prepared and understand that you can control whatever that comes out of it. That is the differences we have. Our king and the rest can press button today, and we will go to street and be like a mad people. But a time is coming, maybe he cannot control us again. because
No, you should,
people
most
must
of the
mature,
governors in Nigeria use
people
it.
must grow, people must have a vision, and people must have a purpose why they are doing something. And one thing, when you create a unit, if you don't inculcate discipline into it, they go wide. That's what is happening in Southeast. At a point,
Yeah.
my brother,
You see,
that
and the issue,
marginalization you are crying, if we continue, yeah.
and the issue with governors in Nigeria,
yes,
yes,
they
sir.
don't govern
let
the
me say
state; they go to Abuja to govern. That's the
Nigerians
issue.
they are very easy to blackmail to hate someone they don't even know. For example, look at the Mohbad issue. If you are a very reasonable person, if you pay attention, even all the videos they post about Mohbad and Sam Larry, we didn't see anything proven show that they were the one that killed that guy. There were no video of Naira Marley hitting the guy or putting poison in his drink, or the same thing with Sam Larry. But you see, a lot of people just took position without evidence. That's why sometimes when any most of this issue they arrive to the court, then the court will decide that there's nothing to prove here because there's no evidence. Then people will start angry that the court is useless, that the court is not working. Really?
Yeah.
You didn't bring evidence, then you want the court to rule in your favor? It's not going to happen. Emotion doesn't count in court. It is your evidence that counts. So Nigerians need to wake up, and that's why I don't anything. Let me tell you something. Anything that is trending in Nigeria, I don't involve myself. I don't join movement. I don't join rubbish because all of them, if you check, they always start with an agenda. If you verify, you see there's something
Before you know it,
behind
it's
whatever
a
they're
jack
pushing.
for different things. Yeah.
Thank you. So people need to wise. Another thing, my
Like
one
I want
Africa,
to, brother, please
as
let
a
me
young
talk to this.
Igbo man.
Let me talk to this, my brother here.
Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, I wanted to tell him something. Yeah. You see, the problem of Southeast, to my own understanding, I want to tell you. A lot has happened in this country called Nigeria. Our past hero have done well, and they have also made mistakes, irrespective of tribes. Somehow, when you point to what Awolowo did not do well in the western part, some Yoruba may agree, may not agree, but that is not enough for them to go and say Benin Man was their problem or Fulani was their problem. No, they will not do that. Difference is this: in the Southeast, they will never point to their leader of doing anything wrong. It's the rest people.
Yep.
And they show these things to this generation for years upon years, and this generation feel pain, unnecessary pain, believing that the whole Nigeria were bad towards the Igbos. And they can no longer take it. That's why they are becoming so hungry. It's not what Nigeria is doing. It was what they allowed to be sold to them. Particularly the first civil war that happened. But you are here today as an Igbo. I say, with your age or the way you are talking, they will tell you the war came to Igbo land. But the war started in Benin. In history, if you want really to go to the history of that civil war, say combat, fighting, where people now start pointing gun to each other, started in Benin. And it started with the Benin people versus the Biafra soldiers. But when you get to Ore, it became
actually, they started all the way. Midway. He started all the way in Yoruba land. The Igbos came all the way to Ore to start the war from there. And then they continued the battle.
I want to also tell this, my brother. Okay, look, not that there were no problem. I'm not trying to skip. There was serious problem. A lot were going on. But that very moment, it needs proper management. It's very unfortunate. It was not managed. And I will say, no matter how you describe it, I did not see if, for example, Nigeria army were able to put its army together, cross the Midwest, cross that River Niger, and start fighting the Igbos. Even the war would have been a different case. But today, you as a young person, you will hardly see any Igbo person that would say this to their children. I'm point. What I
They
point to
will
you
lie
today.
to them
If you
now.
go and make
They will
research,
say they were minding their
you will,
business.
you will discover. Okay, I asked somebody. Okay, do you know how many people we lost in the process in my own place? Nigerian government were not there to help us at that very moment. And the region was a very young region without a military
If you
center.
see the atrocity the Igbos committed in Ore, the Yoruba people are not even
So,
the Ore people. I mean, we moved on
my
from
brother,
it.
okay. I know we can, Mike. I don't want to go straight to that one anyway. I just want to touch the brief so that he can also reason it on his own. Okay, nobody will
I'm just
tell
saying,
you,
like,
you
they
as a
started the
young guy
whole
when you were growing up.
atrocity. They started the madness. The whole.
Okay, the thing did not the thing did not end in the Midwest region. It did not end in Benin. The same army haven't taken the entire region. We are marching to Lagos at Ore. They did not meet Yoruba. They now met Nigeria army. That's where the combat started.
No.
If you tell someone 90% of these young Igbos.
Midwest, they got to Ore before the Nigerian army met them there. And when they got there, they committed massacre against the Ore people. I'm telling you. Go Yoruba people see they turn it to a proverb.
Yeah, but people
they committed massacre.
Yeah, you see, everybody like Yoruba, okay, like the Yorubas or maybe Ore people.
But we don't talk about it because we want to move
but
on.
the truth of the matter, where I'm trying to point to. Okay, look, I want to talk to this, my brother. Like I'm a Benin person. Do you know that Ojukwu declared Benin Republic? Has anybody told you that?
And he made
this guy that is listening to me. Have you
can I hold on,
I
guys?
make
Can
an
I ask you
Igbo person
something?
to
Can I
start
ask you
ruling.
something? Can I ask you something?
Yeah.
Why is the topic so much about Igbo?
Yeah.
Is that the problem of Nigeria right now? Can I ask you a question?
Bro, go to Radio Biafra and ask them why is the topic about Edo.
Listen.
No. When Igbos are talking, go and ask them why the topic is about Benin. Why is that about Yoruba?
So
but
this
when
is a
others
Yoruba
are talking about
let me
problem.
educate you. Listen, my brother. Sorry, see why I brought it.
Wow.
Why I brought this thing. I discovered that these young generations of Igbo, a lot are becoming so incompatible with the rest of Nigeria,
Okay.
the way they do things.
Thank you, Sauke.
Someone
Thank
cannot
you.
leave Anambra. Listen, my brother. Listen. When you see a genesis of a crisis, try to talk to me.
You go ahead. You go ahead and discuss. You go ahead and discuss the unity of Nigeria. Okay? I thank you.
I don't care whether Nigeria divided. You are the one who did Wazobia. I become annoyed with you people. You cannot leave your own place, for example, because I allow you to stay in my place. You come and be insulting my king and my people are called them useless. And you think people will not react? Look at what is going on in Southeast today. You need to educate your people.
This man of prestige, he'll be on show like Dr. Damages and Nigeria Watch, where this guy named CM. That guy will just be doing propaganda, like that brainwashing they do to those youths. He'll be doing propaganda line about that war, the events. And this man of prestige, they never ask him that why is he preaching propaganda. They don't have a problem with that, right? But when people here are talking about actually exposing their own side,
we did.
No, Mike.
Okay, see for example, why are you? I want to ask you, why are they insulting the Oba Benin? Is the Oba Benin the president of Nigeria?
Midwest. If you observe, earlier today, 3 of us, Kidola, you and me, we came from Edo State. If you observe, we all disagree on whatever issue we are talking about. Let me tell you the problem I always have with my brothers from the East. Most times when you go to any platform, you see almost 99% of people agree in one direction. Me, I don't like it. I don't care who you are. I don't like it when people agree because I feel that is the zombie mentality whereby everyone will just agree. I don't like it. That's why sometimes if someone is controversial, maybe they are giving different opinion, I will allow it to happen. It is good because we all cannot be agreeing on the same thing.
UFC, what you're saying isn't accurate. When that other guy just agreed, he said he wasn't even from Edo State. He was claiming he was Igbo.
No.
Do you remember? Because I watched it. Midwest was claiming the other guy was Igbo because how could he have that opinion? Do you remember?
Do you know that I came in and I corrected myself?
Yeah, but I'm just saying. Remember, Midwest was accusing the guy of being Igbo because he's like, how could you have that opinion? You have to be Igbo. Don't you remember he was insulting Igbos, blah 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 blah
See,
blah.
my brother,
Remember?
you see why
So UFC, you're being inaccurate because he was calling that guy all kinds of names, claiming he was Igbo because he disagreed. So and why are you making it a tribal thing? It's obviously not a tribal thing.
See why I was annoyed. Look at my brother. Listen. One thing. I want to quickly put this before you. We as Benin people. Who is affecting my system? I don't know what is happening here. Hello, can you hear me? Hello, are people hearing me?
Yes, it's working now. Go
Mike,
ahead.
Yes,
It's
we
working.
can hear you.
Okay.
We can hear you.
Okay, my brother, let me quickly put this one. I watched a video today. I was so pissed off when one Igbo guy, and they have been doing it for past 13 years. We don't see Ohaneze Igbo addressing it, no Igbo leaders. But history is very clear. Since Civil War, there's no crisis between Igbo and Benin. We don't want it in our land. But however, it's not only Igbo that live in Benin. So we should have that one in our mind as well. So, but a situation where even when they were campaigning, the Benin supported someone, a candidate for Southeast with their mind. And they made sure he won't win the campaign. They did it.
Can I interject?
But wait, I will allow you to interject.
I
But
come
a
here because of
situation
what
where
Mike
some
said.
people, because of the propaganda they have consumed for so many years, they will leave their Anabra and come and be insulting my king in Benin, insulting Edo people, and you expect we not to react. Then you are making mistake. It's just a matter of time.
Okay, Mike.
What is
Mike,
going
I
on?
heard what you
And
said
somebody
about
will
me.
not come and tell me Edo don't have a land. Edo don't have a land. The land belongs to Igbo. So how many are there? They are not up to one local government. Let them be doing it in social media. And those people that cannot have destroyed mentally in the name of Nigeria, they spread across Nigeria. And by the time they start crossing red line, you will see
one
crisis.
person does something, it doesn't
Can I-
represent all
Can
people
I say
in the
something?
tribe. Just so
Hold
you know,
on. Can
there's
I
40
say something
million
a minute?
Igbo people. So one person
My
made
brother,
that post. So you
one
have to learn
person,
to
when a group of
separate the two.
continue to insult people for 13 years, you think it's a joke?
That's
We
in
Benin
your
have been
own
enduring
head.
for the past
That's
13
in your
years.
own
Let me say something about Mike.
Every day
Mike,
insult about Benin.
Mike, I heard what he said about me. I'm not here.
Interested about
I'm
Mike.
not here to talk about. I'm not here to talk about
Okay.
Igbo, Yoruba, or Hausa. That's not my prerogative. Because some of my best friends are from other tribe, and I live outside Igbo land. So having said that, you all can go ahead and narrate. You all can go ahead and invest your whole energy about Igbo. It doesn't concern me. I don't care. It doesn't make any difference to me. It's not going to take an energy away from me. Nothing. I don't even give a damn about it. But anyway, let me just make a comment about what Mike said about me. Mike, why are you capping about me? You don't even know me. I had a little bit of what he said about me, not everything, because I already logged off, and I'm going to log off after this. It's not important. I'm not going to invest my energy about, all this gibberish you're talking about. But it's your own opinion. Everybody has the right to say whatever they say. So that's not my concern. I have more better thing to say than wasting my energy on bigger tribe and other tribe, which I'm not a tribalist. So it's not even my point. But Mike, why are you lying about me? I've been hearing what you say. I come to one man. In recent, I only appeared there once or twice. He wasn't there. But I'll be on the comment line most of the time. And I was even in 1 month, So why are you making all this lie about me? Whenever I made a comment, I make a comment about the individual.
Which lie did I make about you?
Hold on. Let me
Wait,
speak
which
now.
lie did I make about you?
You just said something. Didn't you? Because I log off. Then I log back in just to hear what you're talking about. You was talking about me that I go to Dr. Damage. I'll be talking about other tribe. Have you had?
No,
I only talk
no.
about the government.
Listen. Wait.
Okay.
This is what I said. You said, why are we talking about the Igbos? And I told you that I know you, when you're on Dr. Damage, when CM, your Igbo brother, is doing his propaganda against Yorubas, another ethnic group, you are there. You never ask him, why are you doing this propaganda? You didn't correct him.
Okay.
You don't have problem
Thank you.
with it.
Okay, thank you, Mike. I'm not going to be here. I'm not going to be here for
I didn't say you were doing it. I just say you don't correct your own people, but you want to correct others.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for that.
That's what I said, okay?
Okay,
So I didn't
thank
talk
you
about
for that. I didn't hear that because I don't do that. So having said that, okay, I do correct them. Maybe you're not there all the time. You can ask, you can ask Kulata. Whenever Pansad came there, even when Obia was doing his show, I say, Pansa, you're a bigotry. I tell them that is not right. That's not what she was doing. I mean, you all can say what you want. And when I come to one man show, hold on, when I come to one man show, the only reason why I be so mad is because of enigmatic. I've never seen anybody. I even hear them talking about you. They say what? Say you shouldn't be going that route about other tribe. But when it comes to enigmatic, it seems like everybody's afraid of him at one man show. Mike, correct me if I'm wrong. Is enigmatic not bigotry? Maybe it's just your opinion. Pansat is bigotry, you know. So I put both of them together. That's exactly what happened yesterday too. Pansat was being very bigotry. I told Kudat on the chat side. I said, yeah, this Pansat and the enigmatic.
What about
they kind
CM?
of
What about CM? What about CM? Tell me about CM.
Yes, CM do that. And
Okay,
I told him once, but not as much as I've told Pansat. I don't have energy to be talking about, you know. That's not
but you
my
have
problem.
energy to come and correct other people. The people that do most propaganda all over the internet. I mean, it's just
no. When I came here,
I mean, that's your problem. They just open YouTube channels. They talking Nigerian history and they flip it upside down.
I don't even go to any channel. Let me tell you.
Nigerians are consuming that stuff. They think they are learning something. They are learning honest information.
Mike, have you seen media? Let me tell you the only place I go.
Yoruba history, telling your history, and he's flipping it upside down.
That's the problem.
And that's what they are doing it to Benin people. That's why Midwest is frustrated.
I don't.
Like, why Igbo people doing it?
Can say what he wants. I just came here.
People are frustrated that Igbo people are all over the internet doing propaganda every freaking day.
Okay, that is not my prerogative. I'm not going to waste time.
We didn't say your problem. You are the one that calling. We didn't call your number to call you to discuss it. We are talking about it, and you calling to tell us why we're talking about it.
I said, is the topic about Igbo? Is it the only
yes, we are talking about everything.
Because I never think this channel.
That's your problem, man.
I never talk about this channel, Kaiser channel, under one man is like that. You know, I thought the topic is more about Pan-African something like that. You know, so when I hear much about Igbo, this is why I intervene. You don't talk.
The topic of this is
if we are saying something that's inaccurate about your people, come and defend it. You don't need to
Mike, I don't have time for that. I'm not going to waste my energy.
They're not calling there.
Wait,
why you calling? If you don't have time, then sit down and watch.
Did the Oba Benin sell
grab your beer and sit down and watch your stuff.
Midwest people.
No, I'm not going to waste my time. You know,
responsible
for your nonsense.
Excuse me. Why we enter this topic, brother that is just talking? I can see you try to do everything in diplomatic. I respect you for that. The truth is this: we are already in a very what I see. For me, I sense danger easily.
There's no danger.
If you look at this propaganda, what he has done is
no danger. It's all in
your
head.
I want to tell you, in the southeast part of Nigeria,
don't have any
my brother, in the south,
it's all in your head. This is all in your head.
In the southeast, no, don't say that. Don't say that. Don't say that.
What do you mean?
When
Why
you
did they say vote for Obi 70% if they hate Igbo, or if Igbo is trying to claim their lands, or if Igbo is trying to do all these
wait.
It's all in your head.
Get what I'm saying here. Even me, I sent money to campaign for Peter Obi. That does not mean I will allow somebody to come and insult my king and my people. That one will not work. I did not do it because of bribery. I did it because I love Nigeria.
Trying to take Edo people's land
and Peter Obi,
you guys
will not like
Peter Obi.
We also feel let's support someone from Southeast. Let's try.
No. You can't.
We did it because we want to also try. Maybe someone from Southeast can better the country.
Take your land and trying to insult your king, do all these things. You guys won't like Igbo politician. It's simple. This is all.
Yes, that's what they're doing. They have been doing it for the past 13 years.
No, Igbo person's trying to wait. Stop this nonsense. Oh God, it's all in your head, brother.
Wait.
And the fact that you
listen to me. I don't know what you mean by land. I don't know what you mean by land. Wait. When people live in a land, when they live in a land, and where there is a peace, it will accommodate everybody, irrespective of whom you are, whether you are from that place or whether you are from somewhere else, because there is peace for everybody to triumph. But when some element of people ignore peace, they are trying to trigger crisis. It is not good.
Who's triggering crisis? What crisis?
What I'm talking to.
Show me the crisis. So because one guy on Twitter insulted your king is a crisis. Because one guy on Twitter insulted your king is a crisis.
Wait.
Crisis.
No, it's not because one person. Wait, it's not because of one person has done it. I think we are ignorance of individuals' cultural
Multiple people.
heritage
There's 40
and the
million
way
Igbo
people
people.
react. And
So
that's,
you have to deal with it. There's 40
so
million.
please,
40
I want
million
you to talk.
Igbos.
I give you the floor.
Look, you have to accept something.
I give you the floor to talk. Express yourself and let me also express my own opinion.
Let me express it. Look, I think I'm blessed because my mom is a different tribe than my father. So I think I see things different from a lot of the older generation. There are 40 million Igbo people. If that makes you upset, I don't know what to say. When 5 people say something and you think they're Igbo, that doesn't mean all Igbo people did X, all Igbo people did Y.
Nobody said all Igbo.
Let me finish. The topic is, did the Oba of Benin
let me finish,
sell
then I will
slaves?
also say my own point.
Did the Oba of Benin, did he sell slaves? You are upset because you say, look, this is a propaganda. An Igbo guy is making this comment. The youth don't know the history. If you want to say the youth don't know history in Nigeria, say that. But when you try to, it's very weird when you connect Igbo and, the Igbo youth are spreading this propaganda. If you want to say all youth in Africa don't know their history, fine. But when you say Igbo youth, why are Igbo youth trying to spread that Oba Benin sell slaves? What do we gain?
Can I also talk?
You have to learn
Can I also talk? I want to give you an assignment.
Okay.
Please.
One last thing. If
you have said
can't
something. You have said something. Listen.
you're
I
gonna
want
have
to
a
tell you
long
something.
day.
Wait.
Okay, that's it.
Wait. My brother, go to other social media platform. Maybe you have an Hausa man running social media. Go there, whether you will see anyone that will tell you about Benin was the one selling slave. Go to Yoruba and see whether you will see anyone. If you want to see it, you see for people from Southeast. So why is it so?
Your claim is this. Let me just make your claim very. Your claim is it's only Igbo people.
So do you know why people are becoming pissed off? Wait, my brother. Wait. Let us not go there. When Kanu started, he was just talking. He's a one man in the whole of Igbo land. Gradually, the entire 5 states, southeastern state, is in turmoil today. It took time for crisis to mature. And that's what we are trying to prevent and tell you. And to tell these people that, look, my brother, you can do your things in your place. But when you when you are in my land, you must respect some certain things. If you don't know how to respect it, go to where you are coming from to avoid crisis.
So you're worried that
that's what we are saying.
No. So you're worried that one day
attitude of propaganda cannot work in my place. For the past 13 years, we have been enduring. It's becoming too much.
Wait, so you're worried that one day a majority of Igbo people will believe
what I'm worried about that Kanu have destroyed the reasoning of this generation.
Wait, what does Kanu
he has destroyed the reasoning of this generation, and they are spreading everywhere. What they are doing in their place, they will take it to other people and there will be problems.
What is the connection?
This is what I'm worrying about.
Selling slaves and Kanu. What's the connection between the two?
Well, we are not talking about slave right now.
The connection is that Igbo children. See the connection. Wait, let me put the connection before you.
Yeah.
Okay, my brother, do you know the reason why the connection is that the generation now lack respect? They feel they can use propaganda against everybody. To a point, the former president was declared dead and was replaced. And many people believe it. They spread it for years and people were taking it. And they just feel they can continue on this path. Let me tell you another thing. I saw one of your Igbo brother went into one place in Benin. We call them Igbanke. They don't know the history of that place. He said he want to unite Igbo. We make it clear. The Bende people have clear history of whom they are. We never have Igbo as indigenous people. It is you people from Southeast who call Enwani, Ekwani, Bende Igbo. Eka is Eka, and they are proud to be Eka. So when you come to people's space, and because they allow you, the other one is even declaring today that how many are Benin? We are not up to one local government in Igbo land. In fact, we don't have a land. It belongs to Igbo land. They are coming to take the land. My brother, we don't know what you people are preparing for, but you people should take it easy. We are not your problem. Oba Benin don't rule Nigeria. And it should not be a topic for any Igbo platform. He's not the one ruling. Benin people are not the president. Do your thing.
Between the Oba Benin and the slave topic and land grabbing and Ika people, what's the connection between all three?
You see what they do? The Yoruba people will say they Edo people Yoruba.
Well, for me, in history, we don't have problem with Ika people. We don't grab land. People in Benin don't buy land from Oba. Nobody build land in Benin and go and take land from Oba. It's not in our culture.
Wait, I'm confused.
You
What's the connection
you listen
between
to me
land
now.
grabbing and Oba
Oba
Benin and the slavery?
Benin don't
What's the
sell
connection?
land.
Wait, what's the connection between the Oba
Yeah,
Benin
I want to
slaves
tell you something, my
propaganda
brother.
and what's the
They
connection?
have no connection. They have no
So why'd you bring it up?
apart
There's
from
no connection.
propaganda. They
There's
don't
no
they don't
connection.
have. It's only propaganda. But because the Southeast children believe in propaganda, we are just warning them. Look, my dear, you can't come here and be insulting us. That's what we are saying.
But
You
look,
can't go
look.
to here and say Benin people are stupid. What percent
It's
of are we the one ruling Nigeria? Because we allow you to stay in our place peacefully.
you see,
Or
but
what? If not because of this Nigeria, we are all one. Everybody will control his space.
yeah, but you see,
You
look at the
Kano
propaganda
have
there, though.
ruined the entire Southeast. The youth are coming out with that mentality that lack respect for people. And you
You're
expect that
connecting
they will
too
continue
many
like that, there will
things
not be
at
crisis.
once.
Midwest.
That's the problem, Midwest. You're connecting too many things at once that are not connected. You gotta
But
relax.
you know the truth. You know the
None of
truth.
these things are
You know
connected.
where I'm talking to.
No,
You
I
try
don't
to
agree with
defend
you. I
it.
don't think any of these things are connected.
They are connected.
The youth
What
not
I-
having respect is not
Yeah,
connected to IPOB.
they
There's
can
no
never
connection
be.
between
They
IPOB
cannot be.
and youth not having
They,
respect.
Cesar, you're confused because you're born and raised in the United States, so you don't know what the hell we're talking. You don't know anything, so
No, because I don't
You
think
don't
it's
know
that.
what the hell. You are
I
confused. You
think
don't know what's
what,
going on in Nigeria. You are
okay, Mike,
confused.
can you explain it to me? Mike,
You're a
explain to me.
Nigerian
What's the
American.
connection? Mike, can you explain to me what's the connection between land grabbing and people claiming that Oba Benin was participating in the slave trade? What's the connection?
That's not what he's saying, dude. That's what I'm saying. You are confused. You don't know what's going on. You were born and raised in America, so you don't know what the hell is going
Explain
on.
it to me then. Explain it to me then, because I don't think there is a
What
connection.
you're asking does not make sense.
No, because what you're saying doesn't make sense. No offense.
It's two different conversations.
I'm
Why
just
are you putting it?
repeating
No.
I'm
We've had
repeating it back
several.
to you.
Chill
I'm
out.
repeating back what's being said to me.
Chill out. You don't know where he's coming from because, like I said, you're not raised in Nigeria. You're raised in America. You're confused. So we had different conversations, but what you are doing is you are taking different conversations that we have. You're trying to pin it together.
No.
They're
Midwest is the
separate
one bringing it
conversations.
up. I'm not everything he's saying. I'm just repeating it back to him.
Okay. Let me explain what you call the one you said earlier about the urban slave trade. The guy that came earlier was giving misinformation, and people that are known to put out, they have been known consistently preaching wrong history of the Benin people and Yoruba people and other ethnic group, the Fulanis, are Igbo people deliberately doing it. So he's suspected, and those sometimes those Igbo people disguise as Benin, right? And be telling Benin history, bastardizing it. So that guy that called in, when he was making that misinformation, Midwest suspected that the guy is one of those Igbos. So Midwest wanted to investigate. So that's why Midwest was asking him questions. And the question Midwest asking, the guy couldn't answer it. Midwest said, "Oh, you must be one of those Igbos that are doing that stuff." That's where it came from. But eventually, later on, we found out that the guy's mom was actually Benin, but his dad is not Benin. So he didn't tell us where his dad is from. Whether his dad is Igbo or not, we don't know. But since we confirmed that his mom is from Benin, so Midwest now say, okay, well, at least you pass to be Benin. But there's a reason why Midwest suspected the guy to be one of those Igbos that come around trying to twist other people's history, and this guy's as one of them. So you are known for something. I'm not saying all of you. Some element among your ethnic group are known to go around disguising as member of the ethnic group and just bastardize and using propaganda to twist people's history, people's stories, just to attack them or whatever they're trying to achieve, whatever animosity they're holding in themselves. So that's where he's coming from. Okay.
So here's the problem with what was going on. So first I hear, look, I think there's a sentiment in this tribe that's trying to rewrite history. I don't know why. We haven't established why they're doing it, but let's just say this is what's going on. But then later on, then you say that, look, this is a problem across Africa where people don't know their history. White people are teaching us this history, that history. You guys shared stories about how kids are learning history that's not true, that this king participated in slavery. So how do you know that it's some kind of Igbo, I don't know, plot to rewrite history, or if it's just not ignorance, like you guys said most Africans have? I don't understand. Like, how do you know it's some kind of Igbo plot? I don't know.
Why you sounding so retarded, man? Did anybody say Igbo plot?
It sounds like that. You guys are saying there's some kind of a group of Igbo people that are.
I don't know why I'm wasting my time just with this guy. Dude, you're an American, man. You get out of here.
No. I think what's going on is
you're born and raised in Texas. You don't know nothing about Nigeria.
I'm re-explaining what you guys are saying. You're realizing how ridiculous it sounds. I think that's what's
Caesar, hold on. Let me ask you just a simple question. Your answer would determine your state of mind.
Okay.
If you answer this thing properly, I will know where your mind lie.
If
Okay,
I
let me
choose
ask
to
this
answer
question.
it, okay.
Good. Did Nnamdi Kanu commit any crime against the state of Nigeria?
I don't even know how that's related to this topic.
No. Just let me ask. It's a very simple
Any
question.
person who tries to secede from a country is generally deemed a terrorist around the world. You cannot leave a country. That's just how the world works.
Okay, that means he commit a crime.
Obviously,
Okay.
yeah. You try to fight for secession. That's a crime. You can't do that's terrorism.
Thank you.
I mean,
No
that's
problem.
just
Go ahead.
how it works. So I'm just confused.
I thought you were one of those that would say he didn't commit any crime. They just the federal government just arrest him for nothing.
I think it's a crime
those
to
are
fight
the
for
people.
secession. I don't think
Those particular ones are lost. There is no need. You cannot redeem such people. They are gone. They are gone.
I think you guys are connecting a lot of things that don't need to be connected. I really don't. And that's why the young generation has to come in. You guys are connecting way too many things that don't need to be connected at all. Just relax. Because the average youth is not connecting all these dots. You guys are connecting all these. Oh, in 1966, this happened. 1902, someone was bringing up how the capital used to be in Benin. Then it was in Calabar. I don't know how it's all connected to what's going on right now. You guys
So which average youth are you talking about? Are you a Nigerian? Do you grow up in Nigeria? Do you live in Nigeria? So which youth are you speaking on behalf of?
Mike, personally, I don't even think you're up to date.
You're born and raised in Texas. You're coming here to, let's not waste our time talking to this guy, man. This guy's a dude.
No. What I'm doing is I'm repeating what you
you're
guys
an American,
are saying,
man.
and you realize how ridiculous it sounds. You're like, wait, that doesn't make any sense, because it doesn't make any sense. You're connecting things that don't need to be connected. There's no evil plot. Like, I don't know.
My brother, this guy that asked me question about connection. My brother, see, if you can permit me, let us be realistic when we approach issue. The thing is this: a lot is going on from Southeast. One, secessionist is building up there, but in that secessionist that they want, to be frankly speaking, nobody is holding these people not to go. Nobody, even no Nigerian government. What is really holding them is there are places they claim to be part of Biafra, no history attached to it. So how is it going to work?
But there
and
was
if someone
there was
said he want his own country, you that said, I want to point something to you. Someone said he want his own country, and he went to his father's house and draw a map, and that map involved a lot of people. He did not consult them.
You see, that's a lie. Nigeria said
brother,
that's the power.
Is that not an insult?
There was Battle Biafra. That's a lie.
So did they have a map that includes your land? Is that what's going
on?
Battle
Biafra. They're just lying. There was Battle Biafra.
They have a map that include other ethnic nationalities that have no link with Biafra. And people were telling them gradually and said, no, it doesn't work this way. And that has been going on for years. Someone we say is in Enugu, he will be want to teach Benin people their history. And in teaching it, he will be insulting their king. He has been doing it for the past 13 years.
You see, this
and
is
trying to brainwash our people. And they were brainwashing their people to hate every other Nigeria. And in the process, they started brainwashing their people to hate their leaders who did not agree to their ideology. Today, the youth don't respect their leaders. They don't respect their elders.
Because of who?
In the Southeast,
because of who?
Even the leaders can no longer control them. And you see it like, we connecting it. Why can't we just leave it to continue? We can't leave it in my own space. We don't want our people to be killing themselves.
So you're afraid the youth of your
we don't want problem with Igbo.
You're afraid the people of your area will say, look, we're Biafrans. We want our own country. You're afraid of that. You're like, hey, we're not Biafrans. Why are they teaching?
No, if you want your country, wait, I'm not afraid, and I love that, and I will pray for you to have it. But have your own country. Don't come to people's space and call it your country.
Let me say something.
Why should somebody leave Anambra and come to Edo State and be saying there are Igbo indigenous? Do you have history to it?
You see.
Why should you go and invite go and interview a youth leader in a bank and
And when you stand with the youth leader, the only thing you have is that Oba Benin said is the Oba in certain part of Edo State. You want to pin the tribes together. The people in Esan land insulting Benin are being paid by Igbo. I'm just pointing something to you. In the social media, those insulting us from Esan, Idiji, are connected to you people.
Wait,
what
Midwest,
else do you want us to do?
I have a question for you. So
be quiet.
Wait, Midwest.
You rubbish us as Benin. You rubbish our king. You say all sorts of manners of things. You have drawn map. You have been enforcing it, using propaganda to put it together. Oba Benin come from Yoruba land. By the way, in the map, wait, my brother, in the map, they include Delta State. I ask a question. When the British came, do they meet Delta State as part of Eastern part? The answer is no. In the time of colonization, were Delta State part of the Eastern region? The answer is no.
Are there not Igbos in Delta
State? When we got the Midwest, wait, now I'm trying to educate you, listen. When we got the Midwest region, do we have Igbo as a tribe in our list?
Wait,
the
are there not Igbos in Delta State?
Midwest.
Wait, Midwest, I have a question for you. Are there not Igbos in Delta State?
Listen, we don't have Igbo in Delta State. We have Enwani, we have Ekwani, we have Ika. And within listen to me. Listen, let me educate you.
I think
let me educate you.
I have a friend that's Delta
what you call Igbo.
I have a friend who's Delta Igbo. He's
wait.
He's the word so I don't think
when you use the word,
you have a propaganda.
When you use the word data, when you use the word data, wait, my brother. When you use the word data, Igbo.
Wait, Caesar, are you saying Tunanja? Are you saying Tunanja is Igbo?
No. My Ika, those Ika.
Tunanja is Ika. Is from that area. It's from Agbo area. Are you saying Tunanja is Igbo?
So look,
you see,
Mike.
You see where the
wait,
Mike, see where the problem lies.
Here's what I'll say to that, Mike. Here's what I'll say to that.
See where the problem lies. For me.
Oh, Jesus, let me finish. Mike, here's what I'll say to that. There are Ika people that claim to be Igbo. I have friends that are like that. So maybe Ika people need to have a personal discussion among themselves.
Listen, you are brainwashing them. You are trying to brainwash. You are trying to brainwash
the name of the tribe is Ika.
You brainwash them. You brainwash them. You don't understand.
I'm brainwashing them.
Wait, Ika is a cat. Ika has been in existence for the past 14 centuries.
Wait, so why
listen to me, my brother.
Why did the former governor of Delta State, Ifeanyi Okowa, say he was an Igbo man?
Listen to me.
Why did the former? No, you've been talking about. Why did the former governor of Delta State, Ifeanyi Okowa, claim he was Igbo and he's an Ika man? Why did he claim that?
Okay, let me answer your question. Wait. Midwest, I'm the best to answer this question. Listen. Midwest, please now. Give me a chance. In southern Nigeria, the two majority tribes are the Yorubas and the Igbos, right? And the minority tribes, some of them that live close to those two tribes, their language become very similar to our language. And their names, we also bear similar names. I'll give you an example. The Shekiri people in Delta State, their language is very close. It's almost 90% Yoruba. If they speak in Shekiri, I understand it. Their names, they bear names, Femi, Yoruba names. But they are Shekiri, they are not Yorubas. And some of them, when they want to make friends with Yoruba people, they say, I'm your Yoruba brother. Some of them will say, just to, when maybe political times, they want Yorubas to vote or something.
Are Yorubas forcing them?
Wait, let me land. We have so many of them like that. Even in, there's this guy named Ovie. He's on internet, he has this show called Nanaija. He's from a tribe called Asoso in Edo State. His last name is Agbaje. That's Yoruba name. If you go to his ethnic group, they bear Yoruba name. There's another tribe in Edo State called Akoko Edo. Their language is very close to Yoruba. They bear Yoruba name, but they are not Yoruba people. So what we are saying is, people like Tunanja, where they come from in Agbo, Ika, they border the Igbo tribe. So for centuries, wait. For a long time, just like those other people, they've learned to speak Igbo, have similar. Their language has become more Igbo. They sound and they bear Igbo names. But now doesn't mean they are not Igbos, and they're telling you they're not Igbos. Well, you have to force them because
Ifeanyi Okowa said he's an Igbo. Did someone force him to say he was Igbo?
It doesn't matter. I told you some security people for political reasons.
They will never understand.
Mike.
There are some people who claim to be Igbo.
Okay, Governor Wike. Wait. Let me say this. Governor Wike said when he was campaigning for president, he went to Igbo land and said it was Igbo. Is he Igbo? But
If you say he's Igbo, he's Igbo. If you say you're Igbo,
he's
you're
not.
Igbo.
He's doing politics. He wants your vote. Oh, anyway, dude,
Mike,
I just told you.
I let people self-identify. If you claim to be
Okay.
Igbo, you're Igbo.
But I
If
know,
you're not Igbo, you're not
but when they
Igbo.
ask him again, what are you? He says Ikwere. On the normal occasion, he will say you're Ikwere.
I want to. My own point. Okay, let me also put my own. My brother. You see, one thing is this: within the whole Bende and within the whole, or what they call Midwest, we have people that they describe as Bende Igbo. But look at the way it goes. In that circle, we have Enwani, we have Ekwani. These are tribes, and with their kings. If they want to go deep into their history, real history, we have a Ka. Most especially, since 14th century, they have been having king, and some of the king pure Benin name. Everything from A to Z. In the middle, some of them along the line also bear Igbo name. I will tell you what happened in that region. During the time of Royal Niger Company, Asaba became the headquarters of their business, just like capital city. So he brought a lot of people from different places. He affected the setting of that place. In that same place, that circle where you are trying to claim as Biafra, we have Yoruba origin in Lukumi people.
I'm not
in that circle, you have what is it called?
Midwest. I'm not claiming anything as Biafra.
Oza. Wait,
Midwest,
we also have
wait
now.
No,
we
I'm
also
not
have
you
Benin
just say
people.
that. I'm not claiming anything to be Biafra.
Okay,
I didn't claim anything.
sorry. Let me put this one before you. We also have some people there who are Benin people. They call them Oza. And within this circle, they live peacefully. But only you will come. Someone will cross the river and come. Oh, a Kama don't know who he is. Oh, he's an Igbo. These are people who can trace their own history to 14th century. The
So wait,
Igbo
Midwest,
itself
I have a question
cannot
for
trace
you.
any history
Did
more than 18th
someone
century.
put a gun up to Ifeanyi Okowa's head and say you must identify as Igbo? Why did he claim to be Igbo? Who
My
forced
brother,
it?
there are points where I can say I'm a Yoruba man. Wait, there is
So
a
why
point
did he say he's Igbo?
where I can
Did
say I'm a
someone
Yoruba
force
man.
him to say he was
We are all
Igbo?
one. Get it clear.
Why did he
He's
come
not
out and say
saying
he's
it because
Igbo?
he wants to be briefer. He's not saying, wait, you try to learn from this angle. This is why we have problem. Listen, for example, Uroboma, there is a point he can tell you, yes, I'm Benin. But that does not mean it's not an Urobo.
Okay.
A Shekiri man, there's a point he can tell you, yes, we are all Benin, I'm Benin. That does not mean it's not a Shekiri. I don't know whether I'm saying something to you.
Midwest,
Wait,
anyone say
you
otherwise?
listen to so you to
I agree
understand
with you. Fair.
for you to understand where Okowa was talking to, for you to understand. These are situations, these are conditions that make people to say. For example, I as a Benin person, I can tell you I'm a Yoruba, but that does not mean I'm not a Benin.
I agree.
We are on one. So that doesn't mean
what's the problem?
this is what is going on in this space.
Wait, Midwest, he opened his mouth and said he's Igbo. So why are you angry?
Wait. Okowa have a place where he is from in Delta State, and that region where Okowa is from, most especially they call it Anioma, and within that Anioma space, there are so many
good land.
tribes.
Anioma is Igbo. You know Anioma is Igbo, right? You know that's an Igbo word.
No.
It means good land.
Yes, I want to tell you why they call it Anioma. In the Midwest region where we have it, there's nothing like Anioma. It started 80s when Igbo population started growing. Go and find out. That is when it started. There's nothing like Bende Igbo. It started 80s when they started describing people as Bende Igbo. There was nothing. So all these things are there. But if we want to relate, there are conditions. Some man can tell you I'm a Benima. He's still proud to be a son. So this is what I'm trying to present before. I'm not against Braifa. This area has never been part of Braifa. And the people there, they have right to decide. But we must respect whom we are by coming in and trying to face crisis where there is peace. Yes, sir.
You know, in River State, some of the masquerade in River State looks similar to the Igbo masquerade. Why is that? Can you answer that? Why is some of the masquerade in River State look similar to the masquerade that happened? Huh? No, I'm actually from River State. You know some of the masquerade in River State looks similar to the Igbo.
I can't hear your question very well.
I'm saying, why are the masquerades in River State similar to the masquerades in Igbo land?
Why what?
Why are they similar? The masquerades.
Huh?
He's
I don't know what
asking
you're
why
saying.
is the why
You
are
say
the,
why
he
something
said,
is similar.
he said why are the masquerades in some river states local governments similar to Igbo land? I think that's what he said.
Yes.
Okay. You see the problem that we have. I will answer that question. I will answer that question on this basis because I know the argument you people try to put forward. About 100 years ago, the British came and start colonizing us. They brought a language we don't understand, and they start teaching our people, which is English. Few years later, we develop a language in that same English the British don't understand. Does that make us a British people? When me and you start to the yarn our broken here, British man will be looking up and down. Where is that language from? And many children speaking that language today, they don't even speak Igbo, Yoruba, or Edo any longer. So does that mean they don't know where they are coming from? So this is the confusion. When the British came, they were committing a lot of atrocity. People were running up and down to establish Nigeria, particularly the southern part of Nigeria. You will know why it took them 14 years to go become capital. They have to fight the indigenous people. You will know why Ibadan become a capital. You will know why 6 years it took them before they make Lagos part of the territory. It was a battle. So people were fighting, people were resisting. That's why they were still in charge. So it brought a lot of unnecessary migration. And at the same time, since all this year we have been missing together. That does not mean when somebody said, I come from here, and he doesn't speak that language, you say he's not connected. This generation that speak our mother tongue today cannot be Igbo again.
So
or they
Midwest,
cannot say, yes, I don't speak the Benin, but I'm from Benin.
Midwest. So look, here's the thing. I agree
Yes.
with you.
This is
The
what I'm
only
trying to
problem- wait, Midwest. The problem I have with what you're saying, I agree with you on the last statement. The problem I have with you is, look, I asked you, is there such thing as a Delta Igbo? And you said no. And then when I brought up examples, and you said, well, some Delta people can claim to be Igbo, but we're all one. All I'll say is this. Look, I ask people, what do you identify as? If you identify as Igbo, you're Igbo. If you don't identify as Igbo, you're not Igbo. Simple as that. I think it's very strange when you try to control what people identify as.
No, it's
that's
not
my
that
only
way.
problem.
Don't
So
put
when
it
you
that
came
way.
out and said, "Oh,
Don't
there's
put
no
it
such
that
thing
way.
as Delta Igbo," I
Okay,
think that's
wait.
very
Let me tell
weird.
you. Let me tell you one
Because
thing. Let me tell you. A karma.
I think you have a narrative. That's what I think. I think
Wait,
you
I
have
have
some kind of
made a
narrative.
karma. I have made. No, I have a karma who has told me he's a Binima, but that does not mean he's not a car. And I use myself as an example. There are things I want to do. Yes, I'm a Yoruba. We are related. Yes, the other man can say I'm an Igbo. We are related. But he has his own identity. He has, and in that a national, ethnic nation, there is history attached to it.
Everyone has their own
that
identity.
deep history goes beyond 14th century.
Everyone has
Wait,
their own identity.
that
That's
they are
fine.
not ethnic
But it's
nationality.
weird how you tried to like.
Yes, that they are ethnic.
Let
That they are
That was
ethnic.
weird.
Ethnic.
I
Wait,
think
my
that's
brother.
weird. What you were doing?
It's just like okay. It's just like someone met a Calabar man and it's an Igbo man. We'll be telling a Calabar man, you are an Igbo. Do you know the insult you are giving Calabar man? It was Calabar land they formed the whole of Nigeria. If they were not great, if the British never destroyed them, you think they would be small?
Wait, Midwest,
the
let me say
Igbo
this
language
quickly.
was taught for 40-something years, and you think it will not have any ramification effect? Let's think like educated people. In the whole of Southeast, the only language allowed to be taught in the school is only Igbo language for 40-something years. And you think it will not affect that area? In the whole of the West, from Edo until independence, the only language allowed to be taught is Yoruba language.
Wait, why does it matter if they teach Igbo in the Southeast? What's the big deal?
If you study, because they were changing many people to that language.
Oh, so you're saying the Southeast wasn't originally Igbo?
So this is what I'm trying to put before you. Let me tell you,
you
even the Yorubas, I don't even like to talk
strange.
about your side. I like to talk to people we
so
learn
you're saying
together.
The Southeast
okay, for example, now.
So the Southeast was not originally. What was it originally?
Wait, my brother. The Southeast you are looking today, it was a complete asket. There was no much there to create anything like Equator. It took the British 14 years to prepare it for that.
Wait,
go to your
so
history
you're
of
saying,
Nigeria.
Wait, so you were saying that
and the only language allowed to be taught, the only language allowed to be taught in the whole of that region, every place they have missionary school is only Igbo language. Likewise,
so
the West,
the Southeast wasn't
everybody that were
Igbo.
educated in Benin at the early stage.
Are you saying the people in the Southeast weren't originally
that is
Igbo?
that
Is
is
that what you're saying?
that is a different thing that you people can make your own research about. Because if you go there, you will see people speaking different Igbo. They are not going to be similar.
Look,
That's why they spoke for 40-something years. So
I think
that
you
will
have
give you
some
what
kind
is
of
going on here.
narrative. You have a narrative.
You get what I'm saying?
That's very
If you
strange.
go to
You have a
Yoruba
very...
land, wait. If you go to okay, wait. If okay,
Even
my
Mike
brother,
jumped
if you go
because
to
Mike's like,
western
look, I
part
can't
of
silence
Nigeria,
this.
I keep
This
on
is
telling
what,
you. What is that?
Even Mike jumped. I don't understand.
You say
So you're
what?
saying the Southeast wasn't originally Igbo. What was it then? I mean,
My
you
brother,
do
it
realize
was the British
Igbo
making.
was,
They make Enugu the headquarter for the whole of
you do
colonization.
realize
If
there's
you leave
40...
people for 60-something years to learn language, don't you think it will affect so many people?
Wait,
The
you do
British
realize
today, the British
people...
language is killing our local speaking
Wait,
language.
I
Don't
don't
you
know if this
see?
upsets you,
What kind of
but
lie? People are
do you
studying English,
realize...
they don't speak Yoruba, they don't speak Edo, they don't
Look,
speak
I don't
Igbo.
want to...
Is it not affecting
My
them?
friend, I don't want to upset you, but you know there's almost 50 million Igbos. So when you claim all these things that, oh, all these places are not Igbo land, then where were the Igbos? Why are there so many Igbos if they don't even have any native land? I'm confused. You have a weird narrative.
They have. Let me tell you, they have.
I mean, it's
they
literally
have
the third largest tribe in Africa. So you're trying to put them in a small fence. This is why you have a very strange narrative.
No, if we were not scared, try to get me like this. If we were not too exposed to document what is going on around us today, the people who speak pidgin English that doesn't speak mother tongue is becoming higher than people that speak it today. So that means they become majority if we're not exposed enough to know this. So have that one in your mind. And if you go to a locality, you deny the people the ability to learn their mother's language, and you study for 40-something years, you think it will not have a ramification effect on those people? It's people who want to think we know that
So
this
you're claiming the
this is going to have effect.
colonized the Southeast. That's what you're claiming.
The British used the language to colonize the Southeast.
So the British and the Igbos collaborated and colonized the Southeast.
No, whatever they choose, they supported it and used it. It's just like likewise the Yorubas.
So what land is native to Igbos? I want to answer that question. What land is native?
The main Yoruba. If you go to Yoruba land, there are some part of people, when they speak their Yoruba, people will know this person is from this place. It's like that. But the main Yoruba written and study was for everybody. And everybody who really want to go deep to the history, there are places you can trace to, like the Ife, like the Oyo. All these are great people, great empire. Even for 14th, 13th century, 11th century, you can trace everything there. But however, the British also came to use this language to put us together. To go to Ghana, the Ghana speak one African language. The British taught them that language. They pick it for them to colonize the entire country. Those things have effect. So when you are putting to people because they bear Igbo name, imagine go to Benin, people bear Igbo name who are not Igbo. People in Benin, they bear Yoruba name. They are not. If you go to Yoruba, Ayeso name, it look like Benin name. We have been interacting for years. So that person bear this name is an Igbo land. When you are becoming to my own space for years and nobody go to your space, you don't consider that. And you start insulting me, oh, it's my land. Your back came from somewhere. And you want me to be taking that. It's not going to work. And nobody will take it.
I think
it's just a matter of time. But we are saying we are not against you not to do your briefer. The briefer end at River Niger. The briefer end at RiverGer. If anyone you want to be briefer, they are free to vote and go and be briefer. If they can't want to do, they are free. But
So,
don't come to our knees to be causing confusion. We don't want to put a stop to it.
So Midwest, you have to disconnect Biafra and Igbo people.
Igbo want to live with other people. The Biafra want to go. There's no way I can separate them. It's an Igbo something. So it has nothing to do with me.
No, you have to separate them because not all Igbos believe in Biafra. See, that's the problem. Hey, I got it. Not all Igbos. Do you think all Igbos believe in Biafra?
It's not all Igbo, but those who need it are becoming, they are already rampaging the entire Southeast for nothing, and I don't know what is going on there. And
what percentage of Igbo people believe in
people
Biafra?
dying like that?
Midwest, let me ask Caesar a question. Caesar, let's keep it simple so that way we are not just arguing all over the place and blindly.
He was saying the Southeast is not even indigenous to Igbos. 50 million Igbos. We don't even have Southeast. What lands are native to Igbos?
I don't know. That's not what I'm talking about. But I want to ask you something. But wait now.
My
I
brother,
want to
let me ask
establish
you a
it.
question. I want to ask you a question.
Midwest, give me a second now. Give me a chance. You guys have been
Mike,
talking.
please
Give
let
me
me
a
help
chance.
quickly throw this one to you. Mike, please, I want to beg you. I want to beg you. Please give me a second.
Right.
Brother, why do you think it took British 14 years to go and form the Southeast from the land of the Calabar people? If 4 million people were there, if they were super majority,
So the
if the
Igbos took land
civilization
from the
and
Calabar people.
transaction and everything in that place could be an equal, why do you think? Yeah, don't you know that the whole Nigeria was formed from the land of Calabar, where you call minority today, for 14 years? You don't know.
See, Midwest.
So you go and make your history.
Midwest, do you know the problem
So
you
the
have?
British were after indigenous people to be able to establish that country.
Midwest,
Many places in Ife were totally destroyed because of this country.
Midwest. So the problem you have is you have a misunderstanding of how that part of the country worked. Have you heard of the Arrow Confederacy before? Right. So these are people that had
There's nothing
confederation.
There's nothing like see, my brother. You see where Arrow Confederation came out. These are all proper. These are not history.
It's propaganda.
African man don't know what is called confederation. Africa talk of kingdom and an empire. They never talk of confederation. Confederation is an English name. It was this early stage of when we were about to get independent. Wait, my brother. See. It is the British who wrote this nonsense with the early Igbo people who feel they went to school.
So look,
there's not like confederation in African language.
No. So what you don't understand is this: they were different ethnic groups, but they shared a it's called insipidity. They shared some kind of text, but they didn't speak the same language, right? So you believe that there was some kind of disconnection between all these groups. We're all running in the jungle, all separate. When in reality, we had communication. We had some kind of text we were using to communicating with each other. This idea that the British came in and connected everybody, that's a misunderstanding. You know, these tribes are all talking to each other. And if they had some kind of text that they were using between one region and different languages, that means they were already trading. And so I don't really understand what you're saying. You're acting as if the British came in, connected everybody, and they worked with the Igbos and colonized the whole region. Come on.
Okay. Can you guys hear me? Okay. Caesar, just that we understand where you stand, because it looks like we may not get where you stand. Now, do you think Ojukwu and Nnamdi Kanu were right by trying to create a country called Biafra, and then they are including the entire Cross River states, the entire River State, the entire River States, the entire Delta State, the entire, let's just say the entire Niger Delta, including it as part of their Biafra? Were they right for that?
So let me tell you something. And here's the thing. The problem with that statement is this. When they declare Biafra, it's the eastern region. It is what it is. Ojukwu was the governor of the eastern region, right? Right?
Okay, he declared a country called Biafra.
He declared the eastern region to be a country. It is what it is.
So, okay, what about Nnamdi Kanu?
What about Nnamdi Kanu?
He's doing the same things, claiming all these other territories and trying to claim it as Biafra.
I don't agree with that. Look,
so from what I get, you disagree with Nnamdi Kanu claiming.
I completely disagree with that. The only thing I've heard that I'm okay with. By the way, I'm not.
Meet yourself. We hear you. Go ahead. Yeah.
By the way, I'm not a Biafran, but I'm okay with if they want to declare Biafra and have a referendum. Because I'm from Imo State. I don't.
No, I'm asking a simple question. I just want to know where you stand regarding it.
If they want to do a referendum, state to state or local government, that's fine.
I'm not asking about them. I'm asking you.
Do I think they should just claim lands and declare Biafra? No. What the heck? Why would you do that? If people don't want to be in the country,
you disagree with Nnamdi Kanu doing it, but no. Wait now. I'm trying to see if I understand where you stand. I asked you two guys that trying to do this. Ojukwu did it in 1960.
No,
now Nnamdi Kanu is trying to do it today.
So here's my understanding.
But wait, now I'm trying to understand. Maybe you gave me an answer. I'm trying to wait. Give me a second. You gave me an answer. I'm trying to make sure I understand your answer. So the answer you gave me was you disagree with Nnamdi Kanu trying to take all this other territory and claiming it as part of Biafra. But you agree with Ojukwu because you said because he was governor of the eastern region back then. That's what you said, right?
Not. I mean, the Ojukwu thing. I think it's just eastern region. Declare secession the eastern region. That's what he was in charge of. It is what it is.
No. This guy a new country called Biafra.
Right. He declared the eastern region to be Biafra. Right.
No, he declared a territory where it's bunch of other ethnic group along with the Igbos as Biafra.
No, he declared the eastern region to Biafra. That's what you see. You're making.
But he also invaded the Midwest.
Yeah, that's wrong. He shouldn't have invaded the Midwest. Yeah.
Okay. Okay, so you disagree with what they did, and which is what Nnamdi Kanu is pushing today again. And a lot of Igbos are pushing, saying they want Biafra, and they're trying to force, because they interview Nnamdi Kanu. They say, give us the territory of Biafra. He named all the South territory, including where Midway, my brother here is wrong. That's why a lot of them are frustrated. Like, how dare you be calling us Biafrans when you never come to talk to us to discuss?
I watched that interview. Well, I don't know if it's the same interview, but in the interview I watched, he said he wanted a referendum. I don't know if he included Edo State though, which I thought was interesting.
But he's already declaring that he wants Biafra.
No, my brother. Let me also, Mike. I want to tell you. You know the history of this country. I don't know.
From what I saw.
Okay, wait. I love you using the word referendum. In the whole of history of that Nigeria, the whole territory you see today was created by gun, barrels of gun, putting people together. Not even like the way it was carved in Berlin, because large portion of Cameroon was part of it, Le Chad was part of it, and then they also used force to create it into three parts and call it North, East, and West. There was no South. What do you think they were doing? People should go and make research why they abandoned the South and keep dividing into two. So another thing again, if there is any territory where people have ever tested referendum, is the Midwest region. Why should Kanu attach it and say they should come and do referendum when you know that these people, as once a time, did their referendum for their own region? Why? If you say you are good, Hausas are bad, Fulani are bad, you did not even recognize the only territory where people have done their own referendum and they are in peace, and you want me to trust you more than the Hausa and Fulani? It's not going to work. The South is
let's be fair with Caesar here.
Of the river area.
Let's be fair with Caesar here. I don't think Caesar agree with those people, those Biafran, those IPOP people. I don't think he agrees with them. From the answer he gave me, he doesn't agree with them trying to claim other people's territory. At least let's be fair with him. But the only area where we disagree is happen to be dismissing he came in kind of like dismissing the behavior of those people, right? Almost like, oh, no, it doesn't exist. Like, But as I put that question to him, from his answer, it looked to me like he doesn't share that same, idea with them of trying to take other people's territory and calling it Biafra, So that's where I think, I agree with him,
Okay, I also want to tell you one thing. Do you even know? Okay, let me also put it away. Do you even know that Edo and Delta were part of Yoruba land before?
Yeah.
Why Yoruba not claiming it?
They were part of the Western. Well, so they were part of the Western region.
The British put it together.
No, they were part of the Western region, not
yes.
Yoruba,
and Delta and Edo was part of it.
The Western.
Yeah, and Edo and Delta was part of that Western region.
Yes,
do you know?
Exactly. Yes. I
no.
Agree, yeah.
Do you know Edo and Delta? Edo and Delta throughout the whole colonization were part of the Western region.
Yes.
So why? And we have in the heart of Benin, we have someone who is Koinde, is a Benin person, and he bear Yoruba name. So why are they not claiming Benin should not be Benin and Yoruba? This and that.
Well, I mean,
so someone will leave his Anambra and come and be interviewing. The person will come to Edo State, go to Igbanke, the village of Ogbemudia, just because name have changed, and you will not say, oh, Oba Bini said this. Oba Bini, is your mate? Because you have social media platform. My brother, that's why we are saying, my brother, this one cannot continue in our place. So, Igbanke people is not my problem. They are all Bini. They are Ika. We are all Ika. We are all Bini. We don't fight. We don't insult ourselves. They have their... Wait, my brother, let me learn. They also have their own chiefs. They have their kings. We respect them just the way we respect our own, but we don't have a problem. We share. No place is developing Edo State. How much more they will say we are shitting them? It's only you that is coming to play it in propaganda. Edo people has neglected the market. Are you able to take care for your Igbo extraction in your southeast? That's why they gave it five states. You are not able. Why should you come to Edo State from your Anambra? And you say you want to unite Igbo? Are you not in a mission?
So we have to correct this. We don't want to see this kind of people here again. Because the Southeast, this is how it's at. We want breakfast. We want breakfast. They were brainwashing this youth. Edo is Fulani is your problem. And when the leaders want to talk, they start talking that this leader must buy. This leader must buy. We must chase this away. People were consuming it. Now the leaders are helpless. They want to take control of their place. They cannot. The young ones can't even allow them to advise them. If they try, they insult hell out of them. We cannot allow it in our place, my brother. That's why I told you I'm worried. These children that now everybody is fleeing Southeast, they come into my space, they have right in them to start one thing, and carrying that IPOB mentality to come and be operating in my state, that will lead to crisis. I just have
So
to be
Midwest,
settled.
here's the major issue
It
I have
cannot
with
work.
what you're saying is you cannot disconnect Igbo and IPOB. To you, they're the one and the same thing. There's no difference between Igbo and IPOB. All Igbo are IPOB.
Sister,
I try to
that's not the way the world works.
That's what I. That's what I've. Midwest agrees. He says he's like that. That's what I noticed.
Few of you people of your type. Wait, my brother, people of your type is becoming very few. The
That's
rest,
not true.
when they talk, I can't believe I'm standing before an Igbo.
That's not
Yeah,
true.
my brother, I went back home when the way these people talk, Igbo man face to face in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs told me what is special about Benin. I didn't even talk.
That's
I only
one
just told him, please, I'm
person.
coming from far away.
Yes, that's
All
one
the way from
person.
Benin. He was insulting hell out of me. This is an Igbo person. I was shocked. Is that how they talk to somebody?
You grew up in America, so your mentality is a little different from a typical Igbo person in
Obviously,
Nigeria.
yeah, it's just one person, one Igbo person.
No. Sister, let me tell you what it is. There is no bad behavior that those Igbo person, you will find a person with bad behavior among Igbos that you won't find among other ethnic groups. There are bad people among every ethnic group. But here's the problem. In other ethnic groups, those people that are bad, they are elders that can talk and control them. You understand? And whenever they are carrying out those behaviors, the elders will come out and challenge them and condemn them. So everybody know that, okay, there are people in charge of their region. But with the Igbos, when these bad ones are out there misbehaving, doing it, causing problems against other ethnic groups, the elders either keep quiet, sometimes they even try to defend them, and sometimes the one among them, they may want to speak against them, everybody jump and turn against that elder. So it's like you have a region where it's just completely out of control.
Well, because you guys don't know how to address it correctly. If you can't separate Igbo and IPOB, when you talk against those people,
tell me anybody. Okay, name someone in Igbo. Okay, IPOB, for example, they spent 7 years calling Fulani people all kinds of bad, like nasty name, Yoruba people nasty name. Now they start attacking the Benin people and attacking their Obas. Name the Igbo leadership that are spoken against it.
See, here's the problem. This is a problem.
Just answer my
your
simple
mind.
question.
I didn't even know this was
question.
a problem. No, Mike, here's the I didn't even know this was a problem. Maybe the leadership in Edo State need to go contact the leadership in Igbo land and say, look, we think this is a problem. Because I didn't even know that was an issue.
No. We are speaking now. Bros. They literally on television invite Igbo leader Ohaneze to come and address these things that their IPOB are doing. You know what Ohaneze will say? They will ignore every question and start talking about marginalization. That's what they'll be talking about.
Do you know how
They'll
much
start talking about some stupid, invisible marginalization that doesn't exist.
So, Mike,
they will, even Peter Obi, when they asked him about IPOB, the northern, that's why I knew he was going to lose that election. The northern journalists were asking him about IPOB, like, what does he think about the behavior and the action, the assassination of northern politicians? They were asking about IPOB. Rather than him to condemn IPOB, he dismissed them. And I'm like, dude, you're not going to win vote in the north. But so what I'm saying, what's causing frustration is that we have this bad behavior coming out from the Igbo extraction, and there's no leadership there to control their people or contain it, or even at least speak against it. So now other people are forced to like, oh, we can't sit around and watch these people here coming at us. We have to come back at them, because if their own people cannot challenge them, then we have to challenge them. Because I literally watching them, they can insult Alafia for your insulting Yoruba people for like on Radio Biafra, and not a single Igbo person challenged him to say or even say we condemn this. So when someone like me heard it, I'm like, okay, if people are not going to challenge him, I'm going to come out and insult all of you together, both him and his entire fucking tribe. Because
wait,
if
Mike,
you
here's
can't
the
correct
problem.
him, then you must be
Mike,
in line with him.
Mike, no, first of all, here's the problem. Igbo society does not like that. First of all, there's no leadership in that way. Like, oh, this is the leader of the Igbo people who's gonna speak. There's no leader.
Okay, there's no leader there. The people should speak there. Some people should speak
No,
against it.
no,
Yeah,
hey,
decent, okay,
it's
are there
one
decent
person.
people? Wait. If there's no, are there decent human beings there?
Yes.
So why can't decent human being at least say, hey, this guy's rubbishing my image? Let me
No,
speak
but
against it.
here's the problem. It seems like it's an online thing because Igbos live everywhere, and there's no issue. It's only someone's always talking about something that happened online. You see what I'm saying?
Are you kidding me?
Yeah.
Let me give you an example. Online, bro.
It's always online.
No, it's not. What's going on in the Southeast right now? Is it online? The assassination of the northern politician, the unknown gunmen assassinating people, they sit at home. In the Southeast, wait. In the Southeast right now, in Igbo land, they said, these IPOP people, they said, every person must sit at home on Monday. If you come out, they'll shoot you. Now, a Yoruba person living in Igbo land, a Benin person living in Igbo land, other tribes living there, they can't come out on Monday. So is this online? Yeah, I'm giving you another example. Another example. During NSAS, Nnamdi Kanu was on Radio Biafra telling the Igbos in Lagos to go and burn Tinubu's house, to go and burn down the infrastructure, to destroy the whole place, attack the governor. And guess what? An Igbo guy went to set 36 BRT buses on fire. So what do you think people would think? Like, dude, you're not from Lagos, you're from Igbo land, you come to my land to come and burn down 36 buses. So this is not online, this is happening. And we are telling you this is dangerous, dude. And your leadership, the Igbo leader, the so-called, let's say, okay, you say you don't have leader, okay, fine. But you have people that are, wait. You can't tell me you don't have leader because you have politicians that are elected. You have Anezi, they are leaders. Even if people don't follow them, even if people don't accept their leader, but they are recognize them as the leaders. Come and speak against these things, but they are not doing it.
No, so here. Let me think of some leaders in Igbo land. Okay, you have
the only thing they will come and tell us is releasing us in and they can release mass in and they can. Stupid people, dumbass motherfuckers, man.
So
your leaders are stupid.
I think there's a massive. I don't know why this exists. There's a massive disconnect between the Southeast and some other people in other parts of the. Because first of all, like even when we talk about sit at home, when I was in Igbo land, you think I sat at home? I didn't sit at home. Nobody sat at home. No one I knew sat at home.
Lying, man. Stop.
I'm telling you, I didn't sit at home. I'm telling you, I was in a way for how long?
You on the street, I didn't gun you down. Bro, man, we know what's going on there, man.
No. So here's what's going on.
Bro, you're lying, man. Come on,
Mike,
stop it. You're sounding ridiculous now. Stop it.
Mike, do you want to know some secrets?
So there's no thing that's going on in the Southeast right now. Is that what you're telling us?
Let me tell you about that sit at home. Let me tell you some details about that sit at home. The only people who need to sit at home are all these traditional leaders that people don't like. They're the ones that have to sit at home. If you're a traditional, if you're somebody, you have to. I'm telling you the truth, Mike. If you're somebody, you better sit at home. But an average person, they know who they want to sit at home when they do this sit at home stuff, and they target them. When you hear about someone getting shot, it's always like one of these leaders that they have all these blood deals they make. They're killing each other. They don't hurt random people.
My friend, I know you're, bro. My uncle is a police officer, dude. He was in station in
Mike, I'm telling you, Mike, I'm telling you for a fact. I never sat at home.
People that live in the Southeast, that's why they can't come out on Monday. So don't come here.
Where?
In Igbo land.
It depends on what city.
All of it, the entire 5 eastern states. The entire 5 eastern states.
Mike, I'm telling you what happened.
The only places where they don't sit at home are the people you are trying to claim that they are Igbos, like the Asaba. That's why you know they are not Igbos, because they are not. They are the only places where they are not sitting at home. But all 5 eastern states, they are sitting at home.
I'm telling you for a fact, it's not true. I was in Igbo land. I did not sit at home. I asked my cousin. I said, "Look,
what we are seeing on the news is that the news is lying. That
I don't understand how people believe this stuff.
Your leaders are coming to tell us.
This IPOP people will go to a random village I've never heard of and show a 5-second clip of nobody coming out and say, sit at home is in action.
Wait. Your leaders were on channels TV everywhere saying they are going to visit Nnamdi Kanu to help them.
Do you know who this, Mike?
Can you stop it? Mike, Caesar, you're not talking to fools here, man.
Mike, do you want to know who the sit at home is really for? It's for the
Caesar,
leaders. Right?
stop it.
It's for the leaders.
Your senators are on TV begging
They're the
Tinubu.
people who have to sit at
Dude,
home. I'm telling you what's going on.
can you
It's
shut the hell up, man?
leaders that are sitting
Are you
home.
telling me? Are you telling me that your senators telling the president to please release Nnamdi Kanu so sit at home can handle the southeast?
Mike, do
Are
you
they
know
lying?
who has, Mike, if there's a senator and me, do you know who has to sit at home? Me or the senator?
Dude, I'm done, man. Hey, I'm done. You know, I'm wasting my time arguing with you, man.
I think there's a
Guys,
misunderstanding of what goes on.
you can't get nowhere with conversation with you guys.
No,
You
I
guys
think
are,
there's a misunderstanding. I was in the southeast. I'm telling you, I never sat at home. You're telling me I sat at home. What do you want me to say?
go back and see, and show me where you sit at home. You know.
Do I even have your number? Please stop. I can't show you. Look,
I'm
telling
recorded it. I'm bringing on Kaiser.
I did not sit at home. I asked my cousin, do we have to sit at home? She said, that's only old people. We're not sitting at home.
Old people.
Come on.
Okay, all right, man. I'm done, man. Thank you. Goodbye.
I'm telling you. So there's a misunderstanding of what goes on. Well, I guess I wasn't tribalistic for them. I wasn't tribalistic enough, so they couldn't catch me. Oops. Maybe if I was more, they wanted me to say something else. Oh, Edo land is Igbo land. Lagos is Igbo. Lagos is no man's land. If I said that, they would still be here and be happy. But I didn't say those things, so now they're unhappy with me. Ilorin is Igbo land. What else? Ogun State is Igbo land. Bayelsa is Igbo land. Oba of Benin is Igbo land. What else? The president of Nigeria, Bola Ahmed Tinubu, is also an Igbo man. Buhari was the Igbo man in disguise. What else? The reason why Nigeria isn't working is because the Igbos and the British made a deal. I'm telling you the truth, guys, a confession. The Igbos, look, we made a high IQ deal with the white man. And that's why Nigeria is in the mess that's in. I'm telling you the honest truth. So I have a confession. I'm done here. Kaiser, you guys still here? UFC, Mr. Trump? Trump?
No, I'm not here.
Oh, God. See, I wasn't able to respond the way you want me to respond, so now they left. If I was more aggressive, I don't know what they want from me,
I mean, we know what they want, man. Igbos are the problem of Nigeria, man. Igbos are the Somalia of Nigeria. So they need you to be out here being very anti-Nigerian, very pro-Igbo. That's the reality.
Yo, but Kaiser, here's the thing. People don't realize, not all Igbos even believe in Biafra, honestly. It's a misunderstanding. Do, right? Huh? Do I?
Yeah.
Honestly,
the cap.
I'm not a Biafran. Let me be very clear. I'm not a Biafran. I don't even know what a Biafran is, to be quite frank with you. Would I want my own nation? Yes, I truly do. I think Africa's too messy. I think if it was smaller countries, it would be better. So I want my own nation, personally. That's what I want. I think it would work. Am I a Biafran, though? I'm not a Biafran. I don't know what Biafra means. Biafra is not even an Igbo word. So that's my answer on that.
Yeah, but it's not Igbo word because you wanted to integrate other people, right?
Huh?
You wanted to scam other people.
I want to what? Exterminate other people?
No, they wanted to scam other people. That's why you used Biafra.
What are you saying?
No, Biafra is an Ijaw word. So they're the ones that came. I think people have to just accept that when Biafra was a thing, they saw the Eastern region as something different. We're looking through at Biafra at a different lens, at a current lens. That's what I think about it. I don't think Biafra was this I think it was a majority Igbo state where Igbos had control. But you have to realize Biafra was made by an Ijaw man. It's an Ijaw word. So I think it's a rewrite of history. The victor rewrites history. Now they want to rewrite history, say the Igbos were doing all these things. No, it was the Eastern region. There you go.
That's cap, man.
I don't think it's cap. I think it was the Eastern region. What people don't realize, the Igbos are not this united front that people think they are. There's a lot of different opinions, and there's a lot of different schools of thoughts in Igbo land. Everyone thinks it's just this Biafra monolith, let's go Biafra. No.
Bro, stop the cap, man. You know that, listen, I did a whole stream earlier today. I had to go do some work earlier, but I did a whole stream about the Benin Empire. Clearly, Benin was high IQ. Igbos were also high IQ with the
system and government, right? Very progressive, similar to what we now call democracy, minus Dusty's voting. So if Igbo was its own nation, you guys would be probably one of the rich nations in Africa, far more successful than Nigeria. That's a fact. So why would you not be pro Biafra? The only reason why, listen, the reason why you guys use Biafra, a so-called non-traditionally Igbo word, is so that you can colonize the smaller tribes, which are part of the Igbo Confederate, right? That's the only reason. That doesn't benefit you by mentioning that. That actually goes to show that you guys are colonizers.
First of all, most high IQ tribes colonized. So let's just get that out of the way, right? Okay. Either you colonize or you genocide. Can I say that? I already said it, right? You have two options. Either you colonize or genocide. So there you go. If you look at any tribe, look, when the British...
Excuses, you now... Look, Caesar, come on, man. Stop the cap, man.
No.
You are a proud Biafran.
No.
These Nigerians come. You want to take over them. Be honest.
No. I'm not a proud Biafran. I'm an Igbo. Boom. That's facts. Because a lot of those Igbo is a nation. This is how I view Igbo. Igbo is a nation of many ethnic groups. People think Igbo is one ethnicity. Wrong. I know my ethnicity. I won't say it because it's very small, and you guys will know exactly where I'm from if I tell you. Igbo is a nation of many different ethnicities. After the Biafran War, many ethnicities in the Igbo nation left because they didn't want to be called Igbo. So that's why you have people who speak Igbo, they have Igbo names, but say they're not Igbo. Because Igbo is a nation, it's not a tribe. You see the difference? So there you go. I have my own specific tribe. I am an Igbo land. I won't tell anyone, right? Everyone has. So this idea, there's one misunderstanding, right? And the Yorubas are the same way. I don't know why they pretend like they aren't. So there you go.
Bro, Mr. Triumph, I don't know if you're there, but basically all I'm hearing is mega cap, right? I'm hearing captain.
No, you know why I don't support Biafra? The real reason why I'm not a Biafran, but I do support having a nation.
It's because it failed. Remember that time when you tried to kick Mike off and then Mike outdid you? See, that's the issue with Biafra. It doesn't work. A real Biafra, when it's not for real, man, that was funny. You attacked, right? Mike came back, and that's the issue. You gave up there, right? Sure, that I get it, right? I know why. There's practical reasons, but you attacked Mike with $200. He came back with $250. So that's the problem with Igbo. Igbo doesn't work, bro. That's it.
That's not
Biafra
true.
fails. Like it's got fake. You guys are losing.
The reason why Biafra failed is simple, bro.
That's exactly what house.
Everyone teamed up.
Same shit happened.
Which is fine. It makes rational sense. Look, you guys have all this oil. You guys want to have your own country? No, we want the oil. I get it. It makes sense. Very rational.
But it's not even in the Igbo lands, it's in the Edo lands. You just want to take over these.
No, that's not true. So that's not true. Imo State has the one of the highest. Yes, you can look it up. Imo State gas deposit. Look it up. Imo State gas deposit. We have natural gas. Delta State has what do you call it?
Delta has the oil, brother. So
yes.
We know Delta.
Exactly. Delta has the oil. Imo State has the gas.
Okay, so you guys are gassed. Basically, we can't trust you.
And also, people have a misunderstanding of why the Eastern region. Do you know the reason why the Eastern region was set up is because Enugu had coal. That's the whole reason why it was even set up in the first place. So the oil stuff didn't even come up till like right before Biafra was declared. Like people are using today's lens to look at it. When Eastern region was first set up, they were using coal in Enugu, which is Igbo land. And the reason why they set up Port Harcourt was to extract the coal from Enugu. So everyone looks at it as like, oh, it's because of the oil in Delta State. No.
See, this makes it sound like Biafran cap again. Like
that's the truth. That's history. Right. That's a fact. That's a fucking fact.
So you don't think they set it up because of the oil? You think it was because of the coal?
No, I do. No. So here's what I think. Ojoku. Everyone wants their own country. First of all, let's just be. Or at least Igbos, we always want our own country. Right. I think once they figured out the oil stuff, they're like, why are we still here? Like that's what I think. They're like, look, we have enough oil to be like Dubai. Let's just leave. That's what I think. And I think Ojoku went to he was also radicalized by going abroad and learning all this pro-black nonsense. So I think that's what happened personally. He's like, look, these guys are idiots. We have all this oil. Let's be UAE. Let's be, that's what I think happened personally. And he failed.
Interesting.
I mean, what do you think? I think that's what happened. What do you think?
I think ultimately he didn't make enough strong an agreement with He wasn't a complete sellout. If the brother sold out to the Western powers, he wouldn't have lost. The issue is, right, African leaders don't go the full way. If you want to win, and I'm talking about really win, you have to go the full way. You can't be doing shit half-heartedly. You should have made deals with France properly, not like half-heartedly. That was
it was a half-hearted deal.
Yeah, it was a half-hearted deal. It wasn't like, look, if he literally promised them like everything, they would have won. They would have been supported the right way. Food would have arrived on the shores, right? Weaponry would have been there. These small nations, aka tribal warfares, never really make decent deals. If Tigray made deals with UAE and Saudi and Egypt, do you think they would have lost the war with Ethiopia? It would have been a different storyline. If they actually sold out.
But the reason why he didn't sell it completely, because half the reason why he declared the nation is because of the oil.
Yes.
So if he gave them all the oil, then he's like, what the fuck?
That's the issue, Caesar, right? He wasn't a sellout for his people. Now, that's the issue. Sometimes you need to be a sellout if you want to win. Right? That's the issue, yeah. You have to be sellout, right?
Igbo land would have been like Guinea, though. Like, Guinea has all this oil. What do they do with it?
Guinea, yes, it's interesting with Guinea. Obviously, the elites take all the money, right? There's barely development in the nation, so it tends to be that case, right? So the issue that I see here, Caesar, is look, if Igbos want to be free, you need to admit it. Yes, me, Igbo, will colonize the Delta State. We'll even try to colonize the Benin.
What?
Right?
But wait. Guys, no, I'm not admitting that. The Yorubas colonized Yoruba land. The Hausas colonized the North. Why do the Igbos have to admit anything?
You have to admit it. You know why? Because guess what? Okay, why did Trump win? Because he was honest.
Oh, okay.
Like, when everybody else is lying and you're the honest one, you say, look, we do want to take you, but we won't take over your culture. We will give you fairness. You just admit that shit, man. And trust me, like, I think it will be refreshing for people to actually know the truth. Is when you start lying, bro, Caesar, any high IQ person, when you lie to them, they see right through it, and it's annoying, right? That's all it leaves. It leaves a horrible taste in your mouth when someone is blatantly lying to you.
Well, they didn't ask me directly, did the Igbos try to colonize the rest of the eastern region? I mean, what do you think Wazobia even means? Wazobia is an admittance that they agreed, look, we're all going to colonize each other regions. That's what Wazobia means. Isn't it obvious?
See that Ethiopia, or so-called Habesha, they colonized the southern regions. They colonized the Nilos in the south, the Omotic people, and the Oromo. And then they formed a nation state. They recreated a history. They just booty clapped, and then they created what we now know as Ethiopia. Sometimes you just got to do what you got to do and admit that you're doing it and move forward. Because this whole, like I said, when someone is lying to me straight in my face about something, and then with that, that weird smile when you can read through someone and it's just disgusting, you just put it away. You're just like, nah. It is what it is, Caesar, right? Like, yes, colonize the irrelevant tribe. Obviously, they need to be colonized. That's a fact. They're too irrelevant.
I mean,
they need to be equal.
But okay, here's the thing. I feel like they want Igbos to admit to doing something that everyone else. Wazobia literally means we're all going to colonize each three of these regions. Literally, that's what Wazobia means. So what is the? I was not directly asked, did you guys colonize the rest of? I mean, maybe some colonization happened. I don't know. Whatever. This is okay. So fair. Igbos have to admit to colonizing. Oh, we're the bad guys.
Exactly, right? So no. It is what it is, right? But I think you just have the right direction. Okay, Mike is back. What's good?
I think this is ridiculous. I think it's
so I left, and since I started propaganda, the moment we left.
What propaganda? Oh God. Okay, what propaganda? What propaganda?
You said Igbos is a bunch of ethnic groups.
Yeah, that's what Igbo is. Yeah.
If you name those ethnic groups.
I don't want to name mine. I don't know.
You're a liar, man.
So no. So okay, there's
Mike. Igbo Kato Pe.
Let me
second of all, Kazu, let me respond to you.
Basically, almost
Igbos are not higher. Igbos are not higher IQ than the Benin Kingdom.
Fine, I don't care who.
In fact, we can say if we go down history, the Benin Kingdom probably created the Igbos.
So, Mike, here's the thing about the little sub things.
You can't go to war against the Benin Kingdom and win. They'll finish it. And let me say another thing. Igbos are actually a minority tribe. What happened was they had a population explosion.
Oh God.
Yes, your territory is a small land. It's the size of the Benin Kingdom is bigger than Igbo land. What happened was the Igbos, I guess, at one point, from what Igbos told me and from what we see, they adopt a policy that every woman must have at least 9 children, I believe. You probably know about that, Caesar.
They've been doing that for a long time.
They came with that policy. So for like, I don't know how long, a while ago. So when they started doing that, so they had a population explosion. So, and that's another reason why they have to be all over the place. They became traders because when the territory becomes overpopulated, so the people have to push out. So that's why they started pushing out, moving around, settling, going to other territories. That's why today,
Mike, have you heard of Imbise people?
I think they are in the Imo State, I believe, right?
Yes. So that's an example.
Imbise land. It's not a tribe. Don't say Imbise. Come on, don't give me that bullshit.
So, no, you don't get. That's not how Igbos. No,
Dude, we all know what That's Igbo tribe.
Igbo is a nation, group. Just like how Yoruba is a nation. You don't understand. No. It's a nation.
Igbo is a small tribe. It's a small ethnic group. No.
Is Yoruba a tribe or a nation?
Yoruba is a tribe. It's an empire tribe. It's a tribe as an empire. We are all Yorubas. We are all originated from Ile-Ife.
Igbo empire tribe. It's Igbo empire tribe then.
The Igbo is not an empire. It's a small tribe.
God,
it's a small tribe that had a population explosion.
Mike, you're so biased.
Listen. An empire is an ethnic group that's large, that has a big territory. You know, it's like a huge territory. Now, within that territory, because it's so huge, they now form kingdoms, right? The Yorubas are one people. We are from Ile-Ife. We are from Ife.
That's a recent huge. Mike, that's a recent.
Listen. It's a huge land. Yoruba land is very big.
There was no such thing as Yoruba until maybe.
But the Igbos, you guys are smaller than the Benin Kingdom.
Mike, there was no such
you just had a population explosion.
Mike, was there such thing as Yoruba?
You begin to grow some balls and start thinking you have this super tribe.
Mike, was there such thing as Yoruba before the white man came? Be honest.
Yeah, are you crazy? Yeah, we're Yoruba people. Yeah.
No, there was Oyo Empire. There was all these different whatever.
No. We do you know the?
It wasn't until the white man came that you guys all became one. Even recently,
are you crazy? White man's the one that make all of us speak Yoruba. Is that what you're saying?
No. Just like Igbo now, right? We're all speaking.
No,
Igbo.
The white man's don't make all of us speak Yoruba, right?
No. Just like the Igbo land, we were not all thought of ourselves as one people, but we all speak the same language. It's the same thing.
That's what makes you one people. You speak the same language. But then
but it's a nation of tribes. That's what you don't understand.
No.
Just like how Yoruba is a nation of tribes.
It's a lie.
They all have different dialects. I know about the Yorubas. I am around the Yorubas.
But the fact of the matter is
they have the Ijebu, they have the Igbo Mina, they have all these different, tribes. You see what I'm saying? And you're acting like I haven't talked to Yoruba people and asked them, what is Igbo Mina? Can you tell me? Oh, it's a tribe. So this, this is how people explain it to me. Oh, Igbo Mina Ijebu is a tribe, but Yoruba is a nation. That's what's explained to me. Igbo is the same way. So if you come to Imo State, someone say, I'm Imbise.
Now you're talking about colonizing the Jaws, the Benin. Are you crazy? Or they should colonize you?
I don't care who colonized you. That's
the Jaws were dominating that part of your country. The Jaws were the ones dominating that place for thousands of years. They're not the Igbos.
That's their own problem.
They were the ones selling the Igbos into slavery.
That's their problem.
So what do you mean when Catholics say Igbos are high IQ to colonize somebody? The Igbos cannot colonize most of those ethnic groups around them.
If the Ijaw want to
the reason you had that upper hand during the Biafran time when you had to invade their territory was because the British recruited too many Igbos in the army. The British used the Igbos to create Nigeria, to do one Nigeria in 1960. Because if it wasn't you guys, it would never have been won because we didn't want to do it. But because the reason they had to recruit a lot of Igbos in the government and in the military back then was because you guys were the only one that agreed with Nigeria states to be created. Yes, it's a fact. Aziko is the only one that was aligned with the British. One Nigeria.
So Mike, here's the thing, and I'm still doing more research on this. I think
the reason you had the upper hand in the Biafran War was because most of the officers in the Nigerian army were Igbos, and so you guys are the quartermaster of the Nigerian army was You guys are the one in charge of the buying
Look,
weapons.
Mike, I take it as
So
a
that's why
compliment.
you had the upper hand. The weapons that you're supposed to buy for Nigeria, you quickly order it and send it to Igbo land.
Mike,
or
I take
Biafra
it
war.
as a compliment. But why does everyone think Igbos are a hive mind? I take it as a compliment.
No, you guys are very no.
People think we're a hive mind. Like we all have the same ideas, the same goals. We all want to achieve.
No one said that. What we're saying is a behavior is very common, and it's not. Listen. When somebody say, Igbo people do this, there's nothing Igbo people are doing bad. Other ethnic group are not doing bad. But the difference is there's the control. That for example, if let me give listen.
No, Mike. I'm not gonna let this guy.
Okay, go ahead.
You guys and my ancestors, I think they did that coup was too much. I wish they never could. You guys fear Igbos too much. Wait, you guys, obviously.
Who's you
Igbos
guys?
don't run anything in Nigeria. The way you guys talk, you act as if
it's not fair. People are talking about your behavior. Doesn't mean they're afraid.
You guys talk about
crazy?
Igbos like we run the country. This is not 1966.
Dude, which part of my conversation suggests that you are running anything?
The way that guy was.
You gotta give me examples.
The way
he's complaining that you are insulting his king.
No,
you're insulting the empire, and they're upset about it.
No, he was saying the reason why people believe all this stuff about the Obas is because the Igbos are teaching their children. Blah, 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 blah,
is that not true?
As if the Igbos are in charge of Department of Education. And
no, Caesar. Maybe because you grew up in America. Maybe that's why you don't.
No. You guys are way too Igbo.
We are telling you reality.
We're way too scared of Igbos. Way too scared.
Okay, tell me how we are scared.
I don't know.
In what sense? Igbos are not threat to anybody.
Exactly. Igbos don't.
You're not a threat. Listen,
so why do you guys talk about Igbos all day? I don't get it.
What you're doing. What your people are doing.
But they don't have it. They don't run anything. So who? I mean, you even call Igbos a minority tribe.
Okay, so listen. We are not. Listen, Caesar, chill out. Kaizo, let me ask you this question. Kaizo, are you there?
Kaizo doesn't want to. Okay.
Kaizo, okay. Let me give you this analogy. Okay, let's say the continent of Africa, we become one country, right? And then Nigerians, some group of Nigerians, are constantly making propaganda, attacking Kenyans with propaganda lies, and then raising their children to hate Kenyans. And then the children are growing up, like just using wrong information to condition the minds of their children to dislike Kenyans, right? And then internet and growing up as a Kenyan in the same country, which is Africa, you notice that the Nigerian children always act funny towards you and always insulting you, kind of seeing you as an enemy, right? And then you ignore it because you don't see them as threats because you're a Kenyan, you're okay. And then the internet came and a bunch of them started going on the internet, started making up fake stories about Kenyans, telling Kenyans history backward, doing things like that. And then eventually you're going to have Kenyans that's going to be upset and start reacting, right? And it's like, what the hell is wrong with these people? And then when you start reacting, and then I start telling you that, why are you scared of Nigerians? Does it make sense? That's what Caesar is telling me, that we are scared of Igbos. No, we're telling you the stupid things that you guys are doing. An Igbo guy opened a YouTube channel calling Nigerian history and start telling history backward, saying your people.
That's one man.
It's just that's one. But you have a leader called Nnamdi Kanu, and we see bunch of Igbo youth following him. They see him as a supreme god. He goes on the internet doing propaganda about being. What do you think we are reacting?
These are one people.
He has millions of followers. This guy literally command an entire region to sit at home. He literally command people to go do things. He's a commander. It's like telling me Osama bin Laden is one man when thousands or millions of Afghans.
Well, that's what the Muslims tell us. They say Osama bin Laden is not even a real Muslim. So
no, we talk about Afghan people. Well, Afghan paid the price for it.
Look, even the whole sit at home is misunderstood. If you,
my friend, just stop being dismissive. The problem, see, Kaizo, the problem with Igbo people is this: when people are trying to tell them about problem from among the ethnic, that's like there are people among them are doing, rather than them acknowledging like, yeah, this thing here is wrong, they will just dismiss it or defend it. And that's why people can't get along with them. Like because even growing up, wait. And that's why every ethnic like most people have problem with you. Even growing up,
problems.
Listen, I grew up. Listen. I grew up in Lagos, which is the most diverse city where every ethnic group lives. And as kids, whenever a child that's from, it does something, we report to the parents. And often the parents of those kids, we caution the kids. But the thing about Igbo parents is they will never caution the kids. Then when people ask them, why didn't you caution your kid? They will say, oh, we don't do it in public, we do it on the private. So how do I know you caution your child in the private? So now the same thing wait. The same argument we're having today. I've had an argument with an Igbo person. I'm like, when Nnamdi Kanu literally came online and say all Yorubas are bastards, all Yorubas are, he was literally spilling that shit on the internet. And I got with some Igbo people, friends of mine, and I'm like, can you guys condemn that thing? And they refused to. And then when I push and push and push, and then one of them finally told me, like, Mike, listen, in Igbo culture, we don't wash our underwear in public. We don't caution each other. We don't condemn each other in public. I'm like, no, that's not condemnation. That's you condemning something wrong. It's not condemning your tribe. So that mentality of your ethnic members are behaving bad, and you refuse to acknowledge it and accept that is wrong. That's the problem people have with you guys. I just told you earlier, your leaders, when they brought them on TV to come and address this behavior, literally they were defending them. They either dismiss it or they defend it. Even Peter Obi, and Peter Obi was asked about IPOB, and he didn't even condemn it. And he expected to win the election. That's why he lost in the North. He didn't win 1% vote in the North. And you guys are talking about you won the election. Are you kidding me?
So, Mike, the problem I have with all of your statements is I just don't agree with the narrative of any of them. Like, I just don't agree.
That's why. That's why a typical Igbo person thinks. You never. Okay, let me ask you: do you condemn those behavior? You know what? Forget it. I'm not.
You asked me, and I condemn them. It doesn't change your mind. You want me to come here and tell you that Lagos is Igbo land? That the only thing that will satisfy you if I tell you that. That's what you want to hear from my mouth. But it's not going to come because I don't believe that. Peter Obi, what he said about IPOB is the same thing that the people in the North said about Boko Haram, which I still think he should have been harsher on. He should have been harsher on IPOB because you can't have a secessionist movement. I mean, literally, it's against a nation. You can't have a secessionist movement.
No. To me, I'm not against that. No, listen, I'm a secessionist movement. No one is against that. If Igbos, bro, listen to me. If Igbo people are doing secessionist movement and it's restricted to Igbo territory or the Igbo ethnic group, no one will have problem with it. The people that have problem with it are the people you're trying to claim among your territory, and they are telling you, not in a million years will they ever want to share country with you. Or
I don't even agree with that assessment. Because
and you made another lie earlier. You say Biafra is an Ijaw word. Are you kidding me?
Yeah, Biafra is an Ijaw word, right?
You wait for me to leave before you lie about that.
Yeah,
Biafra is not an Ijaw word.
He said, Asar Jacopo said Biafra is the Calabar Ijaw phrase, Biafulo, meaning not properly cooked. Yeah, this is what they said. So what do you want me to say?
No, bros, it's unfactual. The fact of the matter is, Biafra, the word, it was originally Maufra. It was a territory in Cameroon. It's the Portuguese word called Maufra. And then the British changed it to Biafra, which is in Cameroon. Well, they land in Cameroon, they call Maufra. And Ojukwu decided, oh, I need a name for this new country. And he adopted that name, Biafra. So you are coming here to lie that it means it's an Ijaw word.
Here's another problem. I don't know. Other people say it's Ijaw word. You're saying it's a Portuguese word.
It's not Ijaw word.
You know how many
people? Who's the other people?
Asari Takuba. So my thing is this: when people disagree on something, it's just a disagreement. It doesn't mean.
Do you speak Ijaw language?
You think there's some kind of Igbo? I don't even know. Like, well, we're trying to plan something. He's the one that came out and said it's an Ijaw word. So what do you want to say?
The fact of the matter is, Igbo people, that's the problem. It's a disaster ahead if this continues. Like, you have some element among you that comes from that class of people that orchestrated that war, that misled the entire ethnic group into a civil war. And they are still upset that they lost that war. And those same people are the one almost like in charge. And what they've been doing is consistently brainwashing the new generation of Igbo to just have this bitterness and anger and
honestly, Mike,
ethnic group.
Honestly,
it's
Mike,
a fact. I'm telling you, everybody knows that. I grew up in Nigeria, and I'm telling you that, and I'm around.
Honestly,
You
Mike,
grew up
I
in
think the
America. Maybe you're
rhetoric,
an exception where
I think the rhetoric that's shared online from other
no,
groups is more than enough.
This is what I grew up, man. I grew up around Igbos. What are you gonna tell me? Like literally grew up around them, and
Around a group of Igbos.
Russ. I grew up the most liberal ones is the one I grew up around. The most liberal ones, and
That's what you think.
I still felt that shit.
That's
They
what
were
you
like,
think, Mike. That's what you think, Mike. You even said the Igbo people you grew up with used to tell you that Yorubas betrayed Igbos, and that's why they would do all these things to you. I mean, who the fuck does that? That's weird,
bro.
So that's one.
It's almost every Yoruba person or northern person will tell you that. Like, growing up, the Igbo friends, their parents just told them not to like them. You know,
I think I don't know.
It's not good for you guys because at the end of the day, if it gets to a point where because other people, the Igbos depend on all that territories to survive. You can't survive on your own. You just can't. It's impossible. It's impossible. You guys cannot make it in Igbo land because Igbo land is too small. It's not very arable. There's no industries there. Like most investors are not there.
Are there
like
industries in any part of Nigeria? What?
Most of the industries, 60% of Nigerian GDP is in Southwest in Yoruba land. We all know that.
No, it's in Lagos. It's in Lagos.
The old Yoruba land. If you
It's
had it
in
together,
Lagos. No.
Most of it is in Lagos. But I'm saying,
Not most of it, almost all of it.
Wait. First of all, Ogun State has most of the manufacturing. So that's not Lagos.
Mike, I have a question for you. What percentage of it is in Lagos?
What percentage of what?
You said most of it is in the Southwest.
The Southwest, which is your. We're speaking of ethnic. We're speaking of ethnic. Wait. We're speaking of ethnic territories, right?
you guys are just.
I'm trying to let you know that most investors don't even consider, even Dangote will not even go near Igbo land, like because
and he won't go through Ogun State either. He's gonna go to Lagos. That's where everyone's gonna go.
No,
his
factory, most of his factory are in Ogun State.
It's probably right on the border of Lagos State, right?
Bro, at the end of the day, I'm telling you,
on, guys.
I'm telling you that you guys, you're not helping yourself because your ethnic group, you're the one crying the most, and you're the one benefiting the most from Nigeria.
That's the craziest part. Other people should be crying louder. I don't know if you don't know how to cry for yourself. I don't get it.
No. You guys lie and just your behavior is terrible, man. Like as a group of people, and we notice that you guys take that behavior everywhere. It's almost like whenever Igbos are gathered anywhere in the world, they hate Nigerians there. I don't know why.
I think the
it's problem, the fact. This is a fact.
Mike, if I can go through Igbo history,
the moment you guys are the part of even Nigeria and South Africa saying, "Oh, among us," they will say it's the Igbos are provoking the South Africans the most.
Mike, if I could go through Igbo history, the one thing I would change is that coup. I mean, the president was even Igbo. I don't even know why they did the coup. For the God's sake, I mean, what? It's because I don't think they trust Nnamdi Azikiwe. That's the problem I have. I think the Igbos from the southeast didn't like Nnamdi Azikiwe. They saw him as a. Funny enough, I think they saw him as not Igbo enough, but the ones in Southwest thought he was an Igbo tribalist. And I think that's the biggest mistake they made. The Igbos from the Southeast couped the country because to this day, I don't understand why they did it.
And I mean, we can literally say if you guys didn't do that shit, we could have been far ahead of where we are right now. Because
I do think that. I actually do think that. I don't know why.
If people should be angry at anybody for destroying everyone's future, we're just supposed to be mad at the Igbo people. But we don't do that. Everybody moved on. Like, okay, it's individuals that made mistakes. But you guys, literally that war, that past, everyone have literally moved on. It's almost like you guys should hate that idiot called Nnamdi Kanu because. By 2015, it's almost like I thought him and I was Ricky because everybody was moving on. Like people were moving on. We feel like there's some Igbo still behaving in some way. But Mike, we thought with time it was gonna move on. But they just threw the whole thing on the internet and just turned it to another, just blew it up again and brought everybody back to that time and just started spilling hatred on the internet. I mean, come on, man. And you guys are supposed to be condemning those idiots, but you're still supporting them.
But Mike, here's the problem. I've noticed that people don't realize there's a difference between Nnamdi Azikiwe and Ojukwu. They're completely different in their ideologies. But people group them and say, oh, no, they're all Biafra people, which I don't understand to this day. Because
there was this sense in the Southeast that Nnamdi Azikiwe was not Igbo enough, which I think is what led to that coup, which was the greatest mistake. I don't even know why. I mean, can you think about that happening in Nigeria now? Yoruba man cooing.
You can't speak propaganda here. I know you speak better than you, so don't
No,
try
I
to
don't.
come here and try to
No,
tell me.
and that's the problem, Mike. So when you guys link all Igbos to Biafra, you're not doing yourself a service. If you want to spread your own propaganda and separate, like here's the honest truth: if you want to separate Igbos from the Biafra narrative, you have to have Igbos in your own history that you deify and you like, and you say,
Dude,
"Look,
you're not making sense. When I see Igbo person, wait. When I see Igbo person, do they write Biafra on his head?
No, I think you guys
So
are
how do
like.
I separate them?
I don't think you separate them. I think you think all Igbos
Doesn't
are
make sense, man. We're telling you that people from your ethnic group and high numbers causing problems. You're telling me to separate. How do I separate?
Yeah, I'm
do they have
separating.
different skin color? Do they write? Do they wear uniform?
See,
The
that's
bad
the
ones,
problem.
are they wearing uniform? It's like saying it's like when South Africans are saying, "Oh, Nigerians are causing problems in their country," and I begin to tell them, "Hey, separate the bad ones from the good ones." No,
Yeah.
we are.
Well, yeah, Mike,
How
that's
they
very
gonna do that
rational.
shit?
Mike, that's very rational. What you just said, separate the. I
No.
don't get it. That's
Like just no. We have to address that they're in their country. People are causing problems. We have to address the problem
Mike,
as
that's
Nigerians.
not how you solve the problem. You have to separate them.
No, bros. We have to work with them.
No.
Listen, the only way
Even
we
the
can.
white man knew you're supposed to divide and rule.
My
but
friend,
you
listen to
didn't
me.
realize that.
Caesar, listen. Maybe you will learn something. Maybe you will learn something.
Learn what?
If I'm in South Africa, right, and some Nigerians are doing bad, what I would do is join the South Africans in separating the bad Nigerians from good Nigerians, so they know that, oh, okay, we know the good ones are against the bad one they're speaking, and we know that, okay, now we can distinguish. But when you have in your case, everybody, no one is condemning the bad ones. Everybody's like, no one literally is against stupidity that those is more celebrated, is more ill. People sing songs for Nnamdi Kanu, and we don't know who the hell is against it.
No, so I think that's an African mentality, which is why I'm glad I didn't grow up in Africa. You guys can't separate the two. I can separate the two easily, very easily. I don't understand why
you're a dummy, man.
No, I don't know why you can't separate. To me, it's very simple. You have Nigerians that are doctors. You have Nigerians that are drug dealers. Separate them. I don't understand why you can't separate.
We get that.
It's very easy. I don't get it. Like,
dude,
I don't understand.
This guy is stupid, man.
No, I don't understand. Why can't you separate them? Like, I don't get it. It's so simple. You have Igbos that believe in Nigeria. You have Igbos that don't. So when one Igbo person commits a crime and the other Igbo person is a Biafran, for you to connect everything and then say, look, the Igbo leadership didn't address this. I mean, it's so strange. I don't even get it.
But the Igbo leader are supporting them, though.
That's what you think. I don't think that's true.
No. That's a fact.
I don't think that's true.
That's what they said. They come to defend them. I did not. The Igbo leader not asking for the release of Nnamdi Kanu. So wait, am I supposed to judge you? Is it not by your leadership?
Asking for the release of Nnamdi Kanu to me is not the same as one in Biafra. Do you think it's the same?
No, they are supporting him. Bros, we're not talking about wanting Biafra. We're talking about the guy's behavior, the bigotries and all that stuff. They're supporting.
So you think because they want to release him, they support him?
Bros, when they brought him to ask them about the behavior of IPOP, they defend IPOP. That's what you say. IPOP is not doing anything wrong. IPOP is just only asking for this and that. Bro, your leaders are. We're judging you based on your leadership. Dude. Your leadership is
different. So, Mike, I think there's a difference in understanding. So, for me, I think there's multiple organizations that are doing this whole Biafra movement, right? I think when they're talking about IPOP, they're talking about a specific group. And when you guys are talking about Biafra, you guys are linking every single person.
This is that your leadership, your Igbo leadership, since the creation of Nigeria has been a curse to that country. You guys.
No, I don't even think that's true.
As Zikwe began the curse, he runs the.
So, Mike,
I can start listening. When I'm talking about the destruction of Nigeria, has been done mainly by the Igbos. Your leadership.
So Mike,
I can link all the like plights, the genesis from the beginning till now. Igbos have hands in it. Majorly have hands in it. Like you land up Nigeria, that country is a mess because of Igbo people. I'm sorry.
So Mike, I think this is the reason why you probably think that Igbos have this groupthink mentality. there
Your
are
leadership,
certain,
dude, I
so,
can't,
no,
bro, I
so
don't want
there's
to hear that. Some of us are not, dude. Your people.
no, wrong. So there are certain Igbos. You have like look at the former governor of Ebonyi State, right? You can look at Charles Soludo, Hopos Dima. None of these people are Biafra people. No one would ever articulate that these people are Biafra people, right? But they're not even if this is the kind of Igbo person that you like, right? Why not say it out loud? Why not vote for these people? Why not push them?
Caesar, nobody has ever said 100% of Igbos are one way. We are
No, but
telling you
these are
that
I just identified three. There's
too
only
many
5
of your.
Wait, Mike.
I've never said all Igbo people
Mike,
are one
there's
way.
5.
No one has ever said that.
Mike,
What we are
there's
saying
5
is
Igbo states. I just named 3 out of 5 governors that no one would argue are Biafra people. No one would ever argue that. But then you say majority of my leaders are Biafran people. But I just named 3 out of 5 that are obviously
kidding
not.
me?
Yeah.
When did they come out and say they are not Biafrans? It's
So
just
do you think-
Soludo that went to visit Namdekan in prison.
So do you think visiting
When have
Namdekan
they
makes
come
you
out,
Biafran?
bros? Who is even talking Biafra? We're talking about IPOB.
What's the difference between IPOB and Biafra?
Bros, we talk about IPOB's behavior. First of all, I'm not even against secession. If you want to split, in fact, the day Igbos, I will no longer share country Igbo people. I will celebrate. Because you guys have been in pain in the ass, man. Like literally, Yoruba people who could have been so advanced. But because we have to share country, you guys just pulling us back, man. We were advancing in the goddamn 60s. You guys want to do it?
You guys fight for regionalism.
Yoruba people were advancing. You can't do a stupid coup, destroy our advancement. First of all, we had a fantastic leader, Awolowo. Your stupid leader, Azikwe became president, and they put him in prison.
Mike, here's the problem with here's my problem with your narrative. You're not acknowledging the fact that there were obviously 2 groups in the Igbo intelligentsia. There were Nnamdi Azikiwe's, and then there were the Biafrans. And let me say the Igbo supremacists that cooed Nnamdi Azikiwe. So if you can't separate the 2, you have a.
They are the same. They are the same. They both destroy the country.
You can't separate the 2.
Which one helped us?
So obviously the Igbos cooed an Igbo president. So obviously that means there's
they didn't coup him. They didn't kill him. They killed other people. They didn't.
No, but they cooed him. Correct? So, they cooed him, right? They cooed Nnamdi Azikiwe, right?
No, they didn't coup Nnamdi Azikiwe. They cooled the northern, the prime minister, the other regions, and they left Nnamdi Azikiwe alive.
No, they didn't kill him, but they cooed him.
He wasn't the number 1 leader. They didn't coup him.
Wasn't he the president?
The ceremonial president?
So he was the president. So Mike, come on.
The prime minister, bros, the coup wasn't against Nnamdi Azikiwe because if it was against him, they would have killed him. They didn't kill him. The coup was against
him. Here's what I think.
The coup was against the prime minister. That's why they killed him.
They obviously cooed him. They didn't kill him. They didn't kill him, but they obviously.
Well, they didn't coup him. Then they didn't kill him.
Now, why did they install a new president then? If they didn't coup him,
they didn't install a new president. He was freaking Ironsi.
Yeah, that's a new president. That's a new president.
The new head of state. He was an Igbo man.
That's a new president.
He took over from the prime minister. He assassinated. He took over the country. He assassinated all the regional leaders except the Igbo leaders. He killed Yoruba leaders.
They cooed Nnamdi Azikiwe. They obviously cooed him, right?
At the end of the day, they all their decisions were disaster. All of them. Azikwe's decision was disaster. His decision was disaster. Ojukwu's decision was disaster.
So Mike,
your leadership decision today is still disaster.
Mike, so I'm trying to teach you. This is how Igbos view history. This is the history that was told to me, right? Nnamdi Azikiwe, right? And the people that cooed him are 2 different camps. You think they're the same camp.
Bro.
Do you see the difference?
Wait. He was the Igbo coup.
They're different camps.
It's the same camp.
It was an Igbo coup, but they cooed another Igbo man.
They didn't coup another Igbo man. They cooed him. I just told you the people they cooed, man.
No,
go and look at the list. No, go and look at the list of people they killed. Is there Igbo there?
No, they didn't kill him, but they still
cooed him. They didn't coup him.
Okay, so there was a coup in Gabon. They didn't kill the president. Was it a coup?
Dude, you're not making sense.
I am making sense.
He's a ceremonial president. We had a prime minister.
Why
the prime minister is the number 1.
So Mike, so why did they get rid of him then?
They didn't get rid of him. He joined the Biafran government.
When
Ojukwu declared Biafra, he joined them. And then he ran away after a while.
So at first
he supported them.
Then he joined them. Then
he supported them.
So, Mike, I will tell you that's the problem with your narrative. I don't think you realize that there are Igbos with different opinions and there's multiple camps. You think they're all the same
There's
camp.
no multiple camps. If there's multiple camps, then we'll see.
There's 50 million.
We don't
So
see
if
any
you-
challenge. No. Name
you
me
can't
Igbo. No. Name me Igbo camp that's challenging IPOB. Name one.
What do you mean? The leadership, the ones part
They are
of
not
Nigerian
challenging
government.
IPOB. They are supporting IPOB.
What do you mean? You think Charles
They
Soludo
are supporting
IPOB?
IPOB.
Charles Soludo supports
Yes,
IPOB.
he went to prison. He called for his release. Nnamdi Kanu's release.
Do you believe calling for his release is the same as supporting
Bro,
IPOB?
man, I'm done talking to you, man. I can't get anywhere with you. That's your mentality. You dismiss everything.
No, because you see the world as certain. You think all Igbos have this hive mind. That's the problem.
Bro, nobody say all people. We're telling you the obvious things that your leadership and your population is doing. That's terrible.
You think the entire Igbo intelligentsia has a hive mind. That's what you think. Obviously.
The one that is displayed is one we have to talk about. We are not seeing the groups, the so-called other ones you are narrating displaying.
So-
they don't display. They are not displaying.
Well, here's the problem. I think when Igbos look at Yoruba politics, we obviously see there's different camps. In the north, there's different camps. But when it comes to Igbos, everyone thinks
There is no different camp. No.
See, that's the thing. You think there's one
We
camp.
don't listen. If a group of Yorubas are carrying out attack against Nigeria and no other group is challenging that group, then there's no different camp.
Nah, there's people challenging. You just think it's all one camp. See,
There is no camp challenging
Mike-
the camp that's causing destruction.
Mike,
Okay.
Mike, I'm actually Igbo.
Wait, let me
I
ask you
hear-
this. The
Mike.
Igbos that are attacking the Benin Kingdom right now, like insulting, where Midwest came here to lose his mind over.
just some people on Twitter.
Name an Igbo camp that's challenging that camp.
Mike, no offense. Those are just
No
some-
one is challenging them. Get
Mike,
the hell out of
those-
here, man.
Mike, those are some no names on Twitter. Why would the president?
No names. Are you kidding?
Yes.
Dude, you sound foolish, man. No
Some
name.
no names
Twitter.
on Twitter. That's what he said. He said it's some people on Twitter with no.
He's not Twitter.
Like-
there's the movement. A movement.
Why would Hope Ozodinma come out against some people on Twitter? A couple you
Dude, it's not Twitter. Dude, it's real life. He's
Oh,
talking, man.
is it
He came to
Facebook?
dude, someone came to their Edo State. They went there. Dude, man, you know I'm done,
And did
man.
what?
Goodbye. Good, yeah,
And
I'm
did
done.
what?
I'm done. I can't get nowhere with you, dude. I
And
can't
did
get nowhere.
what? No, because I'm
Bro,
not tribalist.
bro,
That's the problem, Mike. That's the
Caesar,
problem.
Caesar,
I'm not tribalist.
Caesar.
That's the problem.
I can't get nowhere with you, man.
No, you're hoping that I'll slip up and say I hate Yoruba people or something. It's not gonna happen because I don't. That's the problem. You're waiting for some kind of slip up, but it's not gonna happen because I don't believe that stuff. You know.
You can't say it in my face now. You know I'll cook the shit out of you, man. So that's the thing. So
Why would you beat the
if I'm
shit
not
out
you
Now you're resorting to violence. You're waiting
But
for me
most Igbos will say usually like one man went to Mosho before I started coming there. They used to come there to attack Yorubas because they knew that the Yorubas that were there, they were gentle. But when I started coming there, cooking the shit out of them, they stopped coming there. So when people they know where they know where to go and start doing that shit, man.
Yeah, those are individuals that are stupid. You think I would let someone attack Yorubas? Me? No, you're not gonna do it around me. It's not possible. So you think everyone has this hive mind, or you think like that's the problem? You think I have a hive mind? You think I don't know. I don't get
Listen,
it.
man. Yeah, you're a typical like Igbo mentality. That's
But
what
here's the thing: I talk to Igbos all the time, so I know everyone.
Do you know like when one Igbo guy is like a group of them are causing trouble, maybe around, and then we go talk to Igbos, other Igbos that are standing around to discuss it. They're just gonna talk like you. They'll dismiss what is going on. It's not like, dude, we can't get nowhere. If your tribe member is behaving some way, we have to come to the distant one to at least go caution them or address them. Well, you just dismiss what we're telling you. Dismiss it all day. Like you sit here right now, you tell me about some Yoruba guys causing problem among your people. I'm not gonna say I'm defending him. I'm gonna be like, who's the guy? I'm like, yo, I don't agree with that shit. Now, if I call the guy like, dude, I don't like that. I'm against that. You can't be calling Igbo people bastards and names and things. I would challenge you. I'll ask you why you doing that. I'm not gonna see you and be like, hey.
I would challenge any Igbo person going to.
No, you don't get that. If you do that, then why are you defending? You've been defending all day.
You're not in Igbo. I'm in Igbo only spaces all the time. I don't hear people say these things. If you say something, they'll check you. So you just have this belief, due to your childhood, maybe that Igbos have one way of thinking. You think all Igbos have a hive mind. We all have the same opinion. I don't really get it, especially because Igbos are the most we live in different places. You have Igbos in China, UK, the North. You have a lot of Igbos that don't even speak Igbo. So this idea that Igbos are this massive hive mind, I don't really understand it. I don't get it at all. And I know you wish that I would say something that will, Yorubasta. Once I say that, you'll be happy. But I don't believe these things. So. Oh, now, wow. Look at me fighting all these tribalists. Well, fun time. Fun fighting the propaganda. So, Kaiser, you're saying, look, Igbos need to admit that they tried to colonize the Delta state, whatever, I guess. What else? What else do we need to admit so we can make peace with these? I don't think it's possible to make peace with these people.
You're lying to Mike. Mike can see through your
I'm not lying to Mike. What am I lying about? What am I lying about?
You're pretending that you're a good guy. When you go home, you start plotting and planning against the Yorubas.
Plotting what? Plotting what?
How are you gonna steal their women? All those things.
What's wrong with stealing people's women? What's the big deal?
You see, you admitted at least one thing finally.
What's wrong with dating other people's women? They did our women.
You want a sure Arab wife, you want a Somali wife, you want a Yoruba wife, you want a wife from every part of.
Is that wrong? I'm sure Mike wants the same thing.
No, it's not wrong. It's the right thing to do, but you just have to admit it, brother. Just say you want to colonize dusty Yorubas, and
I don't want to colonize the Yorubas. Let them have the Yorubas have their own issues. I'm done.
You sure?
I'm actually serious. I won't reveal all my plans, but Yorubas can have their fun. Nobody has time to colonize no damn Yorubas.
Okay,
do you actually think it's possible to colonize the Yorubas with what's going on? Come on. It's not possible.
Well, it's a whole thing. It's a whole event, isn't it?
He did admit he wants a Biafra, so that makes him a no. Look, I actually want my own nation. I really do. I admit it. Sorry, but it doesn't make me a tribalist. I just think Africa is too messy. So,
nah, listen. First of all, right, all the Africans are finally coming true, right? I've been a Wanga supremacist since day one, and I always will be. Right? And all I'll say is this, Caesar, yeah. You niggas got to come clean and say it with your chest. For example, right, that dusty cocoa bean pod head from Ghana, right? I told you from the beginning, this is a coconut bean head scammer. Do you know what he said recently? I'm going to do a show on it tomorrow, right? Probably going to do it early, so I won't have any listeners, right? It'll probably be me and my shadow, but that's cool. Busy during the evenings these days, right? We work, but the point is, I'll do a little bit of a show analysis on this guy, the cocoa bean head guy, right? He stated that he wants America to prevent other African countries from trading and doing deals with Russia. Look, you niggas been calling me coon since time. I honestly am not even a coon, as I came in a couple days ago and he literally showed I actually booty clap for Africans. I just do it in my own style. This coconut bean head, right, of a president that literally destroyed the economy of Ghana. See that you're insane. You're like, Ghana is a failed economy, bro. They literally declared bankruptcy and begged for $3.5 billion just so that they can, pay their civil servants, right? See that Ghana is a failed state right now.
They're all failed states.
No, Caesar.
Yes, listen, they are.
Not all dust is equal, bro.
Honestly, I look at bankruptcy different because I'm American. So I look at bankruptcy can sometimes be fake. Like it's just a switch. Just like, oh, we're filing bankruptcy, wink, wink.
It can be a switch if, let's say, you wait until you create a new company, etc. Ghana's not gonna rebrand it, like rename itself into a new country and just dissolve all the debts. You get what I mean? It's not the same thing as an individual.
What do you mean? Ghana probably outspend all their money and they're like, fuck it, we can either pay it back or declare bankruptcy. And they said, fuck it, let's declare bankruptcy.
Yeah, but what do you think that means to investors, right? Investors won't go to Ghana because some might actually go and buy certain things cheap, but in general, Ghana is going to be seen as somewhere where most investors won't go. Meaning,
why? Because the government doesn't have money. What does that have to do with anything?
It means that usually companies come in on loans because that's how Africans do business. For example, let's say you're a company that wants to create a new telecommunications network. African countries can't afford to pay you outright, so what they do is the company has a stake in the service that they provide, and they get dividends every time people use that network.
Ghana right now, after declaring bankruptcy, basically means no one in their right mind is going to want to loan to Ghana because they're no longer a trustworthy group of people. See, this is kind of interesting. It's like I think this is where I used to kind of see that Africans generally don't understand how economics work, right? Africans used to say crazy stuff like this, right? Or like, oh, Kenya is somehow so in debt. I'm like, bro, America is in heavy debt. UK is in even way higher debt to GDP ratio than Kenya is. It's not about that. It's about whether that GDP can create value and people can trust in that economy to keep growing and increase. You see what I mean?
But Kaiser, here's the thing. The way I look at Ghana is this. I'm sorry. This is how I look at it. The Ghana government is broke. Okay, fine. But look, Ghana is still a safe, it's secure. And if I'm an investor that wants to have an outpost in West Africa, I might choose Ghana because look, salaries are low, and I can still access that West African market,
different.
specifically Nigeria. So how does that
That's
stop me from investing in Ghana because the government's broke?
Hang on. That's for people like, let's say, Ike, right? They will still invest in Ghana because he's investing in food stuff, meaning he'll always find buyers, right? Whether commercial or most likely domestic. That's fine. Those things will continue. We're not talking about things which are, let's say, necessary for the Ghanaian economy, to work, like food stuff. We're talking about, right? Nobody's going to come to Ghana and loan Ghana any infrastructure money. That's the point. So the roads are not going to get fixed. Anything else, the airport, all the key sectors like that is not going to get any more funding. So the government better be smart about how they do this, because right now, big investors China is not going to give loans to Ghana, for example.
But wait, can't Ghana just be like, look, private company, you come in, you build a road, you collect the tolls, like that kind of stuff? Why can't Ghana just do that?
They don't trust them because they've declared bankruptcy. When you declare bankruptcy, there's a lot. Here's the thing, right? So these companies come in and they're usually sponsored by a central bank from their countries. So let's say China, for example, right? China has several banks. And also, Dusties, we've been out here for 8 hours and 53 minutes. Let's see a couple super chats if you want. If you're not able to, it's cool, right? I understand. But Caesar, here's the thing. These companies come in and they're usually sponsored by the central banks. So for a central bank to give you money, they need to trust that the investment, it's a simple, business deal investment portfolio that you have to fulfill to show that your investment is something that the government or the bank can be behind. Right now, as I said, look, see, this is a stupid discussion, bro. No serious investor, unless they're investing in low-hanging fruits. I'm talking about food stuff, transport, aka like oil, gas, those kinds of, and gold, right? Those kinds of key sectors, or cocoa, right? Cocoa beans and all that stuff, gold, food, and oil and gas. If someone is investing in those things, of course they're going to recuperate their money. That's different. We're just talking now about like more, let's say, investors outside of those key sectors. It's not going to happen.
Someone building an airport, for example.
That's the thing. Because Kenya's not ruined its name in the international market. We're actually paying back the debt to China, even though we're losing money to it. And also this thing with Kenya joining, going to Haiti, right? It's because we're going to get $100 million. That's going to be enough to put a dent in our debt.
I mean, maybe I'm looking at things from from where I see bankruptcy. Look, before a company files bankruptcy, they already did the math, they already did the spending. Then they look, 5 years, we're going to take this hit. We can afford it because of X, Y, Z. So I don't see the big deal, to be honest with you.
Caesar, that's the ones where, let's say, it's a strategic one, right? Sometimes you declare bankruptcy because you got no choice, or the IMF forces you to declare bankruptcy, and then they order a restructuration. Do you think Ghana is just going to be let alone to do its own financial settings? No.
So you don't
realize what happened,
you don't
right?
think
Like
this is strategic in any way, shape, or form? It was just a loss. They messed up in planning.
This is a cocoa head-shaped bean individual who says, America, we want your help to stop other African countries from doing deals with Russia. This is as coon as you get, bro. He's literally undone everything the previous mixed race president. Shout out to him, man. Mixed race genes definitely.
So I just want to
working
make
out.
this clear. You're making the argument. Look, there's no way this was strategic. This was a mistake. They spent too much money. It's like
I've seen him make. Okay, I've looked at the financials of Ghana, right? I've looked at the bonds that they were selling, knowing that they can't actually pay back in dollars. All the scams that happened the year over, all of this stuff was just short-sighted scamming, from my opinion, right? And the evidence is there, right? The bonds, for example, is one of the biggest ones that was so clear that they're not going to pay
That
back.
doesn't answer my question, by the way.
I don't think you're strategic. No, I think they literally were at the bottom, and now they're trying to. The only strategic part would be that they want to put themselves as the poster boy child, as a house Negro. That's the only strategic thing I can think of. Because the thing is, right, you're gonna booty clap for this country, but if I can't do that because I'm gonna do that show tomorrow, right? But if I showed you that clip right now of Ghana begging America to prevent African countries from doing trade deals with other nations like Russia and China, or specifically Russia, right? You're gonna be like, this is insane.
Can I be honest with you guys though? I'm not. Here's the thing about the whole house slave thing. And it's a guy who said this that I'll never forget. He said Africa is
a guy, your boyfriend.
Nnamdi Kanu said this. He said Africa doesn't even have one Singapore. We need at least one Singapore to help Africa. Like what Singapore was to Asia, we don't even have a Singapore.
No, Caesar, that doesn't make sense. No,
if Ghana
Caesar,
sells out and they have a Singapore,
Caesar,
come on.
Caesar,
what?
Kenya is the closest thing to a Singapore, right? Because they don't have resources, they're a service-based economy, etc. But no, we're not going to get a Singapore in Africa, right? There's very, very good reasons why. Right? Singapore was supported by the West, right? I don't want to sound like these low IQ Pan-Africans, but Singapore was created by the West in order to be a new financial outpost, apart from London City, or rather the city
But
of
it's
London.
also a China puppet, though.
Yeah, of course. They're all, Singapore, of course it is. It's a China puppet. It's also an Indian puppet. It's an India-China puppet. Those are the ruling elites. The Malay people are actually not really that powerful. Same thing with Malaysia. It's also another China puppet, etc. But that's not the point, Caesar. The point is, Singapore, Hong Kong, Malaysia, these countries were created and helped by the European powers so that they can act as a buffer zone. Africa is not going to reach there because we can't solve our low-hanging fruits. So what I'm trying to say is this, right? Unless a country supports an African nation, right? And maybe Ghana might be supported since they're trying out this new house Negro stuff, but unless they're supported by Western powers, it's not going to happen, right? Because service-based economy, you need investors to come in and actually set up shop. For example, let's say how Kenya has Microsoft, has Google over there, and more companies are coming in, building, let's say, data centers in Konza City. All these things like infrastructure, technological stuff has to occur before a country can reach the Singapore status. So basically, unless you're supported by the West, it's not going to happen. Singapore didn't just do it by themselves. That's a lie. It's one of those things, right? It's like, no, it didn't happen that way.
So your argument is, look, Ghana effed up. It wasn't strategic. Now they're trying to do this.
Bro, these guys are low IQ. They ruined their own economy, bro.
It's hard for me to accept that Ghana's low IQ because of everything I've heard about Ghana. Like, even this whole year return is a high IQ move, just in general. The fact that
it's not.
it is.
No, Caesar, listen. Having a well-intentioned program that doesn't yield the promises is low IQ. You know that, right?
No. You have people who are from different African countries going to Ghana. Like, it's an excellent way of attracting talented people.
They all stopped going to Ghana because of all the scams. That's what I'm trying to. It's like it's like how do I say this, right? I know you're a feeler, right? So you like to feel things, but the facts are this, right? If Ghana did the Euro turn the right way, right now they'll still be dealing with what we call, the ripples of success. Black Americans would have gone there, bought their land for 100 years. Okay, no one's going to complain about 100-year lease. People complain about 50 years or less. Cool. So 100-year lease to hold for Black Americans, not 50 years, right? They could have changed the constitution to make it be if you have a residence permit, you can get 100 years, right? And they could have made it easy for these Black Americans to get a resident permit.
Okay,
Then
Kaiser,
also,
but there's not every single person is trying to buy land in Ghana. There's a lot of
no,
people.
a lot of them were, and that you don't need everyone. Caesar, here's the thing, right? You don't need a majority of anything to exist. You just need enough content creators to be talking about their bad experiences, trying to do the investment to shy off everybody else. That's the issue.
I'm still mixed. I don't know if Ghana's your return. I need data. And Africa doesn't. I need data to prove that. Look,
you're now you're behaving badly, right?
We need to look at we need to look at flight data and see if less passengers are going to Ghana as a result of all this nonsense.
Everybody right now is going to Kenya, Caesar. We've seen it all over YouTube, bro.
No. I need data. That's all.
Everybody's going
marketing
to Kenya for a reason.
That's all marketing.
Caesar, stop there with this old data. You're not going to find data. So, listen.
No, we will find data. We can look at the amount of passengers, the flight, airport traffic.
We're not going to find this data. That's the thing. You just have to accept that. We're not going to have the data. But the anecdotal data is everybody's going to Kenya because they didn't get scammed there. Kenya is straightforward. They tell you, hey, listen, we don't just want Black Americans. We want any foreigners. That's one. Two, you as a foreigner will get 99 years leasehold. You won't get freehold like the citizens. So what does that mean? You go marry a woman and perhaps put your son's name there if you want to get the 1,000 years, 999 year freehold, right? It's straightforward. There's no pan-scamism going on. But Ghana is a different breed. Like the way they did everything. Caesar, imagine this, right? So imagine I told you of a business plan and I made you excited, knowing the limits, the amount of money and other limits. And then I didn't deliver at all. That's now so far from delivering. Don't you think that's wrong?
Yeah, definitely. So you're done.
Exactly.
So you're done with West
holding Ghana accountable.
So you're done with West Africa, kind of. You think West Africa's gone?
No one's gonna go to Nigeria, bro. Right? So it's just Ghana, yeah.
Yeah, no one's going to Nigeria.
Or Gambia, but Gambia is just sex tourism for old Black women. That's a separate issue.
Okay, fair. Well, I was never going to Ghana anyway, so
it's just Ghana and Gambia. That's it. No one else. No, do you think people are going to even know what Ivory Coast is? Nigeria is not going to get tourism.
Nigeria's not getting tourism. Yeah,
it's just Ghana and Gambia, really, in West Africa. That's it. No one talks about. Oh yeah, maybe Liberia for like weirdos like Kala Genesis. That's about it.
Kaizo, you're a Kenyan supremacist. I noticed that about you. You're a Kenyan supremacist.
Caesar, I just know what works, right? I have electricity. Do you see me complain about my electricity?
I'm just letting you know. I've identified that you're a Kenyan.
Caesar, do I complain about my electricity?
No, but I don't think you would. Aren't you a Kenyan supremacist?
No, okay. Do you see my streams going off because of my electricity problems?
No, that's
is that a thing that occurs?
No. Good.
No,
good
it doesn't.
That's never happened.
Usually, apart from today, I had like an issue with my internet. I had to restart it, and again, that's just me restarting it, right? Pressing on and off. Do I have internet issues or do I have crisp, clear connection?
Not that I know of.
Bro, I do like 12 hours. Today we've been here 9 hours, right? No, I don't have issues with internet. I don't have issues with electricity. Okay, you haven't seen my state. I need to upload the video tomorrow finally, right? I live in a good area. I have perfect internet. The electricity doesn't go off. It's not a thing, right? I'm sure it's Africa. It might go off like after 1 month for like 5 minutes or something. But it's not I don't have any of those issues that African countries have, Caesar. So it's not that I'm a Kenyan supremacist. Kenya is the only functional Black African state with a population more than 20 million. There's none other country. I've been to Ethiopia. Why do you think I came to Kenya, Caesar? I would have preferred being in Ethiopia than Kenya, right? Ethiopians are better people. They're more honest. Religiously, I was going to look for a wife there. Why do you think I came back to Kenya?
Internet
speed. Because it's developed. There's actual internet connection that works. So, bro, Kenya is the only relevant large country that is Black African in nature. South Africa doesn't count, right? That's some Zungu created functional country. Yeah. That's it. I've been to Ghana as well for my sister's wedding, right? Ghana has rich areas which I couldn't afford, right? So it is what it is, right, in Accra. But in general, Kenya is far more developed than any Black African country out there, right? So I'm not a Kenyan supremacist. I am just a realist. I think you should kind of see that. I would not care if Tanzania, for example, see, Caesar, here's how you know if I'm a supremacist, right? Whenever I talk about Kenyan food, I say it's shit. I prefer West African food. Is that not the case?
True. I'll give you that.
When I talk about women, I like Senegambian women, and I also like maybe some East African women. I'm just an honest person. I don't have narratives. I'm not like you retard, Caesar. That's the thing. For me, I'm just fact-based. No narratives. No BS. Kenya
Are
is
you an
good.
engineer? Are you an engineer? Are you an engineer? Are you a trained engineer?
I'm not a trained engineer. I have a PhD in engineering, right? Materials, physics.
I'm just wondering. Almost everyone has a narrative, honestly. But
No,
there
I
are
don't.
people without narratives. Sometimes engineers don't have narratives. I've noticed that.
I purposely make sure I don't have narratives. That's something I've done since I was 10 years old. So I'm just saying, you can't call me a Kenyan supremacist because, okay, how many Kenyans do you think, apart from Zulia, who's half Kenyan, do we have Kenyans on this channel? Not, they're always like hiding in the chat somewhere, like on Serio. Apart from that and my brother, there's no other Kenyans on this channel.
No, Kenyans are honest people. I've noticed that in my own personal life. Kenyans, very honest. I've only met one Kenyan that was kind of red flaggy, but they were still an honest person. They were just alcoholic. But most Kenyans, I don't know what it is about Kenyans, but maybe it's just a weird sample size. Really honest people. It's crazy. I've done deals with Kenyan people that I know a Nigerian would have scammed me. Definitely. Or they give me refunds and it's like, you don't have to do that. Literally, you don't have to do that. Kenyans are interesting. At least some of them are. Until you get to Kenya and find out they're just like Nigerians. We shall see.
Yeah, I mean, lol, every boy.
Shout out Kenya then. All right, I mean that's all for me. Shout out
Look,
Kenya.
Caesar, how many countries in Black Africa is developing a technopolitan city like Kenya is in Konza? None.
I mean,
how many
I
Black
agree.
Africans have actually set up the first semiconducting factory in Africa? None, apart from Kenya.
Shout out Kenya.
How many countries are producing COVID vaccines? Maybe South Africa, that's it, or something like that, right? I'm just saying, Kenya is a different breed, and I think it helps that we don't have as much natural resources as other countries, right? The only natural resource that we actually have in abundance is the natural environment for tourism. The animals. You niggas in West Africa literally killed all your elephants.
Yep.
Literally, as in every single elephant was killed, and the ivory was traded by the Arabs or the Portuguese and the British. That's embarrassing. All the lions were killed.
I
You
know.
niggas literally killed all your lions. There were lions there, and there were ivory, and they're all gone. Every single one. That is embarrassing, bro.
Yep.
Literally.
Yep, I agree. But one thing about Kenya is this. They signed a deal. Their population. That's the only red flag about Kenya.
They signed a deal what?
Their population numbers. Why aren't they increasing?
Yeah, next up, Senegal doesn't count. It's not a real country, bro. It's like Gambia, man. It's like
Senegal does not count.
It's not large enough. And I think I did specify, right? A country with more than 20 million population. Kenya's the only relevant one right now.
No, Senegal is developed. It's just like, come on. You guys gotta stop speaking French.
Small nation, it doesn't
no more
count.
speaking French. If you're speaking French,
Caesar,
like, come on,
forget the French. It's a small nation. It doesn't count. It's not up there. You need at least 20 million people for you to be a real nation.
Oh shit! No, I actually think the French is a serious thing. Like innovations are made in English and maybe Chinese. They're not made in French.
Okay, so you really hate French, right?
No. I just think like if you're waiting for everything to be translated in French, like your information pipe, like come on, the information is like it's too slow. You don't think so? Like people are still speaking Spanish in Africa, bro. Like what? Or Portuguese. What is being done in Portuguese? Like imagine that's the only language you know.
Flexed up. Senegal should just eat up Gambia. If you do that, then that's a full nation. I could consider that you guys a full nation. Okay, Caesar, here's the thing. You are right about language, right? And that's why, let's say, I always say, it's like I've made this argument before, and Rita's never really got it right. I was like, why do deaf people have like every nation has like their own version of the whatever hieroglyphs that they use to speak, the hand sign language? I'm like, bro, you already a minority in the world. Why don't you just have one universal sign language and every country uses that sign language? You get my point, right, Caesar?
Yes, yeah.
When you're so small and irrelevant, just use one system. Because so what I'm trying to say here is language, right? Yes, I do believe that non-English speaking countries in Africa have a disadvantage in information. You're correct.
I mean, it is what it is.
Yeah, it is what it is. But you know,
like you're like, look at all these innovations being made in like STEM, right? I mean, I know they're using math, but also they're using English. If you're speaking Portuguese, like, do you even know what's going on? Like, you gotta wait for it to be translated. Like, what the heck?
Mel Kaiser. Actually, it's interesting. I speak a little bit of Portuguese, a little bit of Spanish, and a little bit of French. I understand more Spanish though than I speak. But yeah, I just find, because all these languages are very similar anyways. They're all like very Latin derived. English is an interesting one. I guess English just seems so random. Like the rules don't seem so exact like some of these other Latin languages.
If Senegal and Ivory Coast spoke English, yeah, probably, but they don't. But I'm not an English.
Caesar.
English is just a tool. Even tribe is a tool. That's how I view tribe. I'm not a real tribalist. I think tribe is a tool.
Caesar.
No, I think it's a tool. I'm so serious. Like, I would not admit that to my. I think it's a tool. I see it all as a tool.
I don't believe you, bro.
I think it's a tool personally. I think it's
you're an African, bro. Like, you actually believe in this shit, right? Let me ask you a question. If you ask me what tribe I am on YouTube, I'll say, oh yeah, whatever tribes I usually say. But in reality, I don't give a shit about any of those tribes. Like, I really don't give a shit about the tribes that I mentioned, right? I don't speak any of their languages. I don't care about their cultures.
Aren't you a Luo? Aren't you a Luya? I mean,
3 tribes. Yes, that's one of them.
Nah, stop claiming your mom's tribe. That's a little thing you be doing.
No. I listen. I've grown up with her culture more, so.
Blah.
See, I don't believe in this African bullshit, right? I am everything that I'm genetically mixed with, so I don't claim, one random tribe because of my father and that stuff. You see, that's another example of like the stuff. Exactly. I claim Wanga, man, because Wanga is the highest IQ tribe out of all of them. So why would I claim some dusty ones? I'll give an example.
People do that. Fair. It's a different context. If I claimed Yoruba over being Igbo, that would be completely different contextually because of a lot of stuff. So yeah.
Yeah, because look, like I mentioned, and even then, right, I claim it only for clout. I don't really give a shit about Wanga, man. These niggas could drown tomorrow. I'll be eating my goat meat and goat's toe, smiling with the Scotch bonnet.
Are you sure? I feel like you're the one that wrote the Wanga Kingdom stuff on Wikipedia, bro. I'm not gonna lie. Like, I do believe that. Like, I believe you wrote some of this stuff.
Caesar. Technically, okay, my last name is actually Luo anyways, right? So, use that however you want to use it. But
Luo or Luya or
Luo?
Okay.
No, my last name is Luo. Right? Okay. Wanga is technically part of the Luya tribe, technically, but historically speaking, we are actually Luo. It's a whole mess, right? But we speak both languages, actually, Luo and so-called Luya. And originally we came from Uganda, anyways, from the Baganda Empire, because our king, he was part Oromo, part Baganda. He was a homosexual, right? Wanga II. So we left his ass in Uganda, and we came to Kenya to establish a new kingdom. So yeah.
Y'all was interbreeding like crazy.
We had to marry Luyas to survive because most of us were men. Then on my dad's side, we've got the Gabs and the Kisis. And Kisis, unfortunately, they were not collaborators. I think 1 million of them got killed by the British. Their cattle got raided. low IQ people, man. They decided to fight. They want collaborators, and the other ones, the Gabs, they were in the north, so they stayed away from colonialism because the other tribes were fighting back. So I mostly claim the high IQ one because collaborating with the British is the only high IQ thing. Why would you fight someone who's stronger than you? Remember that video I showed you, Caesar, right? Of the Kisi hub surgeons operating brain surgery with like 96%
Yes.
healing rate. On TikTok, Igbos were claiming that these are Igbos. What the hell? Bro, those were not Igbos, those were Kisis. Like, what they start claiming?
Igbo propaganda.
The language doesn't even sound like Igbos. I was like, everyone was like, oh, these are Igbos. I was like, bro, no, these are Kisis. Because someone clipped the video without them mentioning that it's Kisis. Igbos are like, oh yeah, this is us. Every comment was from Igbos. That was interesting, man.
Igbo Amaka. The comments like Igbo Amaka, right? Or some shit, right?
Now the thing is interesting is with the Luyas, as you mentioned, they have a very similar culture to Yoruba. Like the naming, like one of my whatever grandparents or something, they are called like Omuwa or Olua. You know, there's a lot of basically Yoruba naming systems, culture,
Oh god.
and everything. These are very Yoruba people, man. Like I've seen it, like very Yoruba in the system. Even one of my middle names, very Yoruba name. I'm not gonna say it. So
Don't tell me it's an Alua.
I'm not gonna say it, but it's very Yoruba.
You're the Yorubas, Jehovah.
Bro, like trust me, that tribe is basically like a Yoruba lost descendant or something like that. Right? Even Omanyala, right? That sounds very Yoruba. That's like the fastest Kenyan on the 100-meter. No, the fastest African actually on the 100-meter sprint. He's a Wanga.
Yeah, but here's the thing. I don't understand this whole Bantu thing because when I read about certain tribes and even the Republic of Congo, they do things that Igbos do. I feel like that whole Niger Congo thing, I feel like they're all one kind of. At least that's how I view it. At least I think
Well,
they're all.
it depends, right? So I'll give you an example, right? If you look at Kisis, they are Bantu people, but they're heavily mixed with the Maasai, Kalenjin, and the Konso. So genetically, they lost a lot of that so-called Bantu heritage. In Kenya, the only real Bantus would be like the Luyas. They're real Bantus. They have like some Dinka admixture because they went through Uganda. So there's a little bit of like, let's say 10 to 15% Dinka-like admixture, but that's about it, right? They're pure Bantus. So shout out to the Luyas. And the whole so-called Niger Congo, when they say Niger Congo, they're including Niger. And the interesting thing is Niger isn't even a so-called Bantu-speaking language group, right? It's Chadic. But genetically speaking, they are close to the Mande-speaking groups, right? So like Wolof, Bambara, Fulani, and those kinds of people, right? That's the so-called Hausa-speaking groups. Very similar to Mande-speaking groups.
And Wolofs aren't
But-
either.
Say that again, flexed up.
Fulanis and Wolofs aren't Mande.
Okay, they're
Maninka,
not Mande, right?
Bambara,
But they
Soninke, those are.
But genetically, you niggas are all mixed, right? Like you have the same Monday like base genetic admixture. Like you're mixed with like some Congolese people with some Sudanic people and then North Africans. Yeah, so he said Fulani is it? You say it's closer. Okay, so which one's the Monday one? Sorry, obviously you have Mandinka.
Mandinka, Bambara. They say like Mende. They say Sarakule, which is Soninke.
Sarakule.
Yeah.
What about Wolof? Wolof sounds like
Wolof isn't.
Wolof. Okay, that makes
They're
sense.
their
Wolof
own group.
was Sudani, like it's Niger Kordofan language, right? It's not.
Yeah, that one I agree with. I definitely agree with that. I see some similarities.
Yeah, because I hear a lot of Kordofan similarities, like in the language group. When I hear like my Wolof friends speak, etc. Yeah, exactly. Storyteller. They do really sound. If you notice as well, it's kind of interesting. So, Flexed Up, are you from Senegal or Gambia?
Yes, Senegal and Guinea.
Oh, so Guinea. That means so is your Fulani side from Guinea?
Both
Or
is
Senegal?
Fulani.
Oh,
Both
okay, both
are.
is Fulani. Okay,
Yeah.
makes sense. Okay, interesting. Yeah, there's a lot of like trolling against Fulanis like a couple weeks ago, but it was good
Guys,
stream
so this is
anyways.
the internet, man. You can't take it too seriously.
No, but I remember used to be a hater, man. It used to be like, oh, Kaiser hates Fulanis, man. I
Oh,
remember back in the days.
I used to be roasting. I was roasting you in the chat.
Yeah, man, all the time, and I'm just like, man, this Fulani hate, man, every time.
You can't hear my tone, so it probably sounds like I'm hating on you. I'm just trolling
Yeah, of course, of
you.
course. You can't really read.
Here's the thing: in West Africa, until like people are like, oh, well, be honest, like the Igbos are trying to colonize. But if we don't admit that they're colonizing tribes in West Africa, we're gonna keep doing this little facade. Just like how people say the Igbos are colonizing the Fulani also are colonizing. We just have to admit there's colonizing going on in West Africa. So if we're gonna come together, like we have to admit, like, bro, there's
That's why
colonizing
you
going
guys are
on.
the biggest enemies, bro. It's like Kenya. If you come to Kenya, who do you think is Kikuyu's biggest enemies in Kenya, guys?
Somalis?
Exactly. Right? You guys are so similar. That's why you're biggest enemies of each other. You're both
I mean,
colonized.
we have to admit
I
this.
think they are similar, which is funny. I actually agree with that.
Yeah.
Like
We'll travel anywhere.
Yep. Exactly. You guys are actually really nomads, Caesar.
I respect the Fulani one because unlike the Igbos, see, Fulanis are much more quiet. I don't know why. I was even watching this video on Twitter. Some Igbos were like, they have all these luxury cars in Cape Town. They were showing it off. And I was just like, why? Why can't we just be quiet and dominate? Why do we have to why do we have to show off?
Now, Caesar. Okay, to be honest, of all the races that I've dated, right, Fulani is the only one that ever actually rejected me, man. That's the only one, right? I was dating this Fulani single mother once, and didn't work out. I got rejected. The only tribe in Africa that rejected me, apart from Wanga, right, is Fulani. So
I had mediocre success with a Fulani Wolof chick, but she didn't look Fulani. She looked black as fuck.
No,
I mean, there's black Fulanis.
It
There's
depends on the
dark Fulanis.
No, but she looked like a real N-word. You know what I'm saying?
No, Caesar, as I said, right? Depends on the region, right? If you go to Guinea, right, they're gonna be a lot more lighter skinned. If you go to like North Nigeria, you might see the Hausa Fulanis who are a lot more like Hausa looking, etc. So it just depends where she's from. Yeah, yes, storyteller, definitely. I got rejected by a Fulani single mom, man. Like, sure, I got my. No, she was. No, we never talked about it, right? She was beautiful. Actually, I think I got a
This
picture
was in
of
the
her.
West?
Yeah, this was in the UK. Yeah.
Yeah, it had to be. I already know.
And then she was saying some weird shit to me, man. She was like, this is interesting, right? It's like one time she was just like, oh, I'm not like up to this whole thing about like hair texture and facial features and shit. It's like, why are you telling me this weird shit, man? I didn't even know that shit was part of their community, right? Like, it was just interesting, right? At first I thought, in the UK you have a lot of these like quarter caste people. By quarter caste I mean 75% black and then like 25% white. I thought she was one of them. So she started talking to me about some weird black stuff. She's like, oh, we're all niggas. I was like, okay, but why are you telling me this? Then it turned out later on, maybe in her community that this is part of the conversations that they have or something. Everybody says Kaizo's dating a single mom. More proof why he got rejected. Man, he's a beta male. No, Manifest didn't reject me, man. These niggas were useless. Right? I remember like cooking up Jessica X and what's the other nigga's name? The nigga that died right from drinking too much. I don't know, Gatorade or some shit, right? But yeah, so Flex Top, yeah, that's my only struggle. It was one Fulani chick, that's it. Oh yeah, and also one Wolof one as well. That's the only ones.
Yeah, that's not that crazy. I've heard this before. But like what you guys were saying earlier about the French countries, yeah, French countries are gonna get overlooked. You're right about that. Because to be honest with you, Ivory Coast, right next door, is more developed than Ghana. These are just facts. Regardless of, whether we like their leadership or not, they are.
I see, yeah. Yeah, and I agree with you generally.
like
I think
infrastructure wise.
Is
no,
it
you're
really?
right. You're right. No, Ivory Coast is doing okay, Caesar. It's like heavily slept on because Caesar. Here's the thing, right? The French are not stupid to overexploit every single ex-colonial country. You do realize that. Like, let's say if you look at Comoros islands, right? Specifically, let's say Mayotte. Mayotte is still under France, right? The country's economy is doing better than all the surrounding nations, like Madagascar and everyone else. So France, yes, it is very, very parasitic, but it does understand that you have to keep some countries happy. Like the whole Gabon thing. Like I remember when you niggas heard about Gabon coup and you guys were so excited. It's like, oh, it's anti-French. No, I said from the beginning, this has nothing to do with France. These niggas don't even know what France is. So yeah, it's France is parasitic, but it's very parasitic in like specific nations where it did specific deals to exploit them.
I mean, to make the case for France and these French-speaking countries, I mean, France is doing its thing, especially at least in AI. I know France is doing its thing. So I mean, maybe the French aren't that behind.
No,
It's up to
Caesar.
the French Africans to catch up.
The French are not behind at all, right? So let me give you context here, right? And I've said this before, and I know people are gonna hate me for this, but Niger will be way worse without France. You understand this, right?
Why?
I tell you why, right? Because France is one of the biggest. No, Europe is one of the biggest buyers of uranium. Niger
And
never invested in value-added human resources like Kenya did, for example, Senegal is doing now. So what that means is, right, basically, Niger would be a dysfunctional state if France never sent Orania, to be the creator of the mines. Because you guys always like to hate on this. Oh, France did this deal and that. Who do you think made the mines? Who do you think serviced the mines? It was France. France did everything.
I don't know. I don't know how smart other people are. But I think everyone has self-agency. At least I hope people do.
No. Caesar, let me give you context, like proper examples. So I love to give examples, right? Central African Republic. That's what Niger would have been if France never came in. A failed state with no laws, no rules, no companies, no nothing. One of the poorest countries in the world. Yeah, sure, Niger still is kind of very poor, but it would have been Central African Republic. And that place is a shithole.
The reason why
they don't even have, hang on, Caesar, they don't even have their own beer companies. Something as simple as freaking brewery, they don't even have that. Right now, Wagner is the one making beer for them. Before it was France. So I'm just saying, like, because here's the thing, what you guys forget, right? The ex-colonizers are the ones who helped you guys develop. Shell helped Nigeria, British Tea, whatever it is, helped Kenya with the whole companies. So all these ex-companies that used to be there, or rather still there, but were leading during colonization, they're the ones who remained and helped these countries at least have some kind of trade network. So without France, Niger will be as bad as Central Africa.
No, so Kaizo, I don't agree. I think there's two things going on. One, you have this French influence, and you also have these whoever the elite who are running Niger, right? What goes on in these countries is you have these elite that are kind of being propped up by the French government, right? And the way these elite keep power is by keeping their people stupid. So in a country like Niger, their literacy rate is just so low. I do believe if the French weren't involved, the people would demand more of their state and their state.
So? Have you been to Central African Republic?
Central African Republic? I mean, I don't.
It's a shithole, man.
It's a mineral-rich country. I'm sure the people are doing the same thing in Central Africa. They're probably extracting fucking vibranium.
No, Wagner is now extracting stuff, right? Before it was France.
No, I'm saying like I think if the colonialists weren't there, right? These elites wouldn't be propped up. That kind of keep their people stupid and dumb. That's what I think.
Storyteller, it's not that you think French companies will remain. They have to remain, right? They own the mines. The mines are actually owned by France. That's why France.
No, they don't. They don't have to stay. If I'm the government, I'll kick them out.
No, listen, Caesar. The government cannot just steal the mines.
Yeah,
because if they do, no, they can't. I'll tell you why. If they do, no company is going to work with them. No respectable company will work with them and invest in building new mines. And if they do build new mines, they'll do it in such a shabby way that it's going to be dangerous after they leave. It's all to do with trade, right? If you steal stuff from me and I sign legitimate contract, right? No one else is going to come and invest there. That's the thing.
Wrong. They
So
weren't
no,
legitimate. They
That's
weren't
the
legitimate.
issue. That's the issue that Africa, like a lot of African countries, had in the first place after independence. Like a lot of people tried to nationalize, and that scared away foreign direct investment.
Yep,
You
exactly.
know, so it's it's like the West already has the incentive structures in place, so they don't even have to, like, how like people are like, oh, it's a conspiracy. They already have the structures, the incentive structures in place to the point where it's like, well, it doesn't make sense for me to invest in this country even if I would have wanted to, so it's just like, it's complicated, man.
Mhm. Yeah, I think flexed up. You need to teach Caesar. Caesar's like a weird optimist, man. He doesn't seem to understand economics. He
No,
just
I
thinks
don't.
you can chase
I
out
I
people.
have optimism in some ways, but it's measured. It's very measured optimism. It's not out of control optimism,
But
But
this nigga is crazy. He just thinks
No,
you can
no.
kick.
I disagree with you guys. I think these African countries are, I have a lot to think. I don't know. I
Caesar,
don't
you don't live in Africa for a reason. So stop the cap.
No, there's reasons why I'm not in Africa, but I don't have to share everything, right? I don't think dude, all you guys are talking about FDI. What is the FDI even doing for these people?
I mean, that's how how Africans love to brag about these Asian countries. That's what the Asian countries got while we were trying to nationalize our stuff.
Yep.
So now they have the momentum. Like they just pretty much, like, people don't talk about, like, I'm not gonna hate on Asia. They had the structures in place to, take advantage, but they really won because of their positioning on the globe, to be honest.
Yeah.
Wait, what
They're right
what did
they're
they
right next to
do?
Russia and right next to a lot of choke points, international choke
What did they
points.
nationalize? What did Nigeria doesn't even run their own oil? Like, what did they even nationalize?
No, I
it was
wasn't saying Nigeria specifically. I was talking about just there was a wave of nationalization in a lot of different
Bro,
What
Caesar,
did they nationalize?
Congo, they tried it.
They don't
Burkina
nationalize.
Faso. No, Caesar, many of
Yeah,
these countries.
Burkina, they tried it. Yeah.
Tanzania, Congo, Burkina
Yeah,
Faso tried it. All of these countries were doing it.
China
Zimbabwe did it.
nationalized a bunch of stuff.
Oh yeah, Zimbabwe too.
China
And
nationalized.
now
Caesar,
they're
it's
doing the
different.
opposite. Zimbabwe is
In
going the
fact,
opposite
if
way
you
now.
look at the biggest companies in the world, like a lot of them are Chinese. They use national, they're owned by
Caesar,
Chinese government.
that's not it, right? China first did a few things before they
Partnerships first.
nationalized, right? That's the thing that you're missing. The issue, China was already in partner with Russia. It's a whole China. You can't just use China. China is a different case study, right? But look, Caesar, all I can say is this, right? Like you like to booty clap for optimism, and it is what it is. But you're just
Don't compare us to China. Compare us to Southeast Asia.
exactly, yeah.
So Southeast Asia had Japan. They had another power come in
the reason why
that needed cheap labor, and they took advantage in Thailand. They took advantage in South Korea. They took advantage in Singapore. All of these nations that we're talking about. We don't talk about Japan as well, and how they literally helped them industrialize, gave them technology transfers.
So,
like this wasn't just like, oh, they got it out the mud. We're stupid.
I think they did.
Like
I think
that.
African governments
It's more
do.
complicated than
So
that.
here's the reason why I disagree. These governments,
Caesar.
they don't
Let
even
me-
have
let me-
basic systems. So when we
So
talk
let
about
me-
like they didn't.
Singapore
even
used to
real
be a
government.
backwater.
They're not
Have you
even
seen
real-
what Singapore used to look like?
They're not even real governments.
No, Caesar.
So
Let me
it's
add
like when you're
context
saying-
here, right? Hang on, Caesar. If you look at Zimbabwe, I've seen Zimbabweans. I've watched documentaries on them and so on. Zimbabwe is probably Zimbabwe should have been the Singapore of Africa. Should have been, right? These niggas are extremely high IQ, very well spoken. They actually understand things at a high level. Know what's missed them. But that country got sanctions on top of sanctions. If that Mugabe character didn't overestimate the importance of owning your own land, Zimbabwe will be actually a upper middle income country by now, like Botswana or South Africa. That's not even an overestimate. These guys are very highly educated. Forget literacy rate. That's low IQ. Education rate. They're one of the highest in Africa.
Yo, but facts. But the other thing that I think people like don't really think about, people compare us to Asia, but we just do not have the same circumstances as Asia. We really don't. Like we don't have the position on the globe that they do. That matters a lot. Like I feel like people forget about that.
Yeah, that's true.
So like, so they got a lot, they got a lot of help. China first from Russia, from I guess a military standpoint. I'm not gonna discredit them. They put in the work, of course, but they did also have help, right?
Yeah.
I think that
Soviet
people need to
Union.
realize, and then of course, the US and all the, US and the West in general, right? But with, WTO and, all of those things that we know of, right? But like, I think that people are expecting like an African country to just, somehow become, this force, somehow just spontaneously become Japan and then go around and industrialize every country around them. And it's a little bit more complicated than that, how it happened in Asia. Like these smaller countries, they had help from bigger nations. So it's like I feel like we need more scale to do something like, how people compare us to China. We would need more scale to be compared to China. Like we would need to scale up to even be compared to India, you
What
know?
do you mean by scale up?
Like scale up in terms of, when I talk about regionalization all the time, like we would need free trade in a large or freer movement of goods within a larger area, um, and a larger market also, to attract that outside investment, like to the point where we're just like too strategic to ignore. Like our market is too large, and our trade and our internal integration, like the opportunity for it is just too large. There's like a critical mass that a lot of countries aren't reaching. I don't think Nigeria has reached it yet. It has, on paper it has the best chance, but I think that, like I said, if like something like a EAC becoming an EAF, it could become a force against like eventually when people turn on India, because right now everybody has this love affair with India. They're going to have to look for another force to counteract India. And if EAF could turn themselves into that potential force, especially on the Indian Ocean, such a strategic spot, they could become like a counterbalance. So maybe you'll get some like investment, just cause you're a strategic spot that we could, because like look at it, China. Like imagine if EAF comes to be, and India is trying to compete with China. China's gonna go over and be like, well, let me mess with EAC. Let me give them some money. Let's get some technology transfers going there. And then the United States is going to be looking like, oh damn, we've got to invest over there, and we don't know what direction India is going to end up going. So let's go invest there too, because like, China's there as well. So it's kind of like there's this geopolitical game, and we never talk about that part of it. We just talk about we need to develop, but these things go hand in hand. You cannot separate the two. Every story that you name about development, I can name a geo-strategic reason why that happened and how they got the foreign direct investment.
Giving weight, and that's the problem with like African, like that's the problem with Africans. Just like you're giving too many excuses to like outsiders. Oh, they help them. These people got help.
No. I'm not.
We didn't get help because
That's not even what I'm saying.
Most of these African governments, they can't even build roads successfully. So
No.
they're just
I agree.
incompetent in general. Like it's not because the white man wanted to work with Asia more and it's on this side of the country, and if you're showing where, if India gets stronger, then they're gonna start working with the EAF. Can the EAF
I'm not saying that's gonna happen. I'm just putting competence. Trust me, there's still complete incompetence. Trust me, I agree. But what I'm saying is the story. The story that people like to the comparison between Africa and Asia. I'm just saying that the comparisons that people make, the low IQ comparisons, They're just low IQ. They
What's
make no
wrong with the
sense.
comparison? So Africans say, look, we are dusty. Let's get our shit
No,
together.
we are
You
dusty
keep making all
compared to
these
them.
excuses.
I agree with that comparison, but what I'm saying is we're not looking at the geopolitical
No,
aspect of
because
it.
Africans don't want to compare themselves to anybody because they don't want to accept the fact that they suck, that they're not working hard enough. Every time you try to
These
compare
leaders aren't
Africa
taking
to any region,
advantage of anything.
every
They're
time
in
you
the
try to
pocket.
compare
They're
Africa
not
to any other
they're
country,
not stepping out. This is what I'll say. The leaders aren't stepping out to create like their own interest group in order to do what's necessary geopolitically, in order to do what's necessary economically.
okay, fair.
That's all I'm saying. Like it like I said, or like you said, you're right. Incompetence. But I'm just saying that, like I said, the story, the comparisons that we make, we should we should be we should basically just dissect the comparisons better. That's all
Because
I'm
this
saying.
is what those Nigerian uncles do. Whenever you try to compare Nigeria to any other country, oh, we're not the same. Our case is different. Our case is different. Our case
Check
is
this
different.
out. When have they ever said what I've said in the way that I said it just now?
Well, you're saying it much smarter, but the end result's still the same. We're not.
They don't talk about
reason-
anything
We're not.
geopolitical. They don't
We're
talk
not
about
the reason.
themselves.
No,
They
it's
just
still,
complain.
but
They
it's
just
still the same
complain what
result.
they're not. They
But it's
just
still the
complain and say they're not China.
Well,
You know,
flex up.
like
It's still the same result. Oh, the reason why we're in the situation we're in is not. It's not really our fault. We're in a unique situation. We're unique.
no. The way that I'm talking is you need to put yourself in a position to make a larger play. And we're not doing the positioning yourself to make a larger play part. We're not doing the positioning part to then make that quantum leap to be compared to a Southeast Asia or whatever. You see what I'm saying?
I mean, fair.
That's
As
what
long
I'm
as
trying
you
to
stay-
say. Like it's I'm just saying that all of these things are interconnected and we try to separate them, you know?
I mean, fair.
Like
As long as you
economics and geopolitics, they literally are related. They literally are twins. You know, that you cannot separate one from the other. The only reason why we do that is to compartmentalize because that's what humans do.
as long as there's a personal, as long as there's some kind of accountability in your argument, because
No.
that's kind of
I
what
agree
annoys
with
me.
that, but I thought we already knew that, Caesar. Like
No,
I'm
it
not
has
an
to be
excuse
stated.
maker
It
for
has to be
African
stated.
leaders.
It has to be
Yeah.
stated. Because
No,
if
I
we
agree.
don't state that's 90% of. I mean, these guys are dusty. I wasn't impressed. Even like when I was in Nigeria, I went Lagos, the one they're always crying about. There's nothing impressive there. It's kind of sad, So these people they always try to rate what they're doing. Oh, we're trying. They're not trying. They can't even build roads. That's not the white man's fault. There's no geopolitical interest. You're just incompetent. People are more concerned about spreading their religion or spreading their tribal dominance than actually
hang on.
building
You're not
anything.
correct.
Correct me.
Just for Africans can build roads. The issue is Africans are corrupt and they steal the money. That's why China came in. We do have construction companies that can build decent roads. The issue
Yeah,
is
that's a part of the issue.
Yeah.
I mean, the leaders don't think it's a big deal that the roads last 5 years. A governor said that in Nigeria. Oh, this road lasts 5. Roads don't last 5 years. They last 50 years. Like roads actually last 50 years in other parts of the world.
The stealing of the materials and utilizing cheap material products so that they can kind of siphon the money, because that's really the main difference between China and so-called African contractors. It's just that Chinese contractors actually do their job. Yeah, they overcharge you. By the way, Chinese contractors do overcharge you because they provide the labor and equipment.
Yeah,
and
but the
everything.
African leaders getting a piece of that. That's
Yep.
the problem too. They're getting a kickback to be able to overcharge. That's the main issue I think that we have with a lot of construction projects.
It's kind of interesting. I think so. If you look at, let's say, the Kenyan, the SGR standard gauge railway, and it's just you know what the Chinese did, right? A lot of that material was actually reused, refurbished material. That's one from old Chinese trains. That's number one. Two, they overcharged them by several $100 million, right? And also they were the ones providing every service, so you pay them to even work for that. What Uganda did, right? Obviously, as you said, that was corruption from the governors. Uganda actually set up a proper tender, right? And Germany, China, and Turkey put up a bid, and they found the cheapest one. Of course, they found it much, much cheaper from Turkey and Germany than they did China, for example. It's all, it's just like as corruption goes on, at every scale. That's really one of our biggest problems. So, shout out, Jude. Are you there, brother?
Oh yes, Kaizo. How you doing, man? Long time, bro.
Yeah, a long time. And I haven't, before I was doing some work, so I didn't actually listen to the conversation. But I hope you're good.
Oh yeah, man. Yeah, about this Africa stuff, man. The more we talk about Africa, the more there's a heart attack that a lot of people are getting. It's just too, it's just too, crazy, and we just don't know how to do things, man. I mean, how do you bring a Chinese company to Africa and they bring all their goods from China? And yeah, they are doing construction in your country, and you don't even inspect what they are bringing in. In America, for you to construct something, they have to inspect those goods, see if
Yep.
these are real, if it's not refurbished, if it's, I mean, you have to pay. I mean, the kind of money that you pay for things that are not worthy. I'm just like, what the heck? And then at the end of the day, they build mediocre things that does not last long. It lasts, probably takes you for
Caesar,
2 3 years,
not
and
Caesar,
everybody is happy in Africa.
Jude, let me give you a perfect example. So, I was in the Swahili coast actually, just like, I think, was it 2 months ago? Or a month? I think it was 2 months ago, right? And there's actually a bridge. It's called, it's between, which city was I in? It was not Kilwa, it was, that's in Tanzania. It was Kilifi. The bridge there, right, was built in the 80s. Do you know which country built it? It was Japanese. It's still standing today and it looks brand new.
There you go.
Exactly. But
The Chinese ones. Go ahead.
Even in Cameroon, right, we have this bridge that was built by the Germans. Till today, the government have not built any other bridge except that bridge that the Germans left, and it's still working. And what I'm
Yep.
saying is, the only time Africans were able to build stuff was when the white man was whipping them in the ass for them to build stuff. Ever since the white man left, we have not been able to build things on our own. It's crazy, man.
Yeah, that's insane. Actually, that is insane.
I mean, but we know they're getting paid to look the other way and not inspect stuff. Like, we know what's going on. So you need to put a system in place to make sure that doesn't happen, where it happens much less, to the point where it's still, because I mean, these overinflation of projects, we know they're happening elsewhere, but they kill us because we're already at the bottom and everybody's trying to get a cut. Like, everybody's trying to skim something, even the most bottom level people.
There's also an ignorance thing, because I don't care how much you overcharge me. I grew up in the West. I know for a fact that a road should last at least 25 years minimum. A road, and for a governor to articulate that roads last 5 years or something like that, that's like a lack of knowledge. You don't even realize, you don't realize how long things are supposed to last.
Exactly. And it says that this is the thing, right? Take for instance, there are things that Chinese do for America. When they build things for America, it takes longer for it to even go bad. But in Africa, right, they bring you the third grade. There's this stuff that they call the third grade, because they believe that Africa do not have a thinking. I mean, they don't know what it just. Come on, man. Look what happened in Angola. The Chinese went over there. The government called them to build an estate. They built an estate, bring their whole prisoners from China, and they were the one running the show with no experience in it. 2 3 years down the line, all the construction that the Chinese built in Angola apartment complex now have cracks in them. Nobody stays in it. The Angolans cannot maintain it. The Chinese have gone. They have taken their money. They have gone, and nobody is saying anything. I mean, almost like 200 complex apartment all have cracks. It could. I mean, I'm like, do Africans don't have technical schools? Why is it the Chinese building apartment complexes? Come on, man. The government spent all this huge money, billion of dollars, yet things that are built and cannot last longer. They, oh man, how long will Africans keep having mediocre things in their country? And I saw the new railway built in Lagos. Everybody was coming out happy that they built a railway. Is it gonna last? Can African maintain stuff? That is another problem that we Africans like. We don't know how to maintain things around. By 2 3 years from now, you go to those where these things were constructed. Even the stadium that was built in Cameroon during the AFCON, African Cup of Nations. Now those stadiums are dilapidated. I'm talking about the grasses that was planted. I mean, oh man, I'm like, really? Really, what is going on with Africa? The stadiums are all, the chairs are, water is coming down, leaking, grasses are getting dried, nobody is watering them. There's no maintenance person put in place to maintain stuff. Everything is just, oh man, I mean, the one we have a heart attack if you keep talking about Africa, man. It's just we are sick, man.
No, but here's the thing. I think
Dude,
that
they
Western,
sick,
I think
man. Dude,
Western
they so
blacks should
bad.
run Africa. I truly, I think Western blacks, enlightened blacks, should run it. I don't even like.
Caesar.
If you don't understand what a real
Caesar, what the hell you talking about Western blacks? Most of these guys that run Africa studied in in the United States and Europe.
No, they're not. They're not Western blacks. I hear them talk. They're not Western blacks. If you don't understand how long things should last, you didn't grow like just living in a working country. You know how that this is. Even if they overcharge you, okay, this is how long bridges last. You know what a bridge looks like. Like they can't do that.
Bro, Tinubu studied in Chicago, man.
No, the problem is they're probably
Claudia
stealing the
studied in
money
France.
for maintenance.
I mean,
That's likely the problem.
Here's
Then
the
you
thing,
can't.
how much can you even steal if you understand? Like, come on. If I was a governor, I know what a bridge look like. Even if I steal, the bridge will still be bridge. It will still be bridging. It will still bridge, you know? I might steal some money. It's still going to be a bridging. But these guys build bridges. The bridges don't even last. So you wonder, do they even know what a bridge really, like what a bridge is?
I remember back in the days, Kaizo played a video over here where a bridge was built in Congo. The day that it was supposed to be inaugurated, and maybe in Kenya, they climbed on that bridge and they were trying to check it out. The ministers were on that bridge and that bridge collapsed. A brand new bridge that took over probably $1 billion to build. I think it was in Kenya or Congo. That same day that it was getting open, and this is one thing about Africans, they build a toilet, and you see everybody comes out to clap.
Man. Kenya, don't disrespect Kenya, man. That was Congo.
Okay, that was Congo. They built a small toilet, a bridge that is linking one village to another. Everybody comes out to clap. The ministers, the president. They have like, isn't it a necessity to have good road, electricity? Why do people come out to clap for a little road being constructed? Oh man,
That's what I'm saying.
God.
The standards are different. Electricity is a requirement, period. Internet is a requirement, period. These are not luxuries. If you think
they see it as luxury, man,
then you have the wrong mindset. Sorry, electricity is a requirement for a functioning society in 2023.
Yeah, but I mean, when you talk of Western blacks, I mean, even in America, me and you live in America, we know that the blacks have not, even their neighborhood is all getting messed up. It's just blacks in general. The only time blacks in America were able to build America was when they were enslaved. The white man forced them. And that is what they also have to do. It seems like we also have to still get forced by the white man to build Africa. If not, and then the things that are being built are mediocre. Somebody has to force us. If not, and then we will keep running around from one country to another, keep flying over to European countries. It will still be a lot of problems, you know. So,
moment a bridge collapsed.
I think Kaito want to play that video.
This is the moment a bridge collapsed in Democratic Republic of Congo.
Oh man,
being inaugurated.
That's hilarious. Come on.
In a video verified
Did
by
he
Reuters,
spend more on
sharply
infrastructure
shooting
after?
dignitaries could be seen gathered on the footbridge in the capital Kinshasa. But
in the
just as the
capital,
organizer cut the ribbon, the bridge buckled. Both.
bro, did you know how much that bridge cost? They tell you it costs almost like $1 billion to build that
No, it
bridge.
doesn't.
That is collapsed. That's Africa for you, man. That's Africa. And guess what? Maybe I don't know who built that bridge. Maybe it was China and maybe Africa. But even if it was Africa, another thing is we Africans. I don't know our own the way we do things, because some of the road that Cameroonians are building in Cameroon, they just go around and put stuff on the road and they call it road. I don't know if I think it's the same for every. That's why our African presidents are looking for Chinese, because even us ourselves, it seems like we don't know how to build stuff. You know, you take contract for a project and you go around and see what you build, open gutters, open project is not finished, your money is already paid. I'm like, who is checking this stuff? Is the guy also collecting his own money and put in his own pocket? You build road, there is no light on the road, places are dark, no markings, no paintings on the road, no signs. Oh man. And you tell me you have built road. Man, I just came to, I mean, when people say, oh, offer solutions, like what kind of solutions are you going to offer to Africans that they are going to take serious? Most of the solutions that I've heard other people give on panel, which African president is implementing those solutions? You know, so I mean, talking about solutions is just like throwing water on a dog's back. It just dries, it just follows, you know. That's it. Nobody takes care. I mean, come on, man. I think we are doomed, man. Like, I mean, we might be happy that we have a little things in development here and there, but come on, bro. Come on. The bigger picture is we are suffering. You go to inner cities, it's just crazy. It's just, you know, from left to right, it's just, you know, same old story, man. Like I said, check out North Africa. North Africa look more desertic than us in the sub-Saharan. But these people are doing far better off. It means if it was the black man that was up north in North Africa, we will be suffering saying, oh, the Sahara Desert, blaming the Sahara Desert, blaming this, blaming that, you know. But the Arabs in the north, they have taken use of the Sahara Desert. These people have the best electricity system in Africa. I'm talking about North Africans. Algeria, Egypt, they have their electricity is 100% good. You come to sub-Saharan Africa where there is excess water in DRC Congo that can lighten the whole of Africa, yet we still lack electricity. Oh man. Oh, bro.
Jude, but I think we've
Jude, take
discussed
a
it
break,
before,
bro.
right? You know, the average IQ of an African Jude is 70, and according to the white man, IQ of 70 is mentally retarded. So, you know, it is what it is, right, Jude? You know the real reason why we don't have what we have. Like, think about it, Jude, right? Imagine the average African is only able to reason at an IQ of 70, according to the sources I have seen.
Bro, they say
Imagine
even
that.
a lizard is far better off than an average African person. Because if a lizard lifts up a tree and falls on the ground, he's able to take his head up and say, wow, I congratulate myself. But an African person, man, when he falls, a black person, when he falls on the ground, that's it. He blames the white man for what they did. He blames this person. He never looks up and say, wow, I can also do this. No, we don't. I mean, come on, man.
Nah, you're right, Caesar, man. Look, and I know I'm gonna get hate from Vexed Up and Caesar, but the truth is the truth, man. These people got accepted, Jude, man. Because here's the thing, Jude, and I think
You're not gonna get hate from me, man.
I remember when Jude, you were in Bijounoir's channel, right? And then you used to speak this real harsh truths, and everybody was hating on you, right? But now I see everything you're saying, Jude, since
Bro,
2 years ago.
2 years
Africa,
ago, man.
yeah.
Africa has not changed since then. 10 years ago, I was watching a Nigerian guy talking about how Nigeria need electricity. 10 years ago, 60 years ago, we're talking about electricity problems. Why we were on the same level with Southeast Asian countries. We were on the same level. We were feeding them in the 1960s when they were broke.
You know what's sad? Like, I remember there's this guy, it's a black American. His name is Thomas Sowell. And he made this interesting video about why Africa didn't develop as much as Europe and Asia, and he talked about the very difficult waters. Like, if you go to Congo, the waterways are very harsh, right? These are fast, rapid raft and waterfall waters. So he's saying, okay, trade was more difficult because the waters were non-navigable. But here's the thing. The same non-navigable waterways means also it's great for electricity. So
Exactly.
Why didn't we build freaking hydro dams? It's the same shit. It's like,
that's all we need, literally.
Kaizo, Switzerland, as we speak, Switzerland have the worst mountainous, is the one of the worst mountainous countries in the world. They took advantage of that mountainous and built underground road and railways. Africa can take advantage. I was telling you about the desert up north. The Arabs have taken advantage of the Sahara Desert, and they have changed how. See, look at Dubai, United Arab Emirates. Look at all these places. Look at America where it snows almost 6 months. It snows. They are able to build road inside snow. Come on, man. And you are talking about just tropical water. Come on, bro. Come on, man. What the heck is that? People have taken advantage of their own chaos problems and build things from overnight. And you are, oh man, that's not a problem, Kaizo.
Wait, so here's the thing. I feel
That
like
is a blaming tactics.
I don't agree with. I don't think the solution is to come together because it's just not going to happen, right? One group, one high IQ group is going to have to just dominate another group and just excel, right? It's the jungle. But it's like when they say come together, if you analyze that Congo River, the reason why it wasn't built, the dam, is because one, many Africans don't see it as a priority, even having electricity. That's the first issue.
You don't need
And
many
second,
Africans.
you'll
can
find
build
out.
a small functional. They have like a very useless dam right now, right? That dam is barely meeting the requirements of the country. You could do what Ethiopia did at the very least, right? Just build a very large enough dam, and then you invest and you build more dams. You don't have to build one massive dam. You can do whatever is
Guys, so there's
economic-
probably some kind of tribal conflict, I guarantee you, where one
Okay, so
tribe
Caesar, let me ask you a
controls the
question, right?
river and the
Let me
other
ask you a
tribe doesn't want this tribe to have electricity
No, but Caesar,
first. Blah,
Caesar,
blah, blah.
what I'm hearing is excuses.
So if you can't have, that's what's going on. What?
I'm hearing excuses, my Igbo brother.
Excuses, me. Excuses. Oh, I'm not making any excuses. I have a different mentality. I'm just telling you why it's not happening. Probably one tribe controls the river pathway, and they don't want this tribe to have electricity first, and they're fighting over.
Caesar might be right. The thing about Africa is we have never been able to solve solution problems in Africa. Look, there was one time this problem of Lake Chad. Let me make this point. There's one time a problem of Lake Chad arose. Lake Chad used to have it used to be one of the biggest lakes in Africa. Now the lakes is running dry. There was one time the Cameroonians, Chad, Nigeria, and other countries sat down to say, "Wow, let's take." There was a solution that came. Say, "Okay, let's connect the River Congo to Lake Chad so they can have enough electricity because Lake Chad now, because of no water, countries that are close to this, they are facing famine." And since till today, you go on YouTube and type Lake Chad project. How many 30 years ago that they were talking about this stuff? Africans have not been able to sit down and say, "Wow, we need to solve this." I mean, I don't know, man. I don't know. The Sahara Desert is still taking over the African continent. The Sahara Desert is coming fast down south. In 60 years to come, Nigeria, Cameroon, or Kenya, all these countries, Ethiopia, will all be Sahara Desert. And we still don't know how to solve these problems. We are not planting trees. Things are, oh man.
Juliet, let me add something here. This is interesting. If you look at the border, and I think I did this show earlier this morning, there wasn't anybody there, right? Because the time and everything. But I did a show on Haiti. I don't know if you managed to see a little bit of it, but what I showed in that video was that Haiti, if you look at the border between Haiti and Dominican Republic, the Haitian side killed all the trees. It's desert. On the Dominican side, it's beautiful. That's the problem.
You see a lot of trees.
We want to destroy everything. We don't care about.
You see, Haiti is all black, white. Dominican is all mixed.
Yep.
It tells you that wherever there's a mixed person or a light-skinned person or an Arab, things kind of change a little bit. It seems like those people have a high IQ than when it's just completely black people running a country.
No, there's a lot of conspiracies about Haiti because I watched that show. It was actually very interesting. I watched half of it at least. I don't want to share all of the conspiracies, but if you talk to Haitians, people believe there's some kind of weather control going on. That's what I actually do think that. I do believe that the U.S. is doing some kind of weather control to kind of mess with Haiti. I believe that personally.
It's possible.
But why do black people always think somebody, why don't they have, you're telling me Haiti does not have engineers to find out? Because they also mentioned that the earthquake it was America that, they did something to develop earthquake too. I'm like, wow, man. So we don't have black people that can really find out and say, oh, this is caused by this is caused by this. We always blame something on somebody. We have not been able to find out and solve problems.
Judah, you're right. I do think someone needs to investigate it. But regardless, I personally think the Caribbean's a lost cause. I don't think you can build a nation in the Caribbean. I'm sorry. I think the Caribbean's a lost. It's too close to the U.S. I do believe weather control is going on. I truly believe it in my heart. Haiti was too pro-black in the wrong location. I'm sorry. It was just the wrong place.
How can you tell me that you live in the same island shared between Dominican Republic and Haiti, and the other side is considered as heaven, and your own side is considered as hell? Earthquake is happening only in your own side. Everything is draining down. There's chaos everywhere. There's trees that they are fresh on the other side. Yet you look at your own environment. The trees are cut down. Like, what the heck is going on?
Every couple of years there's a hurricane or earthquake. They can't even build.
Even if what you're saying has some semblance to truth, why is it that the Haitians cut down every single tree on their side and created a drought? That one is actual. They just cut every tree down and burnt it down.
And that might be the problem of the earthquake, but they're going to blame it on somebody else. But you are the problem. All these things that we do in Africa, you see all this climate change now that is coming out, all this pollution I was telling someone that, they say, climate change, America is one of the countries that is causing a lot. I say, no, it's us Africans. You go on African street, most of all we piss on the road. We shit on the road. We cook food, we smoke. There's more pollution. African drives all kind of old cars on the street. We have more pollution in Africa than even America and Europe. So we are even the cause of climate change in the world. What the hell are you talking about, America? These people are doing clean air. You don't see nobody cooking on the road or pissing on the roadside or stuff like that. Come on, man. We are the problems.
Yeah, I think the Caribbean should just give up, move to Africa, pick one African country, and just build. We have to fight. We have to fight for what we want. We got to fight for it. All of us enlightened ones, we really should all pick one country and fight. That's what I believe personally, but that's not going to happen. Instead of us all going to our separate nations and being 1% of 1%, no, how about we all go to one country and be the majority and fight? Because we know what a real country looks like. These people don't expect electricity from their leaders, so it's not going to happen. I'm sorry. In 50 years, most African countries will not have electricity. That's a fact.
Caesar, if Africa was in Europe, if the black man was living in the Euro continent and the Europeans were living in Africa, all blacks will have died in Europe because come on, man, Sino and all these come on, will the black man be able to produce machines? You see how it snows in America, out of a sudden you see salt trucks running all over the place, man. Man, I'm confused. Like, what the heck is wrong with us?
No, we have a different mentality. I think a lot of us have a different mentality. We understand, wait a minute, if it snows, there needs to be, we expect it. A lot of our brothers and sisters don't even expect it, and their governors will not even give it to them because they don't even you have to ask for something to even receive it.
Caesar, how can you tell me that an African person, a country, cannot build road because they say it's rainy season? In America, they build road in snow. Yet you claim that there's rainy season, you cannot build road. They bring all these kind of problems. Like, I'm from Cameroon, right? The place that I'm from is so hilly. The government say, we cannot build this, we cannot build road in that place because it's so hilly. So it's always gonna be like dead road. I'm like, what the heck?
Judah,
are you kidding?
You know what I saw when I went to my community? Because I went on the off time, not during Christmas, and it was raining season, and the roads, it really made me sad. And the excuse was, well, it's raining season. Like you said, it's raining season. So the roads, why do roads disappear? Because it's raining season. Because they're mud roads. That's why. It's dirt roads. No one has put asphalt on it. It's a tough situation. It really is. It really hurt my heart when I saw it.
Boy, it has to hurt your heart. That's why when I go on panels, I see Africans supporting Africa. Africa is this, this and that. I'm like, it says that you my guy, man. Look. I just feel like, man, it's just Africa need to be taking. I mean, I mean, we need to sell Africa to the Europeans, and that's what it is, man. We
No,
need to
no,
sell it because
no. Look,
we
a
cannot
lot
do
of us
things.
Western black, I really do believe. Or not. Let me not just say Western blacks. I think there's a group of enlightened blacks across the world, and there's probably, let's say, up to 50 million of us. Honestly, let's say up to 50 to 100 million very enlightened blacks. That's a country right there. Honestly.
Caesar,
With no money.
Caesar, most
With
of these
no
African
money, Caesar.
presidents, when they studied in Europe, they used to talk like me and you. When they see how Africa was. Most of these guys, Paul Biya studied in France, Tinubu studied in Chicago, or the president of Ghana studied in America. You know, most
True.
of these African presidents, they studied overseas. They go to Europe all the time. They go to hospitals. How can you tell me that you are a president, yet you cannot build a benefiting hospital for you and your own people? Every time you get sick, you have to go to Europe. Are you kidding me?
So what changes if they're all, you're right, they're all educated in the world. So what changes when they come back and they don't even care anymore?
Right. I mean, that is the problem that you should be asking. What changes? Why do they not implement the same thing that they have seen in Europe or they went through? Is it the people? Is it that when they came back, the majority of the people changed them and they just, that's what you should be. That should be the problem.
I'm curious. I mean, how do they fly? How do they fly to Dubai all the time? They see everything and then come back to their town and they don't implement. I mean, what's the disconnect? Kaiser, what's the disconnect? I'm confused.
Even Kaiser, man, even Kaiser is losing his sense of thought, man, his train of thought, just living in Kenya after going back to Kenya, because at the end of the day, you get polluted. You know, the majority of people are now low IQ. Your high IQ that you learn in Europe and America
That's a good
is
point.
now getting lost in the middle of people because now you are not communicating your point. Now nobody understands you. Now,
That's a
if
good
you
point.
want to do something good, they think you are overdoing it. Oh, don't do this. Oh, you destroy what I get. Like in Cameroon, the government wanted to expand road, and people were getting pissed off because all their thatched road or houses on the roadside was getting destroyed. But in the long term, they don't see the long term. They don't see the enjoyment in the long term. They only see what they have. So if you bring that mentality that now to
Yeah.
Africa, people start getting mad at you. Oh, you are bringing American mentality to Africa. Oh, you want to bring that
Exactly.
mindset.
Exactly.
That's true.
They
Yeah,
always
yeah.
say that. It pisses me off. They're like, oh, you're bringing American mentality, bro. Come on, give me a break. So, Kaiser, what do
I'm
you think? What
bringing a
changes?
mentality that works. But yeah,
Exactly.
you're right.
I don't get it, bro. What
No,
changes?
Judah's 100% right. See, the issue is like, okay, look. Also, typically, and if I say this, you guys call me a coon, right? I don't really like the typical African culture compared to when it comes to intellectualism and getting things done. Africans don't, they're not like, what's that word? They don't like quality control. They don't like to check things and make sure things work the right way. They just like to assume things, or, it's not my culture, man. It's slow, it's redundant, you're repeating yourself. It just isn't the one.
Right. Yeah. You're just stressed up, man. You're just stressed up. An average African person does not care about time, man. You go to do a document that will benefit both people. It takes forever. One document after the other. I come to find out that document is even of no use. There's just a lot of protocol. A lot of protocol. I mean, come on, man.
So wait, so my theory, I'm trying to figure out the time thing, because the time thing is even I'm guilty of it. We Africans, we don't respect time. Do you think, okay, look, maybe some people say, look, from 11 to 2 o'clock, it's hot outside. Our bodies are designed to have low energy during the peak sun, and we're supposed to have high energy in the morning and the evening. Should we restructure our timetable to suit our African genetics? I mean, what's the problem? Why don't we respect time?
Bro, when you talk of restructuring, yeah, I mean, I'm really confused, right? Because even in America, most people work during winter, snow. They go to work. It's just an average African is lazy. Our body is already adapted to the climate condition that we have in Africa. Even in America, people are working overnight. I mean, those are the kind of things that I don't know if African countries are working overnight. When Chinese were building their countries, nobody was sleeping. Everybody was living like prisoners in China, back to back, 24/7. You have to be. Even now in China, most people work almost more than 20 something hours a day, staying up working. An average person does not have, average African person does not have that capacity to even work. That's crazy. That's why I was telling Kaiser one time that something needs to happen. Africa needs to take out those people that don't want to work, put them in underground bunker and lock them for life, and make sure the ones that are working needs to be working 24/7. Africa needs to be built, man. If not, then it's just gonna be crazy.
Judah, you bring up actually an interesting point. Yeah, Africans are generally. Remember that video I did on a Nigerian guy in Canada, and he was talking about, oh, the problem with Canada is that you actually have to work for your money. Because look, guys, we know this is a fact. In Africa, nobody works for real. In Africa, you get a job, and a job is for you to sit around and do nothing. Nobody works. Nobody sweats in Africa, apart from the guys building the houses. Nobody else works. They just sit down, Caesar, the whole day.
I mean, I did that in America. Let me not act like I'm a
No,
saint.
Caesar, you're not sitting down. You're thinking. Your brain is actually working in the background because you're solving complex problems. It's not the same thing. These guys are sitting around thinking absolutely nothing and talking about their days and their weeks with their colleagues. It's not the same. Caesar, I know
Kaizo,
exactly what
have you gone to the street? You see African men just sitting on the roadside drinking early in the morning.
Yes.
I'm like, which country, man? Which country in China, in America, that you just in the morning you see people just roaming, sitting down and just start drinking from? I'm like, what the heck?
Have you seen Uganda is the worst one, and also not just Uganda, also the Luyas, right, in Kenya. What the Luyas do and the Ugandan, right, they do is the men just sit around watching fish. They're not fishing. They're drinking alcohol, watching the fish, while the women are carrying heavy equipment on their head and actually keeping the tribe afloat. This is embarrassing.
Yeah, man. We need a cultural revolution like in China. A cultural revolution.
And Caesar, if that cultural revolution does not happen now, and then Africa is gonna face the consequences. Ask me why. The population of Africa is rapidly growing. And if a population is rapidly growing and the economy is not improving, it's gonna be a problem down the line, because there are gonna be a lot of people with no food to help solve this population issue. Africa has not. I mean, you see, China. You see how the population of China increased. China came up with one policy because they were already in a manufacturing, environment. Now Africa does not have that. It means majority of African population will be idle, and these guys will be problem on the street, roaming around doing nothing. There's gonna be high crime wave, increase of people will be starving. There is gonna be a lot of problems. Africa needs to take precautions now before the population increase. If not, man, 50 years from now, it's gonna be chaos. Chaos, complete chaos, chaotic. Our countries will be populated. Go to Lagos, you wouldn't even be able to walk around. There will be one. Come on, man. Come on.
Well, that's a business opportunity for us, because I don't think they understand that. Even our leaders, I don't think they know that. So that's a business opportunity for us if we can somehow take advantage of it.
That's a business opportunity for us, but at the same time, it's also a problem if the economy is not meeting up with the population increase. The economy has to be moving up forward. Why there is a population increase now? If the population is increasing, why the economy or the manufacturing, companies are not meeting up the capacity? That's gonna be a problem down the line. It's gonna be a problem.
Definitely, there's gonna be a lot of coups, revolts.
Revolt is gonna be starvation. It's gonna be homeless on the street. It's gonna be a lot of things. It's gonna be a lot of things.
That starvation thing is a crazy one because they're not food secure. If the West stops sending them food, hey, let's not.
Caesar, are you telling me that Canada or United States is not even a producer of avocados. United States does not plant avocados, but most of the time they export avocados to other countries in Africa. Are you kidding me?
It's crazy.
Avocado that it is Mexicans that export it to United States. Yet United States, there are certain commodities that United States does not even plant often, but they consume these commodities, this food, 24/7. In Africa, you go to Africa, watermelon, maybe you might not find it. You ask why, they say it's not the season. You ask for avocado, they say the season is not the season. Are you kidding me? It means in Africa we cannot eat certain food 24. It's only seasonal. For a population that is increasing, food does not have to be seasonal. These things have to be 24. You have to eat it every time.
Yup.
It does not make sense.
Yeah. But you know, a lot of the people that started the Chinese coming, they were educated outside of China. Many of them, Japan or Russia or something like that. So I mean, there's still hope. There's 54 countries. One of these countries is gonna get it right. You know, Kenya is trying its best, but isn't Kenya invading Haiti? I mean, I don't even know what's going on in Kenya right now.
No, what happened? I watched that video. I almost watched it when Kaiser was. But this is the thing, right? What Kenya is doing, that is a big problem, because the when Ruto came in power, he made a certain statement that Africa has to be Africa. We shouldn't be, we shouldn't be going to Europeans Union. Europeans should not invite us and we go into their union, right? Because even though I've talked to some Haitians, now the problem that the Haitians have is, they are fighting their political system, and at the same time they are fighting the American system, because they believe that the people in power in Haiti are being put in power by the Americans, and the Americans are in support of these people. Now Americans, most of the time, they have chased the Europeans. Most of the Europeans and Americans get kidnapped in Haiti. Now Americans are running away from Haiti, so they are pulling out their military might in Haiti. Now they want to use an African country or a black country to stand in front, while Americans are still leading from behind. And this country is Kenya, because they put in an application that they are looking for a country that will help join military and fight in Haiti. And Kenyans took it. The Kenyan president accepted it. But now the Kenyan military is being remote controlled by Americans, because they are taking all their policies, all their military, most of their weapons will be coming from United States, causing confusion between Haitians and Kenyans. Because I've gone to TikTok, and most Haitians TikTok are talking about the Kenyan military coming over to their country to fight most of their guys who are fighting against the Americans and stuff, or against the regime in power that is being put in place by America. And that is a big problem. Now you have two black countries going war to war. It's going to cause a lot of confusion.
Definitely. I don't even know. I mean, I hope Kenya can kind of flip it. I'm surprised Kenya in East Africa is sending troops to Haiti in Caribbean. But okay.
I mean, somebody on the line is saying this guy is not talking about the benefit of Kenya. What is the benefit? You go and invade a black country, and you say the benefit that you're going to get is American give you the stuff. That is no benefit. A white man giving you something to go and attack your own fellow, to go and instill their policy in Haiti, because you are going there to instill American policy to make sure the guy that is president, that came in power after when the former president was shot and does not want to leave power because America wants him to still be president, you are going there to make sure that that guy is still president. So what benefit are you getting? The benefit you are getting is the benefit coming from America. And that's a problem from a president like Ruto, who said Africans should boycott European Union. Europeans should not call Africans and they go to Europe. Now you are doing the same thing. Come on, man.
Honestly, if I'm Haitian, it's wrong. If I'm Haitian, bro, I'm sorry. I'm giving up on Haiti. I'm moving to. I gotta pick another a bigger country. I see why many people come to America and just become African, because I'm sorry, Haiti is, I don't want to say it's a lost cause, but it's kind of a lost cause. The Caribbean in general, I don't think the U.S. is not going to let anything happen in the Caribbean. And obviously,
The
I mean,
US is not, because Haiti, Cuba, all these countries are like 90 miles away from Florida, close to United States. So United States controls most of these Caribbean countries. Because if Russia take advantage of Caribbean countries and put a military might in Cuba, it will affect United States. I'm telling you for a fact.
Right.
That's why they control all the Caribbean countries. That's why they will never leave Haiti. That's why they are using Kenya. But this guy is online saying the benefit. What are the Kenya will benefit going to Haiti? Benefit from America, and that's a problem. You benefit from the white man while you are destroying your fellow black man. That is a problem between a black man.
There's no benefit. I can't imagine. What could the benefit
Exactly.
possibly be? I mean, come on.
It's like saying Nigeria benefit from Europe to attack Niger. It makes no sense, man.
It makes no sense. Oh God, free Haiti. I feel bad for the Haitians, man. I mean, every time they build, it gets burned down. Earthquake. What else? Hurricane. But Florida gets hurricanes too, and they kind of still
Exactly. That's why I wanted to bring it up. You talk about hurricane, it gets burned. Look, this is a thing. Me and you live in America. Out of a sudden, there was flooding all over New York in metro system. Hurricane happens in Florida often. I've seen communities get destroyed in Florida. If it was America that was doing the natural disaster in Haiti, how come they are also natural? How come they have not been able to stop natural disaster in their own backyard, which is Florida?
That's true.
Come on, man.
That's a good point.
All these things, it's just that the black man does not have an IQ of building their economy. Look, like we were saying, Haiti is cutting down. Go on satellite and type in Haiti on Google Maps satellite and see how the environment looks compared to Dominican Republic. Most of the trees are being cut down. I was telling you about Sahara Desert, how Africans are not planting trees to help stop the Saharan Desert from coming down south. Tell me about tomorrow. What if tomorrow now there are desert all over the place in Africa? Will you say the white man did it? No. It is our problem. We weren't able to plant trees. We weren't able to build embankment to stop water from coming into the city. We build in places that are earthquake prone. Go to California. The way they build houses in California is different from the way they build houses in Atlanta, Georgia.
It's true.
In California, they build houses with wood because they believe that there is earthquake prone. They believe look at the fire disaster that happened in Canada and America. Fire every time. These people build houses, they know that fire might take it often. So they build houses based on how it can sustain certain climatic conditions. In Africa and the Caribbeans or Haiti, we just build things around, no urban planning. We don't know which places are problem zone. Oh man, come on, man. Then you blame the white man for it.
That's a good
Man.
point. It's a good point.
Come on, bro.
Well, we're trying anyway. That's a good point. Someone needs to tell the Haitians that Florida has issues too. I don't know why Haiti can't. Well, Jamaica. I mean, most of the Caribbean countries are kind of. I mean, they're not really doing anything, honestly. I just think it's because they're small islands. I mean, what is Jamaica doing? What is Dominican Republic, Cuba? None of them are really doing anything anyway.
Yeah, man. Yep. Man, look, man, any place that is controlled by the black man is always chaos. That's why there is no country in the world run by a successful black country in the world. There's none. There's no successful black country in the world. I'm talking about.
But we have
100%
smart black people. That's the problem. We have many smart black people. So why aren't these smart black people all working together? Because there's many smart black people.
No. When you talk of, you have smart black people, quite all right. What does smart means? I mean, when you talk of smart, now there's a difference between being smart and being productive. You can be smart and you are not productive. You can be smart on paper, but not on practicals. That's one thing that most Africans are good with. Oh, I'm smart. Oh, I studied history. Oh, I studied philosophy. Oh, I'm a medical, I'm a PhD holder. Oh no, you go to China, man. Most of these things are of no use. In kindergarten, middle school, Japanese are already making watches. I'm talking about most of these laptops that we use in Africa. Most of these watches, tablet, are done by middle school Japanese students. Middle school Japanese students are the one assembling most of these things as practicals. Oh man, you tell me you are smart, yet you have not been able to solve a simple problems in Africa. So where is your smartness? I was on one panel, maybe on this same panel, where somebody was telling me, oh, Africa knew civilization before the white man came to Africa. I'm like, really? And with your civilization, you were still colonized by the white man. Yet their own language was imposed on you. Their religion was imposed on you. Their system of government was imposed on you. And you told me you were civilized. Oh, man.
Well, what do you think about? So China and India were kind of dusty till they hit 1 billion people. Do you think if Africa hits 1 billion, one of these countries maybe if they just keep having more and more children, one of these days they'll get it right? Because that's kind of the African mindset.
No. Africa will not get it right if they hit 1 billion population. You know why?
What's up?
Let me tell you why. Before China hit $1 billion population, right? Their mindset was already different. They were already productive. Like I said, have you seen how Chinese people work in their manufacturing company? It's not the same way us in America work. Chinese people, they take break on site. They take break for 5 minutes. Their food comes in like you just sit down while you are working, you are eating. Because they know they have not meet that target of development. Even though China is fast developed, but they knew they have not meet that standard. If there's 1 billion population in Africa, Africa will not sustain it. We will suffer. Africans, I tell you, we will starve. Come on, man. In America today, do you know why?
China kind of changed. China kind of had to change a little bit. They changed a lot of stuff with their culture, kind of.
They changed a lot of things. Did you know why China passed the 1 billion, the one child policy? Because they wanted to solve a problem. They wanted to solve a problem. They realized that if they did not stop if they did not pass one child policy, they will not be able to meet that standard.
Oh, that's true.
So exactly, that was one of the problems. They knew that if they had that population, something has to be done. So they passed that one child policy while they were building the system again, making food to meet the system. Food